Young man, do you have a dream? Yes. Tell me loudly, what is your dream? To marry 18 wives. Amid the lush green mountains in front of an exquisite small courtyard, a middle-aged man hovered in midair. He appeared around 40 years old, neither particularly handsome nor ugly, yet his bearing was exceptionally ethereal, with a hint of immortality. Below him stood a young man of 18 or 19, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exceptionally handsome. However, he was frowning slightly as he looked at the man, a trace of helplessness evident on his face. Upon hearing the young man's answer, the man was momentarily stunned, as if he had never expected such a result. After a brief loss for words, he continued, "Then do you want to cultivate immortality?" The young man stood still and took a deep breath. "If I say no, would that be acceptable?" The man smiled. "It's too late." The young man nearly laughed at this. The rice was already cooked. What was there left to say? It all started 3 days ago. The young man, named Lü Yingfeng, was taking his wicked servants to cause trouble when this man suddenly appeared before him, insisting that he had an extraordinary bone structure and wanted to take him to cultivate immortality. Regarding the matter of cultivation, Lü Yingfeng had dreamed of it in his past life. But as an office worker who had never seen sunlight, he overworked himself to death one night while working overtime and then came to this world. After transmigrating, a simple summary of his situation was parents deceased, enormous wealth, a powerful noble clan, and the freedom to be domineering. In such circumstances, his plan was definitely to marry 18 wives and indulge in a life of luxury. But the very next day, he met this man named Ningxian. At that time, Ningxian felt it a pity that he refused and suggested taking him to experience the joy of flying through the skies as a cultivator before making a decision. Naive Lü Yingfeng thought it would be good to give it a try, and so he was carried flying for 3 days and 3 nights until they arrived here. After arriving, he asked whether he wanted to cultivate and even said he could leave and go home. But here he was thousands of miles away from home. How could he possibly return? Even if he walked resolutely for over a decade, he might still make it, but Ningxian was bullying an honest man. He refused to tell him the direction and frighteningly claimed that the entire way was infested with demons and monsters that especially liked to eat handsome young men. Alas! In the silence, Lü Yingfeng sighed. Immortal, abducting a minor is wrong. Ningxian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you just of age? Even if I'm of age, you can't abduct me. Lü Yingfeng gritted his teeth. Now, whether he wanted to cultivate or not, he had to. It was just a pity for his vast wealth and the 18 wives he had never even visited to propose to. All in all, he just felt his life was bitter. Seeing this, Ningxian smiled, even more slowly, landed, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. Yingfeng, the benefits of cultivation are immense. Not only can you fly and leap, but you also gain a long lifespan. Especially for someone with dreams like you really should cultivate. Otherwise, how will your body handle it? Moi. Lü Yingfeng looked up, a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. Ningxian continued, and you see, cultivation doesn't actually conflict with your dream. What do you mean? We're cultivating immorality, not becoming monks. I never said you can't marry wives, and you can even marry celestial maidens. Is that so? Of course. Once you achieve success in cultivation, your body will naturally be strong. When your body is strong, not just 18, but even 108 wives are no problem. And you won't have to worry about your heart not feeling it. That's when you truly realize your dream. Think about whether I'm right. Lü Yingfeng listened, lost in thought. That does make sense. If that's the case, I suppose I could give cultivation a try. Right, listening to your master is always correct. Ningxian had a smile on his face. Lü Yingfeng snapped back. Wait, how am I already your disciple? Ningxian interrupted. Time is precious, let's not bother with those details. Here, this is the essential method for cultivation, the Qi introduction art. I look forward to your great success, and then I'll personally go propose marriage for you. Yenner, come over and take your junior brother to his quarters. Ningxian completely ignored Lü Yingfeng's chance to speak as a yellowed book appeared in his hand and was thrust directly into the young man's grasp. Just as Lü Yingfeng was about to say something more, he saw a graceful figure appear outside the courtyard, slowly walking forward. Looking at the approaching person, Lü Yingfeng was stunned at first sight. The young woman appeared about 20 years old, with a slender and curvaceous figure, a stunningly beautiful face, hair cascading to her waist, and a light gauze dress that was somewhat translucent, utterly captivating. All the words he had intended to say vanished. He just stared at her, unable to look away. In this life, or even his previous one, he had never seen such a beauty. His soul seemed almost drawn away. Ningxian then addressed the newcomer. My disciple, this is your senior sister. Fairy sister, what's your name? Have we met somewhere before? Lü Yingfeng completely ignored Ningxian and walked straight over to the young woman. She was amused by his address and examined the young man before her. I am your senior sister, Lü Ruyan. So it's senior sister? No wonder you're so beautiful. Am I really that beautiful? Lü Ruyan's smile remained, and there was also admiration in her eyes. She had never seen such a handsome young man. Lü Yingfeng said, "Senior sister, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lü Yingfeng, your newly admitted junior brother." He welcome junior brother. Lü Rian covered her red lips with her jade hand, unable to stop laughing. This scene left Ningxian stunned. Wasn't he making a fuss about not taking me as his master just a moment ago? Now he's calling her junior brother, calling her senior sister. Although it was beyond his expectations, he knew this disciple was secured. Meanwhile, Lü Rian said, "Junior brother, let me take you to your quarters." "Sure, senior sister." "Senior sister, how old are you? You probably don't have a boyfriend, right?" "Senior sister, you need to be careful. Girls outside must protect themselves, especially lovely innocent ones like you. You must never be deceived by those rotten men. By the way, senior sister, where do you live? Would you like to talk under the eaves tonight? Senior sister, you smell so good." Ningxian. Watching this scene, he felt something was off. Soon they reached a small courtyard halfway up the mountain and stopped. Along the way, Lü Ruyan was kept laughing by him, while Ningxian's brow furrowed the entire journey. As Lü Yingfeng entered the small courtyard, he noticed Ningxian following nearby, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. "Why did you follow me?" Ningxian was taken aback. "Can I come?" "What do you mean by that? Is it not allowed for me to be on my own turf? Or am I bothering you by being here?" Lü Yingfeng thought for a moment. "Not really." "Oomph." Ningxian let out a cold laugh, glanced at Lü Ruyan, and then said, "I came to tell you that the path of cultivation is destined to be arduous. You must have a firm will sow." Before he could finish, Lü Yingfeng also glanced at Lü Ruyan, his face showing determination, and spoke with firm words. What a coincidence! I'm the best at enduring hardship. At this moment, Ningxian's emotions were profoundly complex, as if witnessing a man's coming of age. Especially those eyes. How resolute they were. Lü Ruyan, however, stood quietly on the side, watching her junior disciple. Ningxian steadied his mind, cleared his throat, and said with solemnity, "Since you have decided to cultivate, let me first explain the path of cultivation. The very first step is to seek the sensation of qi, which is also the hardest. Then you guide qi into your body and condense it into a qi vortex. Once that is done, you have officially transcended the mortal realm." "I see, it doesn't sound that hard." Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Ningxian frowned. "Not hard. Even a genius needs at least half a month to sense the existence of qi. Disciple, do not be too ambitious. Try it first." Lü Yingfeng replied. "We'll find some time to try another day." "Another day? What are you doing today?" "Flying 100,000 li was too exhausting. Today you'll get to know my senior sister first, and take 2 days to rest." "Was it you who flew those 100,000 li? There will be plenty of time to get to know her later. Starting now, go to your room. You are not to come out until you have generated qi sensation and condensed a qi vortex." "I." Lü Yingfeng opened his mouth to speak, but saw a beam of light fly out from Ningxian's side, wrapping around him and throwing him directly into the room, closing the door behind him. Watching this scene, Lü Ruyan frowned slightly. "Master letting junior brother figure it out on his own. Isn't that too harsh?" Ningxian said, "I gave him the qi attraction art, didn't I? But guiding qi into the body requires careful instruction. Even so, it takes a long time to sense. Letting junior brother do it alone, when will he ever manage?" Lü Ruyan was somewhat worried. Though she had only met her junior brother once, he was good-looking and sweet-tongued, truly endearing, so she couldn't help but speak up for him. Upon hearing this, Ningxian was not angry. Instead, he let out a gentle sigh. "Your junior brother is exceptionally gifted, but his temperament is too erratic. If I guided him personally, he could probably generate qi sensation in 3 days. I'm doing this to temper his nature." 3 days? That genius disciple of the sect leader took 10 full days to generate qi sensation. Lü Ruyan's red lips parted, her eyes filled with shock. Usually during the open recruitment of disciples, there were no shortage of outstanding individuals, but Ningxian never bothered to give them a second glance. Yet this time he traveled 100,000 li to bring this one back. Moreover, the man who used to have such a bad temper that he had no friends had tolerated Lü Yingfeng for so long, remaining amiable throughout. For a moment, she dared not imagine just how talented her junior brother must be. At this moment, a smile tugged at the corner of Ningxian's mouth, his face full of smug satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "During this time you stay here. Send him 1 meal each day. When it's about time, comfort him, and then bring him to see me." With that, Ningxian turned and left, returning to his own courtyard. His smile never faded along the way. He was extremely satisfied with this disciple. Lü Ruyan remained in the courtyard, slowly sitting cross-legged. As for Lü Yingfeng, after struggling for a while, he had no choice but to look helplessly at the yellowed book of the qi attraction art in his hands. Now there was no alternative. Since he had to cultivate, he might as well open the book. Fortunately, the characters were not much different from those he had known in his previous life. In a moment, he finished reading it. Then Lü Yingfeng put down the book and slowly sat cross-legged. According to the instructions, the qi attraction art was not complicated, but the difficult part was sensing the qi. Yet the moment he closed his eyes, something stirred in his heart. His mind became instantly clear, and he perceived the ethereal things in the air, fine strands of qi. With his breathing, those wisps of qi entered through his mouth and nose, slowly flowing along his meridians into the so-called dantian. Then he found a strand of qi lingering there while more qi from outside poured into his body. The wisps intertwined and naturally began to rotate in the same direction, forming a tiny vortex. As the qi grew denser, the vortex became more solid. Throughout the process, Lü Yingfeng felt a warm, soothing sensation in his body and unprecedented comfort. And just when the first vortex had condensed to a certain degree, it stopped. Then nearby, a second vortex slowly began to form, followed by a third. The whole process repeated. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Suddenly, Lü Yingfeng frowned instinctively. Why is there no more qi? He could no longer sense the presence of qi around him. Moreover, earlier his mind had been completely absorbed, as if in a state of ecstasy. Only now did he suddenly realize that there were 3 tiny vortices in his dantian. What the hell are these 3 things? Lü Yingfeng shot up. I hope I haven't cultivated incorrectly. With that thought, he ran to the door. This time there was no obstruction. The door opened easily. Before him was a scene of Lü Ruyin sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, hands forming a seal, eyes closed in concentration. Sensing the commotion, she abruptly opened her eyes and saw Lü Yingfeng standing there. Junior brother, why are you out? Lü Ruyin rose and approached him. Lü Yingfeng frowned deeply. Senior sister, I just attempted cultivation. And then, I think I might be suffering from qi deviation. Lü Ruyin asked, what do you mean? Just now that old fellow said the first step is seeking qi sensation. I did feel the invisible qi in the air, and then, what? Before he finished, Lü Ruyin exclaimed, you mean you've already found qi sensation and can perceive spiritual energy? Lü Yingfeng was startled by her reaction. Yes, that's right. What's wrong? But only 1 day has passed. Has it already been a day? Lü Yingfeng felt completely absorbed, losing track of time. At this moment, only shock remained on Lü Ruyin's face. She herself had taken 15 days to find it, and with guidance from elders. Yet he had done it in only 1 day with just a single qi attraction art scroll. What kind of genius was he? For a long while, Lü Ruyin couldn't snap out of her shock. Lü Yingfeng, not understanding her reaction, said anxiously, Senior sister, please, let me finish. All right, go ahead. It's like this, he said after sensing qi. 1 guides it into the body, and it should form a qi vortex in the dantian. Yes, then what? Lü Ruyin listened intently, trying to calm herself, afraid of missing anything. Lü Yingfeng continued, but in my dantian, 3 qi vortices emerged. Quick, help me see if there is any hope. What? 3 qi vortices? Lü Ruyin's voice rose in shock. Her delicate hand trembled uncontrollably as she touched Lü Yingfeng, sending a thread of spiritual power slowly into his body, flowing through the meridians, and finally into the dantian. Lü Yingfeng waited anxiously for her judgment. If he really had qi deviation, what would happen to his vast wealth and beautiful senior sister? Just as he was worrying, Lü Ruyin suddenly withdrew her hand, her eyes fixed on Lü Yingfeng. She stepped back, involuntarily knocking over the stone table behind her. She even stumbled over it without paying any attention. Senior sister, are you all right? Lü Yingfeng was startled again and quickly moved to help her up. But the moment he reached out his hand, before he could even lift his foot, a scream rang in his ears. Master! At the same time, Lü Ruyin ran straight out of the courtyard and disappeared into the woods. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence, leaving Lü Yingfeng frozen in place, his brows tightly furrowed. I didn't even do anything. Why did she run away? Ellipsis. Only Lü Yingfeng remained in the small courtyard. He stood there gazing at the overturned stone table, then glanced at the spot where Lü Ruyin had touched, his brow furrowing ever deeper. It's over. Senior sister reacted so strongly. Am I beyond saving? Had he cultivated himself right out of existence? Perhaps it was better to go home and lie low, inheriting the family fortune of hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, Lü Ruyin arrived at the mountaintop courtyard, burst into the room, and grabbed Ning Xian, dragging him out. Ning Xian, who had been meditating with crossed legs, was startled, not even having time to put on his shoes. Yenner, what's wrong with you? Lü Ruyin's expression was anxious. Master, junior brother, he. Ning Xian frowned, a sense of foreboding rising as he saw her urgency. He ran away. No, he. It can't be that he's already sensed spiritual energy. As he spoke, Ning Xian's chest heaved, a flicker of eager anticipation in his eyes. But Lü Ruyin said he has condensed 3 qi vortices. What? In an instant, Ning Xian was utterly stunned. By the time he came to his senses, he was running even faster. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the courtyard, where Lü Yingfeng was squatting, his face etched with worry. Lü Yingfeng heard the noise and looked up. Before he could react, Ning Xian rushed over excitedly, his astonished face brimming with elation, his hands trembling uncontrollably. You are. My good disciple, come, let your master take a good look. Ning Xian reached for Lü Yingfeng's hand. Lü Yingfeng recoiled several steps in fright. Don't be like that. Men and women should not touch. I don't have that kind of inclination. Ning Xian's expression froze momentarily, but he paid it no heed and simply yanked the youth over so much nonsense. As his hand made contact with the youth, Ning Xian channeled his spiritual power into Lü Yingfeng's body. Though the motion was rough, the process was gentle and cautious as he feared harming his precious disciple. Before long, before Lü Yingfeng could even collect himself, every trace of expression on Ning Xian's face transformed into sheer ecstasy. 3 chi vortices, truly 3 chi vortices. His laughter was unrestrained, his excitement bubbling over. To sense spiritual energy in one day and condense 3 chi vortices, such a person really exists. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. He ventured tentatively, so my 3 chi vortices are fine. Lü Rian's face was radiant with joy as she shook her head repeatedly. No problem at all. But yesterday you said it wasn't even one. These 3 of mine are. Junior brother, at the start of cultivation, one senses spiritual energy and draws it into the body. If enough spiritual energy is absorbed to form a chi vortex, it means entering the first layer of chi refining. A second vortex signifies the second layer. Your 3 vortices mean you are at the third layer. Lü Rian grew more excited as she spoke. Reaching the third layer of chi refining in a single day, neither seen nor heard of before. The sect leader's personal disciple had taken 10 days just to sense spiritual energy, and he was already hailed as a genius unseen in a century. Relieved to know he was fine, Lü Yingfeng regained his composure and asked, "So am a genius?" "You are not a genius." Ning Xian shook his head. "Then what am I? A prodigy." Even after all this time, Ning Xian still couldn't calm down. This was no longer a matter of mere talent. Especially after learning that Lü Yingfeng could sense spiritual energy the moment he closed his eyes, he almost wanted to enshrine the boy. Lü Rian too looked at her junior brother with stars in her eyes. Yet amid this excitement, Ning Xian suddenly realized something. Raising his hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual power, and a curtain of light enveloped the entire peak. Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Then Ning Xian said, "What happened today must not be known to a fourth person." "Yes." Lü Rian nodded, understanding the implications. Ning Xian turned to Lü Yingfeng. "Do you understand?" "I understand." Lü Yingfeng replied promptly. "Truly understand." Ning Xian hesitated. Lü Yingfeng said, "You mean I should stay low and develop in the shadows?" "Stay low." Ning Xian and Lü Rian exchanged glances, their faces puzzled. Lü Yingfeng opened his mouth to explain, but then thought better of it and rephrased. "Simply put, you're afraid I'll be envied, harmed, or that I'll flaunt my wealth. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. My disciple is truly intelligent. Remember, never show off until you have absolute power." Ning Xian warned him again. The world was not lacking in geniuses, but just as many had fallen prematurely. Without growing strong, even the greatest talent was useless. He then taught Lü Yingfeng some basic knowledge of cultivation, such as the realms, chi refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul void condensation. And that spinning 1 chi vortex meant the first layer of chi refining, 2 meant the second, and so on. Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Even though Lü Rian already knew, she listened attentively by his side. Later, a pouch appeared in Ning Xian's hand filled with colorful stones that shimmered with dazzling light. These are spirit stones imbued with spiritual energy. You can absorb the energy within to accelerate your cultivation. Lü Yingfeng glanced at the pouch, which contained over 100 stones. From what he had learned, spirit stones were not only useful for cultivation, but also served as hard currency, even more valuable than money. Ning Xian thought for a moment, then pulled out a token and handed it over. "This is my identity token. With it you can enter the library to borrow books and access many places within the sect for cultivation. If you need anything for your training, take the token to the spirit pavilion to collect it. Is it that convenient? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your senior sister or come directly to me." "All right." Also, after reaching foundation establishment, the sect will issue a cultivation technique. You don't need to go and collect it. I've prepared one for you. Ning Xian gave meticulous instructions covering every detail. Even now, the excitement deep within him was hard to suppress. When he had picked up Lü Yingfeng on the road a few days ago, he had known the boy's talent was extraordinary, but he had never imagined it would be to such a degree. After finishing his instructions, Ning Xian left, calling Lü Rian to follow him. "Yana, your junior brother is new here. Go register his identity and get him some supplies. If anyone asks, say he's been in the sect for a month and only sensed spiritual energy after 20 days. I need to go out now." Ning Xian spoke each word deliberately. Lü Rian asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" "Find materials to refine a foundation establishment pill for him." "Junior brother only joined yesterday, and you're already preparing a foundation establishment pill." Lü Rian was astonished. He had only been here a day, and his master was already thinking so far ahead. Ning Xian glanced back at the small courtyard behind him, his smile irrepressible. Haven't you noticed that the spiritual energy nearby has been drained by him? This. Lü Yingfeng had been too stunned to notice this detail. Ningxian continued, the third layer of qi refining is not his limit. It's that the spiritual energy is insufficient. At his pace, he'll reach the 9th layer soon enough. And as for the sect's foundation establishment pills, I look down on them. My disciple deserves the best. At his words, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but marvel at how much her master cared for this junior brother. She had never imagined anyone could be such a genius, but at least he was her own junior brother. Ningxian departed and Lü Yingfeng began making preparations as instructed. Lü Yingfeng meanwhile crouched in the courtyard, gently stroking his chin as he looked up at the starry sky and murmured to himself. So am this much of a genius. Does that mean I can run wild and do whatever I want from now on? The small courtyard returned to tranquility once more. Lü Yingfeng had not anticipated such an outcome. He had considered cultivation before, but was unaware of its possibility and feared the difficulties. What if he lacked talent or was mediocre, ending up at the bottom, perhaps even being refined into a 10,000 souls banner without knowing? Moreover, his predecessor was immensely wealthy enough to indulge in a life of luxury and dissipation. Yet being so gifted, a little cultivation wouldn't hurt, especially with such a beautiful senior sister. If he remained cautious, he might even become a nascent soul elder and dominate a region. And if by chance he could refine a 10,000 souls banner, that would be even more delightful. With this thought, Lü Yingfeng gazed at the spirit stones before him and once again circulated the qi attraction art to absorb spiritual energy. Though the surroundings had been devoid of detectable qi, as the spirit stones appeared, strands of pure spiritual energy emerged, flowing into his meridians and gathering in his dantian. Time passed, and night fell. Lü Yingfeng sat motionless through the entire night, feeling no fatigue, but instead invigorated with a gleam in his eyes. He sensed a subtle transformation in his very aura. To his surprise, the 100 spirit stones Ningxian had given him the previous day were completely depleted, leaving only a pile of dust. Lü Yingfeng frowned. I've only just reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, and they're gone. These spirit stones are so insufficient. He had advanced 3 layers in a single day, yet now 100 spirit stones only yielded 1 more layer when he had hoped to reach at least the 8th or 9th. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy was barely visible, as if it hadn't recovered yet. Sensing the 4 vortexes in his dantian, Lü Yingfeng rose helplessly. As he stepped outside, he saw Lü Yingfeng reading something. Seeing him emerge, Lü Yingfeng stood up with a smile. Junior brother, come eat. Master said you've just started cultivating and haven't tried fasting yet, fearing you couldn't bear the hunger. All right, senior sister. Lü Yingfeng beamed and obediently approached the stone table. Lü Yingfeng set aside the book she had been reading and brought over a meal of 4 dishes and soup. He took a bite, then froze. Lü Yingfeng looked at him expectantly, smiling. How is it? Lü Yingfeng chewed the food in his mouth and forced a smile. Senior sister, has anyone ever praised your cooking? No. Lü Yingfeng's anticipation grew at his words. Gulp. Lü Yingfeng swallowed and said, actually, I'm not very hungry. How about you tell me about cultivation instead? Lü Yingfeng blinked in confusion. What do you want to know? I've been here 2 days and still don't know where this is. Lü Yingfeng nodded. This is the Qingyue sect, located in the southern part of the Yu Kingdom. There are dozens of sects, large and small, within Yue, with 3 or 4 comparable to ours. Our sect is quite formidable throughout Yu. As for Master, she is the Lord of Qianling Peak, one of the 6 main peaks of Qingyue sect. Lü Yingfeng listened attentively as Lü Yingfeng explained from the sect to the kingdom and beyond. He also learned that the Qingyue sect was quite powerful, with 4 nascent soul cultivators. Though not exceptionally high in cultivation, few in the Yu Kingdom were stronger apart from the royal family. Among these 4 nascent soul experts was his own master. According to Lü Yingfeng, Ningxian was somewhat aloof, short-tempered, and very protective of her own. So I can act with impunity in the Qingyue sect? In theory, yes, but it's better to keep a low profile. Lü Yingfeng recalled what Ningxian had said before leaving. Her junior brother was so talented that she must protect him from harm. Lü Yingfeng nodded. That made sense. The Qingyue sect also had a storied history. Its founder, known as Qingyue Sword Immortal, was a master of the sword Dao, renowned far and wide, and single-handedly established this sect, which had endured for millennia. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Lü Yingfeng called softly. Lü Yingfeng replied absently, nothing. Then eat quickly, it's getting cold. At her words, Lü Yingfeng looked up abruptly. Oh my, what were you reading earlier, senior sister? Lü Yingfeng glanced at the book and began to explain. This is a technique called wind thorn. A technique. Yes, cultivators not only improve their cultivation, but also learn various skills. For instance, wind thorn is a method to control the wind. As Lü Yingfeng spoke, she formed hand seals, and with her spiritual power, a gust of wind surged, roaring audibly. Though brief, Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up. The spectacle was dazzling. If he learned it, he could show off immensely. Lü Yingfeng seemed to read his thoughts and chuckled. But this technique is advanced and your spiritual power is still too weak to practice. If you're interested, Master has prepared some for you, including wind control. After dinner, I'll take you to get them. No time like the present, senior sister. Let's go now. Lü Yingfeng stood up, eager to avoid eating. Lü Rian had no choice but to lead him toward the mountaintop, soon arriving at a small courtyard. Ning Xian was absent, so they pushed the door open directly. The room was elegantly furnished with scrolls on the desk. Lü Rian picked one up and handed it to him. Here, you can take a look first. All right. Lü Yingfeng took the scroll, and Lü Rian quietly left the room. In the stillness, Lü Yingfeng unrolled the scroll and studied its contents. After a moment, he pondered and slowly formed hand seals. At the same time, the vortex in his dantian spun, sending strands of spiritual power into the seals, summoning a gentle breeze around him. Not difficult at all. Lü Yingfeng tried a few more times, but soon grew bored. His eyes, however, fell on the other scrolls on the desk. Curious, he flipped through them and pulled one out. Fire control, this is good. He finished reading it in no time and formed hand seals again. A wisp of flame rose slowly, flickering like a candle. With a thought, spiritual power from the vortex flowed into the flame, making it grow increasingly vigorous. Watching the expanding blaze, Lü Yingfeng nodded. The more spiritual power I pour in, the greater the power. I'm at the 4th layer of Qi refinement now. If I reach the 9th. Before he could finish, his heart jolted. In his moment of distraction, the fire had already caught the roof. Damn. He immediately released the seals, but the fire spread too quickly and the entire room was engulfed. Lü Yingfeng hurried out of the room, staring at the towering flames in disbelief. As thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly remembered the wind control technique he had just learned. He formed the seals only to find himself facing a sea of fire. Watching the spreading inferno, he was stunned again. All he had done was skip a meal, and now he had caused such a disaster. Before long, Lü Rian arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing the raging flames, she had no time to inquire. With a tap of her foot and hand seals forming, countless water droplets materialized from the void and cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Lü Rian continued forming seals, gradually bringing the fire under control as distant commotion signaled others approaching. A man and a woman appearing in their 20s arrived without a word. Exchanging a glance, they immediately produced 2 talismans. As the talismans ignited, torrents of water surged forth toward the blaze. Lü Yingfeng watched the talismans with curiosity and astonishment. The sea of flames was soon extinguished, and only then did Lü Rian breathe a sigh of relief. The 2 newcomers looked down, and the man said, "Junior sister Lü, what happened? Why did such a great fire suddenly break out?" Lü Rian replied with a hint of apology, "I was cultivating just now and lost focus for a moment. Fortunately, senior brother and senior sister arrived in time." The man frowned. "What were you cultivating that could ignite such a massive fire?" "This." Lü Rian fell silent. Normally, even if she, a foundation establishment cultivator, had accidentally set something ablaze, the fire shouldn't have spread so wildly. Seeing her lack of response, the man didn't press further. "Never mind. Just be more careful in the future. Thank you, senior brother Linzai and senior sister Mu Ling." Lü Rian stepped forward to express her gratitude. The woman named Mu Ling glanced around and asked, "Is Peak Master Ning not here?" "Master has gone out on business." "I see." Mu Ling nodded, but her gaze fell upon Lü Yingfeng. At a single glance, her eyes were filled with astonishment. "And this is A. He is my newly admitted junior brother Lü Yingfeng," Lü Rian said, then turned to Lü Yingfeng. "Junior brother, these are senior brother Linzai and senior sister Mu Ling." "Greetings, senior brother and senior sister." Lü Yingfeng cupped his hands in salute. Linzai nodded indifferently, though a flicker of amazement was hard to conceal in his eyes. Mu Ling was more direct, stepping closer to him. Such a handsome young man. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. Though Mu Ling was quite attractive, she paled in comparison to Lü Rian. Mu Ling continued, "Your junior brother Yingfeng, right?" "Yes. Come visit me at Luoxia Peak whenever you have time. If anyone bullies you, you can come to me for help." Mu Ling smiled, her eyes roving over him. Lü Yingfeng nodded. "Thank you, senior sister. Time to go," Linzai urged. Mu Ling shot him a glare before reluctantly turning to leave. After they departed, only the 2 remained. Lü Rian gazed at the ruins, her brows furrowed. "Junior brother, weren't you learning the wind control art? How did you end up burning down Master's courtyard?" Well, I started with the wind control art, but I mastered it in no time. Then I saw the fire control art on the table and thought I'd give it a try. Before I knew it, I set the place on fire." Lü Yingfeng felt a twinge of guilt, never expecting such a small mistake to cause such chaos. Lü Rian was stunned again. "You mastered both the wind control art and the fire control art in just that short time?" "Yes." This. Lü Rian was incredulous. These 2 techniques, while not exceedingly difficult, were far from simple. Qi refining disciples often needed long, repetitive practice to master them. Yet in the brief time she was away, he had learned 2, and their power was astonishing. He had nearly burned down the entire Qianling Peak. Lü Yingfeng scratched his head. Senior sister, would you believe me if I said I didn't mean to? It's fine. Lu Ruyan reached out and patted his head. Just be more careful next time. But the courtyard. A courtyard burned is no big deal. However, junior brother, your talent is truly frightening. Lu Ruyan could not calm herself. Her own talent was not lacking, but when she first practiced the technique, it took her half a month to achieve any real power. Lü Yingfeng in the blink of an eye could set Qianling Peak ablaze. Lü Yingfeng was then led by Lu Ruyan back to the courtyard. Along the way, she offered no reproach, instead constantly reassuring him not to feel pressured or fear punishment from their master. Given the situation, even if he had blown up Qianling Peak instead of just burning a courtyard, Ningxian would have returned laughing and praising the loudness of the explosion. Finally, calming his mind, he chose not to rest. Instead, he went out, found a spot on the mountain with abundant spiritual energy, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. He did not open his eyes until the next day. After a night of cultivation, he found he still had only 4 chi vortexes with no sign of breakthrough. It wasn't that he lacked the ability, but the spiritual energy was insufficient to propel him to the next realm. Thinking this, Lü Yingfeng pulled a token from his bosom, the one Ningxian had given him earlier. Master said this token allows me to enter the scripture library and claim some supplies. With that, he rose and found Lu Ruyan to share his thoughts. Lu Ruyan nodded and took him via flying sword. Lü Yingfeng stood on the flying sword tightly, holding Lu Ruyan's waist as he gazed around. Though he had flown before, the circumstances were hardly the same. Lu Ruyan chuckled. Don't be scared, junior brother. I'm very steady on the sword, you won't fall. Senior sister, when will I be able to fly on a sword? Lü Yingfeng asked. If he could learn, it would be not only convenient, but also incredibly stylish, surely captivating countless naive maidens. A delightful thought. Lu Ruyan replied, no rush. Once you successfully reach foundation establishment, you can. What level is your foundation establishment, senior sister? 2nd level. Senior sister, you're not only beautiful, but also so powerful. Junior brother, you sure know how to flatter. As they chatted, they arrived before a grand pavilion. People came and went, and 2 elderly elders stood guard at the entrance, their mere presence exuding pressure. Lu Ruyan said, those are the elders guarding the scripture library. When you go in, you must not act like you did at Qianling Peak. No playing with fire. Even if you see something you want to try, wait until you're outside. Got it. Do you remember what Master told you earlier? Yes, I'm at Chi refining 1st level now. Good, then go ahead. He'll come back to pick you up when it's about time. Lu Ruyan set Lü Yingfeng down, greeted the 2 elders, and flew off on her sword. He obediently entered the scripture library, politely greeting the 2 elders despite not knowing them. Watching his retreating figure, the 2 elders exchanged glances. One showed a puzzled expression. A Chi refining 1st level disciple coming to the scripture library. Usually at this stage, one should focus on cultivation and sensing changes, not come here. The other shook his head. I don't know, but mind your own business. His background is likely formidable. What background could a 17 or 18-year-old at Chi refining 1st level have? He's the new disciple of the Qianling Peak Master, Ningxian's disciple. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Ningxian, one of the few nascent soul powerhouses in Qingyue sect, had a peculiar temperament. It had taken years and much social maneuvering for her to accept even Lu Ruyan as a disciple. They gazed at the figure, their eyes tinged with complexity. Judging by Lu Ruyan's case, this one starting cultivation at 18 must have an even greater background. Indeed, having said that much, both fell silent. As long as he didn't set the scripture library on fire, they would let him be. Lü Yingfeng stepped into the scripture pavilion, his gaze sweeping across shelves brimming with an array of scrolls and tomes, a dazzling sight to behold. Several more floors loomed above, yet only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could ascend further, a realm far beyond the reach of a mere chi refining practitioner. Lü Yingfeng approached a nearby table and unfurled a scroll for a cursory glance. The light body art, channeling this technique, makes one's form ethereal and enhances speed. This is excellent, he murmured, clasping the scroll in hand as he continued his perusal. The golden control art. It manipulates metallic substances and can even govern weapons. This too is remarkable. The evergreen method, a wood element technique, bolsters vitality and mends injuries. It's passable. The earth manipulation art, the body tempering art. These are also commendable. Oh, there's even a guide to crafting talismans. Recalling the 2 who extinguished the fire yesterday by producing talisman paper, he found the art fascinating and resolved to learn it. He also sought out some historical texts and records which chronicled numerous events, figures, and even some unofficial anecdotes. In the end, he gathered a hefty stack and slowly made his way toward the entrance. At the doorway, a young man sat registering book loans. Seeing Lü Yingfeng approach with such an enormous pile, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Junior brother, what is this? Oh, senior brother, these are all the books I wish to borrow. Lü Yingfeng replied with a gentle smile. The young man was taken aback, eyeing the stack that towered above him. He couldn't help but remark, Junior brother, can you really finish all these? Moreover, sect rules dictate that Qi refining disciples may borrow only 2 volumes at a time. This is far too many. Only 2 volumes. Lü Yingfeng frowned. The young man nodded. Yes. My master never told me that. He simply said to take whatever I wanted. Hearing this, the young man asked in confusion, Who is your master? Ning Xian, the master of Qianling Peak. Indeed. Lü Yingfeng nodded, producing a token from his person. Upon seeing the token, the young man immediately rose, a smile spreading across his face. So you're a disciple of the Qianling Peak master. That changes everything. He'll register these for you right away. But isn't the limit 2 volumes? Lü Yingfeng asked, puzzled. That rule applies to others. Since you carry the Peak master's token, it's equivalent to the master borrowing them. Naturally, there are far fewer restrictions. He explained, while working swiftly, completing the registration in no time. He even handed Lü Yingfeng a sack, for such a load was hardly easy to carry. Thus Lü Yingfeng strode out boldly, sack slung over his shoulder. 2 supervising elders frowned at the sight, entering empty-handed and leaving with a sack full as if on a supply run. Yet considering his identity, none dared to comment. After all, Ning Xian was not someone they could afford to provoke. However, Lü Yingfeng was in no hurry to leave. He wished to inquire about the location of the spirit pavilion to procure some spirit stones, as relying solely on ambient absorption would take far too long. Spotting 2 graceful figures ahead on the path, he jogged toward them. Senior sister, I. Before he could finish, the woman turned around. It was Mu Ling, who had helped extinguish the fire yesterday. Mu Ling's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. So it's you, junior brother. Senior sister Mu Ling. Mu Ling chuckled. Is something the matter, junior brother? Lü Yingfeng, surprised by the coincidence, said somewhat shyly. I was hoping to ask for directions to the spirit pavilion. The spirit pavilion. Mu Ling paused, then said, Oh, it's quite hard to find and rather far. How about this? I'll take you there myself. What if you get lost? That wouldn't be appropriate. Lü Yingfeng blinked, looking hesitant. We're fellow disciples, there's no trouble at all. Besides, I have nothing pressing right now. Mu Ling smiled naturally and took Lü Yingfeng's hand. A soft, delicate sensation sent a jolt through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Her spiritual energy also enveloped the sack, suspending it beside them. Junior brother, what's in this sack? Books I just borrowed. So many. You've just begun your cultivation journey. Oh, don't overwork yourself. If you want to learn anything, come find me at Luoxia Peak in the evening. I'll teach you. Mu Ling spoke with a teasing grin, causing Lü Yingfeng's face to flush bright red. They chatted the entire way, and despite not flying on a sword, she insisted on walking, leading him for over an hour before they finally reached the spirit pavilion. At the entrance, Mu Ling said, Junior brother, I won't go in with you. Su Yao, who's in charge here, and I don't get along. Understood, senior sister. Lü Yingfeng waved goodbye and entered the spirit pavilion. The interior resembled an ancient apothecary, with a woman standing serenely at the counter. She was as beautiful as a flower, the very Su Yao Mu Ling had mentioned. Sensing someone approach, Su Yao looked up, and a flicker of surprise at his appearance flashed in her eyes. Greetings, senior sister. I am Lü Yingfeng, a disciple of Qianling Peak. I've come to collect some spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng stated directly. Su Yao's usually cool expression softened into a smile. Very well, let me check. She retrieved a ledger from behind her and flipped to Lü Yingfeng's name. So you're the new personal disciple of Peak Master Ning. No wonder you seemed unfamiliar. Su Yao remarked in surprise. After another glance, she continued, as a personal disciple of a Peak Master, you're entitled to 20 spirit stones per month. Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng frowned slightly. Only 20. Ordinary disciples receive just 5 a month, and disciples of elders get 10. Your 20 is quite generous. Very well. Seeing his disappointment, Su Yao seemed reluctant to press further. Are you in great need of spirit stones, junior brother? Yes. In that case, you could draw a year's worth in advance. This was a sect rule, though it was rarely approved. Fortunately, Su Yao was the one in charge of such approvals. Lü Yingfeng's face brightened. That would mean 240 spirit stones. He immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister Su Yao. You're too kind, junior brother. Su Yao smiled, then produced a pouch filled with spirit stones. Curiously, she asked, do you need so many spirit stones for cultivation? Yes. But you're only at Qi refining's first layer. You wouldn't need this many yet. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Yao didn't press further. After a moment's thought, she said, by the way, junior brother, if you need them for cultivation, you could gather some spirit coagulation herbs. Spirit coagulation herbs. What are those? Lü Yingfeng asked, puzzled. He had never heard of them. Su Yao explained, they are spiritual herbs cultivated specifically for Qi refining disciples. Each disciple can pick 10 stalks per month. However, Qianling Peak has its own exclusive medicinal field planted with these herbs. In other words, they're all yours, junior brother. I see. Thank you, senior sister. Lü Yingfeng expressed his gratitude, never expecting such a boon. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly. Remembering the matter of talismans, he also requested a sack of talisman paper to practice at home. Finally, he hoisted the sack onto his shoulder and walked out of the spirit pavilion, inwardly marveling that the world was still full of kind-hearted people. Just as he was about to leave, he looked up and saw Lü Yingfeng approaching. He was about to speak when he noticed the disdain on her face. Behind her, a young man followed with a fawning, sycophantic expression. Lü Yingfeng approached the spirit pavilion, followed by a young man in his 20s with an ordinary, even somewhat ugly face. His Taoist robe was rather luxurious, but the smile on his face could only be described as lecherous. Junior sister Rian, don't go, let's talk properly. Lü Yingfeng said with disgust. I have nothing to talk about with you. We grew up together as childhood friends. Let's talk things over. I specially found this top-grade fire spirit jade and had a hairpin made for you. I don't need it. Lü Yingfeng's tone was full of impatience. The man persisted. Junior sister, how about we go boating on the lake to relax? I just acquired a scroll of magical arts that's extremely rare on the market. It's practically tailor-made for you. I'm busy. I still have to pick up my junior brother. With that, Lü Yingfeng strode forward. Junior brother. Hearing this, the young man looked up and saw a youth standing there, strikingly handsome, with an ethereal aura. Even carrying a burlap sack, he radiated brilliance. One glance was enough to stir envy. Especially when he saw Lü Yingfeng's face unconsciously break into a smile as she looked at him. A smile he had never seen from her before. In that instant, hostility surged within him. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Lü Yingfeng exclaimed. Lü Yingfeng replied, since I was already here, I thought I'd take a look around the spirit pavilion. Don't wander off next time. Tell me before you go anywhere, or better yet, I'll accompany you. Lü Yingfeng's words carried a hint of reproach, but were full of concern. Lü Yingfeng nodded obediently. He was about to ask who the man was when the latter caught up the hostility in his eyes, now concealed. So you're Rian's junior brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Ling from the Wang clan of Yu Kingdom. My master is Lin Shuang, the Lord of the Sword Peak. Wang Ling stepped forward with a smile, but Lü Yingfeng could not hide her disgust. Lü Yingfeng looked at the man before him and couldn't help frowning. Is there something you need? Well, Wang Ling was taken aback. He had laid out his identity outright, yet the other seemed completely indifferent, making him feel ignored. Resentment brewed within him, especially when he saw the man's handsome face. It only fueled his jealousy. Nevertheless, he composed himself and smiled. Since you're new here, junior brother, feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. I'll be happy to clarify your doubts. Or if you need anything, just come to me. I can help you avoid some detours on your path of cultivation. Lü Yingfeng frowned deeply and was about to take Lü Yingfeng away. But Lü Yingfeng suddenly spoke, really. The question made Lü Yingfeng freeze, thinking her junior brother was still too naive. Wang Ling, however, beamed with joy. This was a perfect chance to show off. He nodded immediately. Of course. If you have any doubts or needs, just say the word I. Senior brother, do you know how to forge a 10,000 soul banner? Lü Yingfeng cut him off. Wang Ling was stunned. A T10,000 soul banner. Yeah. Lü Yingfeng blinked, looking at him with eager anticipation. Lü Yingfeng was also taken aback. Wang Ling quickly recovered, his mouth twitching. How would I know of such a heinous, heaven-defying, evil artifact? Oh, so you don't know. Lü Yingfeng looked a little disappointed. Wang Ling said, Junior brother, you should ask about cultivation instead. Then senior brother, how can I reach foundation establishment within a month, starting from the first layer of qi refinement? At these words, Wang Ling was dumbfounded again, his mouth twitching once more. Foundation establishment in a month. What kind of outrageous statement was that? If someone could reach foundation establishment in a month, would they even be human? Lü Yingfeng, you don't know either. Then just casually give me 80 to 100,000 spirit stones. I happen to need them. If you think that's too much, 20,000 will do. If you don't have them on you, just write me an IOU. You? At this moment, Wang Ling's face was flushed red. He stared at the youth, realizing that this brat was deliberately messing with him. Casually give 80 to 100,000 spirit stones. You couldn't even scrape together that many roadside pebbles. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Ling was humiliated, his expression twisted. Lü Yingfeng sighed softly, shook his head helplessly, and said, Let's go, senior sister. Okay. Senior sister, this childhood sweetheart of yours is really useless. He can't do this, can't do that, and doesn't even have 100,000 spirit stones. All he does is brag. You'd better not hang out with him anymore. Childhood sweetheart. We only met once when we were kids. Lü Yingfeng laughed, then flew off on her sword with Lü Yingfeng. No one dared to start a fight in front of the spirit pavilion. Wang Ling stood there glaring in their direction, rage boiling within him. You pretty-faced punk, you think you can play me? Just you wait. He had wanted to show off, but instead he had lost all face. Soon Lü Yingfeng and Lü Rian returned to Qianling Peak. Although they had made Wang Ling look foolish today, Lü Rian was still worried. Junior brother, you've offended him today. He may be annoying, but he's no pushover. He's at the third layer of foundation establishment. And his master Lin Shuang has a grudge against our master. Who's stronger? Of course it's our master. At this, Lü Rian's face showed a hint of pride. Back then my family went through a lot of trouble to get me accepted as our master's disciple. Is it that hard to become master's disciple? Of course. Countless people begged to be taken in. Only you, master, practically begged you to become his disciple. If it weren't for senior sister, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. Is that so? Lü Rian smiled radiantly, then added, but don't worry. As long as you don't leave the sect, he won't dare to touch you. Got it. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Lü Rian said no more and left the courtyard to cultivate. Lü Yingfeng, on the other hand, took out the contents of the burlap sack and began to look through the scrolls one by one. Suddenly the quiet courtyard echoed with clanging sounds. A flash of golden light passed by, followed by a verdant glow full of life. In one afternoon, Lü Yingfeng had practiced nearly every magical art in the sack. This time he was careful not to damage the courtyard. After all, burning down the last one was one thing, but this was his own yard. If it went up in flames, he'd have to move in with his senior sister. Doesn't seem that hard, Lü Yingfeng remarked. He had originally planned to spend 10 days or half a month learning all the arts, but he had finished them all in a single afternoon. With nothing else to do, he took out some spirit stones, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the spiritual energy within them. As night fell, the courtyard fell silent. At one moment, Lü Yingfeng's body trembled slightly, and the fifth vortex slowly condensed in his dantian. He had successfully advanced to the fifth layer of qi refinement. But the more than 200 spirit stones he had used up during the day were now reduced to just over 30. Is cultivation this expensive? At that moment, Lü Yingfeng fell into deep thought. He had used a whole year's worth of spirit stones just to break through one realm. How could those who only got 5 spirit stones a month ever hope to reach foundation establishment alive? As the night deepened, Lü Yingfeng gazed into the distance, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. His entire year's worth of spirit stones had vanished, and he remained merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement, progress that was undeniably slow. Once again he found himself idle. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he discovered he no longer felt drowsy. Instead, he was brimming with energy each day. Lost in thought, he recalled the 2 remaining books, one on body refinement and another on talismanic arts. After practicing the body refinement technique a dozen times, he felt robust, as if an inexhaustible strength surged through him and his flesh seemed to harden. Ordinarily, cultivators were engrossed in their training, rarely engaging in close-quarters combat, preferring instead to cast spells. Few devoted themselves to body refinement. Still, strengthening the body was beneficial, and he had ample time to spare. Once he had practiced enough, he slowly opened the last book. Before his eyes lay intricate patterns, the very foundation of talismans crafted by channeling mana to seal various spells within them. After studying for a long while, Lü Yingfeng could not resist attempting it himself. That day he had hauled a sack of talisman paper from the spirit pavilion, and the senior sister there had thoughtfully provided him with cinnabar and a brush. With everything prepared, he gripped the brush and began to trace the patterns. Yet after 2 attempts the talismans showed no effect. Quite difficult. Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself, then steadied his mind for another try. This time a mysterious sensation welled up in his heart. As his brush descended, it moved as if guided by divine aid, and the entire talisman was completed in one fluid stroke. When he activated the talisman, a blaze of fire erupted, nearly setting the small courtyard ablaze. Success! A smile of joy spread across Lü Yingfeng's face, and he immediately began drawing another. The subsequent process was seamless. As talisman after talisman was completed and stacked aside, the wondrous sensation in his heart grew ever stronger. He felt as though he had become translucent, connected to the very essence of heaven and earth. During this process, spiritual energy from the surroundings unconsciously surged toward him, flowing into his dantian and settling into his qi si, as if resonating with the entire 1,000-spirit peak. Even the sky above shimmered with an ethereal light. At the same time, at the sect's center on Azure Moon Peak, a middle-aged man meditating abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. This man was the Azure Moon sect leader. He stepped out of his chamber and looked toward the horizon, where an unusual celestial light tinged the night sky. Several elders hurried to his side, addressing him. Sect leader, my heart suddenly quivered. It feels as if someone has stirred the Daos mechanism. There. The man pointed ahead, his tone calm, yet laced with a barely perceptible excitement and a hint of envy. The direction of 1,000-spirit peak. Indeed. Could it be Ning Xian? The man replied, it must be him. Who else possesses such brilliance? Yet what a pity that heaven envies geniuses, otherwise he would not have been halted here. One of the elders asked, should we visit Thousand Spirit Peak? No, such an opportunity must not be disturbed. As you command. With that the group dispersed. The man continued to gaze in that direction, envy unconsciously surfacing in his eyes. To touch the foundation of the Tao, harmonize with nature, and enter a state of enlightenment. Such was a dream for countless cultivators in immense fortune. Time slipped by, the celestial light swirling unceasingly, until Lü Yingfeng set down his brush, and all returned to calm. He had not intended to stop, it was simply that the sack of talisman paper was nearly empty. Reluctantly, he ceased, though he had quite enjoyed the state he was in while drawing. But as he stopped, he suddenly discovered an additional qi cyclone in his dantian. What's happening? Lü Yingfeng was stunned, almost incredulous. Can drawing talismans create qi cyclones? A full 6 cyclones now swirled within him, signaling a breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi refinement, a process he had not even felt. He immediately tried drawing another talisman, carefully sensing throughout, yet found no change, not a single wisp of spiritual energy infused. Strange, can this thing grow on its own? Lü Yingfeng was perplexed. Just then Lü Rian arrived. Seeing the densely packed talismans in the sack on the table, she asked in confusion, did you draw all of these? Yes, I had nothing to do last night, so I drew a sackful. Junior brother, you're quite diligent. The master hasn't even mentioned it, and you've already started learning. It seems you'll surpass your senior sister in no time. Lü Rian teased lightly, not taking it seriously. He was just playing around. Lü Yingfeng then asked, senior sister, I heard yesterday that the master has a medicinal field with spirit coagulating grass, is that true? Yes, why? Can you take me there? Didn't the master give you spirit stones? What do you need spirit coagulating grass for? Lü Rian was puzzled. Though rich in spiritual energy, it was not as effective as spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng replied, I've used them all 100 spirit stones. Lü Rian exclaimed in surprise, her expression shifting repeatedly. In the end, she had to admit that geniuses were indeed geniuses. Ordinary qi refinement cultivators took days to absorb a single spirit stone, yet he had consumed 100 in just a few days. Lü Yingfeng sighed. No one had told him cultivation was so costly. Even his master, who had vanished somewhere, had not thought to give him more spirit stones. So irresponsible for someone so old. Lü Rian thought for a moment, and said, well, since you want to go, I'll take you. Thank you, senior sister. With that, Lü Yingfeng embraced Lü Rian's waist and flew off on his sword. During the journey, Lü Rian said, Junior brother, since the master is away, if you ever need spirit stones, you can tell me. He'll give you some. Senior sister, what are you saying? I'm a man of integrity. How could I take your spirit stones? That would make me a freeloader. Lü Yingfeng refused firmly. He had principles, though he was quite handsome, he would never stoop to such a thing. After all, he was destined to become a nascent soul ancestor and could not afford such a stain on his record. Lü Rian chuckled. Oh, junior brother has such backbone. Of course. They chatted for a while and soon arrived before a spiritual mountain. Before them stretched vast fields of medicinal herbs. Lü Rian pointed to a large area ahead and said, that's the master's medicinal field. So big, several acres at least. Lü Yingfeng was amazed. The field was densely packed with herbs, their rich spiritual energy, making him feel dizzy. Lü Rian said, if you need them, just dig them all up. We don't use them much on Thousand Spirit Peak anyway. What do you mean don't use them? I don't need them, and the master looks down on them. Lü Yingfeng felt a wave of bitterness, so he was the only poor one on the entire peak. Such a pretty girl, yet her words could be so cold. Sigh, what kind of world is this? Gazing at the lush greenery before him, Lü Yingfeng withdrew his gaze. Senior sister, will go ahead. Go on. He'll find some people to help. Lü Rian nodded. Lü Yingfeng asked in confusion, help with what? Lü Rian chuckled. I forgot to tell you, the medicinal field is enveloped by a formation. Once inside, all spiritual power is suppressed, making one as ordinary as a mortal. So we can only dig them up one by one. With so many, it would take the two of us forever. I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded. With that explanation, he understood. Then Lü Yingfeng departed. He arrived at the edge of the medicinal field, looking at the tender spirit herbs. Though he couldn't use his spiritual power, he could still sense their ethereal presence. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. This was several acres of land. If he could harvest them all, he might just break through again. After all, since he had come to cultivate immortality, he ought to do it well. His method of picking the spirit herbs was straightforward. He simply reached out, grabbed a stalk, and pulled. Though it was a bit strenuous, his body tempering from yesterday had given him considerable strength. His only regret was that he had only brought one burlap sack. Once he had sorted things out, he would have to trouble senior sister to bring back a few more sacks. Lü Yingfeng paid no heed to anything else, toiling diligently. Every spirit herb he pulled brought him joy. In no time, he had uprooted a large swath, piling them into a small mountain. Taking all of them back and breaking through again doesn't seem impossible. Lü Yingfeng laughed as he gathered the freshly pulled herbs into a pile for later bagging. But just as he finished placing the herbs, he looked up and saw 6 or 7 figures slowly approaching. They all looked young, the oldest no more than 20, the youngest only 15 or 16. At their head was a stout, dark-skinned little fatty who didn't seem very bright, though his demeanor was quite arrogant. At first Lü Yingfeng paid them no mind, but then a voice rang out. "Hey kid, what do you think you're doing?" One of the malnourished-looking youths spoke, his tone elevated and laced with arrogance. Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng instinctively looked around. Confirming he was the only one there, he turned his gaze toward them. "Are you talking to me?" The malnourished youth said, "There's no one else here. If I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a ghost?" Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. "Is there something you need? Who gave you the nerve to come here and pull spirit herbs? Don't you know all these herbs belong to our big brother Chenmu?" At these words, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but glance at the field again. Before coming, he and his senior sister had confirmed this was the right place. Before he could speak, the little fatty, named Chenmu, stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Kid, you've got some nerve daring to pull my spirit herbs. Are your skin and bones itching for a beating? Be reasonable. This medicinal field belongs to Thousand Spirit Peak. When did it become yours?" Lü Yingfeng said calmly. Chenmu sneered again. "Don't you know I've taken over this field?" "No, I didn't." "Well, now you do." "But since you've helped me pull so many herbs, I'll forgive you. Now get lost." Chenmu spoke magnanimously, looking down on Lü Yingfeng the whole time. Lü Yingfeng said, well, you're robbing me in broad daylight." He was pulling herbs from his own sex field, and this guy claimed them as his. What was that if not outright robbery? Chenmu frowned. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Provoking me will only bring you trouble. I'm trying to reason with you." "Reason?" The malnourished youth sneered. "I think you're asking for a beating. Daring to reason with our young master Chun. If we don't break a few of your limbs, you'll never know your place." Chenmu said, "Just teach him a lesson. No need for such a grudge. Don't go around breaking people's limbs." With that, the youth stepped forward and reached for Lü Yingfeng's collar. "You want to fight?" Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Were people really this arrogant nowadays? Not only did they rob in broad daylight, but they also wanted to beat him up. The youth snorted. "So what if I do?" "You." Before he could finish, Lü Yingfeng swung his hand and slapped him across the face. A crisp sound rang out, and the youth was sent flying, landing headfirst in the field. Since there was no spiritual power here, Lü Yingfeng wasn't about to let them push him around. The little fatty was surprised, but frowned deeply. "Today I have to teach him a lesson. I hate these pretty boys the most. Who are you trying to seduce with that face?" With that, the remaining 5 or 6 charged at him, flailing wildly. Almost simultaneously, someone in the distance saw the commotion and ran out of the field. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng stepped back to evade the person in front, then slapped the outstretched hand. Instantly, the man's face twisted in pain. His entire arm went limp, trembling uncontrollably. His arm had been broken by a single slap. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this kid be so strong? The remaining few seized the chance to grab his arm, but he shook them off with a single swing, sending one flying a dozen yards away. The others were terrified but had no time to react. Lü Yingfeng grabbed whoever he could and stuffed them headfirst into the field. In the blink of an eye, only sobs remained. Chenmu was shocked. He never imagined this pretty boy would be so fierce. "Kid, I'm Chenmu of the Chun family from Sword Peak. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down." Before he could finish, Lü Yingfeng grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and without a word shoved him headfirst into the dirt. Meanwhile, the person who had run out of the field earlier was now outside, rushing into the distance. "It's bad. A fight has broken out at the medicinal field." That was a 13 or 14-year-old youth who had been working in the field. Seeing the scene, he immediately ran out to report. At that moment, Lü Ruyan was leading several figures toward the field. Hearing his words, she frowned slightly. "Who's fighting at the medicinal field?" "It's Chun Mu's group." "Who are they fighting?" "I don't know, but that person is very good looking." "Oh no." Lü Ruyan's face darkened. She immediately flew on her sword, and the others followed. In an instant, they arrived at the edge of the field, dismounted, and hurried over. This couldn't be delayed. Her junior brother was alone. He would surely suffer a great loss. But when they reached the edge of the field, they were stunned. Instead of a mob beating, they saw figures planted headfirst in the dirt, their limbs flailing. Elsewhere, a dark little fatty lay prone. Lü Yingfeng sat on his back, holding a small wooden stick, spanking the boy's plump rear, making the flesh jiggle with each hit. Chenmu roared, "Kid, I am." Slap. "Who your grandmother is none of my business." "I." Slap. "You what?" "Stop hitting." "I was wrong." Lü Yingfeng asked, "What were you wrong about?" "I shouldn't have tried to take your spirit herbs." "Is that all?" "I shouldn't have claimed the herbs were mine." And I definitely shouldn't have started a fight." Slap. Lü Yingfeng slapped him again and let out a soft sigh. "Sigh? It seems you still don't realize what you did wrong." Slap, slap, slap. The wailing of the pigs echoed through the medicinal herb field, attracting an unknown number of onlookers. Who is that so fierce? Indeed, that Chun Mu dares to pin someone to the ground. It's over-offending. Chun Mu is likely to lead to suffering, but this person is so good-looking. Why haven't I seen him before? The voices rose and fell as Lü Yingfeng continued to whip his bottom with a small flying stick, the sound crisp and clear. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop. Were you wrong? Yes. Dare you do it again next time? I want dare. Chun Mu continued to wail. Lü Yingfeng glanced at him and said, I won't make it hard for you. I finished pulling out these spiritual herbs, and he'll let you go. Yes. Chun Mu felt as if he had received a pardon. As he stood up, his bottom had already swollen, and he looked at Lü Yingfeng with no anger left on his face. Who would have thought that the magical powers would be sealed here, only to encounter such a freak with strength like it was free? The others were also pulled out. Lü Yingfeng watched and nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he no longer needed to do the work. However, just as he turned around, he discovered Lü Ruyan standing there with people, all of them looking astonished. Senior Sister I, are you okay? Lü Ruyan stepped forward to check, completely unaware that he had suffered no losses. Lü Yingfeng shook his head. Chun Mu and his group did not dare to lift their heads, pulling out spiritual herbs with difficulty. In this place, he was truly submissive, having no chance to fight back. Lü Ruyan did not stop them. She simply thanked those who had come with her, and after a brief response, they turned to leave. Lü Yingfeng stood by supervising, and seeing that it was almost done, he looked at Lü Ruyan. Senior Sister, can you help me get some burlap bags? After all, the distance was too far, and how long would it take to run there? Lü Ruyan looked puzzled. What do you need burlap bags for? To store the spiritual herbs. Lü Yingfeng said, glancing at the pile of spiritual herbs on the side. No need. Saying this, Lü Ruyan took off a ring from her hand and handed it over. You can use this ring from now on. It has a decent space. Just infuse your magical power into it to store things. Is it that convenient? Lü Yingfeng's eyes brightened, and after trying it, he found it to be quite magical. Ultimately, the spiritual herbs were harvested, and Chun Mu and the others ran out, without looking back, fearing that if they were slow, they would receive another beating. Lü Ruyan took him and left on a flying sword, but after learning about the situation on the road, she felt a sense of helplessness. That was indeed Ning Xian's medicinal herb field, but there were only 2 people on Qianling Peak, so there was no need for this thing. Thus they just left it there for anyone who wanted to pick it. As a result, Lü Yingfeng went to pick it and encountered these people. Lü Yingfeng said, I shouldn't have caused any trouble for Senior Sister, right? No, but how are you so strong? How come so many people are no match for you? Lü Ruyan was curious. The magical power was supposed to be constrained, and even if it wasn't Chun Mu and those people were at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, could he really be this fierce? Lü Yingfeng did not hide it and explained about the body refinement technique. Lü Ruyan pondered for a moment and then said, Junior brother, that Chun Mu has a significant background. He comes from the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the Yu Kingdom. His mother is a princess of the Yu Kingdom, and his uncle is the current ruler of the Yu Kingdom. He has been spoiled since childhood and is now a disciple under Jianfeng, a brother to Wang Ling. With such a background, he's still here to steal spiritual herbs. Previously, he was gambling outside and owed a large amount of spirit stones, so the Qin family punished him by restricting his spirit stone supply. I see. Lü Yingfeng pondered. Lü Ruyan said, but you don't need to worry. With Master around, no one would dare to touch you. Is Master that powerful? Lü Yingfeng was surprised, not expecting to pick up a Master by the roadside, and that he wouldn't be afraid even of the Yu Kingdom. If this is the case, could he be a bit more arrogant? After all, he had power, influence, and backing. Wouldn't it be a bit ungrateful not to do something? A moment later, the 2 returned to Qianling Peak. In the small courtyard, Lü Yingfeng dumped all the spiritual herbs out, piling them up like a small mountain, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Lü Ruyan seemed to remember something. By the way, junior brother, in 3 days there will be a competition for the disciples of the sect, and all disciples below foundation establishment will need to compete. So sudden. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. He had only been here for a few days, and now he had to participate in the competition. Lü Ruyan said helplessly, it's not sudden. It was announced 3 months ago, but you hadn't entered the sect at that time. Oh, I see. But you don't need to worry. This is just a formality. You can directly admit defeat once you get on stage. After all, you've just entered, and no one will laugh at you. This? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. Is it really okay to just admit defeat on stage? Lü Ruyan didn't mind, as those disciples had been in the sect for at least a year, and he had only been here for a few days, so admitting defeat wasn't a big deal. The 2 exchanged glances. She seemed to remember what Lü Yingfeng had said earlier. After a moment of contemplation, a yellowed scroll appeared in her hand. You mentioned the body refinement technique. I happen to have a book here that my family obtained by chance. It requires specific talents to practice. Take a look. Lü Yingfeng took the scroll and looked at it muttering the yin body refinement technique. You can take a look first. If you have any questions, come find me. Okay. After saying that, Lü Yingfeng turned and left. Lü Yingfeng did not rush to read it, but began to refine the spiritual herbs in front of him. After these days of understanding, he had gained a certain recognition of the senior sister. If it weren't for Ningxian's protection, it would still be quite dangerous outside. He decided to raise his cultivation level first to have some self-protection ability. The rest could be discussed later. Meanwhile, on Jianfeng, Chen Mu returned in a sorry state. Those around him were unwilling to accept it and angrily said, "Damn it, this kid actually dared to treat young Master Chen like this. We absolutely cannot let him go." That's right, I'll go find out about his situation and look for an opportunity to kill him. Several people spoke out. Chen Mu, however, darkened his face and said, "Shut up. How do you want others to see me doing this? Do I still want my face? But don't say anything. The medicinal herb fields didn't belong to Jianfeng in the first place. I admit my inferiority. Even if I want to make a comeback, it must be done fairly. What kind of skill is it to play tricks behind someone's back?" Although Chen Mu was arrogant when he saw Lü Yingfeng, he understood that she was a newly accepted disciple of Qianling Peak. He indeed had no justification. After all, whatever was obtained there belonged to whoever claimed it. But now that the owner wanted to take it back, what could he say? The crowd left in silence, not daring to refute Chen Mu. However, as Chen Mu limped toward his dwelling, he saw a figure standing in his way. Looking up, Chen Mu said, "Senior brother Wang Ling." "Junior brother, what happened to you?" The newcomer was none other than Wang Ling, the one who had entangled Lü Yingfeng outside the spirit pavilion. Chen Mu shook his head and said, "It's nothing. That's good. Hurry and rest." "All right." Chen Mu nodded and said no more. However, as he left, Wang Ling's eyes held a hint of malice. "Kid, do you really think that with Lü Yingfeng protecting you, I can't do anything about you?" In the small courtyard, Lü Yingfeng sat cross-legged, the mountain of spirit herbs beside him steadily dwindling. An endless stream of spiritual energy surged into his body, filling his limbs with a warm, lingering sensation. After a full night of cultivation, few herbs remained. Yet he condensed another vortex. Sensing the 7 vortices within him, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but frown. Cultivation is quite difficult. I've been at it for days and have only reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. "Son," he sighed, glancing around with no immediate solution. His master was absent, and he couldn't bring himself to ask his senior sister for spirit stones. If word got out, it would tarnish his reputation. Pondering, he thought to return the borrowed books and borrow more. As he rose, he recalled the great yin body forging art. Taking out the tome, he flipped through it, revealing diagrams of meridians accompanied by incantations and circulation paths. After reading for a long while, Lü Yingfeng set the book down. "This is excellent." A look of delight spread across his face. According to the text, the initial stage of body forging tempered the sinews, bones, and blood, saturating the body with vitality until the skin and flesh became as tough as bronze and iron. This marked the first realm of body forging, corresponding to the 9 layers of qi refinement. Body forging was a branch of cultivation known to the world as the path of the body cultivator. Breaking through the 9th layer of body forging led to the 2nd realm, akin to foundation establishment. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would be no match for such a practitioner. However, progress was arduous and battles were disadvantageous, so few chose this difficult path. If I reached the 2nd realm of body forging, I could withstand a foundation establishment cultivator. With this thought, he attempted to circulate his blood energy as the book instructed. He was already in the 1st realm of body forging, albeit at its initial stage. With a hum, his body resonated as blood energy flowed like a river. A strange power burgeoned, soaking into his flesh, accompanied by waves of pain. The process lasted 2 full days. Lü Yingfeng visited several times, but found him immersed in stillness and refrained from disturbing him. It wasn't until the dawn of the 3rd day that Lü Yingfeng slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the changes within, a hint of bewilderment crossed his face. "I seem to have reached the mid-stage." He walked to a corner of the courtyard, raised his hand, and struck a blue stone. In an instant, the stone shattered, sending dust flying. That wasn't so hard. He promptly sat cross-legged again, ready to attempt further cultivation. Yet before he could close his eyes, Lü Yingfeng's voice gently echoed. "Junior brother." "What is it, senior sister?" Lü Yingfeng looked up. Lü Yingfeng said, "It's time. The grand competition begins." "I nearly forgot." Lü Yingfeng had been so absorbed in cultivation that he quickly tidied up and followed Lü Yingfeng, who flew out of the courtyard on her sword. Along the way, the air buzzed with activity. Many youths, both male and female, streamed toward the martial arena. Curiously, some were clearly no longer young, and a few with graying hair also headed in that direction. "Are they that old to be competing?" Lü Yingfeng asked in surprise. Lü Yingfeng chuckled. "For every genius, there are mediocrities. Talent largely dictates one's ceiling. Some spend their entire lives stuck in the qi refinement stage." "I see." Lü Yingfeng nodded, tightening his hold on his senior sister's arm. Soon they traversed the woods and arrived at a vast square teeming with people. Behind the square stood 6 lofty platforms representing the 6 peaks of the Qinghua sect. Lü Yingfeng led him toward one of them, instantly drawing countless gazes. Lü Yingfeng was not only renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Qinghua sect, but also the first disciple of Ningxian, making her a striking figure whenever she appeared. Today, however, she arrived with a young man who clung to her waist, pressing against her back with an expression of utter bliss and abandon. Who is that behind junior sister Rian? How dare he embrace her? How infuriating! What is this? I heard he's a new disciple of the Qianling Peak Master. Even if he's a new disciple, he can't just hold junior sister Rian like that. A fine cabbage ruined by a pig. Even so, I won't blame junior sister Rian. She must have her reasons, and it's only proper to look after her junior brother. Several young men fumed, gnashing their teeth, while others watched with bitter hearts. This was the sect's foremost beauty. Others snorted in retort. How is it a fine cabbage ruined by a pig? Look at that young man. How handsome he is. One could call him a gentle scholar without exaggeration. Exactly. If he held me like that, I'd marry him, even if it meant breaking through to the Golden Core realm immediately. Mu Ling interjected, casting a glance with a light scoff. Someone exclaimed in shock. Senior sister Mu Ling, you're the flower of our Luoxia Peak. How can you? Mu Ling, you really can't stand a bit of hardship. You want to marry him, but he's Rian's junior brother. Su Yao couldn't help but retort, rolling her eyes. Oomph. Su Yao snorted coldly. The crowd buzzed with chatter, all eyes fixed on them. Even the sect's stewards couldn't help but take a second glance. Not for trivial reasons, but out of curiosity about when Ningxian had taken on such a disciple. After all, for years he had only one disciple, Lü Yingfeng, whom he accepted due to social obligations. Now this young man piqued everyone's interest. Is he exceptionally talented, or does he have a remarkable background, someone wondered. As the crowd stared, Wang Ling from the Sword Peak glared at the sight, especially seeing Lü Yingfeng openly embracing Lü Yingfeng's waist. Jealousy seethed, and he ground his teeth. Even Chenmu couldn't help but frown. That pretty boy always stealing the spotlight. His resentment toward Lü Yingfeng was considerable, but there was little he could do. As people continued to arrive, Lü Yingfeng sat on the high platform and looked down to see everyone eagerly rolling up their sleeves, itching for action. They're quite excited. Lü Yingfeng remarked. Lü Yingfeng said, of course. This is the annual sect competition. The winner not only gets a reward of 200 spirit stones, but also a segment of Qinghua bamboo. Within the sect. 200 spirit stones. That much. Lü Yingfeng's eyes sparkled. That amount nearly matched his yearly allowance. Yet he hesitated. Even if he could defeat those opponents, he needed to keep a low profile. Being targeted would be troublesome. He planned to step up and immediately concede. After all, those contestants had been cultivating for at least a year, while he had only trained for a few days. Surrendering would not be shameful. As the competition was about to begin, Lü Yingfeng turned to remind him once more. Junior brother, remember not to reveal yourself. Just toss a couple of talismans for show, and then concede. Winning isn't important. With that, she handed him 2 fire talismans. Lü Yingfeng accepted them without a word and tucked them away. Just then an elder appeared in the arena, sweeping his gaze across the crowd as his voice resonated. The sect competition now begins. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere grew even more fervent. Lü Yingfeng looked on with anticipation. He had never truly witnessed cultivators dueling, and this would be a crucial first lesson on his path of cultivation. Yet as he focused, the next announcement caught him off guard. First match, Chenmu of the Sword Peak versus Lü Yingfeng of the Qianling Peak. What a... In an instant, Lü Yingfeng froze. The first match was his, and on top of that he was pitted against Chenmu right from the start. Was this really fate? Beside him, Lü Yingfeng furrowed her brows. Among so many people, why did it have to be the 2 of them facing off? How could this be so coincidental? At the tip of the sword's edge, Chenmu was equally stunned. The sect tournament usually had just one elder overseeing it, while the rest was handled by disciples from various peaks. There was indeed plenty of room for manipulation. Before Lü Yingfeng could intervene, a surge of spiritual light swept up from the center of the arena, enveloping Lü Yingfeng and gently lowering him down. At the same time, Chenmu landed before him. The 2 locked eyes. Truly, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Just a few days ago, Lü Yingfeng had given Chenmu a beating, and now they crossed paths again. Moreover, as Chenmu's aura emerged, his cultivation had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Mu Ling and Su Yao watched with furrowed brows. Junior brother Yingfeng is only at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and he's up against the 6th layer. Who arranged this? 2nd layer against 6th. How can he possibly fight? Exactly, a fix, an absolute fix. I'm going to report this to the sect leader and demand justice for junior brother. Mu Ling's voice rang out. The elder seated nearby frowned. Silence. The tournament continues. Many felt it was unnecessary. After all, a cultivator at the second layer of Qi refinement had no chance against anyone, so the outcome would be the same. There was no reason to halt the tournament for one person. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow, watching as Chun Mu's expression turned complex, and finally, he shook his head. Kid, you're unlucky to have run into me. Though we have a grudge, I don't want to bully the weak. Just show a couple of moves and concede. I won't make things hard for you. Lü Yingfeng studied him for a moment, then asked skeptically, you didn't arrange this. Do I look that despicable? Hard to say. Lü Yingfeng shook his head. You? Chun Mu gritted his teeth. Though he still harbored resentment over what happened before even he felt this victory would be dishonorable. Fine, let's just go through the motions. Lü Yingfeng didn't dwell on it. He pulled out 2 talismans, formed hand seals, and activated them with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a blaze of fire surged forward. Chun Mu's mana erupted as the surrounding moisture coalesced, transforming into a torrent of water that crashed ahead. Fire and water clashed, sending a burst of spiritual light into the air. Lü Yingfeng hurled another talisman, unleashing another wave of raging flames. Chun Mu remained impassive, once again deploying his water technique. A barrier of water formed before him, and the collision sent another flash of spiritual light. As sparks scattered and water droplets fell, the spiritual light slowly dissipated, revealing the scene before them. Lü Yingfeng had finished his moves and was about to leap off the arena. According to the rules, falling off the arena meant defeat. Chun Mu sighed. For a man of principle like him to be caught in such a situation was truly frustrating. If this were a normal encounter, he wouldn't hesitate to beat Lü Yingfeng to settle the score. But since someone was manipulating the match, he didn't want to win through dishonor. He slowly released his hand seals, waiting for Lü Yingfeng to jump off. But the moment his fingers twitched, a green spiritual light suddenly burst from his body, and the Dao hairpin atop his head shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Lü Yingfeng's heart jolted. He spun around to see a streak of green light hurtling toward him with deadly precision. What's going on? Chun Mu's heart sank, and he immediately tried to recall the hairpin. Lü Yingfeng watched the oncoming hairpin, then pivoted sharply to dodge. Clang! The hairpin flew past, piercing the stone wall and embedding itself deep within. This? Everyone's hearts tightened as they instinctively frowned. Chun Mu had already dashed a distance away trying to stop it, but it was too late. Lü Yingfeng glared at him. And you still say you're not despicable? Without another word, Lü Yingfeng pulled out another talisman and sent it flying. In an instant, flames erupted, painting the air crimson. Chun Mu hastily sidestepped to avoid the blast. It wasn't me. Some bastard set me up. I don't believe you, you treacherous scoundrel. Cursing, Lü Yingfeng threw another talisman. A streak of fire shot down like a whip, hurtling toward Chun Mu. Chun Mu dodged again. Lü Ruyan furrowed her brows. Something was off about this. But Lü Yingfeng paid no heed. Talisman after talisman appeared in his hands, each one igniting with a roar. In moments, the entire arena was engulfed in a sea of flames. Chun Mu scrambled to evade his anger flaring. Are you ever going to stop? No. Don't push me. Let's see how many talismans you have. Chun Mu grew more frustrated by the second. What was this mess? He decided he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to suppress Lü Yingfeng first, then explain. He refused to suffer such injustice. But just as he spoke, he saw Lü Yingfeng pull a sack nearly half his height from his ring. What's that? The spectators were baffled. Why would someone pull out such a large sack in the middle of a fight? Even Lü Ruyan was taken aback. Could this be some kind of novel tactic? Then they saw the sack opened, revealing it was stuffed to the brim with talismans. Those are talismans. So many. Everyone stared, frozen in shock. Chun Mu was dumbfounded. Who on earth carried this many talismans around? The sight caught everyone off guard. Lü Yingfeng gazed ahead, his voice ringing out. Today I've got plenty. Whoosh. With that, he grabbed a handful of talismans and hurled them forward. As he formed hand seals, 5 or 6 streaks of flame shot in from all directions, illuminating the entire arena in an instant. Chun Mu unleashed his techniques, summoning a water barrier to block 3 of the flames. But a blaze rushed in from the left, forcing him to leap aside. Just as he jumped, another flame surged from the right. Chun Mu twisted midair like a hawk to evade, but before he could land, a fireball struck him from behind, leaving no room to dodge. Bam! Chun Mu hit the ground, scrambling to put out the flames on his back. Lü Yingfeng tossed out another talisman, and a cascade of water splashed down from above. The flames on Chun Mu were extinguished in an instant. He looked up at Lü Yingfeng, about to speak, but the latter had already grabbed another fistful of talismans. Water roared, and wind howled, drenching him completely. The relentless force sent him tumbling, and as the gale swept through, he couldn't stop shivering. Chun Mu wailed. Though he was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, these were all first-grade talismans corresponding to the Qi refinement stage. They were clumsy and easy to dodge, but not when there were this many. Who in their right mind pulls out a whole sack of talismans in a duel? At that moment, Chen Mu abandoned all pretense and bolted for the edge of the arena. After all, with that many talismans, no one could withstand the onslaught. But just as he reached the edge, a thunderclap rang out. A bolt of silver lightning split the void, crashing down before him, blocking his escape. A lightning talisman. The crowd gasped. Chen Mu's eyes went wide, and when he saw Lü Yingfeng grab yet another handful of talismans, he felt his very soul purified. Damn it. At that moment, Chen Mu was utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that this fellow would not only carry a sack full of talismans, but also have thunder talismans among them. The power of thunder talismans far exceeded that of others. Even a first-grade talisman was something cultivators at the second or third layer of foundation establishment would be reluctant to endure. Taking a hit would be unpleasant, though the only consolation was that foundation establishment cultivators could dodge them without much difficulty. Moreover, such talismans were arduous to draw and extremely draining on one's mental energy. High-level cultivators had no use for them, while low-level cultivators found the process laborious, with an abysmally low success rate. Even foundation establishment cultivators were unwilling to exert themselves unless absolutely necessary. Yet now Lü Yingfeng casually grabbed a handful. When the thunder roared again, Chen Mu didn't even have time to cry for help before he rolled off the arena. Watching the dense fine bolts of lightning ravage the arena, Chen Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Had he been even a step slower, the outcome would have been uncertain. Oomph. Lü Yingfeng let out a cold snort. They had agreed that he would throw a couple of moves and then concede, but the other party had resorted to underhanded tactics. He couldn't be blamed for abandoning martial virtue. Yet as everyone stared at the sack beside him, they were lost in a days-long silence. This was a sight they had truly never witnessed. Lü Rian also snapped out of her shock and spoke instinctively. Win. 1. She had never expected her junior brother to emerge victorious. But as she looked at the sack, it seemed increasingly familiar. She recalled that a few days ago Lü Yingfeng had been drawing talismans. She had thought he was just fooling around, but he had been serious. For a moment, Lü Rian was dazed. Is this what a genius is like? She seemed to understand once again what her master must have felt. With a genius like this, who wouldn't be thrilled? At that moment, Chen Mu was still sitting beneath the arena, shaken and unsettled, as someone rushed over to help him up. Lü Yingfeng watched, but did not continue the attack. Instead, he stared ahead and spoke. Fatty, you just wait. From today on, every time I see you, will beat you. Thud. Hearing this, Chen Mu's legs gave way, and he nearly fell to his knees on the verge of tears. This was a declaration of a relentless feud. Involuntarily, he looked toward the distant high platform, having grasped the gist of the situation, and gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, which bastard set me up? Chen Mu was of noble birth, hailing from one of the 4 great families of Yu country, the Qin family. His mother was the princess of Yue, and his uncle was the ruler of Yu. In theory, he could do as he pleased in Yue, but he had the misfortune of crossing paths with Lü Yingfeng. Needless to say, even Ning Xian alone was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. If that man were truly angered, he wouldn't hesitate to cut Chen Mu down, or even storm the Yu royal palace to slay his uncle. At this thought, Chen Mu gritted his teeth even harder. Useless. On the high platform, Wang Ling's face was also dark as thunder. He had pulled many strings for this matter, yet not only had he failed to harm Lü Yingfeng in the slightest, but he had also thoroughly offended Chen Mu. If this were discovered, he would be in deep trouble. The elder presiding over the competition was lost in thought for a long time. Even he had never witnessed such a scene. Ordinarily, a common talisman cost 2 or 3 spirit stones. A sack this large wasn't a magical duel, it was burning money. This was the first time he had seen such a burning cash style of combat, and thunder talismans cost 10 spirit stones each. Su Yao also came to her senses. Last time Lü Yingfeng had asked for a sack of talismans, but she didn't think this junior brother had drawn them himself. It was likely Ning Xian's handiwork. Drawing such a large sack of talismans for his disciple showed just how deeply he doted on him. The shock among the crowd lingered. However, Lü Yingfeng had won, and there were still more duels ahead. After all had fought once, the victors would continue to battle until the final champion was decided. The second match began quickly, a duel between 2 disciples at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Though it was a back and forth, it paled in comparison to the previous spectacle, leaving the audience feeling it was bland and uninteresting. Lü Yingfeng returned to the high platform. Lü Ruyan said nothing, only gazing at her junior brother with a complex expression. How could one person be so gifted? Oomph. Lü Yingfeng snorted, looking sullen. Junior brother, you won, yet you're not happy. Lü Ruyan looked at him. Lü Yingfeng said, I initially thought he had some backbone and decided not to hold the medicine field incident against him. I never expected he would stoop to such despicable tricks. A 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator resorting to a sneak attack. I'll beat him every time I see him. This. Lü Rian was lost in thought for a long time, her mind in turmoil. Yet as half a day passed, the rematch finally began. As a beam of spiritual light guided Lü Yingfeng down to the arena, the previously quiet crowd erupted in uproar. His arrival seemed to ignite the entire venue. It's Lü Yingfeng. He's on again. Oh ho, there's something to watch now. I wonder what will happen this time. A cacophony of voices arose. The earlier duels had been passable, but Lü Yingfeng's first appearance had been so stunning that everything afterward felt mediocre. Some had even considered leaving. But now it was different. Each face bore an expression of excitement, especially his opponent's, which was even more dramatic. It was a young man in his 20s. Seeing Lü Yingfeng standing on the arena, his expression was more pained than if he had lost his own father. Though his aura had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, he felt an inexplicable dread. Second round, first match, Wu Yong versus Lü Yingfeng. As the words fell, Lü Yingfeng frowned slightly and looked up, pondering whether he should continue. But before he could figure it out, the young man, named Wu Yong, without a word turned and ran straight to the edge of the arena, leaping down without a moment's hesitation. I concede. His voice echoed, and the venue fell into silence once more. Everyone exchanged glances, taken aback once again. Why did he run? The fight hasn't even started. Is he that terrifying? Others were stunned. This didn't seem right. But someone said, if he didn't run, was he waiting to be bombarded with talismans? Exactly, that sack alone is more than enough to take out everyone else. What if he gets beaten every time he's seen? At the mere thought of that sack, many felt their scalps tingle. It was over half full of talismans. Who knew how many were inside? Lü Yingfeng stood there dumbfounded, glancing at the now vanished Wu Yong, then around him, and scratched his head instinctively. Did I win? Bewildered, he slowly stepped off the arena and watched the next match begin. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the duel was fierce and intense. He didn't know what to do for a moment, and looked at Lü Yingfeng, who was also at a loss. Even she had never seen such a scene. When the third round began, Lü Yingfeng once again stood on the arena, but his opponent fled without a second thought, not even pausing to think. The sight of him was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. So I won again. Lü Yingfeng couldn't snap out of it, even after stepping down. Then round after round passed, and as the sky gradually darkened, the final battle finally arrived. Even though his opponent was a 9th layer qi refinement cultivator who had trained for years, he resolutely turned and ran, conceding more readily than calling someone father. There was no hint of rivalry or resentment in his eyes. In the end, Lü Yingfeng claimed the top spot in the grand competition. Standing alone on the arena, facing a bag containing 200 spirit stones and holding a 3-inch-long green bamboo branch, he fell into deep contemplation. Not only him, but everyone else was lost in thought as well. A cultivator at the 2nd layer of qi refinement had won the grand competition. The grand competition had just concluded. As the crowd dispersed, everyone marveled at the spectacle they had witnessed, with only a few female disciples unable to resist stealing glances back. Lü Yingfeng collected his spirit stones and bamboo, his gaze meeting Lü Yingfeng as she approached. Lü Yingfeng was at a loss for words. After all, from the moment she had suggested he participate in the sect tournament, she had never imagined her junior brother would claim first place. Moreover, he had achieved this without revealing his true talent, relying only on his qi refinement layer 2 cultivation. Who would believe such a feat? Even those at qi refinement layer 9 would shake their heads in disbelief. Junior brother, let's go, Lü Yingfeng finally managed after a long pause. Just as Lü Yingfeng was about to respond, he noticed Chen Mu standing in the distance, supported by 2 others. You despicable wretch, how dare you show your face? Take this. The moment he spotted Chen Mu, Lü Yingfeng crushed a talisman in his hand, his speed instantly surging. He then produced 4 or 5 more talismans, unleashing a torrent of fire and lightning toward his foe. What the hell? Chen Mu's eyes rolled back in terror. Though he had needed support moments ago, the sight of those burning talismans sent him fleeing, dragging his 2 companions along faster than anyone. You got lucky this time. Next time I see you, will beat you senseless. Lü Yingfeng snorted. Having been betrayed too many times in his past life, he harbored a deep disdain for such underhanded scoundrels. Lü Yingfeng could only shake her head with a wry smile before leading him toward Qianling Peak. Back at the small courtyard, Lü Yingfeng cautioned, junior brother Chen Mu comes from a powerful background. Don't actually kill him, or it will cause trouble for our master, even if he isn't afraid. Understood, senior sister. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Even if he didn't kill him, this matter was far from over. Lü Yingfeng sighed helplessly. She couldn't blame her junior brother for holding a grudge. Who wouldn't in his place? Still, she was relieved he was unharmed. If Chen Mu had actually injured him, the situation would be entirely different once their master returned. After a moment's thought, Lü Yingfeng took out his prize. But as he stared at the segment of green bamboo, confusion clouded his face. Senior sister, what's the use of this thing? Lü Yingfeng snapped back to reality, her eyes burning with intensity as she gazed at the 3-inch-long green bamboo. This is the azure moon bamboo. Legend has it that the Azure Moon Sword Immortal planted it with his own hands in the sect's forbidden grounds nurtured by the earth's veins. It grows only 1 inch every century. From the foundation establishment stage onward, cultivating while holding this bamboo can aid in enlightenment, and one might even grasp a fragment of the Sword Immortal's insight. Is it really that powerful? Lü Yingfeng was astonished. Indeed, it's extremely rare. Though more remain in the forbidden grounds, ordinary people cannot enter. Only those destined can set foot there, or else the sect leader must wait 100 years with the token to obtain a single stock, and even that isn't enough for several people. It's a treasure everyone dreams of. As Lü Yingfeng spoke, her voice grew more wistful. A treasure that clears the mind, calms the spirit, and aids in cultivation. Who wouldn't covet it? The sect had offered it to the competition's first place disciple, hoping to nurture a promising talent. And now it had fallen into Lü Yingfeng's hands. For a moment, Lü Yingfeng looked at her junior brother. He had only been in the sect a few days, yet his achievements were nothing short of spectacular. She couldn't help but wonder if after these days of cultivation he had already reached Qi refinement layer 4 or 5. Lü Yingfeng didn't overthink it. He simply handed the bamboo to Lü Yingfeng. Since it's so useful, I'll give it to you, senior sister. Her heart trembled at his words. Frowning at the spiritual bamboo before her, she asked, "Give it to me." "That's right. Junior brother, this. You said it's only useful at foundation establishment. I'm still far from that. You use it first. If it runs out, I'll snag another one in the next competition." Lü Yingfeng spoke with casual ease, not waiting for her refusal, as he thrust the bamboo into her hands and turned to leave. "Junior brother, wait." Lü Yingfeng snapped out of her daze and retrieved a pouch from her ring, pressing it into his hands. "I only have 300 spirit stones left. Consider this my payment to you. They'll make up the rest later." She didn't give him a chance to refuse, insisting on leaving the stones. Watching her depart, Lü Yingfeng frowned. We're fellow disciples of the same master. Why is she still being so formal? After all, it was just a mere bamboo stalk. Offering herself in marriage would have sufficed. Why insist on spirit stones? Sigh. Lü Yingfeng let out a helpless sigh. But looking at the 300 spirit stones in his hand, he now had 500 in total. Adding the 30-odd left over from before and the unused spiritual herbs, he could probably attempt a breakthrough to Qi refinement layer 8. As night deepened, he slowly sat cross-legged. One by one, the spirit stones crumbled to ash in his hands, their spiritual energy flowing into his body and coursing through his meridians. Time passed quickly. After consuming over 500 spirit stones, he was surprised to find that he still hadn't broken through to Qi refinement layer 8. He seemed to be just a little short. Is cultivation this expensive? Lü Yingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Is there a talisman that drops spirit stones when you tear it? All told, he had been in the sect for nearly 10 days, yet he was only at the halfway point of Qi refinement layer 7. Forget foundation establishment. Even Qi refinement layer 9 seemed an eternity away. He had no means of self-protection whatsoever. With that thought, he couldn't help but glance toward the mountain peak. Although his courtyard had been burned down, it had been so long. Where had his master gone? If he were here, Lü Yingfeng could have asked him for some spirit stones. But instead, the master had accepted a disciple and then vanished. If he couldn't afford to support him, why not just hand him over to some wealthy family? Sigh. At this thought, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Life was truly too hard. With no other option, he decided to find senior sister at daybreak and see if she had any way to procure spirit stones. Seeing that there was still time, Lü Yingfeng sat back down and began cultivating according to the great evolution body refining art. A night passed. For some unknown reason, he suddenly broke through to the late stage of the first body refining realm. His blood and qi surged like flowing water, inexhaustible, giving him the feeling that he could punch 3 Chinmus to death without even breathing hard. The next step would be the second body refining realm, akin to having bronze skin and iron bones, comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. However, according to the great evolution body refining art, breaking through to the second realm required external guidance. Simply cultivating blood and qi was no longer sufficient. Lost in thought, the sky gradually lightened. Lü Yingfeng got up and walked to Lü Yingfeng's courtyard. He called out a few times tentatively, but got no response, even though he knew she was inside her room. He didn't feel comfortable barging in. What if she was bathing or sleeping without clothes? If he saw something he shouldn't, he would have to take responsibility for his senior sister. Given his current situation, he certainly couldn't afford the bride price. If he couldn't pay the bride price, he would probably have to marry into her family. But the thought of that was somewhat hard for him to accept. So he decided not to disturb her and left Qinling Peak on his own. Although he still couldn't fly on a sword, he had previously drawn some wind attribute talismans and learned a few wind techniques. His speed was not slow, and he soon arrived at the Spirit Pavilion. The Spirit Pavilion was about to open. Su Yao stood at the entrance and spotted Lü Yingfeng, her eyes lighting up. "Junior brother Yingfeng, you're up so early. Is something the matter?" she asked with a bright smile. Lü Yingfeng nodded. I came specifically to see you, senior sister Su Yao. Me? Yes. Then you should have come last night. Huh. The woman stood there gracefully, while Lü Yingfeng remained frozen in place, his ears turning red without him realizing it. Was this something one could say in public? It would be fine to say it privately, or even pass a note. Seeing Lü Yingfeng's reaction, Su Yao couldn't help but let out a laugh, her sparkling eyes filled with amusement. I didn't expect my junior brother to still be a pure-hearted youth. Lü Yingfeng was at a loss for words. It was true that he was quite innocent, and how could he withstand such teasing? Su Yao laughed for a while before regaining her composure. All right, I won't tease you anymore. What do you need from your senior sister? Only then did Lü Yingfeng return to his senses. It's like this, senior sister. I heard that disciples can come to the spirit pavilion to receive tasks in exchange for spirit stones and such. Yes, the sect releases tasks every month, and there are quite a few of them. Do you have something in mind, junior brother? Yes. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Su Yao asked, what kind of task do you want to take? Without hesitation, Lü Yingfeng replied, I want to ask, is there a task that can train a person and also earn about 100 or 200 spirit stones in one go? What? Su Yao was taken aback. Is there none? Lü Yingfeng frowned slightly, seeming a bit disappointed. Su Yao said, there is, but didn't you just receive 200 spirit stones as a reward from the grand competition yesterday? Sigh. Lü Yingfeng sighed, ready to explain his reasons like his senior sister who spends money or his detritus master. However, Su Yao, still understanding, didn't press further, but thought for a moment and said, there is indeed a task like that. What task? Go outside Qingyue City to kill demon beasts and protect the common people from slaughter. Killing a demon beast at the 3rd level of Qi refinement can earn 1 spirit stone, below the 6th level 2 spirit stones, and from the 6th to the 9th level 3 spirit stones for each. Su Yao explained. Moi. Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up. Su Yao added, though there isn't a task that directly gives you 200 spirit stones, as long as you kill enough demon beasts you can accumulate 200 spirit stones. Really? Lü Yingfeng's eyes sparkled. If he could kill 60 or 70 demon beasts, he could probably reach about 200 spirit stones, which should allow him to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Su Yao nodded with a smile. Are you going, junior brother? Even though Lü Yingfeng's cultivation seemed only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he had a bag full of talismans, making it easy for him to deal with demon beasts at the Qi refinement level. Lü Yingfeng nodded immediately. If his master wouldn't take responsibility, then he could only rely on himself. Naturally, the sect releases tasks to temper the disciples. Otherwise, any golden core elder could wipe them out, making such tasks not too difficult or dangerous for him. You can go back and discuss it with Ru Yin first. If you decide to go, just gather here in 3 days. All right. Lü Yingfeng nodded, chatting a bit longer before leaving. On his way back, he couldn't help but ponder if he had 3 days, he would try to break through to the 2nd stage of body refinement, which, even if just in the initial stage, would equal the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Not to mention how strong he could become. A self-protection should be no problem. With that thought, he returned to Qianling Peak and then took out his bag full of talismans. He had mentioned needing external help, but he had no external force, only this bag full of talismans. Having thought of this, he tried to activate a talisman and sent it flying towards himself. It was a water talisman, and a column of water surged towards him. He braced himself against the impact and ended up landing outside the small courtyard. After several attempts, he found that his blood energy was being unconsciously stimulated. It seemed to be truly effective. Then he tried using a stronger fire talisman, and a series of flames erupted, nearly setting the small courtyard ablaze. However, he discovered that being struck really could make him stronger, his blood energy growing more vigorous, and he felt a faint sense of impending breakthrough. He then increased the intensity. Meanwhile, on the sword's edge, a figure arrived at a courtyard. In the courtyard, a somewhat abstract-looking young man sat cross-legged, forming seals with both hands. It was Wang Ling. The newcomer looked over and said, "Senior brother Wang Ling." Wang Ling slowly opened his eyes. "Is there news?" No, the person shook his head. "This Lü Yingfeng seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I've inquired at many places, and there's no information at all." Damn it. Hatred flickered in Wang Ling's eyes. Although he had no deep grudge against Lü Yingfeng, having been verbally criticized when they met, he was still small-minded. Moreover, he liked Ru Yin, but she ignored him and instead laughed and hugged Lü Yingfeng, which made him feel jealous. Not only that, but he also accidentally obtained the spirit bamboo. Previously, he had also manipulated things with Chen Mu, but due to Ning Xian, he was very cautious and wanted to know Lü Yingfeng's background, but to no avail. Seeing this, the newcomer continued, "However, I have 2 pieces of information." "What?" "In 3 days, the sect will organize disciples to hunt demon beasts outside Qingyue City, and Lü Yingfeng has signed up. He seems to be in dire need of spirit stones." Hearing this, Wang Ling abruptly stood up, his eyes revealing a glimmer of excitement. "Great. As long as he leaves the sect, the rest will be easy to handle." Wang Ling was overjoyed. The newcomer said, though only 2 Foundation establishment members will lead this time, any Golden Core experts from the family will be detected within 1,000 miles of Qinghua sect. Wang Ling sneered, Golden Core won't come, a Foundation establishment is enough. Go inform the 3 Foundation establishment members of my Wang family in the sect. Young master, is the risk too great for just a second-level qi refinement? What do you know? Perhaps before I could have tolerated him, but now that he has obtained the spirit bamboo, does he deserve to own such a treasure? The newcomer pondered. This item was indeed valuable, especially for cultivators above Foundation establishment. It truly tempted people. But he is still Ning Xian's disciple, and he has so many talismans on him. I'm afraid. The family has sent word that Ning Xian is currently in Wang City. Wang Ling's smile turned somewhat sinister, as if he had made sufficient preparations. He thought for a moment and said, as for those talismans, the only threatening ones are those few thunder talismans. Isn't he lacking spirit stones? Find someone to figure out how to buy his thunder talismans. Without the thunder talismans, what is he worth? Wang Ling sneered, a second-level qi refinement challenging him. How dare he compete with him for a woman? With Ning Xian absent, he was simply seeking death. Understood. The person exited the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng was in his courtyard. Now he was no longer satisfied with the impact brought by the fire talismans. He had begun using thunder talismans, which made him charred on the outside and tender on the inside. However, although the cultivation process was unconventional, he had indeed forced himself into the second stage of body refinement. At this moment, his blood energy surged like a river, flowing continuously. His bones and skin seemed forged from bronze and iron, exuding an indescribable toughness. Lü Yingfeng now felt that his body was robust enough to easily marry 18 wives. If viewed this way, what Ning Xian said at the beginning had indeed not been a lie. However, just as he was immersed in this, a figure appeared outside the small courtyard, continuously peering inside. Is junior brother Lü here? A voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Lü Yingfeng followed the sound and saw a young man of about 23 or 24 standing there. Although Qianling Peak was one of the 6 main peaks, it wasn't entirely off-limits to other disciples. It was merely fear of Ning Xian that kept most away. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng found some clothes changed and walked out of the small courtyard. As he approached, the young man's face lit up with joy. Junior brother Lü. And you are? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. He didn't know this person. The young man said, my name is Liya, I'm an ordinary disciple of the sect. Oh, I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded and glanced at the young man before him, who appeared to be at the 6th layer of qi condensation. The man was looking at him with a hint of hesitation. As they regarded each other, Lü Yingfeng said, my master is away and my senior sister is in seclusion. Is there something you need, senior brother Liya? Liya immediately waved his hand. I came specifically to find you, junior brother Lü. Looking for me? Lü Yingfeng was perplexed. Having just arrived, he knew no one except a few beautiful senior sisters, and he certainly didn't recognize this person. Liya said, during the last sect tournament you displayed such remarkable prowess that I was filled with admiration. So I came hoping to buy some thunder talismans from you. Thunder talismans? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. This was unexpected. Without waiting for a question, Liya spoke directly. Hey, race the thing in 3 days. I have a sect mission to hunt demon beasts outside Qinghua City. To be safe, I wanted to buy some thunder talismans from you. I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Liya continued, of course I won't let you lose out. Thunder talismans go for 10 spirit stones each on the market, but it'll give you 12 per talisman. In an instant, Lü Yingfeng's gaze toward him shifted. Senior brother Liya, is it? Come, don't stand outside. Come in and sit. With that, he ushered the man inside and seated him at the stone table. Seeing this, Liya was overjoyed. It seemed there was hope. But Lü Yingfeng still hesitated. I have a question though. Hunting a demon beast at the 9th layer of qi condensation only earns 3 spirit stones, but 1 thunder talisman costs 12. Aren't you losing out? Who would make such a losing deal? Liya replied, you don't understand, junior brother. It seems like a loss, but it's actually a huge gain. Oh. Completing the mission not only gives spirit stones, but also sect contribution points. With enough contribution, you can join one of the 6 main peaks. Once you're in a main peak, spirit stones mean nothing. Liya spoke with genuine sincerity. So that's how it is. Lü Yingfeng was surprised he hadn't heard of this. Liya said, junior brother, with your exceptional talent, you directly entered Qianling Peak. It's not strange that you wouldn't know these things. True. Lü Yingfeng replied casually. But Liya's mouth twitched inexplicably. Was that the right answer? Still, he calmed himself and continued with a smile. So will you sell me some? How many do you want, senior brother? How many do you have? Lü Yingfeng thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure, but I think I have a few dozen. A few dozen. At this, Liya's eyes couldn't help but twitch wildly. A qi condensation 2nd layer disciple carrying a few dozen thunder talismans. Was this right? Seeing him lost in thought, Lü Yingfeng asked, how many do you want? 10. 10 no 20. Leah had initially planned to buy them all if the number was small, but when it turned out to be a few dozen, he, as an ordinary disciple, could only afford 20 at most. Buying more would seem suspicious. To be safe, he dared only to ask for 20. Lü Yingfeng, completely unconcerned, smiled and pulled out a large sack. He rummaged inside for a moment and produced 20 thunder talismans, handing them over. 20 thunder talismans, 240 spirit stones. With that 240, he could probably break through to the 8th layer of chi condensation, making him even more secure. But Leah only had 232 spirit stones on him. Lü Yingfeng wasn't one to haggle. He waved the remaining 8 spirit stones. Leah thanked him profusely, took the talismans, and left. At that moment, looking at the spirit stones, Lü Yingfeng couldn't stop smiling. As for Leah, after leaving Qianling Peak, a figure stood waiting. How did it go? The newcomer was Wang Ling. Leah said, I bought 20. 20. Wang Ling's lips curled into a smirk, his smile almost breaking through. But then the man turned and said he had a few dozen. That many? I didn't want to scare him off, so I only bought 20. Leah was also frustrated. He dared not buy too many, and he didn't have enough spirit stones anyway. Wang Ling frowned in thought, then said after a moment, find a few more people. Make sure you buy all his thunder talismans. Yes. Leah dared not disobey and turned to leave. Wang Ling hadn't expected him to have so many thunder talismans. He assumed they were left by Ningxian. At most, it would cost him some spirit stones, which meant nothing to him. Then another person went to Qianling Peak and stood outside Lü Yingfeng's courtyard. Is junior brother Lü here? Lü Yingfeng, who was about to start cultivating, came out again. The newcomer immediately explained, I am Zhang San. I heard you have thunder talismans for sale, so I'd like to buy some. How did you know? To be honest, senior brother Leah told me. Are you also going to hunt demon beasts for contribution points to join one of the 6 main peaks? Oh yes. Zhang San replied readily. Lü Yingfeng nodded. How many do you want? 20. 20 again. Zhang San said, if you have more, I could buy extra. My family is fairly well off. Very well off. Lü Yingfeng looked him over, surprised. The man seemed so plain, yet he was so wealthy. Then Zhang San paid 360 spirit stones and bought 30 thunder talismans. Everything was unexpected. He had thought earning 240 would be enough to break through, but now he had a surplus. After seeing that person off, he returned to his room. Staring at the colorful pile of spirit stones, his grin nearly reached his ears. What he hadn't anticipated was that just as dusk fell, a woman arrived. The woman was beautiful, her cultivation already at the foundation establishment stage. She smiled radiantly at Lü Yingfeng. So handsome. You must be junior brother Lü. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Senior sister, are you here to buy thunder talismans too? Yes, my younger brother is going on a mission in a few days, so. Say no more, I understand. How many do you need? 20, the woman asked tentatively. 50 had already been sold earlier, as she thought that might be enough, but she was just testing. To her surprise, Lü Yingfeng pulled a stack of talismans from his robe and handed them over. The sight stunned her, as she hadn't expected he still had more. What did a few dozen mean? Had already sold 70 in total. But she kept her composure, paid the spirit stones, pocketed the talismans, and left. As night fell, Lü Yingfeng watched her retreating figure and glanced back. Are thunder talismans this popular? Lü Yingfeng looked at the 2 talismans left in his hand, bewildered. It had all happened so fast. This method of making money was incredibly quick. In less than a day, he had earned 832 spirit stones. At this rate, wealth and prosperity were just around the corner. Thinking this, he slapped his thigh. No, I won't cultivate tonight. They'll draw a few hundred more. Lü Yingfeng never expected that such a thing would happen. 3 people had consecutively bought all his lightning talismans, and it seemed that they were about to be in short supply. For the development and harmony of the sect, as well as the hopes of many disciples, he felt it was his duty to act promptly. He immediately returned to his room and took out the remaining talisman paper from last time. The only regret was that there was only a stack of talisman paper left, about 70 or 80 sheets. He didn't care about the quantity, 70 or 80 was enough. If he had known he wouldn't need those lightning talismans during his cultivation earlier, he would have saved them all to sell. With this thought, Lü Yingfeng swiftly drew talisman after talisman, managing to produce a total of 82 sheets, except for one that didn't succeed. Alas, what a pity. Originally, Lü Yingfeng planned to draw a whole bag of them in one go. However, since he had used up the talisman paper last time, he could only wait until tomorrow to collect 2 bags from the Spirit Pavilion, as he had to meet the needs of his fellow senior brothers and sisters. After completing these tasks, he found himself free, with 832 spirit stones appearing before him from his earlier profits. Without a doubt, reaching the 8th level of chi refinement was secure. The night passed without incident, and it was only at dawn the next day that Lü Yingfeng awakened from his cultivation. Feeling the 8 chi rotations in his dantian, a smile crept across his lips. He was one step closer to the realm of foundation establishment, though it seemed he needed even more spiritual energy. He had initially absorbed over 200 spirit stones to break through, but to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, he needed to sell more talismans. Thinking of this, he stood up and headed for the spirit pavilion. However, just as he stepped out the door, he saw Lü Yingfeng standing there. "Junior brother, where are you headed so early?" Lü Yingfeng smiled and replied, "I'm planning to go to the spirit pavilion." "What for?" Lü Yingfeng asked curiously, having just been there a few days ago. Lü Yingfeng did not hide anything and recounted the events from last night, when he sold the talismans, speaking animatedly, even mentioning that he was going out to accept the task. Listening to this, Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. A Qi refinement disciple who had only joined the sect a few days ago had sold over 800 spirit stones in one night. It was a bit shocking to say the least. Though the situation was rather sudden, it was still within reason, so there were no issues with what those people had said. However, Lü Yingfeng said, "Since that's the case, you don't need to go." "Why not?" Lü Yingfeng frowned, realizing that if he missed this opportunity, he might have to wait for the next. "I ran into Su Yao earlier. She said you took all the talisman paper in the sect, and the new batch hasn't arrived yet. So your trip would be in vain." Off. In an instant, Lü Yingfeng was stunned. How had his lifeline been cut off? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but laugh at his expression. "This kind of trial is not a one-time thing. You can sell again next time." "Fine." Lü Yingfeng replied helplessly. Though he said this, there was still a hint of regret in his voice. Lü Yingfeng found it amusing yet affectionate, thinking how endearing her junior brother was. After a moment of thought, she spoke again. "By the way, regarding the talisman paper, outsiders will think it was drawn by the master, so you must not tell anyone. Your talent shouldn't be revealed to outsiders yet." "Understood." Lü Yingfeng obediently nodded. "Also, you are not allowed to participate in the beast hunting task the day after tomorrow. If you insist on going, wait for the master to return. He will agree to let you go next time." Lü Yingfeng was concerned for his safety. After all, hunting beasts was perilous. A single misstep could lead to injury, and death was not uncommon. If her talented junior brother were to die at the hands of a Qi refinement beast, that would be a disaster. It would be a huge blow to the master. However, to her surprise, Lü Yingfeng did not argue at all. He even nodded in agreement. "I think so too." His purpose in taking on those tasks was to earn spirit stones to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Now that he had earned the spirit stones and reached the 8th level, there was no need to go. As for the 9th level, how many beasts would he need to kill to achieve that? It was much quicker to sell talismans. After chatting with Lü Yingfeng for a while, she decided to return to her own cultivation. According to her, ever since she acquired the spirit bamboo, her cultivation speed had increased significantly, and she was about to break through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. "By the way, junior brother, in a few days the sect's Sword Enlightenment Conference will begin. You should come with me." "Sure." Lü Yingfeng did not refuse. The so-called Sword Enlightenment Conference was a place in the sect where one could understand the sword path, and deeper within was where the Qingwei bamboo grew. Since he had nothing to do, it would be nice to go and take a look. Eventually, Lü Yingfeng left, and Lü Yingfeng began practicing the Dian body refinement technique, occasionally taking out a few fire talismans to use. During this time, others came looking for him. A senior brother named Li Si, who was quite charming, found him and immediately bought 20 thunder talismans. A beautiful and enchanting senior sister also purchased 20 sheets. One after another, people came until all his lightning talismans were sold out. There were even several who came to buy, and even those who were lamenting just to buy a few lightning talismans. Unfortunately, he had truly sold out. He had initially thought about promoting his other talismans, but the customers didn't even glance at them. Meanwhile, under the sword edge, Wang Ling stood there watching the stacks of thunder talismans in front of him, unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. The people around did not dare to breathe. "Is there really none left?" Wang Ling asked, looking at them. "There should be none. We've gone several times and even offered 20 spirit stones, but couldn't get a single one." "Exactly. I even lamented and kneeled down to plead with him, yet I couldn't buy one." "Are you that exaggerated?" Others couldn't bear to watch. That person didn't mind at all. Only Wang Ling took a deep breath. What was supposed to be dozens had now become over 150. But fortunately, as long as he didn't have any lightning talismans, everything would be manageable. Once he left the sect, it would be out of his control. Even if Lü Yingfeng kept a few for himself, it wouldn't help. After all, it was not difficult to dodge an attack from the Foundation establishment realm. The only thing to fear was if he activated them on a large scale, then there would be no escape, but that required a large number of talismans. "Lü Yingfeng, this time I'll see how you can still dance around." Wang Ling sneered, his eyes always glimmering coldly. Yet Lü Yingfeng had no idea that someone was plotting against him, all because of a few words he had said that made others feel humiliated. If only he had known, he would have certainly praised Wang Ling for being so cunning. Time quietly passed, and Lü Yingfeng remained in the courtyard, cultivating peacefully. After breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement, he had 600 spirit stones left, and with the additional 1,008 spirit stones from selling talismans, he had successfully pushed his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement. Feeling the 9 qi rotations within him, Lü Yingfeng let out a long sigh. As long as he worked a little harder, he would soon become a foundation establishment expert, allowing him not only to fly with a sword, but also giving him a basic means of self-protection. In a daze, the time reached the 3rd day, and many disciples gathered in front of the spirit pavilion, eager and full of anticipation. However, it wasn't just them. In the distance, Wang Ling stood there, unable to stop the smile on his face. Over 30 people had already gathered at the spirit pavilion. Meanwhile, Su Yao stood there holding a scroll in her hand, taking attendance. Senior Sister Su Yao, almost everyone is here. A young man spoke. He was one of those leading the group. Su Yao nodded. Will depart in half an hour. All right. With those words, everyone began their preparations. After all, hunting demon beasts could earn them not only spirit stones, but also contribution points, which might one day allow them to join one of the 6 main peaks. It was at this moment that Lü Yingfeng appeared, walking out from the woods. Dressed in a green robe, he looked ethereal and otherworldly, a perpetual smile gracing his handsome face. His appearance instantly drew all eyes. The female disciples in particular had their eyes brighten, unable to tear their gazes away from him. Hey, look, junior brother Yingfeng seems even more handsome after just a few days. How can there be someone so beautiful in this world? Exactly. Senior Sister Rian is so lucky to have a junior brother like him, seeing him every day. The female disciples whispered among themselves, their girlish hearts overflowing. The male disciples, on the other hand, watched with sour expressions, their envy plain to see. Wang Ling was equally agitated. Seeing Lü Yingfeng, everything was going according to his plan. The foundation establishment cultivator he had arranged earlier had already left the sect for their destination, waiting for this group to arrive. Su Yao also spotted Lü Yingfeng and greeted him with a beaming smile. Junior brother Yingfeng, you're here. Senior Sister Su Yao, you look even more radiant and charming than a few days ago. Hee, is that so? Su Yao blinked, her jade-like fingers subconsciously touching her cheek. The onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Not only was he handsome, but he also had such a silver tongue. It was truly enviable. After a moment, Su Yao came to her senses. All right, junior brother, stop trying to flatter me. Get ready, the team is about to depart. Lü Yingfeng scratched his head instinctively. Senior sister, I came to tell you something. What is it? I said I was going to take the mission, but now I suddenly don't want to go. As he finished speaking, Su Yao was taken aback, seemingly not expecting this. However, she didn't say much and simply smiled. It's fine, I'll just cross your name off. According to protocol, backing out at the last minute usually wasn't penalized, but they would normally ask for a reason. But since Lü Yingfeng had his reasons for doing so, it wasn't good to press him. Perhaps something was holding him back. If she kept asking, she might ruin the image she had in his mind. So after a brief exchange, Lü Yingfeng turned and walked back. Watching from afar, Wang Ling couldn't help but frown. He had come all this way only to turn around and leave. Had he forgotten something and needed to go back for it? Just as he was thinking this, the young man, named Li Si, hurried over, a grave expression on his face as he looked at Wang Ling. Why is he leaving? Wang Ling demanded. Li Si's brow was deeply furrowed, but his voice came out timidly. He's not going. What? Wang Ling whirled around, his brow tightly knit. Li Si flinched, shrinking his neck. He said he's not going. The moment the words fell, the area fell silent, leaving only the sound of wind brushing past. Wang Ling's face darkened as he stared ahead. Not going. Why isn't he going? I don't know. How can you not know? He didn't say. Li Si's body trembled as he mustered the courage to speak. He just came here, told Su Yao he wasn't going, and then left. That was all there was to it. No one had expected Lü Yingfeng to simply back out. Damn it, why isn't he going? Wang Ling could barely contain himself, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He had set everything up, sent his men to the ambush point, and now Lü Yingfeng was pulling out. He had spent nearly 2,000 spirit stones on this operation, and in the end the man just said he wasn't going. Li Si, standing nearby, cowered. What do we do now? What can we do? If he's not going, do you expect me to charge over and chop him down? Wang Ling fumed, venting his pent-up anger. His face was flushed with rage, and his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he stared in the direction Lü Yingfeng had left. In the end, it was all for naught. No matter how flawless the plan, if he refused to go, there was nothing to be done. It wasn't like they could tie him up and drag him there. For the first time, Wang Ling felt a sense of helplessness. From the first time he met Lü Yingfeng until now, he always felt this kid was his personal jinx. Time trickled by, and he was still standing there. By now, Lü Yingfeng had vanished, and the team had already started moving out of the Qinghua sect. The spirit pavilion was deserted, and the entire sect seemed to fall into an instant silence. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng was walking along the path, soon returning to the 1,000-spirit peak. Seeing that it was still early and he had nothing to do, he decided to head towards Lü Rian's residence. After all, he hadn't seen his beautiful senior sister for 2 days, and he might as well ask when their master was coming back. When he returned, he was definitely going to give the master a piece of his mind. How could he be so irresponsible? However, just as he reached the outside of Lü Yingfeng's courtyard, a figure emerged from within. As the person walked, their heart suddenly clenched. Looking up, they saw Lü Yingfeng standing there, and their eyes immediately darkened. Lü Yingfeng. The newcomer stammered, their body trembling inexplicably. Lü Yingfeng let out a cold snort. It's you again, you despicable wretch. The newcomer was none other than Qin. Looking at the man before him, he was genuinely terrified. Before he could say a word, Lü Yingfeng spoke again. I didn't go looking for you, yet you come knocking on my door. And you dare come to my senior sister's courtyard. What scheme are you plotting now, you scoundrel? Enough talk, you'll destroy you. With those words, Lü Yingfeng raised his hand, and a sack appeared before him. He reached in and grabbed a handful, not even bothering to see what it was. As talisman paper ignited, fire, water, and wind surged forth in succession. By now he had mastered the use of talismans to the point where he didn't even need to form hand seals, a mere thought would ignite them. Seeing the onslaught rushing towards him, Chunmu's eyes twitched wildly, and he immediately turned tail and ran. There was no time to explain anything now, especially at the sight of that sack which had already given him trauma. Lü Yingfeng hoisted the sack and gave chase. I told you last time, I'll beat you every time I see you. Don't run. Chunmu scrambled away in terror. Then stop chasing me. If you stop running, I'll stop chasing. If you stop chasing, I'll stop running. Lü Yingfeng yelled, you despicable wretch, take this sack. Chunmu ran, turned his head, and tried to explain on the verge of tears. Lü Yingfeng, listen to me. It really wasn't me last time. I didn't ambush you. With so many witnesses, you still dare to lie. I'm not lying. If you're not lying, then why are you running? Believe me. Like hell I will. On Thousand Spirit Peak, a commotion arose. Lü Yingfeng chased Chunmu all the way, landing several solid blows on him. It was not until Chunmu fled to the foot of the sword peak that Lü Yingfeng finally stopped pursuing. At this moment, Chunmu was both furious and aggrieved. Having been accepted into the Sword Peak sect with his father as the head of the Chun family, his mother a princess of Yue, and his uncle the reigning sovereign of Yue, he was nonetheless chased across a dozen mountain peaks. What was more infuriating was that the other party's threat to beat him every time they met was no empty boast. He was actually carrying it out. To make matters worse, Lü Yingfeng's master was Ning Xian, a man bold enough to storm the Azure Moon Peak with a blade to confront the sect leader. He did not even know whom to turn to for justice. Seeing Chunmu escape into the Sword Peak, Lü Yingfeng could only turn back. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. What if he rushed in and ended up at a disadvantage? After all, there would be plenty of time for revenge in the future, so he returned to Thousand Spirit Peak. However, when he reached his courtyard, Lü Yingfeng was already waiting there, frowning at the sight of him carrying a sack. Junior brother, are you stirring up trouble with Chunmu again? That despicable wretch dared to come to our Thousand Spirit Peak and even entered senior sister's courtyard. I certainly couldn't let him off easily. Lü Yingfeng snorted. Last time he was ambushed, if he hadn't reacted quickly, who knows what would have happened. Lü Yingfeng sighed helplessly. He came for a reason. What reason? The Sword Comprehension Assembly I mentioned earlier. It's being organized by the Sword Peak. He came to inform us of a date. Oh, I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully, then spoke again after a moment. But that doesn't change my grudge with him. Lü Yingfeng did not bother to interfere. She knew Lü Yingfeng had his limits and wouldn't actually kill Chunmu. Even if he wanted to, he likely couldn't. After all, Chunmu had no shortage of life-preserving tricks up his sleeve. Coming back to herself, Lü Yingfeng continued, 5 days from now the assembly begins. You'll come with me. With your extraordinary talent, you might comprehend Sword Qi on your first try and step into the first layer of the Sword Dao. All right. Facing his senior sister, Lü Yingfeng was always obedient. Lü Yingfeng looked at him fondly. I'm off to cultivate. If you grow tired of training, find something to do on your own. Lü Yingfeng replied. Senior sister, a beautiful single maiden like you cultivating alone is far too dangerous. What if you encounter some villain? Lü Yingfeng smiled sweetly. Oh, then what should I do? Why don't you move in with me? You'll protect me. Lü Yingfeng's tone was teasing. Lü Yingfeng nodded, of course. Then wait until you reach Foundation Establishment. She patted his head and drifted away gracefully. Lü Yingfeng frowned. Then how about I move in with you? You can protect me instead. Fine, then come on over. With those words, Lü Yingfeng had already departed. Lü Yingfeng glanced around the cold, empty courtyard, once again left alone. He wondered when he had become the disciple left behind. Loneliness and boredom filled his heart, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Though he had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, his spirit stones were depleted, and the path to becoming a Foundation Establishment powerhouse seemed distant. His master had wandered off to who knows where with no return in sight. Sighed. Lü Yingfeng could only feel helpless. He pulled out some talisman paper ready to train with it, but he noticed that ever since reaching the second realm of body refinement, the effects of the talismans had diminished significantly. At a loss for what to do, he eventually headed to the scripture pavilion to return the books he had borrowed and pick out new ones. However, as he made his way to the scripture pavilion, a clamor arose within the Azure Moon sect. At the mountain gate, a grand procession approached. In the middle, a beast strode forward, its body covered in crimson scales, its ferocious maw filled with fangs, exuding an aura of menace. On the beast sat a woman of about 20, dressed in a long robe that shimmered like flowing light. She lounged lazily on its back, her delicate face marked with pride, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding disciples with a hint of indifference. All the nearby disciples were drawn to the sight. The Azure Moon sect had never seen such a spectacle. Lü Yingfeng stood there and couldn't help asking, "Who is she? Why is she so arrogant?" "Should keep your voice down. That's Princess Yu Xingyao, the apple of the current sovereign's eye. She's domineering and ruthless. If she hears you, you'll be in trouble." A bystander kindly warned him. Lü Yingfeng said, "Oh, I see. She doesn't look easy to provoke." The man glanced back instinctively, and upon recognizing Lü Yingfeng, he froze, then waved his hand. "Forget I said anything." "Why, oi?" Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. "Because you can't afford to provoke her." Lü Yingfeng was left speechless. What kind of talk was that? But he didn't dwell on it. Turning away, he continued toward the scripture pavilion. Though the woman was decent-looking, she paled in comparison to his senior sister. He'd rather read a few more books and learn a few more techniques. Finally, he reached the scripture pavilion. Ignoring the commotion outside, he browsed and read, letting the hours slip by until half the day had passed. Everything was as usual, and Lü Yingfeng was deeply absorbed in his reading. But just then the woman from earlier approached the pavilion, accompanied by her attendants, with Chun Mu trailing behind. "Cousin, please don't go. I'll handle my own affairs. There's no need for you to intervene." Chun Mu spoke urgently, his expression anxious. Yu Xingyao let out a light snort, her beautiful eyes filled with displeasure. "You've been bullied like this and you expect to let it slide? It's complicated. It's not what you think. Enough. If I don't avenge this insult today, where will Auntie's dignity stand? And where will my father's authority be?" Yu Xingyao's expression was proud, as if she held everything in contempt. Chun Mu grew even more frantic. "Cousin, please stop. I can handle it myself." Yu Xingyao frowned and shook her head. "Chun Mu, what are you so afraid of? Even Ning Xian's disciple must abide by reason. Come with me. Today this princess will teach him a lesson." Faced with all this, Chun Mu was on the verge of tears, but those around him couldn't understand. Having someone stand up for him was a good thing. Why did he look so miserable? Soon the group arrived before the scripture pavilion. Yu Xingyao remained seated on the beast. Since this was the Azure Moon sect's pavilion, she stopped outside. Her gaze fixed ahead, she spoke with authority, "Where is Lü Yingfeng?" Instantly, all movement ceased. Countless people drawn by the commotion turned to look. Upon learning that the visitor was the Princess of Yue, many knew there would be a spectacle today. Only Chun Mu wore a grim expression, as if Yu Xingyao had come for him instead. No one knew how many had come by now. Yu Xingyao sat there composed and serene. As the Princess of Yue, she carried her own pride. Those people seemed not to have expected her to show up and speak up for Chun Mu. After all, ever since Lü Yingfeng won first place in the grand competition, his feud with Chun Mu had become well known. Not long ago, he had chased Chun Mu all the way to the Sword Peak before stopping. Now it seemed there would be another spectacle. Some stepped forward to dissuade her, but Yu Xingyao ignored them all. Not far away, Wang Ling had also arrived, watching the scene quietly, a smile finally spreading across his face. Ever since Lü Yingfeng said he wouldn't go 2 days ago, he had been sulking. But today news of Yu Xingyou's arrival at Qinghua sect reached him. He knew that once she learned of Chun Yu's situation, she would surely stand up for him. After all, people like them valued face above all else. Lü Yingfeng, who had been immersed in the spell books, also heard the commotion. He turned to look out of the library, a hint of confusion on his face. Why was someone calling him in broad daylight? He then set down the scroll in his hand and slowly walked toward the entrance. Chun Mu tried to persuade her to let it go, but Yu Xingyao paid him no heed. Just then a figure emerged from the door. His tall silhouette stood in the sunlight, a trace of bewilderment on his handsome face as his gaze swept across the crowd, pausing for a moment in hesitation. He saw the beast again and the woman atop it, along with many onlookers. "Who's looking for me?" Lü Yingfeng spoke. But the moment he appeared, Chun Mu's anxious face turned ashen. "It's over." "Huh?" The bystanders were puzzled, sensing something amiss. At the same time, Yu Xingyao lost herself at the sight of the young man, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, unable to look away. Everyone watched silently, waiting for what was to come. Yu Xingyao then dismounted from the beast, her gaze locked straight ahead, and walked step by step toward him, her pace hurried. Lü Yingfeng hesitated. The next moment, Yu Xingyao stood before him. Under everyone's expectant eyes, her delicate face broke into a gentle smile. The cold, proud tone was gone, replaced by a soft warmth. Are you young master Lü Yingfeng? Her words stirred a clamor among the crowd. What the hell? Young master? Isn't she here to avenge Chen Mu? Why is she calling him young master? Is this the new way to pick a fight? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Where was the tense, aggressive confrontation they expected? Instead, she started with a young master. Wang Ling's expression froze. Was this right? Only Chen Mu, watching this scene, took a deep breath, gritting his teeth and pursing his lips, despair in his eyes. I knew it. Didn't he know his own cousin well enough? Lü Yingfeng was also taken aback, his expression shifting, and he responded politely. It's me. What do you want? At this, Yu Xingyo's eyes sparkled. She gave a slight bow, exuding an air of refinement and grace, but instead of answering his question, she spoke on her own. I am Yu Xingyao from the royal city of Yu, a daughter of the king of Yu. Might I ask if the young master has any plans today? Huh. Her words left Lü Yingfeng utterly bewildered. The others were equally confused. Lü Yingfeng said, Wait, princess, don't you have anything else to discuss with me? Snapping back to reality, Yu Xingyao said, All right. I came about the matter between you and Chen Mu. I knew it. I heard that Chen Mu has been bullying you and causing you trouble. I cannot stand by and allow this to continue, so I brought him here to apologize. Please forgive him. Yu Xingyo's tone remained soft, a stark contrast to her earlier sharp pride. The onlookers stood frozen, even the servants hadn't anticipated this. Only Chen Mu wore an expression of I knew it. He knew his cousin's nature all too well, and had even predicted her reaction upon seeing Lü Yingfeng. That was why he had tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. Chen Mu, come and apologize to young Master Lü. Yu Xingyao commanded. Chen Mu clenched his teeth. Cousin, I swear it wasn't me. He was the one hitting me. I'm innocent. Why does he hit you and not others? Isn't it your fault? If you keep talking, he'll tell Anne about your misdeeds of bullying your fellow disciples. Yu Xingyo's voice was unyielding. Lü Yingfeng stood there dumbfounded. He had thought she came to pick a fight, but this was entirely unexpected. The princess is truly reasonable. Such a display compelled admiration. Really? Yu Xingyo's face lit up with joy. Chen Mu also trudged over with a grim face, a hint of stubbornness still lingering. Lü Yingfeng, about the herb field, I didn't know you were from Qianling Peak. Before, it was first come, first served. But during the competition, I really didn't ambush you. I don't know why it happened. They had agreed to just spar a few moves, but then that thing moved on its own. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. Really? I can swear it. Though I don't like you, I own my actions. Lü Yingfeng hesitated. But who could he have offended being new here? Seeing this, Yu Xingyao smiled again. Since the misunderstanding is cleared, please don't hold it against him. All right, since he swore, let's let it go. Lü Yingfeng wasn't unreasonable. Since things had turned out this way, he wouldn't dwell on it. At worst, he just wouldn't hit Chen Mu anymore. With the matter settled, Lü Yingfeng prepared to return to his studies. But Yu Xingyao called out, Young Master Lü. I am new here and not familiar with Qinghua sect. Would the young master be willing to? Chen Mu interjected, Haven't you been here 7 or 8 times? Shut up. Why are you butting in everywhere? Yu Xingyao turned and glared at him. How could he speak out of turn at a time like this? Lü Yingfeng gave an awkward smile. Well, I've only been here a short while too, and am not familiar with the place. I have things to do, so will take my leave. With that, he turned and entered the library. At this critical moment, no one could disturb his studies. If he didn't build a solid foundation, how could he ever become a nascent soul old monster and wreak havoc? Yu Xingyao wanted to say more, but he had already gone inside. Frustrated, she shot another glare at Chen Mu. It's all your fault. Why did you have to run your mouth? Chen Mu looked aggrieved and helpless, unable to help, saying, Cousin, you're a princess. Can't you show some restraint? Wasn't I restrained just now? Yu Xingyao was puzzled. She thought she had been perfectly fine. Chen Mu sneered, Restrained? You practically wanted to carry your dowry and marry him on the spot. That's not restraint, that's desperation. The way Yu Xingyao had acted so undignified made him scoff. The princess of Yue acting like she had never seen a man before. The crowd that had come to watch left somewhat disappointed. Only Wang Ling clenched his teeth even tighter. The library fell back into silence. Lü Yingfeng continued his studies, and an unknown amount of time passed before he left carrying a sack of scrolls. He hadn't expected today's events. Although Yu Xingyao was indeed attractive, exuding a noble aura despite her youth, she was vastly different from the senior sisters in the sect. But she was a princess and clearly high-handed. Marrying someone like that would be like inviting a storm to tear the roof off. And what if she demanded he marry into the royal family? All things considered, the senior sisters were far more agreeable. However, what he didn't anticipate was Chen Mu's arrival at Thousand Spirit Peak shortly after his own return. What are you doing here? Lü Yingfeng frowned at the man outside his courtyard. Though he had forgiven him, they were hardly friends. Chen Mu said, You think I wanted to come? Someone forced you, eh? Exactly. Chen Mu trudged in with a mournful face, but remained vigilant, afraid that Lü Yingfeng might pull out another sack of talismans against him. Lü Yingfeng asked, What do you want? As he spoke, Chen Mu raised his hand, and a pile of ornate boxes appeared on the table. My cousin sent me to apologize. These are compensation for you. The mere mention of it made Chun Mu want to cry again. He was the one who got beaten, yet he had to come and offer apologies and gifts. What kind of nonsense was this? Lü Yingfeng was increasingly surprised. Looking at the gifts before him, they must have been worth several hundred spirit stones. A smile spread across his face. Ah, you're too kind. I already said I forgave you earlier, and now you bring such generous gifts. Since you insist, I'll accept them. Chun Mu's mouth twitched, and he chose to ignore the comment. After a moment of silence, Lü Yingfeng glanced at him and said, Aren't you leaving? Can't I stay for a bit? Oh, suit yourself. I'm going to cultivate. Lü Yingfeng made to rise. Chun Mu was completely exasperated and finally spoke. Lü Yingfeng, wait. Something else. Well, I wanted to ask you a few questions. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. What questions? Chun Mu continued. Where do you live? Who are your parents? Are you married? As he brought these matters up, an indescribably complex emotion welled up within him. He never imagined his cousin would send him to inquire about such things. Yet what surprised him even more was Lü Yingfeng's response. I don't know. You don't know? Chun Mu was stunned. How can you not know? I really don't know. Chun Mu. In an instant, his usually sharp eyes were filled with confusion, and he was completely dumbfounded. Lü Yingfeng also felt a sense of helplessness. He truly didn't know. He had only crossed over the day before, and before he even had a chance to start any mischief, Ningxian had brought him here. He didn't know any of this, not even which direction he had come from. For a moment, the small courtyard fell into silence. After a long while, Chun Mu finally spoke again. Let's not talk about that. But there's something I need to make clear. It really wasn't me who ambushed you. That hairpin must have been tampered with. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone? Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng frowned. He had only been here a few days and knew only a handful of people. Aside from cultivating and occasionally chatting with his senior sister, who could he have offended? Could he have some unknown enemy? Or perhaps his master had a rival who couldn't bear to see him take on such a talented disciple and acted out of jealousy. I don't know. Still don't know. Chun Mu was speechless and didn't know what else to say. Though he didn't know who it was, it made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Because of this person, he had suffered 2 beatings for nothing. In the end, Chun Mu left. Lü Yingfeng said nothing more, deciding to ask Ningxian when she returned. Back in his room, he pulled out his sack and began studying the books inside with unflagging diligence. At first, he wasn't very keen on cultivation. But since he had talent, the situation was different. Not to mention, anything else reaching the 9th layer of qi refining would grant him a lifespan of 120 or 30 years. If he became a foundation establishment master, that would be over 200 years. And if he ever became a golden core cultivator, he would have 500 years. Nascent soul elders lived for 1,000 years. Just thinking about it was thrilling. He had no idea how he would squander such a long life. Rumor had it that the void core realm granted over 2,000 years of life. If he reached that, even a tortoise wouldn't outlive him. With this thought, he became even more diligent. He stayed up all night finishing an entire sack of books. For some reason, he found almost no difficulty in understanding them. At dawn, he packed away the books and headed to the spirit pavilion again. But he felt helpless. His master was away, his senior sister was in seclusion, and he had no spirit stones. Aside from studying, he didn't know what else to do. Why can't a pile of spirit stones just fall from the sky and knock me out right here? Walking along the path to his studies, Lü Yingfeng had been stuck at the 9th layer of qi refining for several days. It wasn't that he didn't cultivate, it was that a short session would drain all the nearby spiritual energy, and he couldn't just go to other peaks and suck theirs dry. If someone discovered how talented he was, they might lock him up and force him to marry 10 or 8 beauties. What would he do then? With a soft sigh, he decided that for now he would just have to study. But just as he was walking, a voice called out from behind. Junior brother Yingfeng. Lü Yingfeng turned to see a graceful figure descending from the sky on a flying sword, landing in front of him in an instant. Senior sister Su Yao, what's the matter? Su Yao stepped forward, smiling as she looked at him. Peak Master Ning's monthly spirit stone allowance hasn't been collected yet. I went to find Rian, but she's in seclusion, so I thought I'd ask you to tell your senior sister to come to the spirit pavilion to collect it when she comes out. Spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up. Su Yao nodded. Lü Yingfeng said, that's simple. Just give them to me, and I'll take them back. Why bother his senior sister with such a trivial matter? He was more than capable. Besides, it was his duty to share his master's burdens. It was all the same whoever took them. Su Yao blinked, a hint of playfulness in her expression. Not possible. You need Peak Master Ning's token to collect them, so your senior sister will have to come. Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng seemed to remember something. He took a token from his ring and showed it to Su Yao. Is this it? Yes, it's with you. Su Yao was surprised. Lü Yingfeng hadn't expected it either. Su Yao continued, since that's the case, come with me, junior brother. He'll give you the spirit stones to take back, saving your senior sister a trip. All right. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Instead of going to the library, he followed Su Yao to the spirit pavilion. Shortly after they arrived, and Su Yao took out an account book and slowly opened it. Curious, Lü Yingfeng asked, "By the way, senior sister, how many spirit stones does my master get a month?" 200. That much? Lü Yingfeng was astonished. I only get 20. He hadn't expected his master to receive 200 spirit stones a month. Through Su Yao, he also learned that this was just the monthly allowance. Every year the sect had income and would distribute dividends to the peak masters based on revenue. The exact amount was unknown. Su Yao began counting the spirit stones. After a brief moment of thought, Lü Yingfeng said, "Senior sister, Su Yao collecting them month by month is too troublesome. Could I withdraw them in advance like last time?" Su Yao was taken aback. Although it wasn't against the rules, this was the first time she had seen someone request an advance on a peak master's monthly allowance. In other words, the rule existed, but no one ever used it. After all, if word got out, the peak masters would lose face. People would think they were so poor they needed advances, and they'd be laughed at behind their backs. Lü Yingfeng, however, didn't care about that, and nodded earnestly. Su Yao glanced at the peak master's token and asked, "How much would you like to withdraw, junior brother?" Lü Yingfeng stood there looking down at the token in his hand. He thought seriously for a long moment before slowly speaking. "Let's start with 24,000. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the young man before her. "How much did you say?" The spiritual pavilion was enveloped in silence. Su Yao gazed at her seemingly harmless junior brother, lost in deep contemplation for a long while. 24,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 10 years of monthly allowance. And he intended to withdraw his master's decade of spirit stones in one go. With this thought, she looked at Lü Yingfeng, her eyes filled with complexity. "Junior brother, this is somewhat outrageous," Su Yao said with a hint of reluctance. "Is it not allowed, senior sister?" Lü Yingfeng's expression turned pitiful and helpless, as if he were merely an ordinary apprentice craving a tiny bit of spirit stones. Su Yao was momentarily speechless at his demeanor. She took a deep breath, paused for a while, and then spoke again. "Theoretically it's possible, but are you sure you want this much? Won't Peak Lord Ning punish you when she returns?" "No, before leaving, master said I could take whatever I need to the spiritual pavilion with the token and charge it all to her account." Lü Yingfeng recalled Ning Xian's words. He wasn't lying. That was essentially what Ning Xian meant. And since he was currently in dire need of spirit stones, pre-drawing 10 years' worth of hers seemed perfectly reasonable. After repeated confirmations, Su Yao had him sign there, and then stamp the token. According to the rules of the spiritual pavilion, either the Peak Lord must come or the token must be presented. Now that the token was there, she had no grounds to object. Ultimately, Lü Yingfeng walked out of the spiritual pavilion carrying his master's salary for the next 10 years. If Su Yao had allowed it, he would have even pre-drawn Ning Xian's dividends for the coming decade. 24,000 spirit stones were undoubtedly a vast fortune. Without a doubt, his foundation establishment was now secure. Before long, Lü Yingfeng returned to Thousand Spirit Peak. Lü Rian was still in seclusion, so he didn't disturb her. Instead, he went straight to his own courtyard, closed the door, and eagerly pulled out those spirit stones. Who would have thought that just moments ago he was troubled by the lack of spirit stones, and now he was about to realize his dream of becoming a Foundation Establishment Grandmaster. However, breaking through to Foundation Establishment was not overly complicated. One needed to gather ample spiritual energy and continuously accumulate it, transforming one's mana from a gaseous state to a liquid one. During this process, a Foundation Establishment pill could assist, but it wasn't essential. At worst, if he failed, he could just swallow the pill afterward. Time slipped by as the spiritual energy from the stones was continuously absorbed. Lü Yingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, his entire being seeming to become translucent with strands of radiant light swirling around him. In his dantian, the cyclones spun madly and threads of golden light emerged from within. To his surprise, as the golden radiance flowed from the cyclones, they began to shrink as if melting away. The golden light then fell, transforming into droplets of liquid. As the droplets increased, they gathered into a small pond of gleaming golden liquid, all condensed from mana. The process only ceased when all the cyclones had completely dissolved. "Is that it?" Lü Yingfeng felt the liquid mana in his dantian, a sense of unreality washing over him. Was it really this simple? There was no difficulty at all. Did people actually fail at this? He had read records before, and his situation seemed similar to what was described. But those accounts spoke of Foundation Establishment as perilous, with dangers at every turn, life and death hanging in the balance. For every 10 Qi refining 9th layer cultivators, 1 or 2 succeeding was considered good. That was why Foundation Establishment pills existed, and even with them 3 or 4 out of 10 was excellent. Recalling this, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but feel dazed. It's as easy as using one's hands. Who needs those ridiculously expensive Foundation Establishment pills? As he murmured to himself, he sensed the changes in his body. The pond of mana contained 9 intricate patterns. According to records 9 patterns mint, all 9 cyclones had liquefied, the legendary perfect foundation establishment. The worst case was when only one of the 9 cyclones liquefied and the other 8 dispersed. Such a person would be stuck at the first or second layer of foundation establishment for life. Now Lü Yingfeng rose and walked into the courtyard. Raising his hand, pale golden mana materialized, swirling as radiant light that did not dissipate, a hallmark of the foundation establishment stage mana externalization. At the same time, his perception vastly improved, even surpassing the clarity of his own eyes. That was divine sense. Upon entering foundation establishment, one could project divine sense outward. As cultivation deepened, it might even allow one to perceive 10,000 miles with a single thought. But that realm was still far beyond him. With his condition fully stabilized, Lü Yingfeng sat quietly for a while longer, solidifying his cultivation. During this process, he roughly tallied his resources. Besides the spirit stones consumed for the breakthrough, he still had a full 20,000 left, still a fortune. His master's 10 years of salary were indeed quite generous. The only pity was that from foundation establishment onward, mere spirit stones wouldn't suffice. He needed a cultivation technique to support his progress. Previously, Ning Xian had forbidden him from using the sex techniques. But when had his master left? And when would she return? He had no idea. On top of that, she hadn't prepared everything for him before departing. It seemed irresponsible, taking on a disciple but not guiding him. It was somewhat disappointing. Finally, Lü Yingfeng sat quietly in place, flipping through the scrolls he had brought back. He didn't know how long had passed, when through his divine sense, he sensed someone entering the small courtyard. Junior brother. The voice belonged to Lü Rian. Lü Yingfeng quickly rose and stepped outside, grinning at his beautiful senior sister. This was truly the ideal of life. Senior sister, you've come out of seclusion. You seem even more beautiful than before. Lü Rian nodded, a hint of surprise still on her face. Thanks to your spiritual bamboo, junior brother, I've now reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Is that so impressive? Lü Yingfeng's eyes sparkled. Lü Rian smiled. The sword comprehension assembly is about to begin. Pack up and come with me. At her words, Lü Yingfeng realized that several days had already passed. He was quite curious about this sword comprehension assembly. Soon he mounted his flying sword and arm around her waist, and they departed. Before long, the two approached a mountain range. From afar it appeared lush and verdant, but even before drawing near, a sharp, piercing aura surged into their hearts, as if countless divine swords were buried below, eager to unsheath. That's it ahead, but we can only stay on the periphery. Going further in is forbidden, Lü Rian said. According to her, this place was unique. Once one crossed the outer boundary, the domain of the sword reigned supreme, suppressing all mana. Thus, everyone could only remain on the outskirts, feeling the sword chi emanating from that region to gain insights. Lü Yingfeng listened attentively, his gaze sweeping over the distant scenery. Besides that sharpness, there seemed to be nothing else. But as they landed on a mountain peak, many eyes turned toward them. Most of the familiar faces he knew were present, but when his gaze fell upon one person, surprise flickered in his eyes. Why is she here? Lü Yingfeng stared at that spot. Lü Rian glanced over and asked with mild surprise, Do you know Yu Xingyao? We met a couple of days ago. Not well acquainted. That princess is notoriously arrogant. You mustn't provoke her. Lü Rian warned. Yu Xingyao's reputation was indeed considerable, reaching even the ears of many disciples in the Qinghua sect. Lü Yingfeng shrugged helplessly. What if she provokes me? Lü Rian was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, as they arrived, some people began to approach. Junior brother Yingfeng, you're here. The speaker was Su Yao, calm and graceful, her face always carrying a smile when she saw him. Hello, senior sister Su Yao. Lü Yingfeng replied. Mu Ling also came over, so junior brother is here too. Perfect, he'll take a seat here as well. You're everywhere. Su Yao snorted softly. The two exchanged a glare, clearly at odds with each other. You have such good connections with people, Lü Rian remarked in surprise. In her memory, hadn't her junior brother only met Mu Ling once? How did he seem on good terms with Su Yao as well? What had he been up to behind her back? But Lü Yingfeng just smiled. It's the senior sisters being kind. Junior brother sure knows how to talk. The two ignored each other. Lü Rian was surprised. These two were among the most talented disciples in the sect, admired by many yet usually indifferent to others. She hadn't expected them to be so warm toward her junior brother. From a distance, Yu Xingyao watched this scene and couldn't help but ask Chen Mu, is he always this popular with female disciples? Chen Mu sneered, what do you think? It's not like you're the only one with eyes. Though unwilling to admit it, Lü Yingfeng's appearance was indeed enviable. Yu Xingyao ignored her cousin and quietly watched the young man from afar, as if deep in thought. Then she dragged Chen Mu to a nearby mountain peak. Meanwhile, as the group chatted, Wang Ling silently observed the scene. He stealthily made his way to a peak at the back and sat down quietly, but his gaze never left Lü Yingfeng. A cold smirk curled on his face. Amidst the exchange of pleasantries, Su Yao and Mu Ling also lingered, so they simply halted here. The place they occupied was the periphery of the sect's forbidden ground, where for a few days each year sword qi erupted from within, allowing disciples to grasp the legacy of the sword. Through Lü Rian's explanation, Lü Yingfeng learned that Yu Xingyao had come specifically for the sword legacy, and that this was not her first visit. Although this was a legacy of the Qingyue sect, the sect lay within the borders of the Yu kingdom. The royal family had granted certain conditions to the sect permitting Yu Xingyao to come and comprehend the sword path. Lü Yingfeng cast a glance at Yu Xingyao, who was seated in meditation not far away, but said nothing. Yet as he chatted with the others, a figure stood alone atop the foremost peak. A man in white robes, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of aloof solitude with no one daring to approach. That spot was where the sword qi raged most fiercely, on the periphery, offering a better opportunity to comprehend the sword path, but also greater peril. Who is that? Why is he standing there all alone? Does he have no friends? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but ask. Everyone else clustered in familiar groups of 2 or 3, yet that man stood isolated. Su Yao glanced over and frowned. He truly has no friends. Huh. Mu Ling added. His name is Qingqing, the sole personal disciple of the sect master and the foremost genius of Qingyue sect. The foremost genius. Indeed. When he first began cultivating, he generated qi sense and entered the first level of qi refinement in just 10 days. His cultivation, sword, making him the standout of the younger generation. Moreover, he is a sword prodigy. Oh. Lü Yingfeng looked over with surprise. Su Yao said, sword cultivation begins with comprehending sword qi divided into 9 layers from low to high. It's said he has reached the 8th or 9th layer, on the verge of manifesting sword intent. That impressive. Lü Yingfeng's eyes sparkled as he gazed over. No wonder he was so aloof. If he himself were that formidable head, surely be even more arrogant. And what layer have you reached, senior sister? Lü Yingfeng asked. Su Yao sighed. That's still impressive. Hey, your words are sweet, junior brother. Su Yao beamed, shedding her usual aloof demeanor entirely. They chatted a while longer, and Lü Yingfeng learned that Qingcheng excelled not only in the sword path, but also in cultivation level, far ahead of his peers. Though his exact realm was unknown, the peak masters of the sect predicted he would break through to foundation establishment and form a golden core before the age of 30. Regardless, he was undeniably a genius. As they spoke, a commotion arose from the distant mountain range. As they focused their gaze, a sword qi shot into the sky, piercing the clouds in an instant. Its sharpness radiated in all directions, tearing through the tranquility of the sect, as if rending the fabric of time and space straight into the heavens. The sword qi has stirred, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned to look, their eyes blazing with excitement. This opportunity came only once a year, and none wished to miss it. The sword path's attack prowess far surpassed most magical techniques. As Lü Yingfeng observed the first sword qi, his heart stirred inexplicably, as if touching something profound, and his mind unconsciously sank into it. In an instant, more sword qi erupted from that place, countless sword lights swirling without dispersing. Their sharp, cold gleams pierced the void, spreading outward like a giant flower, slowly blooming, dominating the entire sky. Is it always this grand? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but remark. Lü Rian said, junior brother, as time passes, sword qi will surge here, taking various forms. Just sit here. If the manifestations approach, do not provoke them. Focus on quiet comprehension. Lü Yingfeng listened thoughtfully, grasping the idea that if he remained still, they would not move. Yet it all seemed wondrous. Sword qi could take such diverse forms. It seemed this Qingyue sword immortal truly possessed remarkable skill. Moreover, the farther these manifestations were from that region, the weaker their power. That was why everyone stayed on the periphery. Only a brave soul like Qingqing ventured closer, given his mastery of the 8th or 9th layer. Soon everyone was ready, sitting cross-legged. Lü Yingfeng followed suit, and that mysterious sensation surged within him. Though the sword qi was far away, the air was thick with its sharpness. An indescribable presence lingered, drifting all around. What is that? Lü Yingfeng murmured to himself, reaching out with his divine sense to touch it. In that instant, his heart trembled again, his thoughts became clear, and he gradually merged with the world around him, shedding all distractions. The sharpness that pervaded the space melded with him. In a fleeting moment, he felt that sharpness take root within him. Lü Yingfeng frowned, a strange stirring in his heart. At that moment, he sensed a minuscule presence in his dantian. His magical power had liquefied and settled there, but now above that power, a wisp of qi had appeared. It differed from the spiritual energy he had known, fine as a strand of hair, yet brimming with sharpness. It floated quietly, gradually growing stronger. As everyone sought to comprehend the sword path, Lü Yingfeng was utterly immersed. He watched that wisp of qi in his dantian expand, then a second wisp appeared, then a third, a fourth. Sword qi. In a daze, Lü Yingfeng exclaimed, inwardly realizing what it was. a subtle connection to the sword qi outside born from the same source. Time passed, and the sword qi multiplied, soon reaching 9 strands. He quietly savored the sharpness of the sword qi, which could cleave metal and shatter stone, yet caused him no harm. Just as the 9th strand formed, a 10th emerged, then 11th, 12th, 50, 100, 500. The sword qi multiplied, densely filling his entire dantian. Lü Yingfeng was stunned, losing count of how many had appeared. The process continued as he observed the transformation. But in an instant, the countless sword qi rapidly diminished, converging toward the center of his dantian. This change startled him again. Probing with his divine sense, he saw all the sword qi merging into the very first strand until only one remained, utterly different from before. That single strand of sword qi hovered between substance and void, rising and falling. Lü Yingfeng was perplexed. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Not only this, but sword qi itself was new to him. Yet as he studied it, he discovered that this thing seemed to respond to his will. While everyone else remained immersed, Lü Yingfeng sat there lost in thought. Have I comprehended the sword path and entered the first layer of sword qi? According to Su Yao's earlier explanation, generating sword qi meant stepping into the first layer. Yet as this single strand of sword qi formed, Lü Yingfeng unexpectedly sensed a similar fluctuation in the area, faint but discernible, emanating from Qingsheng at the forefront. At that same moment, Qingsheng felt a strange sensation. A hint of confusion flickered across his handsome face as he abruptly opened his eyes and looked back. But when his gaze swept over the crowd, he found nothing unusual, deepening his puzzlement. That faint fluctuation just now seemed like sword intent. Did I misperceive it? Qingsheng murmured, soon dismissing the thought and closing his eyes again. But the moment he shut his eyes, a vast aura erupted from his body, startling everyone. They all opened their eyes to see 9 strands of sword qi materialize around Qingsheng, swirling without dispersing his innate sword qi. Yet as the sword qi appeared, the 9 strands split into 2, then 4, multiplying outward. In an instant, they multiplied into thousands, engulfing the entire peak, only to coalesce back toward the center at a certain point. Thousands returning to 1. Qingsheng has manifested sword intent. What? Exclamations arose one after another. Everyone was interrupted by the commotion, their gazes fixed on him. In that moment, myriad eyes shone with mixed emotions, envy, awe. Lü Yingfeng also looked over, thinking as everyone said this Qingsheng was truly a genius. As thousands of sword energies converged into one, the lingering sword intent around Qingsheng coalesced. At this moment, everyone looked on with admiration. Even Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but gaze at the scene. Clang! Then a sword chant echoed as Qingsheng raised his hand, manifesting various techniques. The sword intent lingered without visible sword energy, yet it could transform into countless swords. His entire being radiated sharpness and a cold gleam from within. No wonder he's the sole direct disciple of the sect master. He was already the foremost figure of Qingyue's sect, nothing more to say. He's the most astonishing genius the sect has seen in centuries, a standout, even across the entire Yu kingdom. The people behind burst into exclamations. Lü Yingfeng clicked his tongue in awe. Such a genius, he must be pretty wealthy. Lü Ruyan was taken aback. Mu Ling beside her said, "Junior brother, I think you're quite talented too. Try a bit harder, and you might surpass him. Yeah, go for it, junior brother." Su Yao also spoke with a smile. Lü Yingfeng chuckled. "I'll give it my all." Lü Ruyan withdrew her gaze. Though Qingsheng was dazzling, she knew what a prodigy her own junior brother was. His future achievements would surely surpass the others. Comparatively, she found it unremarkable. Yet as Qingsheng condensed his sword intent, the sword energies lingering between heaven and earth hummed. In an instant, countless sword energies wove together into a bird that spread its wings and soared. The bird, though formed of sword energy, was lifelike, exuding sharpness. As it flapped its wings, a fierce gale arose, piercing the clouds. Celestial light poured down, casting an indescribable radiance. "The sword energies are moving. Seize the moment to comprehend," someone reminded. Everyone nodded, forming hand seals and immersing their minds. Lü Ruyan also calmed her mind. Only Lü Yingfeng sat there, feeling the thing in his dantian, uncertain. He tried to continue his comprehension, but the strand of energy increased only slowly and faintly. Could it be I haven't grasped the essence? Lü Yingfeng felt that this thing within him resembled what Qingsheng had condensed, but the other called it sword intent. He wasn't sure what his was yet, and planned to ask his senior sister later. Still, he didn't waste the opportunity and continued to sense the changes around him. He didn't waste the opportunity, striving to feel the transformations here. Yu Xingyao meditated in silence, while Chun Mu sat idly, knowing he lacked the talent. If not for accompanying Yu Xingyao, he wouldn't have come at all. He'd rather find a place to cultivate more. However, at the rear, Wang Ling stared at the scene with a grim look, his gaze toward Lü Yingfeng flickering with murderous intent. "Senior brother Wang Ling, are you really going to act here a young man beside him asked in a low, tense voice. This wasn't an ordinary place. Too many people made it easy to expose flaws. Wang Ling said coldly, their minds are all on comprehension. Besides him not striking personally, just guiding those sword energies. But isn't the risk too great? He's Ning Xian's disciple. When else would we have a chance to kill him? Wang Ling snorted and said no more. As the sword energies morphed into various forms and roamed around, a black tiger approached and circled near Lü Yingfeng. In that instant, Wang Ling formed a hand seal and a wisp of spiritual light appeared ahead, moving silently to the rear. At that moment, Chen Mu's heart jolted. He wasn't comprehending, but observing his surroundings, and he caught a glimpse of that wisp of light. Almost simultaneously, Lü Yingfeng frowned. Since stepping into Foundation establishment, his divine sense had expanded, making him acutely aware of everything. When the light appeared, he sensed it all, and its source was Wang Ling. But as he opened his eyes, the light didn't strike at him. Instead, it shot upward toward the black tiger hovering above. Boom! The light struck the black tiger, and between them, brilliance erupted. The tiger suffered no damage, but its ferocity exploded. As if possessing a will, it fixed its eyes on Lü Yingfeng. Roar! The next moment, a furious roar shook heaven and earth, startling everyone awake. They opened their eyes to look. Watch out! Lu Rian's face turned pale. Su Yao, Mu Ling, and others also noticed the anomaly. The black tiger lunged at Lü Yingfeng with lightning speed, arriving almost instantly. Lu Rian, Mu Ling, and Su Yao all rose at once, drawing their swords to block. Lü Yingfeng frowned, but before he could think further, the black tiger was upon him, its entire body pouncing. A savage aura accompanied the sharpness of sword energy. The tiger, though formed of sword energy, possessed Foundation establishment power. At close range, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle, as a cultivator's physical body was too frail to withstand such a close assault. Lu Ruyan was utterly panicked, as she was still some distance from Lü Yingfeng. Wang Ling revealed a sinister grin. In such a situation, even a mere qi refining cultivator, let alone a Foundation establishment one, would have no time to cast any technique. How could they defy fate? Yet in the instant the tiger struck, Lü Yingfeng, brows tightly knit, had no time to hesitate. He swung his arms and met it heat. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The tiger's claw struck, and Lü Yingfeng raised his hand to counter. Between them, light spilled. Unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, the black tiger was forced back. What? Exclamations arose. Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Ruyan's movements froze. The black tiger knocked back, lunged again. After gauging its strength, Lü Yingfeng blocked it once more, then wrapped his arms around the tiger's claws. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. With a furious roar, Lü Yingfeng exerted his strength and hurled the entire tiger to the ground. Boom! The cliff trembled. The tiger lay on the ground, but Lü Yingfeng held on, grabbing its claws and slamming it into the other side. The tiger bit at him, tearing his clothes, but there was no bloody mess. His skin and flesh remained intact, as if forged from bronze and iron, impervious to its attacks. Boom! Another crash echoed as Lü Yingfeng pinned the tiger to the ground. Though formed of sword energy, it felt substantial. He grabbed its ears and smashed its head into the earth. At this moment, everyone was frozen in shock, watching the tiger get ground into the dirt. Its head was smashed, and its body dissolved back into sword energy, surging in all directions. Even during the process, the sword energy that struck Lü Yingfeng left only a faint red mark, causing no real harm. Everyone's thoughts seemed to freeze. Their eyes widened, staring at the scene, filled only with shock, awe, and disbelief. Lü Yingfeng panted heavily, frowning at the crater he had created. The entire area fell into a long silence. As the mountain wind swept by, Lü Yingfeng finally came to his senses in the deathly silence. I was terrified at that moment, and I have no idea why it bit me. Lü Yingfeng's face was the picture of innocence. He had been sitting there peacefully when the creature lunged at him without warning. But the others seemed to have moved past that, instead staring at his still frightened expression with confusion in their eyes. This was not the same person who had just fought a tiger to the death. Especially Lu Ruyan and Su Yao. They still held their swords mid-lunge, wondering if they had overreacted. Until Mu Ling approached and couldn't help but ask junior brother, Are you a body cultivator? I suppose so. Lü Yingfeng nodded, thinking that since he had reached the second realm of body refinement, he could be considered one, even if not exceptionally strong. Gulp. The onlookers swallowed hard. Though brief, the battle had been ferocious. Not a clash of cultivator techniques, but pure physical combat. It had been years since they had witnessed such a style of fighting. More importantly, though the black tiger was far from the source, it still possessed the power of the Foundation establishment stage. That meant the young man before them must be a Foundation establishment body cultivator. Meanwhile, a streak of light arced across the sky, and a middle-aged man appeared midair, frowning as he looked down. What happened? Why all this commotion? It was an elder of the sect. His gaze swept over the scene, landing on a large crater atop the peak beside which stood a youth in tattered clothes with disheveled hair. He could not immediately discern what had occurred. Mu Ling quickly reported, "Elder, the beasts born of the sword, Qi, went berserk, and then what? And then this junior brother suppressed them." Junior brother. Suppressed. The elder was clearly taken aback, his expression frozen as he scrutinized the youth. Mu Ling nodded yes. After a long look, confusion filled the elder's eyes. He had never seen this person before. Su Yao seemed to catch his intent and said, "Elder, he is a newly accepted disciple of Qianling Peak." Lü Yingfeng. Yes. At the mention of Qianling Peak, the elder understood immediately. Lü Yingfeng's name was now known to all. After all, who had ever seen someone at the second layer of Qi refinement win the sect's grand competition? And he was also Ning Xian's disciple. Without further inquiry, the elder said, "Since there's no trouble, continue your meditation." Yes. The disciples nodded in unison. The elder cast another glance at Qingqing, who stood at the forefront, a smile of delight spreading across his face before he turned and departed. Silence fell once more, and everyone resumed their contemplation. Whether it was the sword Qi rampage or its violent suppression, they had witnessed it all for the first time. Wang Ling made no further moves, closing his eyes to cultivate. Yet deep inside, shock churned within him, refusing to settle. He could never have imagined that this fellow was a body cultivator. Could this be why Ning Xian had accepted him as a disciple? An 18 or 19-year-old foundation establishment body cultivator. Who would dare dream of such a thing? Lü Yingfeng did not continue his meditation either, instead glancing behind him. Meanwhile, the elder arrived at the main hall of Qinghua sect. Within stood a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, his aura commanding, the sect master Luo Tsang. Several elders of considerable strength flanked him. "Congratulations, sect master. Qingcheng has successfully condensed his sword intent and entered the first layer of sword intent." The elder's face beamed with joy. Those around him also broke into delighted smiles, laughter ringing out freely. "Ha ha, heaven blesses our Qinghua sect. To master sword intent at such a young age, his future achievements are boundless. Our Qinghua sect is destined for greatness. Truly, he is the foremost genius our sect has seen in centuries. Who can match such talent?" Hearing this news, all were stirred with excitement. Luo Tsang merely nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. As the rumors suggested, he might even form his golden core before the age of 30, a talent rarely found even in all of Yu country. Amidst the laughter, the elder lingered, as if recalling something, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Luo Tsang. "What is it?" Luo Tsang noticed and asked. The elder replied, "There is one more matter." "What?" "I heard the commotion and went to investigate. The sword Qi had gone berserk, but a young man suppressed it." "A young man suppressed the sword Qi rampage?" An elder exclaimed in shock, turning to look. The elder nodded. It was Lü Yingfeng, the first-place winner of the sect competition and the new disciple of Peak Master Ning. "That boy has such ability." "No, he only just joined the sect. At the competition, he was merely at the second layer of Qi refinement. How could he suppress a sword Qi rampage? Indeed, no matter how extraordinary he is, could he have reached foundation establishment in such a short time? And he is only 18 or 19. Suspicion filled their eyes. Luo Tsang was also puzzled. The elder added, "It seems he is a body cultivator. He used his physical strength to forcibly suppress the sword Qi." This. At these words, silence fell over the hall. Shock gave way to astonishment, and their gazes turned strange. A body cultivator. It appears he has already reached the foundation establishment stage. The elder's tone was subtle. Luo Tsang was dumbfounded, so after all her careful selection, Ning Xian ended up taking a body cultivator as her disciple. They had been curious about the talent of the disciple Ning Xian had personally brought back, only to discover he was a body cultivator. Though there was nothing inherently wrong with body cultivation, the path was arduous, progress slow, and such cultivators were at a distinct disadvantage in battle. While others rained down techniques and spells, retreating as they fought, a body cultivator became a stationary target. Of course, once the distance closed in melee combat, body cultivators held an absolute advantage. Every coin has two sides, and it could not be judged simplistically. It was for these reasons that their expressions turned peculiar upon hearing body cultivator. One elder then chuckled, "There's nothing wrong with being a body cultivator. Indeed, to reach the second realm and become a foundation establishment body cultivator at 18 or 19 shows great talent in this path. Who knows, he might achieve great mastery and become a grandmaster who attains sainthood through the physical body." Well said, well said. They chattered away without malice. After all, he was Ning Xian's disciple. Who dared to criticize? Perhaps they simply lacked the methods to teach such a student, while Ning Xian had her unique approach. Luo Tsang nodded as well. "Ning Sun has her own plans, so we need not worry. But time is pressing. The spirit fruits in Songling Mountain Range are about to ripen, and the exchange assembly approaches. Make preparations and open the sect's various training grounds for the disciples." Yes. All acknowledged, and no further words were spoken in the hall. Outside the forbidden ground the disciples remained in meditation, not yet departing. Lü Yingfeng also attempted to continue his cultivation and no further incidents occurred behind him. 5 days passed, and the lotus of sword qi that had pervaded the heavens and earth slowly retracted, rousing everyone from their trance. Though a minor disruption had occurred, the overall process went smoothly. Yet whenever they looked at Lü Yingfeng, their gazes could not find peace. Silence reclaimed the place at last. Qingcheng walked forward from the forefront, his sword aura now restrained. Compared to before, he seemed unchanged, still carrying that trace of aloof pride. Congratulations, senior brother Qingcheng. Many voices rang out, their gazes filled with envy as they looked at him. Qingcheng nodded, giving a slight tilt of his head in acknowledgement, always maintaining a sense of distance. No one minded, for he had always been this way. Soon after, Qingcheng departed on his sword, leaving the others behind. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but remark, "This senior brother is quite cold and aloof." "Junior brother, you mustn't be so cold and aloof with your senior sister." Mu Ling spoke, cutting through his thoughts. Su Yao also drew near, her eyes scanning him up and down, even reaching out to pinch Lü Yingfeng. "I never expected junior brother to be a body cultivator." Mu Ling snorted, "What's wrong with body cultivators?" Su Yao replied, "Body cultivators are good." "Good in what way?" "Good physique." "That's true." The two exchanged quick remarks, and Lü Yingfeng felt something was off. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. "Junior brother is still young, what are you two talking about?" "He's not that young." The two said in unison, their gazes involuntarily drifting. "Let's go." Lu Ruyan, at a loss with them, took her junior brother and departed on her sword. Yu Xingyao watched those, leaving a peculiar emotion in her eyes, and couldn't help asking, "Why isn't he like this when he talks to me?" "Because you're not likable," Chen Mu interjected. Yu Xingyao kicked him squarely on the backside. "You talk too much." "What else should I say? I traveled thousands of miles to support you, can't you say something nice?" Chen Mu was stunned. "Cousin, how can you say that? You came to comprehend the Tao, supporting me was just a side note. And did you actually support me?" She had the nerve to say it. She had promised to back him up, but upon seeing the good looks of the other party, she turned around and forced him to apologize. And now she had the audacity to speak of support. Yu Xingyao said, "Just tell me, was the misunderstanding resolved or not?" "Chen Mu?" Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng returned to Qianling Peak. Lu Rian led him to her small courtyard, and without waiting for him to speak, directly asked, "Junior brother, when did you become a body cultivator?" She had been completely unaware of this until he had pinned down Black Tiger and pummeled him, revealing he was already a foundation establishment body cultivator. Lü Yingfeng hesitated, looking at Lu Ruyan with confusion. "Didn't you give me the body tempering scripture, senior sister?" "I." Lu Ruyan was stunned. It was true that she had given it to him. Then she turned to look at him. "Then when did you cultivate it successfully?" "A few days ago." "What?" In an instant, Lu Ruyan's mind trembled. No matter how she counted, only a few days had passed, and he had already reached foundation establishment as a body cultivator. His talent in cultivation was already astonishing, but was his talent in body tempering equally remarkable? It seemed even their master didn't know how terrifying junior brother truly was. First, he had won the grand competition with a sack of talismans she had drawn, and now he had become a foundation establishment body cultivator. How long had he even been cultivating? No wonder their master was cautious and reluctant to reveal anything. Though she felt a hint of worry, Lu Rian was also delighted. This was her junior brother after all. "Junior brother, although your body tempering talent is now exposed, few pay attention to body cultivators. But from now on you must be careful. Never mention any of your talents to anyone." "All right, senior sister." Lü Yingfeng frowned. He had initially wanted to ask about something he had realized, but since his senior sister said so, he decided to let it go. Lu Rian gave him a few more earnest warnings before leaving. The surroundings grew quiet. Lü Yingfeng returned to his room and opened the books he had brought back. For now, he could only study and, in his spare time, train his body. Without external influence, he could only circulate his mana to stimulate his physical potential. This was undoubtedly a slow process, and it required the growth of his mana to yield better results. "Sigh, I wonder where that old rascal of a master has gone off to." Lü Yingfeng couldn't help muttering. But just as his voice faded, a sound rang out in the courtyard. "Did you miss me?" "Huh." Upon hearing this, Lü Yingfeng immediately rose and went outside. There Ning Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face as he looked at Lü Yingfeng. No matter how he looked at this disciple, he felt pleased. "You're finally back. Something on your mind, Oi?" Ning Xian asked. Lü Yingfeng said, "Nothing much, it's just." "Enough, come with me. I have something for you." "Huh?" Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything and simply followed. Ning Xian turned, and a surge of mana swept forth, enveloping Lü Yingfeng as they flew into the air. "Master, where are we going?" Lü Yingfeng asked. Ning Xian replied, "My residence." "Oh, what are you ahhing about?" Lü Yingfeng was at a loss for words. Ning Xian hesitated, but when he looked down from midair, he finally understood what the awe was about. The once exquisite small courtyard had been reduced to a patch of scorched earth. As far as the eye could see, everything was blackened with only a few unburned tiles remaining. The surrounding trees were charred to stumps, every detail telling a story. Ning Xian turned to look at Lü Yingfeng. Just because I was away, you burned down my courtyard. Lü Yingfeng shrank his neck. What if I said I didn't mean to? Would you believe me? Ning Xian was silent at a loss for words. Did it matter whether he believed it or not now? Then he raised his hand and waved, sending down a torrent of mana. Lü Yingfeng watched in awe as countless pieces of wood and stone flew in from all directions. In an instant, everything seemed to be reshaped. The small courtyard rose from the ground, and then he was brought down to the earth. Lü Yingfeng felt that everything before him seemed no different from before. Entering the room, Ning Xian sat down, and a delicate jade bottle appeared in his hand. What's this? Lü Yingfeng asked, puzzled. Ning Xian said, a perfect foundation establishment pill. As the words fell, Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Through his recent studies, he had come to understand that foundation establishment pills were graded in their effects on establishing the foundation varied greatly. A perfect foundation establishment pill could ensure that all 9 chi vortexes liquefied, making it exceptionally precious. When he opened the bottle, a rich fragrance burst forth, the elixir's aroma stirring his heart. In astonishment, Lü Yingfeng said, you went out for so long just to get this foundation establishment pill. This? Lü Yingfeng was lost in thought, his heart touched. As he looked at Ning Xian, a new emotion appeared in his eyes. Although he had been tricked into becoming his disciple, Ning Xian had truly put in the effort. At that moment, Ning Xian said, when you reach the 9th layer of chi refining, just take the foundation establishment pill directly. You won't need to do anything else to complete your foundation. I left in a hurry before and didn't arrange everything clearly. He'll place the techniques and spells you need in your room. Starting tomorrow, I will formally teach you cultivation. Ning Xian's tone was calm, but his expression carried a hint of anticipation. His gaze burned as he stared at Lü Yingfeng, his eyes full of excitement. Lü Yingfeng listened without much reaction, yet he couldn't shake a strange feeling. Was this right? Under the expectant gaze of Ning Xian, Lü Yingfeng returned to his residence. He felt more excited than his own master about his training. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he was shocked to find the previously empty room inexplicably filled with various books and scrolls neatly arranged on the shelves. How come I didn't know about this? Lü Yingfeng was astonished. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the books on spellcraft had been meticulously categorized, and he found that these materials seemed even rarer compared to those in the sect's library. Are there any cultivation methods? Lü Yingfeng searched carefully, as this was what he lacked the most, and then he spotted a scroll. This was the only cultivation method among all the books. Staring at the large characters on the scroll, he couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. The ancient scripture of the sun, one of the oldest cultivation methods of the human race, truly exists. Lü Yingfeng immediately began to examine it seriously, but once again found himself lost in thought. The cultivation methods were classified by levels: mortal, mystic, spiritual, nascent, soul, and king level. However, he had no idea what grade this ancient scripture of the sun was. But since Ning Xian only prepared this one scroll for him, there probably weren't any others. Then he began to read, and found himself involuntarily immersed in it. The sound of the scriptures echoed in his mind, bringing a profound and mysterious feeling to his heart. As he operated according to the scriptures, his own magical power was mobilized, and a warm sensation surged through his limbs and bones. The spiritual energy that had been inaccessible for several days now flowed into his body, transforming into threads and eventually returning to his dantian. Moreover, after absorbing the scriptures, he felt that his magical power had become even more refined, and his might had increased immensely compared to before. In a moment of excitement, Lü Yingfeng immediately took out the remaining spirit stones. As more spiritual energy flowed into his body, he was astonished to discover that his strength was rapidly increasing, and the spirit stones were being consumed at a rapid rate. With each wave of magical power descending, he could distinctly feel his cultivation level rising. Buzz. The surrounding air hummed lightly, and Lü Yingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Initially filled with joy, he suddenly noticed that his original 20,000 spirit stones had actually been reduced by 10,000. Is foundation establishment really this expensive? During chi refining, it was only a few hundred, at most 2,000 or 3,000, but now it had directly surpassed 10,000. Having helped his master collect spirit stones for 10 years, he had only received 24,000, yet after just 2 rounds of cultivation, he was left with only 10,000. His master's monthly allowance was truly insufficient, which indirectly indicated that his master wasn't putting in enough effort. At this moment, he pondered, deeply disregarding everything else as he continued to sense his own changes. Meanwhile, Ning Xian had arrived at Lü Ruyan's courtyard. Yenner. At the sound of his voice, Lü Ruyan hurriedly came out, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Ning Xian. Master, you're back. Ning Xian nodded, not engaging in too much small talk, and directly asked, has anything happened while I was away? It was more practical and objective to ask Lü Ruyan about such matters. Upon hearing this, Lü Ruyan's eyes immediately showed an unusual expression, and she began to recount everything that had happened since Ning Xian left, growing more excited as she spoke, almost losing her composure by the end. Listening to her narrative, Ning Xian went from initially nodding with mild interest to being stunned and finally to being left speechless in disbelief. Are you saying that he learned a spell and then set my courtyard on fire? Yes. And then he learned how to draw talismans, filling a bag with them in one night, and using those talismans, he won first place in the sect's grand competition with just the cultivation level of the second layer of qi refining. Exactly. And finally, you gave him half of the Dian body refinement method, and within a few days, he directly cultivated to the foundation establishment level in body cultivation. Is that so? Listening to one incident after another, Ning Xian could no longer maintain his composure. Each of these events showcased his talent, and even though he had seen many prodigies, he had never encountered such a genius. It wasn't until a long time later that Ning Xian managed to calm his emotions. Lü Ruyan couldn't help but ask, Master, has the foundation establishment pill been refined yet? I've already given it to him. Has my junior brother reached the 9th layer of qi refining? Lü Ruyan questioned, her voice filled with astonishment. It had only been about 10 to 20 days since Lü Yingfeng entered the sect, and he had already reached the 9th layer of qi refining. Ning Xian shook his head. I haven't checked, but given his talent, I estimate he's at least at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining, not too far from foundation establishment. Moreover, I've already prepared the necessary items for him. If he needs anything, he will naturally come to find me. He had done what needed to be done, and now he was just waiting for Lü Yingfeng to break through to foundation establishment. He was also increasingly eager to see what kind of performance such a genius would display. At this moment, Lü Yingfeng had stopped operating the scriptures. His cultivation at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment was now stable, and he had not continued to cultivate, instead rising to approach the books. One must say that Ning Xian had indeed prepared quite thoroughly. Besides the conventional spellcraft techniques, there were also various manuals and even secret techniques for concealing one's aura. Looking at the secret techniques, Lü Yingfeng pondered and attempted to activate them, discovering that his aura was changing. Though he had already reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, he was able to suppress himself down to the 4th layer of qi refining without any excess aura leaking out, even when operating his magical power. This was indeed a very good spell, significantly concealing his cultivation strength. It could not only allow him to relax his guard, but also make his attacks unexpected, perfectly tailored for him. He continued to browse through other books. Though not much time had passed, he felt he had gained immensely. He immersed himself in diligent study, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had gone by, until sounds emerged from outside the courtyard. Lü Yingfeng. A shout called out, bringing Lü Yingfeng back to reality. Scanning with his divine sense, he was surprised to see that it was Chun Mu. Lü Yingfeng was curious, hadn't they settled their grievances? Was he still resentful? Thinking this, he stood up and walked out, only to see Chun Mu with a serious expression and a hint of anger. Are you here for revenge? No. Then what is it? I came to find you because there's something I need to discuss. What is it? Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow, wondering if there was some new twist. Chun Mu then walked into the courtyard, taking a seat beside him at the stone table before speaking up. Do you know why the sword energy suddenly went wild a couple of days ago? Lü Yingfeng nodded. I know. Chun Mu was surprised. You know. It was man-made. Lü Yingfeng replied in a calm tone. Chun Mu continued, then do you know who did it? Wang Ling. You actually know? In an instant, Chun Mu stood up excitedly. He had seen the spiritual light that day which had appeared from behind Lü Yingfeng, and for that reason, he had specifically investigated and come to this conclusion. If this was indeed done by Wang Ling, then was his previous attempt to kill Lü Yingfeng with the hairpin also his doing? At this moment, lacking evidence, he had come to verify, hoping to uncover something. However, he hadn't expected Lü Yingfeng to actually know. Pondering deeply, Chun Mu took a deep breath and looked at Lü Yingfeng again. Then do you know why someone suddenly came to buy lightning talismans from you? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a question to come up. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now that it was brought up, could there be a story behind it? With this thought, he turned to look at Chun Mu. Could there be some hidden story? The two exchanged glances. Chun Mu calmed his emotions and nodded solemnly. As far as I know, everyone who came to buy your thunder talismans was sent by Wang Ling. Their goal is to buy them all out. Why would he buy out my thunder talismans? Lü Yingfeng was perplexed. The tournament was over. What use would that serve? Besides, weren't they supposed to hunt demon beasts for contribution points? Chun Mu continued. Earlier, weren't you planning to take a sect mission to hunt demon beasts outside Qinghua City? Yes. Wang Ling intended to make a move on you there. Your thunder talismans posed a threat to him, so he wanted to buy them all out, or at least reduce your stock. Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng was utterly taken aback. He had never imagined this was the reason. Chun Mu asked, what grudge do you have with Wang Ling? At this point, Lü Yingfeng was visibly startled. Speaking of Wang Ling, he had only seen him twice and interacted with him just once. Though he knew Wang Ling was behind the attack, he hadn't had time to ponder it. Chun Mu didn't press him, waiting for a response. Finally, Lü Yingfeng said, could it be that he's jealous of my good looks and wants to strike at me? Chun Mu was speechless. He couldn't help but look at the man before him, a complex emotion rising in his heart. Though he had to admit the guy's appearance was indeed enviable, saying it out loud felt somehow off. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. By the way, the first time I met him, he tried to show off, but failed. What do you mean? Chun Mu was puzzled. What did try to show off, but failed mean? Lü Yingfeng recounted the events of that day. It was nothing major. Not even a quarrel had occurred. Chun Mu understood instantly after hearing it. If that's the case, it's no wonder. Why? Wang Ling is infatuated with Lü Ruyan. He has had his family propose marriage to the Lü family many times, but each time they were rejected. Moreover, he is extremely petty. He felt provoked by you, so it's no surprise he holds a grudge. So trivial. Lü Yingfeng was completely taken aback. Didn't Wang Ling himself say he could ask for anything he needed? He had asked for things like 80,000 spirit stones and a 10,000 soul banner. Things he genuinely wanted, but Wang Ling couldn't provide. If he couldn't deliver, why boast? Chun Mu thought of other things too: Lü Yingfeng's handsome appearance, the obvious care Lü Ruyan showed him, and even them embracing on the flying sword. All of this must have provoked Wang Ling. With that in mind, it was no surprise Wang Ling wanted him dead. It seems the one who secretly attacked you during the tournament was him too. Using others to kill his rival. How despicable. Chun Mu gritted his teeth. Even without proof, he could piece together the cause and effect. Using his hands to kill Lü Yingfeng would save Wang Ling trouble and eliminate a rival, leaving only Chun Mu to suffer. Moreover, both the Chun and Wang families were among the 4 great clans. If Chun Mu had killed Lü Yingfeng, the Chun family would face Ning Xian's vicious retaliation, which would greatly benefit the Wang family. It was only through a flash of insight and much trouble with his cousin's help that he had uncovered these matters. At that moment, Chun Mu was gnashing his teeth. Because of Wang Ling's jealousy, he had been beaten twice by Lü Yingfeng and had lost all faith in the sect. And they were supposed to be fellow disciples. Yet Wang Ling had tried to destroy him. Lü Yingfeng stood there lost in thought. Chun Mu asked, do you want to seek revenge? We have no proof. That's a problem. Chun Mu frowned as a thought struck him. Moreover, despicable as Wang Ling is, the Wang family values him greatly. Several foundation establishment cultivators in the sect are his men. His men? You mean they're from the Wang family? Chun Mu shook his head. The Wang family feared he would have no support outside, so they spent many spirit stones to bribe some disciples to serve him. He's that rich. Lü Yingfeng was astonished. But thinking about it, Wang Ling had spent nearly 2,000 spirit stones just to buy out his thunder talismans. At that thought, he couldn't help but feel envious. Chun Mu ignored this and continued. I've learned that he leaves the sect every month at the beginning to go to Qinghua City. What does he go to Qinghua City for? The Wang family sends him spirit stones, and he goes to collect them. Lü Yingfeng said, isn't he a disciple of a major clan? Can't he send someone to fetch them? Those are cultivation resources. What if someone runs off with them? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. That doesn't make sense either. Why not just have them delivered to the sect? You don't know this, but he keeps a few women in Qinghua City, so he goes there himself every month. Thanks to the insights from his vision, Chun Mu had gathered all these details. If that was the case, then everything was clear. He couldn't keep them in the sect. No proper sect would allow it. And even nearby areas were off-limits due to elder patrols. But Qinghua City was different. It was a city where mortals and cultivators coexisted. No one would discover his secret there, and he was always cautious traveling alone. Thinking about this, Lü Yingfeng said, are you suggesting we ambush him on the road? Alas, that won't work. There's a teleportation array outside the sect that leads directly to Qinghua City, and the city has strong sect elders stationed there. There's no way to get to him unless Peak Master Ning intervenes. Chun Mu had considered that possibility, but it was too difficult. Even if Yu Xingyao was here and could lend him people, there was no place to execute the plan. Finally, Chun Mu left. He had come to discuss matters with the aggrieved party, but ended up with no solution. Lü Yingfeng sat there for a while before speaking again. What exactly is this teleportation array? To be honest, after learning all this, he was shocked by how petty and malicious Wang Ling was. Without even realizing it, Wang Ling had tried to kill him twice, and he was lucky to have survived. Of course, he wanted to kill Wang Ling, but the question was how. Should he really go and ask Ning Xian for help? Though he knew Ning Xian was formidable, daring to face those powerful figures from you. He didn't want to drag his master into this. If only I had more spirit stones to break through 4 or 5 levels, I could find a chance to kill him. Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself, then shook his head and slowly returned to his room. He took out some spirit stones and immersed himself in cultivation. As the spirit stones were consumed, his cultivation base reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. To his surprise, this breakthrough also required 10,000 spirit stones. Earlier, the constant doubling had left him uneasy, but now he felt a glimmer of joy. Though 10,000 was still a huge amount, at least there was hope. Where can I get some more spirit stones? Lü Yingfeng pondered. Each breakthrough now cost 10,000, and he had already spent all of Ningxian's decades worth of spirit stones. He had nothing else to his name except for the foundation establishment pill Ningxian had given him. Staring at the pill, he hesitated. He was already at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Consuming it would probably do little. Master once said this thing is quite valuable. With that thought, he looked out the window. Cultivation was indeed a costly endeavor. Lü Yingfeng rose and stepped out of the room. He recalled Lü Rian mentioning that Qingyue City was home to numerous shops and a bustling marketplace. He decided to head to Qingyue City, but first visited the Spirit Pavilion to consult Su Yao about the market rates. What he learned left him utterly astounded. This thing is worth 20,000 spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng could barely compose himself. With 20,000 spirit stones, he could advance to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Without further delay, he left Qingyun's sect and stepped onto the teleportation array heading toward the city. Before long, Lü Yingfeng gazed at the bustling streets filled with a ceaseless flow of pedestrians. A wave of emotion washed over him. He had been at the sect for nearly a month, and had it not been for embarking on the path of cultivation, he would have been drowning in a life of indulgence. Lost in thought, he entered the city. Rather than rushing to sell his pills, he first sought out a new black robe. Caution was always prudent when venturing abroad. Only after that did he begin to wander through the city. Observing the myriad of vendors and goods, his mind drifted. How long had it been since he had witnessed such lively, prosperous scenes? Especially during his month at Qingyun's sect, words could hardly describe the experience. Aside from cultivation, there was little else. He had not even taken a single meal. He wondered how he had endured until now. At this moment, he felt quite relaxed. As he walked, he gathered news while savoring the vibrant energy of the mortal world. After extensive inquiries, Lü Yingfeng arrived at a pharmacy. According to local accounts, it was the largest and most reputable establishment in Qingyue City. Esteemed guest, our humble shop offers a wide variety of goods. Are you looking to purchase herbs or pills? An elderly man with graying hair approached, his aura revealing him to be a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refining. Lü Yingfeng glanced at him without much thought and stated directly, I wish to sell pills. Sell pills? The old man was taken aback. He had seen many buyers here, but sellers were a rarity. Yet being well-versed in such matters, he promptly smiled and asked, May I inquire what kind of pill you wish to sell? A perfect foundation establishment pill. Do you accept such items? What? The old man's face revealed astonishment. A perfect foundation establishment pill was a rare treasure, nearly impossible to refine due to its stringent requirements. Even if one possessed it, they would seldom part with it. I never expected you to sell such a precious item. But may I ask if you have it on you? What do you mean? Lü Yingfeng hesitated. The old man quickly explained, Please don't misunderstand. As it happens, a distinguished figure here is in need of a perfect foundation establishment pill. I must verify its authenticity before inviting him over, so I require an inspection. I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Without further comment, he produced the pill for examination. After a moment, the old man nodded and bowed respectfully. Please wait here. I will go and fetch the person. With that, the old man ushered him into a refined chamber, poured tea, and arranged refreshments before taking his leave. Lü Yingfeng harbored no concerns, as the entire Qingyue City was under the protection of Qingyun's sect, with an elder stationed there to maintain order. No one would dare cause trouble. Yet nearly an hour passed before someone finally arrived. When Lü Yingfeng looked up, he was taken aback. The visitor was none other than Wang Ling. Flanked by 2 young men, Wang Ling followed the old man into the chamber. His robes billowed as he strode in and sat directly across from Lü Yingfeng. Despite the black robe concealing his identity, Wang Ling sensed only a qi refining aura and could not suppress a hint of arrogance. Are you the one selling the perfect foundation establishment pill? Lü Yingfeng stared at Wang Ling in surprise, but nodded. Yes. Lü Yingfeng's sole aim was to convert the pill into spirit stones. As long as he was paid, it mattered not who the buyer was. Still, he wondered why Wang Ling, already at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, needed such a pill. Wang Ling sat back, crossing his legs and taking a sip of tea before speaking slowly. Let me see the item. Lü Yingfeng produced the pill, and the room was instantly filled with a rich, invigorating fragrance. He had no fear of robbery, as both he and Wang Ling were at the third layer of foundation establishment. He was not without means to defend himself. Wang Ling's eyes lit up. How much do you want? 20,000 spirit stones. No haggling. Lü Yingfeng was firm. If it sold good, if not, he would go elsewhere. Heh. Wang Ling chuckled, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not expensive. He'll take it. With a flick of his hand, a pile of 20,000 spirit stones materialized before him like a small mountain. Lü Yingfeng stared at the spirit stones, stunned. So decisive. He had anticipated a bargaining process, yet the deal was concluded in an instant. He then gathered the spirit stones, handed over the pill, and rose to leave the room. The entire transaction was seamless. Wang Ling's smile deepened as he gazed at the pill before him. But one of the young men beside him leaned in. Young Master Wang, he's only at Qi refining, yet possesses a perfect foundation establishment pill, and left in such haste. It seems questionable. Why not drive down the price? Why drive down the price? Wang Ling smirked. You said it yourself. He's merely at Qi refining. Can he truly hold on to so many spirit stones? The young man paused as if grasping the implication. Your meaning is? Keep an eye on him. When the time comes, send him on his way. Wang Ling's tone remained unhurried, his demeanor composed. It seemed he had harbored ulterior motives from the moment he sensed the other's Qi refining aura. A golden core powerhouse presided over Qinghua City, forbidding any conflict. But once beyond the city's borders, the rules changed entirely. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng exited the pharmacy with no intention of lingering. However, he had not gone far before sensing someone tailing him. With his divine sense extended, his perception of the surroundings was razor sharp. The follower was the young man who had stood beside Wang Ling. What's this? Trying to get it for free? Lü Yingfeng wondered. Having just left, he was already being shadowed. Could this be a setup for a robbery? He decided not to leave immediately, instead strolling through the city. Yet no matter where he went, the man clung to him like a stubborn stain. Even after Lü Yingfeng stopped for a meal at a tavern, the man waited outside, only resuming his pursuit when he emerged. If that's how it is, then I'm getting excited. By now, Lü Yingfeng understood clearly they wanted both the pill and the spirit stones without paying. Having previously ambushed him and tampered with things in secret, they now intended outright robbery. His thoughts churned. Though he could simply use the teleportation array to leave if they insisted on this path, he had other ideas. Wang Ling was also at the third layer of foundation establishment, flanked by two at the first and second layers. But now that the spirit stones were in Lü Yingfeng's hands, the situation had shifted. He decided to rent a room at an inn in the city. Since Wang Ling chose to act dishonorably, he could not blame him for what came next. Settling into stillness, Lü Yingfeng sat cross-legged, drawing strands of spiritual energy from the spirit stones into his body. As he cultivated, his divine sense swept the area. The man had not left, monitoring his every move. Lü Yingfeng could barely contain his excitement. After all, when it came to underhanded dealings, one never tired of scheming. Time passed in a blur as Lü Yingfeng cultivated in stillness, never leaving. That man also lingered nearby, his divine sense constantly sweeping over the room, monitoring every move Lü Yingfeng made. Amid his cultivation, Lü Yingfeng clearly perceived every action of that man. After an unknown duration, Wang Ling appeared there, gazing quietly into the distance. How is it? This fellow is quite cunning. He didn't leave the city directly, but found a place to stay. It seems he plans to wait for an opportunity to slip away. The young man spoke, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Wang Ling chuckled. Futile efforts. Does a mere Qi refining cultivator truly believe he can escape? What do we do now? Keep an eye on him. He'll have to leave the city eventually. All right. The young man responded, an unconscious glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Wang Ling continued. Also, after this is done, I'll return to the sect first. The items from my family should arrive in a few days. When they do come to the sect, and inform me. Understood. Remember, this matter is of utmost importance. A smile curled at the corners of Wang Ling's mouth. However, these words fell clearly upon Lü Yingfeng's ears, causing him a moment of hesitation. What could be so significant to him? Originally, he had planned to break through and then directly eliminate Wang Ling, but hearing this, it seemed that the item was quite extraordinary, likely valuable. With this thought, Lü Yingfeng hesitated, then ceased his pondering and resumed his cultivation. Night gave way to dawn as 20,000 spirit stones were consumed, yet his cultivation failed to break through to the fifth layer of foundation establishment, falling just short at the final moment. What now? Is there a chance at the fourth layer of foundation establishment? Lü Yingfeng hesitated. As the young master of the Wang family, Wang Ling was undoubtedly formidable. Having only arrived recently and cultivated for barely a month, Lü Yingfeng was merely one realm higher. If a fight broke out, what if he ended up at a disadvantage? A disadvantage would be minor, but if he ended up losing his life, that would be a loss not worth taking. After much deliberation, he grew uncertain, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward a certain direction, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Should I borrow some from him? Muttering to himself, Lü Yingfeng abruptly rose and walked out of the inn. Almost simultaneously, Wang Ling also stood up. Assuming the other was planning to leave Qinghua City, they quickly followed. However, Lü Yingfeng arrived at yesterday's medicine shop and walked inside. What is he doing? Wang Ling hesitated, taken aback. The two beside him also shook their heads in confusion. Just as they were perplexed, someone from the medicine shop approached, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Wang Ling. Young Master Wang, that man from yesterday, is back. What does he want? He says he still has foundation establishment pills and wants to know if you're still interested. Still has more? Wang Ling was astonished. A perfect foundation establishment pill was rare, one was already extraordinary, yet this person claimed to have another. With this in mind, Wang Ling didn't refuse. He walked straight into the medicine shop and entered the same private room as yesterday, cutting to the chase. You still have foundation establishment pills? Yes. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Wang Ling sat down. Then at yesterday's price. Bring out however many you have. He was determined to take them all regardless of quantity. Once the man was detained, both the pills and the spirit stones would be his. Even if he miscalculated and the man had some backing, there would be no loss. After all, a perfect foundation establishment pill for 20,000 spirit stones was not expensive. No matter how he looked at it, it was a sure win. Lü Yingfeng then said, I have one more, but it's not on me. I need to leave the city to retrieve it. If you're certain you want it, pay 2,000 spirit stones in advance. Tomorrow give me the remaining stones, and he'll hand over the pill. Hearing this, Wang Ling hesitated, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lü Yingfeng remained composed. Fine. Wang Ling agreed. He wasn't afraid of Lü Yingfeng fleeing. This was Qinghua Sect's territory, and he was legitimately buying pills. Nothing to fear. In this situation, the other could only pray that he truly had someone backing him, otherwise he'd have only himself to blame. As his words fell, another 2,000 spirit stones materialized before them. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but marvel. This guy was truly wealthy. Casually spending over 20,000, yet when he himself had once asked for just 2,000, Wang Ling had refused and wouldn't even write an IOU. How disheartening. And with such behavior, he dared to pursue his senior sister. Pocketing the spirit stones, Lü Yingfeng turned and took his leave. The three still followed him covertly. Then they saw that Lü Yingfeng didn't leave the city, but returned to his previous lodging, where he sat down cross-legged immediately. What is he doing? The young man was puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to go out of the city to fetch the pill? Wang Ling was equally perplexed, but didn't dwell on it. As long as the man was still under their watch, it was fine. Yet with the 2,000 spirit stones in hand, Lü Yingfeng's cultivation broke through once more, finally reaching the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Feeling the surging mana within his body, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears again, and he grew even more exhilarated. Since he began cultivating, this was the first time he would truly engage in a battle of magical arts. To be safe, he had waited until he broke through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment before making his move. Perceiving his movements and expression, Wang Ling and the others furrowed their brows, their confusion deepening. Then they saw that he still didn't leave, but instead lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Wang Ling, what is he doing? Isn't he going to get the pill? No idea. Could someone be delivering it to him? But from yesterday till now, he hasn't made a move or contacted anyone. All three were baffled, even considering waking him up to ask. Time slowly passed until night deepened, and Lü Yingfeng finally rose. Glancing at the night outside the window, he left the room and walked along the stone path toward the city gate. Almost simultaneously, Wang Ling and the others stealthily followed him all the way out of the city. The night was dark and windy. After leaving the city, Lü Yingfeng plunged into the darkness, his figure vanishing into the mountain forest. Had they not reached the foundation establishment stage and could project their divine sense without relying on sight, they would have completely lost track of him. To their surprise, he moved very swiftly, traveling without pause, dashing straight for 200 li in one breath until deep into the night. Wang Ling and the others followed behind, growing more uneasy with each step. Where is he going? The young man questioned. The others suddenly frowned. Damn it, could this kid be planning to run off with the spirit stones? Run! Wang Ling's heart jolted. He had wanted to play the predator, but the other might be trying to outwit him. With this thought, he decided to intercept the man immediately. But before they could move to chase, Lü Yingfeng's voice slowly rang out in the night. Run! Do you think him as untrustworthy as you? As his words fell, the three felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Looking up, they saw a dark figure standing not far away in the night, quietly watching them. Lü Yingfeng's voice carried a hint of unusual excitement. This was his first time doing such a thing, and he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Seeing this, Wang Ling's brows furrowed with hesitation as he gazed at the shadowy figure before him and spoke slowly. In that case, hand over the foundation establishment pill. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but Wang Ling remained calm. He had scouted the area and confirmed there was no one around. Even if something did happen, it wouldn't matter. 3 against 1, the advantage was his. Moreover, his opponent was merely at the qi refinement stage, someone he could crush with a flick of his finger. Lü Yingfeng, however, replied, "All right, I'll give it to you in a moment." In a moment, Wang Ling was puzzled. Lü Yingfeng continued, "As for you, I must say a few words. A person should keep their word. You can't want the pill and refuse to pay." As his words fell, the expressions of the three men in the night suddenly hardened. Realizing that their opponent seemed to know something, their faces twisted into vicious glares. "It looks like you figured it out. Since that's the case, I won't waste words. Hand over the pill, and it'll grant you a whole corpse." One of the young men spoke, his tone dripping with menace. His aura surged forth, revealing his cultivation at the second layer of foundation establishment, exuding a palpable pressure. Wang Ling stood there, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. With the pretense shattered, there was nothing left to say. But to their surprise, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help rubbing his hands together. "Enough talk, let's fight." "Huh." The three were stunned, completely caught off guard. After a brief moment, the young man at the second layer of foundation establishment let out a cold laugh. "You're asking for death." Whoosh. A sound echoed from the woods. In the next instant, his mana surged radiant light, enveloping the area as he lunged forward, reaching for Lü Yingfeng's throat. The gap between them was too vast, and he saw no need for words. He intended to subdue his opponent lest he destroy the goods he sought. Yet as he closed in, Lü Yingfeng felt a rush of exhilaration. Seeing the approaching hand, his mana erupted without reserve, and he swung his palm downward. A dull thud followed by a scream. The arm was shattered, flesh and blood flying as the man staggered back. Terror filled his face as waves of agony racked his trembling body. "What?" Wang Ling and his companion gasped, their pupils dilating in shock. He was at the second layer of foundation establishment, yet his arm had been crushed with a single slap. Even Lü Yingfeng was dazed, staring at his own hand in momentary disbelief. "Am I this formidable?" His voice was soft, but the three were left in sheer terror. At that moment, sensing the aura radiating from him, their eyes filled with nothing but solemnity. Fifth layer of foundation establishment. None had expected this man to be a master at the fifth layer. Without hesitation, Wang Ling turned and fled. "Run." Even 3 against 1, they had no advantage now. Lü Yingfeng quickly called out, "Don't go." As he spoke, his mana surged once more, and a dazzling array of lights bloomed around him. Flames, water, wind, thunder. Over a dozen different spells he had learned earlier. Having learned from the incident of burning down a house, he usually refrained from reckless experimentation. But now things were different. His mastery was such that the spells manifested almost instinctively, their lethal power astonishing. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in their ears. The three glanced back, their eyes filled with terror. A fifth-layer foundation establishment cultivator was bad enough, but how could he unleash over a dozen spells at once? In an instant, they were blasted away, their bodies crashing into trees before tumbling to the ground. Lü Yingfeng took a step forward and appeared before them in a flash. Gritting their teeth, the three formed hand seals, unleashing spells and flying swords that hurtled toward him. Lü Yingfeng's mana roiled as he raised his hand and swept it down. Over a dozen beams of light manifested simultaneously, shattering the spells and repelling the flying swords, which severed tree trunks and embedded themselves in the ground. The light beams did not stop, crashing into the three men once more. Screams rang out again, but soon fell silent. Lü Yingfeng glanced over and frowned. They couldn't take a hit. Why are they dead already? Wang Ling's two companions were dead, though battered Wang Ling was still alive. But as Lü Yingfeng approached, he unleashed another technique. A flying sword shot out from his sleeve. Bang! The sound rang out again as the sword was repelled. Lü Yingfeng pivoted and delivered a flying kick to Wang Ling's face, sending him tumbling over 10 zhang away. A flash of light passed by. To prevent any mishaps, Lü Yingfeng followed up, slapping Wang Ling on the head before he could even stop rolling. Then grabbing him by the collar, Lü Yingfeng rained down punches, leaving no chance for retaliation. Only when Wang Ling was nearly motionless did he pause. Yet looking at Wang Ling, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he spoke softly into the night. "Why aren't you fighting back?" Hearing this, Wang Ling's twisted body twitched involuntarily. He stared at the man before him, a mix of fury and terror in his eyes, gnashing his teeth in silence. Playing the wolf in sheep's clothing, hiding his fifth-layer foundation establishment as qi refinement, was bad enough, but now he was twisting the knife. Yet when he tried to speak, he found his jaw dislocated. Agony racked his entire body, and he had no idea how many bones were broken. Sigh. Lü Yingfeng let out a soft sigh, hoisted Wang Ling's limp body, and began to frisk him. Soon he found a ring. It contained a fair amount of items, several spirit herbs, over a dozen pills, 3,000 spirit stones, a few books, a long sword, and the foundation establishment pill he had sold him. "You're quite wealthy." Lü Yingfeng pocketed everything. The spirit herbs and pills alone were probably worth a few hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. The longsword, likely a profound-grade artifact, could fetch 300 to 500 spirit stones on the market. He then held up the Foundation Establishment pill, and to Wang Ling's disbelief, brought it before him. "I'm not an untrustworthy person like you. Here the perfect Foundation Establishment pill, as promised. You paid 2,000 now, just give me another 18,000. Wang Ling struggled his body, writhing his eyes wide with disbelief. So this was how he had another perfect Foundation Establishment pill, by robbing him clean, then using the very pill he had taken to demand the remaining 18,000 spirit stones. He had seen ruthless and black-hearted men, but never one so utterly depraved. In that moment he was in shock. Lü Yingfeng, however, grew calm. After all, he had said from the start that they would get the pill outside the city. Now they were outside the city and he had the pill. In this day and age, a man of his word was a rare find. The night was silent. Lü Yingfeng crouched there watching quietly. Seeing Wang Ling unable to produce any spirit stones, Lü Yingfeng let out a helpless sigh. He shook his head as he looked at the perfect Foundation Establishment pill in his hand. "Since you don't want it, the deal is off, but the deposit won't be refunded." With that, he put the pill away. Wang Ling's eyes were wide, his body still twisting in agony. He had never been bullied like this before. Lü Yingfeng searched through everything once more to ensure nothing else was there, then stood up. "You're lucky you ran into me. If it were anyone else, you'd regret it even more." His tone was full of resignation as he dragged Wang Ling back along the same path. Wang Ling wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't need to meet anyone else. Meeting this man alone was already regrettable enough. But to his surprise, instead of killing him, the man left him not far from Qinghua City and then walked away without a backward glance. This puzzled Wang Ling. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng had already returned to Qinghua City, found a place to stay until dawn, stowed away his black robe, and stepped onto the teleportation array back to the sect. He should have eliminated all traces of his deed, but earlier he had overheard that the Wang family was about to send Wang Ling something extraordinary. That thought stayed his hand. He decided to wait until Wang Ling received the item, then rob him again. Though it was risky, he was too poor to care. When he returned to the sect and made his way slowly toward Qianling Peak, he kept calculating in his mind. Excluding the spiritual herbs and pills, he now had only a little over 3,000 spirit stones left. Not enough. For his next breakthrough, he would need at least 7,000 more. Where in this vast Qinghua sect could he find those 7,000 spirit stones? With that thought, he remembered his master and immediately headed toward Qianling Peak. But when he arrived, Ning Xian was not there. Only Lü Ruyan came from behind. "Junior brother, are you looking for master?" "Yes, senior sister." "Where has master gone?" Lü Yingfeng turned and smiled at Lü Ruyan, who for some reason, seeing his senior sister, always lifted his spirits. Lü Ruyan replied, "Master has gone to the Sword Valley." "What is he doing there?" "He is taking the princess of Yu to train." "Has he taken on a new disciple?" Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Lü Ruyan shook her head, unable to explain further. Ning Xian did not tell her everything, and she did not feel comfortable asking. But looking at her junior brother, she said, "If you need to find master, I'll take you there." "Great." Lü Yingfeng readily agreed. As usual, he wrapped his arm around his senior sister's waist and flew off on his sword. On the way, Lü Ruyan glanced back at him and could not help asking, "Junior brother, have you reached the 8th level of Qi refinement?" Caught off guard by his senior sister's sudden question, Lü Yingfeng was a little surprised, but he did not overthink it. She was his senior sister after all, and nodded. His reaction was calm, but Lü Ruyan could not remain composed. Her guess had already been bold, but the truth shook her even more. A disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. For others, even sensing Qi within a month of starting cultivation was considered good, yet her junior brother had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. They chatted a little more and soon arrived at the Sword Valley, the site of their previous sword comprehension assembly. But this time, instead of staying at the periphery, Ning Xian stood farther ahead, a curtain of spiritual light shimmering before him as he gazed forward. Yu Xingyao sat cross-legged not far away, a struggle evident on her radiant face as sword Qi flew around her. "Junior brother, I need to go back and cultivate, so I won't go with you." "All right, senior sister." Lü Yingfeng replied, watching Lü Ruyan leave before walking toward Ning Xian. Ning Xian had already sensed his arrival and turned back, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. "Master, what are you doing here?" Lü Yingfeng asked curiously. Ning Xian said, helping her comprehend the sword intent. "Shouldn't the master of Sword Peak handle this?" "Why you?" "Logically, the master of Sword Peak must be a peerless swordsman, or else, why would they be called that?" Ning Xian's face showed a hint of pride. "Naturally, because my swordsmanship is stronger." He was not usually like this, but in front of his precious disciple he couldn't help it. Lü Yingfeng was surprised by the answer, but did not question it. He had heard that his master was quite formidable. Ning Xian glanced at him and smiled. "Did you come to see me about something?" There must be a reason for him to come all the way here. Lü Yingfeng was straightforward. "Master, I need spirit stones." "Spirit stones?" Ning Xian was surprised. "Just take my token to the spirit pavilion and get some." For a chi refinement cultivator, how much could he spend? His own monthly allowance should be more than enough. Lü Yingfeng said, I already went, but it wasn't enough. Ning Xian was astonished. His own monthly allowance was insufficient. That was unexpected, but geniuses often needed more resources, so it was understandable. Without further ado, he tossed a ring that landed before Lü Yingfeng. I have a little over 3,000 here. Use them for now. That's all. Still not enough. Ning Xian was taken aback and turned to look at him. Lü Yingfeng nodded, his innocent eyes full of sincerity. Ning Xian frowned, but said nothing more. Wait a while. I'll deal with it after I'm done here. All right. Lü Yingfeng agreed, thinking to himself that his master only had a little over 3,000 spirit stones. Not even as rich as that Wang Ling next door. Clearly, he spent lavishly without any sense of thrift. At his age, he still made his disciple worry. Lü Yingfeng didn't know what to say. But after receiving the spirit stones, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there watching the scene before him. When he arrived, he noticed that the sword qi was even fiercer than last time. He also learned that Yu Xingyao had already reached the 9th level of sword qi and was here to break through and condense her sword intent. Standing still, his mind was stirred. Through recent studies, he had come to understand that the thing inside him was called sword intent. He didn't know why it had emerged directly, but he didn't dwell on it. Yet as he stood there, his mind was moved, and in that moment, he seemed to comprehend something. The sword intent in his dantian grew unconsciously, and in an instant a second strand of sword intent was born. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Had he just broken through? Suddenly he understood. Sword intent was different from cultivation. It didn't require absorbing external energy to transform oneself. It relied on enlightenment. Through continuous comprehension, the sword path would grow. So that's how it is. Realization dawned on him, and he felt a great clarity. Without lingering, he bid his master goodbye and left. Ning Xian stood there utterly bewildered, staring at his retreating figure with confusion in his eyes. So that's how it is, what? He had just stood there for a while, said something inexplicable, and then left just as inexplicably, leaving Ning Xian completely baffled. But he didn't dwell on it, and turned his attention back to Yu Xingyao. Faintly, sword qi was gathering around her, showing signs of a breakthrough. As for Lü Yingfeng, after leaving that place, he went straight to the foot of Sword Peak. Lü Yingfeng ascended the Sword Peak, led by a young maiden, to Chun Mu's dwelling. At that moment, Chun Mu was cultivating. Upon learning of his arrival, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Why are you here? Chun Mu spoke, yet a trace of wariness lingered. Though the earlier misunderstanding had been resolved, he still harbored a lingering fear of Lü Yingfeng. Even with his own background, he preferred not to provoke him. Lü Yingfeng said, I heard you're the young master of the Chen family with considerable influence. What do you want? My Chen family hasn't offended you. A flicker of panic crossed Chun Mu's face. Lü Yingfeng stepped closer, offering a slight smile. I just wanted to ask for a favor. What favor? I have a pill. I was hoping you could help me sell it. I'll give you a commission. Lü Yingfeng cut straight to the point. Chun Mu was skeptical, but upon learning it was a perfect foundation establishment pill, he immediately lost his composure. Bro, are you serious? You're selling a perfect foundation establishment pill. So what? This? Just tell me if you can sell it. They'll give you a 10% commission. Lü Yingfeng was straightforward. Having sold one in Qinghua City last time, he needed to be more cautious this time. What if Wang Ling found out? Chun Mu said, I can do it, and I don't need your commission. But first you have to promise you won't hit me again. Really? Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up. Such a good deal. The only downside was Chun Mu's perception of him. Was he really the kind of person who went around hitting people? Chun Mu didn't waste words. He stowed the pill and told him to wait for news. You know my master is Ning Xian. Lü Yingfeng dropped this remark before leaving, reminding Chun Mu not to betray him. Similarly, he had no fear of Chun Mu cheating him out of the pill, for he had already made it clear his master was Ning Xian. Chun Mu rolled his eyes and prepared to see him off. But before they had gone far, a commotion arose from below. Before their eyes, several figures were sprinting up the peak, carrying a groaning figure in their midst. It's Wang Ling. Chun Mu recognized him, surprise in his voice. What happened to him? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, not expecting him back so soon. He had thought it would take another day or two. He wondered which kind soul had brought him back. Without waiting for a response, Chun Mu broke into a grin. Haha, I never thought I'd see the day. Come on, let's go see what the fuss is about. Lü Yingfeng was reluctant to accept such an invitation. What was there to see? He had no interest whatsoever. Chun Mu, however, eagerly followed after them. Lü Yingfeng returned to Qianling Peak. But as he entered the courtyard, he saw Lü Ruyan standing there. Senior sister. Lü Ruyan turned around. Junior brother, you're back. Is something the matter? They had only just parted. Could she already be missing him? Lü Ruyan said, I just remembered. Earlier I asked Master for a sword technique manual. Master said those items are all with you, so I waited here. Oh, I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded, a flicker of disappointment passing through him. So she wasn't missing him after all. They entered the room and approached the bookshelf. Lü Yingfeng asked, "Senior sister, which one do you need?" "The manual for the Azure Cloud Sword Arts, Sword Energy chapter. I've been at the 7th layer of Sword Energy for a while. I feel I'm on the verge of breaking through to the 8th layer, but something's always missing." Lu Rian spoke of her recent progress, a hint of frustration in her voice. Lü Yingfeng walked to the bookshelf and picked up a yellowed book, but then grabbed another one on a whim. "Senior sister, why don't you take a look at this manual for the Tsangyun sword art? Although it's related to sword intent, its chapter on sword energy is more detailed. As you said, you're always just short of breaking through to the 8th layer. It might not be a lack of accumulation, but a matter of your state of mind. Sword Dao is about comprehension. If you try to relax your mind, success might come naturally." Lü Yingfeng spoke thoughtfully as he handed both books to her. But Lu Rian stood still, a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. "What's wrong?" Lü Yingfeng asked, puzzled. Lu Rian said, "Who told you that?" "It's in the book." Lü Yingfeng opened the book and pointed to a passage. Lu Rian's thoughts were tangled, but she said nothing. Instead, the look she gave her junior brother grew increasingly complex. As their eyes met, Lü Yingfeng was confused. But Lu Rian said nothing more and left with the book. He wasn't worried about being found out. After all, she was his senior sister. She wouldn't harm him. In the following days, he was completely at leisure. Aside from cultivating, he spent his time flipping through the books Ning Xian had left behind. The harvest was immense, granting him a deeper understanding of cultivation and a profound study of the application of the sword Dao. To his surprise, his cultivation level hadn't changed much, but his sword intent was steadily growing, showing signs of a natural breakthrough. So far, Lü Yingfeng had yet to encounter any bottlenecks. The only obstacle was likely his poverty. Lu Rian didn't come looking for him, and Ning Xian hadn't returned. He was the only one on Qianling Peak. After 6 or 7 days had passed, Lü Yingfeng went to Lu Rian's courtyard to strengthen their bond. Perhaps because she had broken through to the 8th layer of sword energy, she was in high spirits. The two sat together chatting and laughing. But in the next moment, the courtyard gate was suddenly thrown open and a burly figure strode in. It was a young man about 30 years old, handsome in appearance. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an imposing aura. His gaze swept over them both, and when it fell on Lü Yingfeng, it seemed tinged with contempt. Lü Yingfeng was about to speak in confusion when Lu Rian said, "Cousin." "Huh?" Lü Yingfeng was startled. Lu Rian said, "This is my cousin Lu Cheng." Lü Yingfeng was taken aback and was about to speak. But Lu Cheng regarded him coldly, merely giving him a once-over before saying, "Rian, the family went to great lengths to get you apprenticed to Master Ning. What are you doing here?" His tone was harsh, full of accusation. Lu Rian frowned slightly. "This is my junior brother, Lü Yingfeng. I know. The family has heard all about it." Lu Cheng's attitude remained unchanged. Lü Yingfeng, however, was perplexed. This was his first meeting with the man. Why did he feel such hostility? Lu Rian's expression also darkened. She asked directly, "What are you here for?" "The exchange meet is in a few days. The family sent me to deliver some pills." With that, a jade bottle appeared in Lu Cheng's hand. A wisp of spiritual energy wrapped around it as it landed on the stone table. Glancing at the bottle, Lu Rian continued, "Anything else?" "Yes. It's about that matter we discussed before. The family hopes you'll consider that marriage proposal. It would be of great benefit to both you and the family." Lu Cheng glanced at Lü Yingfeng again before continuing, "You need to think clearly. Just because you like someone doesn't mean they're the right fit." His words finished, he didn't linger and turned to leave the courtyard. But as he departed, Lu Rian's face fell completely, a burgeoning anger flickering in her eyes. She remained silent for a long time. Lü Yingfeng stood in place, gazing at Lu Rian. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on her face. "Senior sister, that cousin of yours is quite arrogant." He couldn't help but speak, his gaze shifting toward the courtyard outside. Lu Rian said, "In the past, my relationship with him was not very good." "I see." Lü Yingfeng nodded. That explained it, yet curiosity lingered. "Then what about the marriage he mentioned?" "It's Wang Ling." "What?" Lü Yingfeng was shocked. Lu Rian let out a slow sigh, sitting down on a stone stool as she spoke. "The Wang family has proposed marriage to my Lu family many times, wanting me to marry Wang Ling. Many in the clan believe that an alliance with the Wang family would elevate the Lu family's status in your country, but I have always refused." "That toad still wants to feast on swan meat," Lü Yingfeng said, his indignation rising. Lu Rian smiled bitterly. Lu Cheng has always been close to the Wang family, so his attitude isn't surprising. But more and more in the clan are supporting this marriage, and I. As she spoke, a look of worry crept onto her face. According to the Lu family's plan, having gone through great trouble to have her become Ning Xian's disciple, if they could also form a marriage alliance with the Wang family, the Lu family would surely reach its zenith. Lü Yingfeng said, "If it comes to it, why not go to Master? Isn't it said that Master is so audacious, he'd charge in and strike the ruler of you?" "Junior brother, you don't understand. Before you came, Master never had any intention of taking on disciples. I was accepted purely due to some personal obligations, and master won't interfere too much in family matters. Lü Rian was well aware that though both were disciples, Ning Xian's fondness for Lü Yingfeng was openly apparent, whereas she did not enjoy such favorable treatment. I see. Lü Yingfeng fell into thought, then after a moment said, then why not just marry me? That way master would have no choice but to step in. Heh. Lü Rian was somewhat taken aback. The worry on her face dissipated, replaced by a hint of a smile. All right, but then junior brother, don't you go regretting it. I definitely won't regret it. It's just that I'm pretty poor, so the bride price will have to be a bit less. Ha! Their laughter rang out, and after a long while Lü Yingfeng finally rose to leave. Lü Rian's mood had lifted considerably. Watching his retreating figure, her smile seemed to grow even more tender. Only when he had vanished from sight did she come to her senses and look at the jade bottle on the table. At first she thought little of it, as her family often sent her things. But the moment she opened the bottle, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A perfect foundation establishment pill. She seemed utterly astonished. Although she had already reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment, and ordinary pills were useless to her, a perfect foundation establishment pill was different. As long as one had never used one before, it could forcibly elevate one's cultivation by a minor realm, even at the 8th layer. Such was the rarity of this elixir. She never expected her family to send her a perfect foundation establishment pill. Even more surprising was that as she sensed the pill's circulating energy, a familiar feeling surged within her. Was this refined by master? If Ning Xian had refined it, how did it end up in her hands? With this thought, she immediately rose to seek Ning Xian, knowing that her master had only ever refined one such pill, and that one was for Lü Yingfeng. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng leisurely returned to his small courtyard. Before he could enter, he saw a figure standing there. It was Lu Cheng, who had not left, but instead waited for him. Something on your mind, Oi? Lü Yingfeng looked at him warily, while also roughly assessing the man's cultivation at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. If it came to a fight, it shouldn't be too much trouble. Lu Cheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance that seemed tinged with disdain. I hear you're a body cultivator. Yes, so what? Lü Yingfeng replied calmly. Lu Cheng let out a light laugh. Some people and some things are beyond your reach. Even if you are Ning Xian's disciple, you're still just a body cultivator. What do you mean? Lü Yingfeng frowned. Lu Cheng said, you know exactly what I mean. Ning Xian may be formidable, but he can't protect you forever. Kid, you're a bit arrogant. I'm just telling you the reality. If you don't listen, don't blame others. With that, Lu Cheng turned and left. His visit seemed like a reminder, but it was more of a warning. Though Lü Yingfeng found it baffling, his temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves ready for a fight. But then Chen Mu appeared. Though unaware of the specifics, Chen Mu recognized the man as a member of the Lü family and saw the tense atmosphere. He immediately stepped forward to restrain Lü Yingfeng. Calm down, he's at foundation establishment. This guy threatened me, Lü Yingfeng pointed. Chen Mu said, but he's at foundation establishment. If you want to take him on, at least wait until peak Lord Ning returns. Huh. Lü Yingfeng paused. What Chen Mu said made sense. Having Ning Xian handle it would be far more worthwhile than him fighting barehanded. Besides, if he revealed too much of his talent, a swarm of maidens and matrons might fight to marry him and wear down his doorstep. What then? You're right. Lü Yingfeng nodded, deciding to wait for Ning Xian's return before dealing with him. Chen Mu nodded, relieved that Lü Yingfeng wouldn't act rashly and get hurt. Then turning his thoughts, Lü Yingfeng looked at Chen Mu and asked, something on your mind? Chen Mu nodded, and a ring appeared in his hand, landing before them. The pills sold for 22,000. All the spirit stones are here. That fast. Lü Yingfeng was amazed. He hadn't expected such quick results, and for 2,000 more. At this rate, he'd have 30,000 on him. 30,000 meant what? The 8th layer of foundation establishment. Chen Mu nodded beside him, his face brimming with pride. Of course. Did you think my Chan family's reputation was for nothing? Indeed, quite capable. Lü Yingfeng's voice was full of praise. Anything else? No. Then you should head back. Huh. Chen Mu was taken aback. Lü Yingfeng said, what are you hung about? After I've helped you grind the mill, you're going to kill the donkey. It's just that I need to cultivate. Chen Mu frowned. Can it wait a moment? Cultivation requires daily accumulation. If I slack off today, how much time will I lose over a whole year? What if missing that little bit of time costs me the path to the golden core? Lü Yingfeng argued with conviction. Chen Mu never expected such a speech. He also felt a strong force pushing him outward, so urgent it made his scalp tingle. Don't you want to know what happened to Wang Ling? Isn't it obvious? He got beaten up. Lü Yingfeng replied, puzzled. Oh, anyone could see that. Chen Mu said, aren't you curious who beat him? Lü Yingfeng paused. Do you know? No. Then why the hell are you talking about it? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes, startled into a shiver, fearing his own involvement had been exposed. But Chen Mu's next words gave him pause. I don't know who beat him, but I do know that today someone from the Wang family came and brought him something good. Curiosity piqued Lü Yingfeng, recalled Wang Ling mentioning it earlier. It was because of that something good that he had held back from killing him. He had planned to keep tabs on Wang Ling and ambush him when he went to Qinghua City to retrieve the item, but instead the Wang family had delivered it directly to him. Turning to Chen Mu, he asked, "What good thing?" "I don't know." Chen Mu's words left everyone in silence. Lü Yingfeng, who had initially been curious, was met with the response of not knowing. "If you don't know, then what's there to discuss?" Chen Mu said, "Even if we know, it wouldn't matter, it's already in his hands." However, he also brought some news. Both the Lü family and the Wang family were preparing items for their clan disciples, seemingly for the upcoming exchange event. As for the exchange event, Lü Yingfeng had heard it was about hunting demon beasts and searching for spiritual fruits. Was it really necessary to take it so seriously? He couldn't tell if the demon beasts were hard to hunt or if the spiritual fruits were particularly delicious. In the end, Chen Mu left, and Lü Yingfeng returned to his room. As night deepened, he began to meditate. It had been several days without a breakthrough, and he felt somewhat anxious. However, with 30,000 spirit stones, even if he couldn't reach the 8th level of foundation establishment, he wouldn't be too far off. In no time, Qianling Peak fell silent. As the spirit stones continued to disappear, Lü Yingfeng's aura gradually climbed, and after an unknown period, he broke through to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Just as he had thought, it had been over a month since he began cultivating, and he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. He even had an illusion that with enough spirit stones, achieving the nascent soul would not be impossible. As time passed, once he solidified his realm, he began to absorb spiritual energy again. With spirit stones in hand, not breaking through would be a waste. What if they weren't fresh in a few days? It's better for a young man out in the world to have more cultivation. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, but just as he was enjoying his cultivation, a loud noise erupted, shaking the ground and startling the entire Qinghua sect. Lü Yingfeng was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. What happened? Is the Qinghua sect doomed? He couldn't help but step outside to check. On this dark and windy night, a green moon was slowly rising from deep within the sect. As it appeared, the earth trembled, the mountains and forests howled, and an indescribable feeling of oppression suddenly emerged, as if it filled the entire sect. Towards the direction of the Sword Valley. Lü Yingfeng felt surprised, but was also uncertain. In the next moment, a voice came from the Sword Valley. All those above the Golden Core swiftly head to the Sword Valley. Almost simultaneously, numerous divine rainbows appeared in the sect, soaring through the sky directly towards the green moon. Lü Yingfeng looked into the distance, lost in thought. At this moment, Lü Ruyan approached him. "Senior sister, what brings you here? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lü Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. I was worried you might be scared, so I came to check on you. Besides, you might not know the emergence of the green moon brings light that aids in comprehension. I don't miss this opportunity." "What do you mean?" Lü Yingfeng looked somewhat bewildered. Lü Ruyan continued, "It said that this is an opportunity left by the ancestor of the green moon. Every once in a while the green moon appears, and its moonlight is immensely beneficial for understanding cultivation, especially the closer you are to the Sword Valley, the better the effect. However, the closer you get, the greater the pressure you will endure, so it's best for you to stay here. So that's why the Golden Core realm is going. Yes, this is a fortuitous event. Every Golden Core cultivator will go, and no one wants to miss out." Lü Ruyan explained that such occurrences happen occasionally, but there is no specific pattern. After hearing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Lü Yingfeng's eyes. "So now the sect is essentially without golden cores." "That's right." Lü Ruyan was somewhat curious. She found her junior brother's focus a bit strange. Lü Yingfeng immediately said, "Senior sister, hurry back to cultivate and comprehend. Don't miss this fortuitous event." "All right, senior sister will also hurry." Lü Ruyan took to the skies on her sword and left. Lü Yingfeng gazed at the green moon, not focusing on cultivation. He didn't mind comprehension or anything special. Moreover, right after the green moon appeared, he noticed that the sword intent within him was gradually increasing. However, when Lü Ruyan mentioned this matter, he suddenly recalled Chen Mu's earlier words. "I wonder what good thing Chen Mu got. I'm really curious." As he spoke, Lü Yingfeng set off from Qianling Peak. Along the way, the entire sect appeared unusually quiet under the illumination of the green moon, as if everyone had vanished into silence, leaving only him. They were comprehending and cultivating, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Lü Yingfeng arrived at the Sword Peak in a calm and composed manner. He had been here before, but it wasn't this familiar. As he walked along observing the surroundings, he found that the entire Sword Peak was enveloped in tranquility. His spiritual sense spread out, constantly probing. The only thing he didn't expect was that even though he hadn't found Wang Ling, his sword intent once again broke through, and 3 strands of sword intent floated, indicating that he had reached the 3rd level of sword intent. How did I break through again? Lü Yingfeng still couldn't get used to the frequent breakthroughs. Sometimes it was quite exasperating. Finally, at a courtyard halfway up the mountain, he sensed Wang Ling's aura. He was sitting in the center of the courtyard basking in the moonlight. Surprisingly, Lu Cheng was also here enjoying the fortuitous event with him. Lü Yingfeng stood outside, his gaze sweeping over, unable to help but click his tongue. His own courtyard was simply made of wood and bamboo, yet Wang Ling's was mostly constructed from spirit wood, and even the two small trees planted in the courtyard were rare spiritual herbs, while the table in the courtyard was carved from white jade. How can someone be so extravagant? Lü Yingfeng felt sour. He had lived a hard and simple life, while this person was openly indulging in luxury. After surveying the area, he simply couldn't stand it any longer and pulled out his new clothes to wear. Then he swaggered into the courtyard. They were engrossed in their cultivation until Lü Yingfeng approached, at which point they became aware of his presence. At that moment, Wang Ling sensed something suddenly opened his eyes, but what greeted him was a shadow. For some reason, his heart raced. You. Shut up. Bang. Wang Ling's words were cut off as he was kicked away. Lü Yingfeng was decisive and straightforward, stepping forward in an instant and slapping Wang Ling on the head with a backhand. Wang Ling felt as if his head was about to explode. A violent pain surged, leaving him no time to react. He had only just recovered after consuming numerous spirit pills, but his bones had not fully healed, and now they were in disarray again. He didn't even have time to scream before a stone, unknown from where, was stuffed into his mouth, forcing him to emit muffled sounds, despair flooding his eyes once more. By now he understood what was happening. He just didn't expect this person to be so crazed as to chase him to the Qingwei sect to fight. Lu Cheng was also startled awake and turned to see Wang Ling being pressed to the ground, enduring a beating. Impudence! Who are you to dare commit murder here? Lu Cheng shouted angrily, his magical power manifesting. But before he could act, Lü Yingfeng had already approached, delivering a backhand slap directly to Lu Cheng's head, leaving him with no response as he spun around several times on the spot. At that moment, intense pain struck his head, was still spinning, and the entire world felt like it was in chaos, with only Lü Yingfeng's voice echoing in his ears. You're unhappy because I'm hitting him instead of you, right? Lu Cheng was knocked flat with no time to react. The man before him struck ruthlessly and heavily, displaying a power so astonishing that it was utterly beyond Lu Cheng's ability to withstand. Lü Yingfeng glanced at Lu Cheng on the ground, and without a word delivered a fierce kick to his kidney. A series of crisp cracks echoed incessantly. When Lu Cheng tried to wail in agony, a stone was promptly stuffed into his mouth. Grabbing him by the collar, he rained down dozens of slaps until Lu Cheng's face was swollen beyond recognition. Only then did he stop. Lu Cheng lay there limp, completely devoid of any strength to fight back. During the day, he had been bragging at Qianling Peak, planning to wait until his master returned to deal with him. But when he came looking for Wang Ling, that fellow just had to be here. There was no other choice. Seeing both men on the ground, Lü Yingfeng stepped forward to search them. From Lu Cheng, he retrieved 1,300 spirit stones and a few pills, along with nothing more than a shabby flying sword. TCH, broke bastard. Lü Yingfeng spat on the ground, then kicked Lu Cheng flying before heading over to Wang Ling. As the figure approached, Wang Ling's pupils contracted. That ominous premonition surged within him once more, and he shook his head repeatedly in refusal. But it was of little use. Lü Yingfeng searched him anew. This time, there were no spirit stones, only a piece of wood 3 or 4 inches long found in his bundle. So this is the treasure? Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself, eyeing the wood with a strange sensation. The object faintly emitted strands of sword qi, yet instead of harming his body, it nourished the qi and resonated with his own. Is this sword soul wood? He recalled some records from the sect's library. This material could nurture sword qi and offered myriad benefits for those cultivating the sword path. A piece this size could easily advance one's sword qi by a level or 2. Lü Yingfeng hadn't expected the Wang family to procure such a rare item. He promptly pocketed it. Wang Ling watched helplessly, tears streaming uncontrollably, his eyes filled with utter despair. He had coveted someone's pills in Qingwei City and been beaten. That was his own greedy fault. But now, staying peacefully in the sect, he was still hunted down and robbed, even losing the sword soul wood. He had only gotten it that afternoon and hadn't even warmed it in his hands. Lü Yingfeng caught his gaze and barked, "What are you staring at? Do you even know how to use something this precious?" With that, he kicked the man flying. If not for the fear that killing them within the sect might bring trouble, like an investigation, he would have finished them off. Though he now entertained the thought of eliminating him, he wondered if Wang Ling might still have other treasures. With that in mind, he decided to spare him for now and rob him a couple more times. Still, letting him leave empty-handed was somewhat unsatisfying. So he stepped forward, took the jade table, uprooted the spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard, dismantled the spirit wood from the house, and finally left the yard, cursing, vanishing from sight. Living so lavishly won't do. Everything must be put to good use. Eventually, Lü Yingfeng disappeared completely, leaving the two men lying on the ground, still unable to get up. That night the Qingyue sect was eerily silent. Lü Yingfeng returned to his courtyard, tidied up briefly, and then sat outside basking in the moonlight. With matters settled, he attempted to comprehend something. As the blue moon slowly faded, he discovered that another thread of sword intent had emerged within him. Feeling the 4 strands of sword qi neatly arrayed inside him, he was once again dazed. Does this thing really have such immense power? Lü Yingfeng was astounded. His sword intent had surged 2 levels in a single night. Not only that, but his physical body had also advanced, reaching the middle stage of the second realm with a faint trend toward the late stage. If he hadn't gone out yesterday, he would likely already be at the late stage. Only now did he realize how extraordinary this thing truly was. With over 1,000 extra spirit stones, reaching the 8th level of foundation establishment shouldn't be a problem. However, the sword soul, would though rare, was of little use to him. If I gave it to senior sister, could it help her break through to the 9th level? Lü Yingfeng pondered for a long time. Maybe I should slip her some medicine. Thinking this over, he deemed it feasible. Drugging her was good. Knock her out directly, and then he could boost her cultivation however he pleased. Of course, sneaking up from behind and knocking her out would also work, but she was his senior sister, and that didn't align with his chivalrous nature. As dawn approached, Lü Yingfeng slowly looked toward the horizon, contemplating how to use the sword soul wood for his senior sister. At the same time, a divine rainbow once again radiated from the direction of Sword Valley, scattering in all directions. With the blue moon gone, there was no reason to stay. That place was usually forbidden ground. Only those who had awakened sword intent could approach, and to venture deeper, one's sword intent cultivation had to be higher. Ning Xian had also returned. He seemed unaware that the blue moon had suddenly appeared the previous night. But before he could enter the house, Lü Rian arrived before him. "Master," Lü Rian called out. Ning Xian turned around. "What's wrong?" The sect had been silent all night, everyone immersed in cultivation, yet his disciples sought him out at the crack of dawn. Could there be a problem with her training? But Lü Rian simply handed him a jade bottle. "What does this mean?" Ning Xian asked, puzzled. Lü Rian replied, "Master, please take a look first." Suspicious Ning Xian took the bottle. A single glance made him frown. "This is the foundation establishment pill I refined for your junior brother. How did it end up with you?" Ning Xian's expression shifted. He could recognize his own refined pills at a glance. Lü Rian explained, "Master, yesterday someone from my family came here and gave me this pill. I found it familiar, so I came to ask you." Ning Xian's thoughts froze. He stared at the object before him, unable to fathom why it was in Lü Rian's hands. He had already given the pill to Lü Yingfeng, so how did it end up with someone from the Lü family? Only one explanation seemed plausible. He sold the pill. Ning Xian's words came slowly, his expression turning particularly complex. Everything suddenly became clear. Lü Rian was shocked. This was a perfect foundation establishment pill, and her junior brother had actually sold it. Then a thought struck her. "I asked my junior brother if he had reached the 8th level of qi refining, and he nodded. But if so, why would he sell the pill? 8th level of qi refining." Ning Xian's gaze grew even more complicated. Lü Rian nodded. "Yes, just in the past couple of days. I'm afraid it's more than that." "More? Perhaps he has already broken through to foundation establishment, and unaware of the perfect foundation establishment pill's effects, sold it." At this thought, Ning Xian could no longer remain calm. Foundation establishment. Lü Rian was even more astonished. Her junior brother had only joined the sect a little over a month ago, and he had already reached foundation establishment. Could there truly be such a genius in this world? Ning Xian's inner excitement was indescribable. Judging by this, when he gave Lü Yingfeng the foundation establishment pill, the boy had likely already reached the foundation establishment stage. That meant he had succeeded in less than a month. He had foreseen his disciples' rapid progress the very day after taking him on and hadn't delayed in preparing the foundation establishment pill. Yet to his astonishment, he was still a step too late. Involuntarily, a hint of joy surged within him, and he was utterly unable to calm down. The master and disciple locked eyes, their gazes brimming with unconcealable shock. As far as the eye could see, that trace of a smile on Ning Xian's face seemed as if it had never existed. Lü Rian, amidst her astonishment, grew puzzled. But why would junior brother sell the foundation establishment pill? Why? Ning Xian was lost in thought. Why would he sell it? That was indeed a question. Yet in the blink of an eye, recalling Lü Yingfeng's recent visit to him, he suddenly understood. For spirit stones. Spirit stones. That's right. When ordinary cultivators practice, they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies. However, due to limited aptitude, most of the absorbed spiritual energy dissipates again without being converted into mana. Geniuses, on the other hand, convert far more, hence they cultivate faster, but they also require more. As Ning Xian spoke, Lü Rian couldn't help but become engrossed. Ning Xian continued, "Often the greater the genius, the more mana they accumulate, and thus the more spiritual energy they require. Some with special constitutions or bloodlines require even more to an astonishing degree. It was for spirit stones that he sold the foundation establishment pill. At this moment his thoughts were completely clear. Having figured it all out, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Spirit stones, spirit stones. Ning Xian declared, ready to set off immediately. Lü Yingfeng asked, Master, where are you going? The spirit pavilion. As his voice fell, Ning Xian transformed into a streak of rainbow light and vanished in an instant. The shock in Lü Yingfeng's heart was indescribable. Could there truly be such a genius in the world, reaching foundation establishment in a single month? It was simply unimaginable. At this thought, a smile involuntarily bloomed on her face. But in just a moment, Ning Xian reappeared before her. Master, you're back so quickly. Lü Yingfeng was bewildered. Hadn't he just left? Ning Xian, who had been all smiles, now looked exceptionally troubled. Master, what's wrong? Lü Yingfeng's heart tightened. Ning Xian said, I went to the spirit pavilion to withdraw some spirit stones. Then why did you return? Your junior brother has already withdrawn all my spirit stones for the next 10 years. What? For a moment, both of them were stunned. They instinctively looked in a certain direction, wondering just how many things Lü Yingfeng had done behind their backs. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of the wind rustling the branches in their ears. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Xian said, Yingfeng, go and bring your junior brother here. Yes. Lü Yingfeng didn't dare delay. Turning around, she rode her sword to the courtyard. Without a word, she brought a bewildered Lü Yingfeng and hurried towards the mountaintop. Then he saw Ning Xian sitting there, his eyes fixed intently on him. Master, what is this? For some reason, Lü Yingfeng felt a strange sense of guilt. Ning Xian, striving to calm his emotions, asked in a deep voice, Disciple, is there anything you are hiding from me? No. Lü Yingfeng immediately shook his head. Though guilty, he was decisive. He might have done some other things, but he had absolutely done nothing to betray his master. Even the idea of drugging his senior sister hadn't been carried out yet. For no reason, he glanced at his senior sister, his expression somewhat peculiar. Lü Yingfeng stood by, without speaking, merely puzzled as to why he would look at her like that. Is that so? Ning Xian's voice rang out again. Lü Yingfeng, no. Then what is this? As he spoke, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, emanating a rich fragrance of pills. Lü Yingfeng felt his mind was nearly exploding. This, how is it here? He had clearly asked Chenmu to sell it, yet now it had appeared in Ning Xian's hands. Could it be that he had sold it to Ning Xian? Hep. Ning Xian let out a light chuckle. Lü Yingfeng stammered. Master, well, let me make up a story for you. Actually, this pill He started speaking, but couldn't figure out how to explain, never imagining the pill would end up in Ning Xian's hands. Seeing his nervousness, Lü Yingfeng glanced at Ning Xian, a playful expression appearing on her face. It was clear that Ning Xian was teasing him. But after a brief hesitation, Lü Yingfeng simply stiffened his neck and raised his head. That's right, I sold it. Expel me from the sect. This sudden defiance caught them off guard. Ning Xian hadn't expected him to sell the pill, let alone be so self-righteous about it. Junior brother, you. Lü Yingfeng grew anxious. But Ning Xian rolled his eyes at him. Let me ask you, what is your cultivation level now? He decided to stop teasing Lü Yingfeng, lest this stubborn mule really turn around and run away. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow, hesitated, and couldn't help but look himself up and down. Ning Xian pressed on, tell me the truth. Foundation establishment. Boom. As the words fell, their minds exploded. Even though they had guessed he was already at foundation establishment, hearing it confirmed still shook them to the core. Could someone really reach foundation establishment in a month? Ning Xian was so excited his voice trembled slightly. Which layer? Lü Yingfeng ventured, the first layer. Moi. Ning Xian frowned. Lü Yingfeng licked his lips. How about the second layer? What do you mean, how about? If not the third layer? Which layer is it? Ning Xian was getting anxious. Why couldn't he give a straight answer? Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng steeled himself and blurted out, the sixth layer, all right. But this time, Thousand Spirit Peak fell utterly silent. The wind grew louder in their ears. Lü Yingfeng covered her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes filled with even greater shock. She had cultivated painstakingly for years, only barely reaching the third or fourth layer of foundation establishment. Yet her junior brother had reached the sixth layer in just over a month. And at the same foundation establishment stage, the difference between the first layer and the sixth was immense. Ning Xian looked at him, his thoughts completely scattered. The sixth layer of foundation establishment, it was overwhelmingly shocking. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but ask, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you call me a genius? What's wrong with the sixth layer? It's fine. Good, very good. Ning Xian's face was visibly red, his excitement impossible to contain. If not for the fear of being discovered, he would have let out a few roars. Even Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but step forward and take his hand, gripping it tightly, until her knuckles turned white, momentarily at a loss for words. Lü Yingfeng looked at them, his gaze turning odd. After a long while, Ning Xian finally spoke again. My good disciple, tell your master what you still lack in your cultivation. Spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng answered without hesitation. He was truly short of them. To his surprise, Ning Xian immediately nodded. Good. You focus on your cultivation. Leave the matter of spirit stones to me. Leave it to you. Yes. Then put your heart into it. Make it a priority. Lü Yingfeng said casually. Ning Xian nodded, completely unbothered by his disciple's audacity. He had already tried to estimate his disciple's talent as best he could, but it had once again exceeded his expectations. Over a month, the 6th layer of foundation establishment, the 2nd realm of body forging. Who else could match this? Finally, Lü Yingfeng left. Ning Xian turned his gaze back to Lü Ruyan. Ruyan, go inform Luo Tsang. Tell him I am willing to refine pills. Also let those families know that they can come to me if they need pills refined. What? Lü Ruyan was utterly astonished. Ning Xian was reclusive and detached from worldly affairs, never deigning to do such things. Even when sect master Luo Tsang came begging, he would pay no heed. But now for Lü Yingfeng, he was willing to break his own rules. Lü Ruyan turned to carry out the task. Yet Ning Xian seemed to think of something else. Also inform the sect that my 1,000 Spirit Peak wants 2 slots for the Zanyun mountain range. The implication was clear. He intended to take Lü Yingfeng along. As Lü Ruyan departed, Ning Xian's lips still carried a faint smile. He had returned the foundation establishment pill to Lü Ruyan. After all, it was purchased with the Lü family's money. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng returned to his courtyard. The matter came so suddenly that he never expected the foundation establishment pill to reappear before him so effortlessly. This had nearly exposed all his secrets. Forget it, Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself. After all, she was his master, and it was nothing too serious. He then slowly sat cross-legged and resumed his cultivation. Since Ning Xian already knew, he might as well come clean. She certainly had faster ways to acquire spirit stones than he did. It seemed the day he would become a golden core cultivator was not far off. As his thoughts settled and spiritual energy continuously merged into his body, his cultivation level steadily climbed. The bottleneck at the 6th layer of foundation establishment began to loosen, gradually advancing to the 7th and then the 8th layer. For him, cultivation had become a mere accumulation of spiritual power. After reaching the 8th layer of foundation establishment, he cycled through the sun ancient scripture several more times. Unfortunately, the scripture was incomplete, only sufficient for cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. Beyond that, he would either need to complete the scripture or switch to another. He also continuously perused the books Ning Xian had left behind, focusing next on comprehending the way of the sword and tempering his physical body. However, after Qingyu's disappearance, the sect returned to tranquility until 2 days later when Wang Ling and Lu Cheng were discovered. For 2 entire days they lay on the ground, exposed to the wind and sun, unable to move or even call for help. Their rescue sent shockwaves throughout the entire Qingyue sect. Someone had entered the Qingyue sect at night, ascended Sword Peak, and brutally beaten Wang Ling and Lu Cheng. According to the victim, Wang, the assailant who attacked him outside Qingyue City, and the one who committed the crime in the sect were the same person. Many within the sect were enraged, seeing it as a provocation against the Qingyue sect. Yet the culprit, clad in a black robe with an obscured face, was known only to have a cultivation base at several layers of foundation establishment. His strikes were not only ruthless but arrogant, showing utter disregard for everyone. His madness exceeded expectations. He beat people, looted items, dismantled houses, and even didn't spare the tables in the courtyard. However, Lu Cheng's beating did not concern Lü Ruyan in the slightest. Though there was no evidence, since learning of her junior brother's true cultivation level, she had reason to suspect he was the culprit. Why else would he target only those 2? Lü Ruyan kept her conjecture to herself, but a subtle smile lingered on her lips. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng, having nearly finished reading the books and run out of spirit stones, gathered all the texts in his room and sought out Ning Xian. What is it? Ning Xian asked directly. Lü Yingfeng replied, I'm here to return the books. Finished reading? Yes. Surprise flickered in Ning Xian's eyes. These materials would normally take 10 or 8 years to study, yet he claimed to have finished them. Lü Yingfeng continued, Master, about that. Have you obtained the spirit stones? Didn't you just sell the pills? I've used them all. This? Ning Xian was astonished again. Her decades' worth of spirit stones plus the proceeds from the pill sales amounted to tens of thousands, and he had already exhausted them. Lü Yingfeng looked helpless. Ning Xian sighed softly. Wait a little longer. Oh. Lü Yingfeng acknowledged, but remained standing there. Ning Xian was about to begin alchemy when she noticed him still there and asked, Is there something else? Master, I have a cultivation question I'd like to ask. Oh, what is it? Ning Xian's interest peaked. Finally, he was coming to her with cultivation questions. It seemed even prodigies needed guidance. A surge of accomplishment was about to well up inside her. She immediately set aside everything and stood up, ready to give him a thorough answer. But as she rose, Lü Yingfeng's words froze her mid-motion. What must one do to become invincible under heaven? Ning Xian stood frozen, a complex look in her eyes as she stared at him. Wasn't this question a bit too tricky? And what did it have to do with cultivation at all? What did invincible under heaven mean? Having no rivals meant being invincible, but the problem was, how could one have no rivals? After all, beyond the sky is another sky, and beyond the people are other people. No one could truly say what monstrous talents and supreme experts existed in the world. After a long pause, Ning Xian finally spoke. Become an immortal. Huh. Once you become an immortal, you'll be invincible. The question was absurd, and the answer was equally unexpected. After brief contemplation, Lü Yingfeng asked seriously, then how does one become an immortal? The question left her speechless. How to become an immortal? Who knew? Ning Xian fell silent. If she knew, why hadn't she become one herself? Did she simply not like the idea? After a long silence, Lü Yingfeng thought for a moment and asked, is it too difficult? Then let me ask a simpler one. How does one become invincible among peers? This question mattered more to him. Being invincible at the same cultivation level would be quite satisfying. This time Ning Xian answered without hesitation. This question is broad. No one knows what techniques an opponent of the same level might possess. However, the path of cultivation hinges on talent, comprehension, and resilience. In battle, it's about spells, skills, spiritual power, combat experience, scriptures, and physical body. What does that mean? At the same cultivation level, if your spells are exquisite, your skills are sharp, your experience is rich, your scriptures powerful, and your physique formidable, you will naturally be stronger. Many have a narrow view, thinking body cultivators are at a disadvantage, like living targets. But true geniuses and experts never have weak physiques. At a certain level of combat, the physical body becomes a crucial factor. Ning Xian explained that when other factors are equal, a stronger physique gives a greater chance of victory. I think I understand a bit. Lü Yingfeng pondered. Essentially, being strong in all aspects made one strong overall. As he contemplated, Ning Xian's expression shifted subtly. Perfect timing. In 2 days, the exchange assembly begins. They'll take you to the Tsangyun mountain range to temper yourself. Staying in the sect and cultivating all the time isn't good. All right. Lü Yingfeng nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Ning Xian watched him go, a subtle change in her expression that eventually turned into a smile, as if she had fulfilled a long-cherished wish. Time passed idly. Lü Yingfeng returned to his residence, spending his days either comprehending the sword or scheming to drug his senior sister. When boredom struck, he would visit other senior sisters or browse the scripture pavilion. Such days were leisurely and pleasant. Until one morning, a vast shadow cast over the Qinghua sect. Everyone stepped out to see a colossal warship hovering in the void above. Countless gazes looked up, a sense of oppression rising unbidden. Lü Yingfeng was also awakened by the commotion. As he stepped out to investigate, Lu Ruyan had already arrived. Junior brother, let's go. Go? Where? Lü Yingfeng was startled. Lu Ruyan said, that Tsangyun mountain range, the exchange assembly. Didn't master tell you? Oh, I remember. Senior sister, let's go. As he spoke, Lü Yingfeng moved to Lu Ruyan's side, reaching out to embrace her waist, intending to share her flying sword to board the warship. Lu Ruyan looked at the hand on her waist, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment? Why did he still need to borrow her flying sword? But considering his desire to keep a low profile, it made sense. She hadn't expected her junior brother to be not only a genius, but also so meticulous in his thinking. Figures came from all directions, converging toward the war vessel. Lü Yingfeng followed Lu Ruyan to the deck. At that moment, everyone's eyes burned with fervor, their hearts full of anticipation for the impending journey to the Tsangyun mountain range. This was not merely a trial, but also a stroke of fortune. Yet as he arrived, an untimely voice sounded from afar. Isn't he only at the qi refining stage? Why is he tagging along? A young man voiced his doubt. According to what had been said earlier, only those at Foundation establishment were permitted to go. Another sneered, Foundation establishment is the threshold for ordinary folks like us. But he's the beloved disciple of Peak Master Ning. How could the rules apply to him? Exactly. Look at his status. Murmurs arose around him, yet Lü Yingfeng paid little heed to their gossip. But a voice cut through the crowd. Oh, what a sour tone. He shifted his gaze and saw a graceful woman stepping out from the throng. It was Su Yao. What do you mean? Someone frowned. Su Yao chuckled. If you're dissatisfied, why not become Peak Master Ning's disciple yourself? Su Yao, you. Besides, don't you know that junior brother Yingfeng is a body cultivator? Does the second realm of body cultivation not count as Foundation establishment? What's there to be envious about all day? Su Yao rolled her eyes nearly to the sky, crossed her arms, ignored the others, and walked up to Lü Yingfeng. Senior sister Su Yao, you grow more beautiful by the day. Lü Yingfeng said with a smile. Su Yao's face immediately brightened. I still love hearing you talk, junior brother. It's the truth. Everyone loves the truth. Haha, right. Laughter rippled around them, while others could only look on helplessly. Lü Yingfeng also smiled. Her junior brother truly was endearing. Even Yu Xingyao appeared standing not far away, quietly watching Lü Yingfeng with growing curiosity. And surprisingly, Chen Mu was also present. Even more unexpected was that he had broken through to foundation establishment. During the sect tournament, he had only been at the 6th layer of qi refining, yet in just over a month, he had reached this stage. However, upon learning that his family had poured massive resources and consumed a perfect foundation establishment pill to achieve this, the crowd fell silent. With such conditions, what could they do but envy? After a brief exchange, Lü Yingfeng scanned the area. Mu Ling and Lin Zhe were there, as were Wang Ling, Lu Cheng, and others. It seemed he had been too lenient. They were still hale and hearty. Even Qing Cheng appeared. Yet he was as aloof and proud as ever, though not arrogant. According to Lü Yingfeng, this was the solitude of a genius. Even so, many still crowded around him, greeting him warmly, but Qing Cheng's responses were terse and merely polite. The war vessel then slowly set off, heading beyond the Qing West sect. Lü Yingfeng gazed into the distance, a wave of emotion washing over him. He was now a seasoned cultivator. Just as he was about to wax poetic, Ning Xian's voice came from the cabin. "Yingfeng, come here. Master, why are you here too?" Lü Yingfeng entered the cabin and looked at the seated Ning Xian in surprise. Ning Xian smiled. "It's been a while since I last went out. A trip won't hurt." Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. He suddenly felt his master was being a bit tsundere. If she couldn't bear to part with him, she could just say so. Why claim she hadn't gone out in a while? Had she forgotten how long she'd left him alone at the sect? But as a dutiful disciple, he didn't expose her. Instead, he grinned at her. "Master, what's up?" Ning Xian said, "You've only just begun cultivation and don't know the rules of the Canyon mountain range. Let me explain carefully. Isn't it just slaying beasts and eating spirit fruits?" Lü Yingfeng replied. That was what the senior sisters had told him. More or less, but that's only part of it. The main attraction is the opportunities hidden within this mountain range. Oh, Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. Ning Xian continued that Canyon mountain range is mysterious. Besides what I mentioned, there are special peaks that hold ancient legacies. If one is fated, they may obtain the fortune within, but it mostly depends on comprehension. Such good fortune exists. The range opens every year and various forces of the Yu Kingdom take turns entering. This time it's the Qing West sect, the Hahuan sect, and the Wang family. I see. Lü Yingfeng listened quietly. You've only just begun and aren't skilled in combat, so you must act cautiously. This time focus on enlightenment, observe others' battles, and accumulate experience. Also practice this technique. What technique? Lü Yingfeng asked, curiously, taking the scroll from Ning Xian. An escape technique, she said. That's good, I like it. He skimmed through it, and delight spread across his face. According to the description, this technique could be used for both offense and defense, when winning, chase relentlessly, when losing, flee without hesitation. It was a perfect tool. Ning Xian had expected him to be reluctant, but he showed no resistance at all. After all, Lü Yingfeng was not the type to stubbornly fight to the death. Seeing this, Ning Xian produced a ring. Inside are 20,000 spirit stones. Time was short, so this is all I have for now. I've also prepared some magical artifacts for you. Great. Lü Yingfeng nodded, his smile widening. This was truly timely aid. 20,000 spirit stones meant he could reach the 9th layer of foundation establishment, and perhaps even break through to golden core unexpectedly. This time stick with your senior sister. Though you're already at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, there will surely be those at the 9th layer. Remember, focus on gaining experience. Okay. Lü Yingfeng nodded absently, his eyes fixed on the scroll. Though it had no name, it looked incredibly fast. He sat down and began to comprehend the technique with more focus than he'd ever given to cultivation. He didn't stir until the war vessel came to a halt. Stepping out of the cabin, a vast mountain range unfolded before him, magnificent and grand. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the sky above was draped in rosy clouds with an auspicious purple haze rising from the east. It was undoubtedly a blessed land. Besides the Qing sect's vessel, many figures stood on the hilltops below, members of the Hahuan sect and the Wang family, just as Ning Xian had said. The moment the vessel stopped, Wang Ling eagerly rushed toward the Wang family's encampment. At first all was fine, but soon he felt something odd, as if countless eyes were fixed on him from both the Wang family and the Hahuan sect. The Wang family was understandable. Wang Ling hid no hostility beneath his surface. But what about the Hahuan sect? He had never met them before. Could they be jealous of his handsomeness? With such a dilemma, Lü Yingfeng sighed helplessly. After all, being handsome wasn't his fault. The mountain wind howled past his ears, stirring the emerald expanse of the forest. Lü Yingfeng gazed into the distance, his thoughts drifting to some unknown place. However, as the group arrived, there was little exchange of pleasantries. Someone spoke, and without further ado, they all set off toward the mountain range. Junior brother, once we enter the mountain range, there will be disturbances. At first, we will be separated. After entering, light this talisman, and I will come find you immediately. Lü Rian spoke, handing him a talisman. Though Ning Xian had already mentioned it, she couldn't help but remind him once more. Yes, senior sister. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Even Su Yao and Mu Ling, who were usually at odds, approached. Junior brother Yingfeng, stay with me. He'll protect you. Mu Ling stepped forward while Su Yao said nothing, standing aside with a clear intention. Senior sister is so kind. Lü Yingfeng replied with a smile. Amid the envious gazes of everyone, he wrapped an arm around Lü Rian's waist, flanked by two beauties, as they flew on their swords toward the mountain range, stopping at its periphery. As far as the eye could see, members of the Wang family from the Hahuan sect also began to move. In an instant, 200 to 300 people arrived on flying swords. So many. Lü Yingfeng was astonished. Didn't the Qingyue sect have only 30 or 40 members? Could the Wang family and the Hahuan sect truly have so many? Lü Rian explained that besides the two factions, there were also some rogue cultivators from the Yu Kingdom. These forces did not prevent them from setting foot here, as rogue cultivators were still subjects of Yue, and the kingdom would grant them opportunities to a certain extent. But as they waited to enter, Lü Yingfeng once again felt hostile gazes. The animosity came from the Wang family, though it wasn't overt, it was palpable. Lü Rian seemed to sense it and sent a telepathic message. Junior brother, although Wang Ling is not the young master of the Wang family, they cared deeply for him. Among the Wang family members here, one has reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. You must be cautious. Lü Yingfeng acknowledged. But in that brief moment, a mocking voice came from elsewhere. What's this? A mere qi condensation cultivator dares to join the fray at the Canyun mountain range. Has the Qingyue sect run out of people? The discordant voice rang out from a distance. Everyone turned to see a man with an effeminate appearance looking their way, his gaze burning with desire for Lü Rian and undisguised hostility toward Lü Yingfeng. What business is it of yours? Lü Rian retorted, her tone harsh. The man chuckled lightly. Lü Rian, I hear you've taken on some junior brother. Take my advice. Marry me instead, join the Hahuan sect, and I guarantee you'll reach the golden core stage without worry. Lü Rian ignored him. Lü Yingfeng, surprised that his senior sister was so sought after, looked at the effeminate man and couldn't help but speak. Senior sister, what kind of freak is this? Neither male nor female. Lü Rian, Zhao Yan of the Hahuan sect, a shameless scoundrel. No wonder he's so twisted. Zhao Yan's face darkened with anger. Brat, what did you say? I said you're a twisted freak with a rotten core. Lü Yingfeng shot back, without hesitation, knowing his master was hiding nearby. If Zhao Yan dared to attack, it would only make things simpler. Moreover, his philosophy was straightforward. It didn't matter who did the killing as long as the target was dead. You're asking for death. Zhao Yan's mana surged, his killing intent palpable, revealing his cultivation at the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Lü Rian's eyes hardened, and Mu Ling beside her also radiated a chilling aura. Try touching him and see what happens. It was then that Lü Yingfeng realized Mu Ling's cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Zhao Yan sneered. The Qingyue sect throws its weight around. First the insults, now threats and intimidation. Do you think the Hahuan sect fears you? As he spoke, the Hahuan sect disciples all turned to look, their gazes hostile. Lü Yingfeng frowned. But just as they were about to retort, a cold voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Zhao Yan, get back. Everyone turned to see Yu Xingyao standing there, her radiant face unreadable as she watched silently. Seeing this, Zhao Yan's brow furrowed. He forcibly suppressed his rising anger, bowed respectfully in her direction, and then retreated in disgrace. She holds that much authority. Lü Yingfeng was surprised, unable to help but take another look at Yu Xingyao. Lü Rian explained Zhao Yan's family are relatives of the Yu royal family, which is why he's usually so arrogant. That's also why he fears Yu Xingyao. And his provocation was deliberate. Why? It's said that the Hahuan sect holds a grudge against our master. Their sect leader was nearly beaten to death by him back then. Our master is that fierce. Lü Yingfeng pondered. If that was the case, it all made sense. It was his master's doing. Still, that twisted freak was indeed despicable. He noticed, however, that Zhao Yan retreated to a burly young man and whispered something. The young man's gaze swept over them, filled with brutality, a mocking and cruel look. At that moment, Lü Rian sent a telepathic message. That man is Yang Weiyue, a disciple of the Hahuan sect's sect leader. His cultivation has reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Lü Yingfeng nodded. It seemed his master was right. This training journey was indeed fraught with dangers, intimidating to behold. And such an important matter, his master hadn't mentioned it beforehand. The atmosphere grew tense. But Qing Cheng stood at the front, ignoring the recent conflict until a single word broke the silence. Enter. With that one word, the Qingyue sect members all moved. Watching them leave, Zhao Yan turned to Yang Weiyue with reluctance. Senior brother, that brat is Ning Xian's disciple. I know, Yang Weiyue replied coldly. Zhao Yan frowned, then we. Once inside the mountain range, anything goes. Hearing this, joy flickered across Zhao Yan's face. But then he thought of something I heard. He's a body cultivator who has reached the second stage. Ning Xian dared to let him come, so he might actually have some skill. A cruel smile curled on Yang Huayu's face. He might have some ability, but a mere body cultivator is nothing. Even if Qing Cheng intervenes, it'll be useless. Even knowing that Qing Cheng had mastered sword intent, he seemed unconcerned, as if he possessed some means exuding an inexplicable confidence. Besides, deep in the mountains with beasts running rampant, isn't it normal for a few people to die? No matter where or how they died, who would ever know? The Hahuan sect disciples began to move as well. Among the Wang family, Wang Ling looked ahead, his killing intent no longer concealed. Find a chance to kill that brat. Wang Ling spoke, turning to the young man beside him. The young man frowned disgust in his eyes, but he said nothing. Wang Ling's face twisted with rage as he barked, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you, did you hear me?" "Yes," the young man replied. Wang Ling nodded in satisfaction and patted his shoulder, "Make it clean. If you're discovered, you'll have to atone yourself. Don't bring disgrace to the Wang family." With that, he flew off on his sword toward the mountain range. The faces of those around him darkened. Someone looked at the young man with indignation. Wang Ling is growing more arrogant by the day. For a personal grudge, he wants Brother Yuanshu to kill Ning Xian's disciple. Isn't he afraid Ning Xian will retaliate against Brother Yuanshu? Exactly. Brother Yuanshu is the pride of our younger generation in the Wang family. How dare he? Relying on the old ancestors' favor, does he care nothing for our lives? Some members of the Wang family were filled with righteous indignation. Wang Yuanshu's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Enough. Just focus on your own tasks. Leave the rest alone." But the Wang family has declined, yet still ranks among the 4 great clans because of him. We enjoy the benefits of his legacy. There's nothing more to say. Despite his words, Wang Yuanshu's expression carried a hint of resentment. The others sighed and fell silent, then set off toward the mountain range. As everyone stepped into the mountain range, the tranquility within was shattered in an instant. Outside the mountains, a warship lay across the path. Some people could not help but glance over there, attempting to probe with their spiritual sense, but aside from one golden core elder, there was no further discovery. The members of the Hahuan sect stood still, while only those from the Wang family stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. Meanwhile, everyone entered the mountains, and the moment they stepped in, a thick fog enveloped all sight. There existed a peculiar fluctuation here that was hard to comprehend. Lü Yingfeng had originally entered carrying his senior sister, but he suddenly found himself alone in the thick fog, utterly disoriented with only a glimmer of light ahead. At this moment, he walked towards the light, and before long the surrounding fog gradually thinned, eventually dispersing. However, just as everything became completely clear, a pool of spring water appeared before him, surrounded by radiant light. The water was so clear that one could distinctly see the sand and stones at the bottom, and a sweet aroma wafted through the air. "What is this?" Lü Yingfeng stepped forward, reaching out to disturb the water's surface, and in an instant he felt a rich spiritual essence surging forth as if it were about to erupt. The radiance above was disrupted and slowly descended, ultimately merging into the water. Could this be a spiritual spring? Lü Yingfeng exclaimed in surprise, recalling that Ning Xian had mentioned the existence of spiritual fruits here that were beneficial for cultivation, but they contained some toxicity and could not be consumed directly, otherwise it would take a long time to dispel the poison, hence the need for the spiritual spring to assist. Having just emerged from the fog, encountering such a spring made it hard for him not to think further. At this moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but take a sip, and immediately his spirit was shaken. The spring water transformed into spiritual energy, flooding into his limbs. Each thread of mana began to grow. Seeing this, he didn't bother with much else and decided to drink 3 big bowls first. For a moment, he felt light, all over, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort. With this stuff, he didn't need spiritual fruits, he could drink it all himself. However, just as he was preparing to act, an unusual sensation arose in his heart as the talisman given to him by Lü Rian glimmered and resonated. "Right, my senior sister." Lü Yingfeng immediately ignited the talisman and then hurriedly collected the spring water into his ring. After completing these tasks, he turned to leave in the direction of the sensation. However, he had not taken a few steps when a low growl suddenly echoed. The mountains trembled and the originally dense forest collapsed, creating a path, and then a huge wolf with a greenish hue appeared before him, measuring over 1 meter in length. "Roar!" The green wolf appeared, its roar reverberating, its crimson eyes fixed intensely ahead. Lü Yingfeng looked over. This creature was not too difficult to handle, possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of foundation establishment. However, he needed to find his senior sister and could not afford to be distracted, so he summoned a long sword that Ning Xian had prepared for him. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed in his ears as he moved with the blade, and in an instant numerous sword energies surged forth towards the wolf. For some reason, as the sword energy appeared, the green wolf's pupils suddenly contracted, as if sensing some threat, and it immediately turned to flee. Though they possessed rudimentary intelligence, avoiding danger was instinctive. But before it could escape, the sword energy had already struck, blood splattered, and the green wolf was instantly slain and torn into several pieces. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, not expecting a monster to perish so easily. What surprised him even more was that his powerful strike had instantly shattered the long sword in his hand. Am I really that strong? He stood there staring at the half-sword left in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at an answer. The sword could not withstand his 4 layers of sword intent. Thinking of this, he felt both excited and pained. Excited to discover he was somewhat strong, but pained for the loss of this profound great artifact, as it had cost a lot of spirit stones. Sighed. Ultimately, he could only leave with a sense of helplessness in search of Lü Yingfeng. However, he soon found his senior sister, and Mu Ling and Su Yao were also there. Seeing that he was unharmed, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Without much pleasantries, Mu Ling said, "Let's go. Do we search for spiritual fruits, or look for those special peaks?" "Which do you think?" Lü Yingfeng asked. Su Yao replied, "On my way to find you, I stumbled upon a peak with unusual fluctuations. Let's check it out first." All right. The group had no objections and immediately set off. Whether it was spiritual fruits or the spiritual peaks, they mentioned anything would do, as there was not much sense of direction entering the mountains, and the thick fog had completely disoriented them. On the way, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but transmit her voice. "Junior brother, are you all right?" "Nothing serious, just encountered a green wolf, but I killed it." Lü Yingfeng spoke casually. Lü Yingfeng was not too surprised, considering he was at the 6th level of foundation establishment. In a similar realm, he wouldn't suffer too much loss. Moreover, he was a body cultivator at the 2nd stage, so if a fight broke out, it would all be to his advantage. Body cultivators are often called living targets, but if they possess the same level of mana cultivation, that becomes an absolute advantage. With a thought, Lü Yingfeng asked, "Did you take the body of the green wolf?" "Why would I take it? It can be exchanged for spirit stones, and foundation establishment realm monsters have a certain chance of producing demon cores, which can be exchanged for 200 spirit stones each." "What?" Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng was stunned, realizing he had left a pile of spirit stones behind, and immediately wanted to slap himself. In light of his current pressing needs, it felt like a drop in the bucket, but every little bit counts. A wave of regret surged in his heart. Why hadn't they mentioned it sooner? However, just at this moment, they arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. Before them, the towering mountain loomed into the clouds, exuding a special spiritual essence. "This is it," Su Yao exclaimed. Mu Ling nodded, saying, "They'll give it a try first." As she spoke, her steps quickened towards the mountain, but just as she truly set foot on the peak, her pace suddenly slowed. A heavy pressure descended upon her, preventing her from moving forward. It was present, yet intangible, as if it were solid. Yes, this is one of the spiritual peaks. According to the elders of the sect, spiritual peaks exert a pressure that serves as a test. Only those who endure the trial and reach the summit have the opportunity to gain insights. Su Yao was delighted and moved forward, but as the pressure fell, it felt as if she bore the weight of a mountain. Lü Yingfeng said, "Junior brother, this trial is difficult. If you feel you cannot endure it, do not force yourself, but do not injure yourself." "I'm all right." Lü Yingfeng nodded, feeling curious. It was just climbing a mountain. Could it really be that troublesome? However, as Lü Yingfeng approached, a serious expression also appeared on her face. Climbing the mountain required a trial, and typically only those with exceptional talent and resilient disposition could reach the summit. That was a necessary experience. A quarter of an hour had passed, yet the 3 of them had not progressed far. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng also began to walk slowly towards it. The moment he took his first step, an immense force bore down on him, as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound weight. With each step, that sensation intensified. However, as Lü Yingfeng pressed on, he found that while it was indeed a struggle at first, it was only at the beginning. After taking a few more steps, the pressure suddenly diminished and eventually disappeared entirely. Moreover, he felt a change within his body. Having been at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he broke through to the late stage after enduring the initial pressure. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, unable to help but glance at the 3 who were still struggling, and frowned. "Isn't it just about having feet?" With that, he took another step upwards, feeling completely unburdened, and as he walked faster, it was as if the wind was at his feet. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the 3 and reached halfway up the mountain. In an instant, the 3 abruptly halted, looking at Lü Yingfeng, who was swiftly ascending with disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Su Yao instinctively looked at Mu Ling beside her, swallowed hard, and hesitantly spoke, "Mu Ling, what? Has junior brother Yingfeng always been this formidable?" "Off." Mu Ling was taken aback, shaking her head, "I don't know." Only Lü Yingfeng stood there, her eyes filled with astonishment. Even though she had been mentally prepared, Lü Yingfeng continued to shock her. under the stunned gazes of the three. Lü Yingfeng had already vanished. The mountains stretched vast and boundless, yet they too had an end. He walked along the path without any trace of pressure. In fact, as he strolled, his mind became remarkably clear, and various voices echoed incessantly in his thoughts. They were fragments of incantations and chapters of mystical arts. Sensing them carefully, Lü Yingfeng murmured to himself, "The thousand flame art. A single thought summons 1,000 fires, breaking all laws." The crimson gold technique, condensing mana into gold, invincible in all endeavors. The soul-severing decree, raising a hand to shatter myriad spirits, one strike reducing all to nothingness. As these revelations surfaced, he felt astonished. They all appeared out of nowhere, and the higher he climbed, the more they emerged. For a moment, he unconsciously slowed his pace, his thoughts flowing with unparalleled clarity. And he perceived not only these, but also swordsmanship, secret arts, and more. Could this be the opportunity my master spoke of? But wasn't I supposed to start comprehending only at the summit? Lü Yingfeng could not understand why these things appeared along the way, especially when he had not even intended to meditate. Although these arts far surpassed the collection of the Qingyue sect, and included some astonishing techniques, they still seemed comparable to what his master had given him. Lost in these thoughts, he unconsciously reached the mountaintop. Yet the moment he stepped onto it, a thought surged forth. Before his eyes, he seemed to see a seal suspended in the void. As it descended with a crash, mountains and rivers trembled, wielding an incomparable force, as if dragging the earth itself into a chasm. "The earth-overturning seal," he exclaimed in shock, sensing the evolution of the art, which seemed to possess the might to truly overturn the land. Compared to what he had seen before, this technique was immeasurably more formidable. His hands unconsciously formed the seal. Suddenly, the hand sign manifested, and a massive seal appeared in the void, clinging to the earth like the entire land itself. Its power was indescribable, capable of suppressing all. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and his eyes were filled with awe. He absolutely loved this technique. It was overwhelmingly powerful beyond measure. At that moment, he suddenly recalled an ancient scroll he had once read. It recorded that there were 6 seals in the world: heaven overturning, earth overturning, human emperor star, sea suppressing, and mountain embracing. The earth overturning seal was one of them. Legend held that the 6 seals were supreme treasures, later evolving into the mightiest divine abilities. Cultivated to their deepest depths, one could manifest the true power of the seals, infinite in magnitude, evolving without end. Truly a stroke of fortune. Lü Yingfeng could not help but exclaim in amazement. Ningxian had not deceived him. At the same time, he realized that there seemed to be 6 or 7 similar spirit peaks here. If he visited them all, could he gather all 6 seals? With this thought, he sat cross-legged for a while longer, but aside from the earth-overturning seal, nothing else appeared. Then, remembering the 3 senior sisters who were still struggling to climb, he turned and headed down the mountain. The 3 had already recovered from their shock and continued their ascent. By now, they were drenched in sweat, strands of hair plastered to their foreheads, their robes clinging to snow-white skin with a faint blush. Yet the determination in their eyes never wavered. As they pressed forward, looking up, they saw Lü Yingfeng standing before them, seemingly out of nowhere. "Junior brother, why have you come back down?" Su Yao furrowed her delicate brows. Shouldn't he be meditating at a time like this? Mu Ling said, "Did you encounter some difficulty, or is there something up there?" "No, I just came down to see how far you've gotten." Lü Yingfeng smiled at them. "Foolish. Such opportunities are rare. Why did you come down? Go back." Both of them scolded him. Lü Ruyan, however, asked, "Junior brother, is there something you want to do?" Lü Yingfeng nodded. "I was thinking I could take you all up with me." "What?" The 3 were stunned. Lü Yingfeng continued, "Want to give it a try? If it doesn't work, it'll go up alone." They still could not process the idea. They had never heard of such a thing being possible. Lü Ruyan was the first to react. "How do we try?" "It's simple. It'll carry you up." "Carry us? Is it really possible?" For some reason, Su Yao and Mu Ling suddenly showed a hint of shyness. Though they had imagined such a scenario, actually facing it still made their cheeks flush. Lü Ruyan, however, was already used to being carried. Lü Yingfeng chuckled and reached out to lift Mu Ling. Instantly, Mu Ling's body stiffened, and a rosy blush spread across her face. Su Yao was still dazed when she felt a large arm wrap around her waist, and she was lifted off the ground. Then Lü Ruyan climbed onto Lü Yingfeng's back. Before they could react, Lü Yingfeng began to walk. The pressure he had anticipated did not fall upon him. His steps were as effortless as before, though his pace involuntarily slowed. The 3 were utterly amazed. Though they could still feel the pressure, they no longer had to walk themselves, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. As Lü Yingfeng walked, Su Yao rested her hand on his shoulder and laughed. "Junior brother looks slender, but I never expected you to be so strong." "Yes, it's hard to find a man stronger than you in the entire Qingyue sect." Who would have thought? As the 2 spoke, Lü Yingfeng's face turned red. Saying such things at a time like this was truly a test of one's composure. Lü Ruyan, lying on his back, was lost in thought. After a long while, Lü Yingfeng carried them to the summit. Almost simultaneously, all three experienced a sudden enlightenment, as if something intangible lingered within reach. But Mu Ling said, "Junior brother, did you ascend so easily because Peak Master Ning gave you some means, eh? Whatever the reason, you must never speak of this. Otherwise, you'll be putting yourself in danger." "Right." Both nodded. Lü Yingfeng said nothing more. After all, these two senior sisters had been extremely kind to him. When he was comprehending the sword path and Wang Ling's sword chi came at him with deadly intent, they, like his own senior sister, drew their swords to save him without a second thought. So helping them was only right. Finally, the three sat cross-legged, their thoughts drawn into a gradual state of enlightenment. I wonder what the senior sisters will comprehend. Lü Yingfeng was also curious. Recalling the dazzling array of techniques, choosing among them would indeed be a headache. But since things had come this far, he could only do so much. If necessary, he could share some of what he had seen. Gathering his thoughts, he quietly looked around. There seemed to be nothing left for him to comprehend. Only now did he have the chance to take out the ring his master had given him earlier, which contained a full 20,000 spirit stones. Given the current situation, rife with danger threats lurking at every turn and all sides watching with greedy eyes, Lü Yingfeng felt it necessary to strengthen himself. First, he would break through to the golden core stage. After all, as the saying goes, with a golden core in hand, the world is mine. A little more power meant an extra layer of security. Being merely a delicate pretty boy would not do. Whether he could make his mark here depended on whether he could break through to the golden core today. With this thought, he silently began to cultivate. As spiritual energy continuously surged into his body, his mana accumulated steadily and methodically. Time passed slowly as Lü Yingfeng immersed himself in cultivation, losing track of how long had gone by. The sun and moon alternated and night enveloped the entire mountain range. It was not until the last of the 20,000 spirit stones were completely exhausted that Lü Yingfeng finally awakened. However, to his regret, he did not successfully condense a golden core as he had wished. After breaking through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, the remaining spirit stones were entirely depleted, yet there was still no sign of the golden core. Does breaking through to golden core require even more? Lü Yingfeng frowned. If that were the case, it would indeed put him in a difficult position, as Ning Xian had only given him 20,000, and now they were all spent. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the three of them. They were still deeply immersed in their enlightenment, and he had no idea when they would wake. Finding himself idle, Lü Yingfeng pondered whether he should resort to using some drugs. After all, the sword soul wood was still in his possession. Yet since they were in the midst of enlightenment, it would be unseemly to disturb their opportunity. After much deliberation, he decided to put the idea of using drugs aside for now. Instead, he left a note for Lü Ruyan and then descended the peak to wander around. He soon discovered that the environment here was far superior to that of the Qinghua sect. The spiritual energy was abundant. As he circulated, the ancient Solar Sutra spiritual energy surged into his body, with each breath transforming into Dharma power, growing thread by thread. Though slow, it was better than nothing. He wondered when he would finally break through to the golden core stage. Walking through the forest, he was extremely cautious, even changing into his new set of clothes, which immediately made him feel more spirited. Having fully comprehended the techniques Ning Xian had given him, his speed had increased by more than a little. His divine sense continuously extended outward, probing and examining the surroundings. Along the way, he encountered many demonic beasts, but even knowing they could be exchanged for spirit stones, he did not attack them. Finding spiritual fruits and spiritual peaks was far more important. He traversed many areas, but still found no trace of the so-called spiritual fruits. However, he happened to sense several people hurrying ahead. The Wang family. Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself. He had taken a quick glance at the people outside the mountain range and remembered a few of them. With this thought, he decided to follow them. After all, these people were not good sorts. If they with their numbers happened to find some opportunity, but were blocked by a demonic beast or encountered danger, he could step in to help. And so he began to tail them. But when the group came to a halt, Lü Yingfeng was startled to see a figure seated in meditation in a nearby valley. What a coincidence! Lü Yingfeng was surprised. The person was none other than Wang Ling. Wang Ling was sitting there cross-legged, breathing and absorbing spiritual energy. Beside him stood two beautiful young women, attending to him with great care, occasionally using silk handkerchiefs to wipe the sweat from his brow. Living the high life, isn't he? Lü Yingfeng was utterly astonished. Who would bring two maidservants to such a desolate wilderness? And for cultivation, no less. Did he really need someone to wipe his sweat? This sight was infuriating and enraging. How could one cultivate like this? Was he not afraid of breeding inner demons? Despicable. Lü Yingfeng gritted his teeth. Cultivating like this made even him want to act in the name of justice. However, as those few people approached Wang Ling, their demeanor suddenly changed. They cautiously drew near, stopping only when they were close enough. "Young master," someone whispered as if afraid of disturbing him. Wang Ling opened his eyes slightly and glanced at them casually. "How many spiritual fruits did you bring back this time?" 6. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed and his voice suddenly sharpened. "Useless. Only 6. What have you been doing? Where is Wang Yuanshu?" The men trembled and quickly replied, "We barely managed to find a spiritual tree, but it was guarded by many demonic beasts. If not for the combined efforts of Qing Cheng from the Qinghua sect and your cousin Wang Yuanshu, we wouldn't have even brought back these 6. Can't that fool Wang Yuanshu pick them himself?" Wang Ling spoke arrogantly, his face filled with displeasure. The men dared not speak out in anger. Lü Yingfeng was also shocked. He knew Wang Ling was no good, but he never expected him to be utterly worthless. In the sect, he knew how to restrain himself, but the moment he was with the Wang family, he became incredibly domineering. When Zhao Yan had teased Lu Rian back, then Wang Ling hadn't dared to utter a single word. If he had said something at that moment, Lü Yingfeng would have respected him for having some backbone. Yet for such a piece of trash, the Wang family still kowtowed to him. It was truly baffling. "Enough." After a moment, Wang Ling waved his hand. "Leave the spiritual fruits here. Then go back and tell Wang Yuanshu that if he brings back only this many again, I'll skin him alive. Also find that spiritual spring as soon as possible and get the other things I ordered him to do done quickly." A series of commands followed, and the men could only nod submissively before quietly retreating. Lü Yingfeng clicked his tongue in amazement. How much did Wang Yuanshu owe him in a past life to have to repay such a debt in this one? One man forced to snatch spiritual fruits, find a spiritual spring, and handle other errands. Even a beast of burden from a production team wouldn't be worked this hard. It made one wonder what Wang Ling's backing was. Wang Yuanshu was clearly more talented, yet Wang Ling was the one throwing his weight around. If this family had any sense, they wouldn't let him treat that man like this. Thinking about it, Lü Yingfeng felt something was off. There had to be a story, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Instead, he looked at Wang Ling, a faint involuntary smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Spiritual fruits were poisonous and needed to be neutralized with a spiritual spring. That meant Wang Ling likely had more than just these 6 fruits on him. This guy was detestable, and Lü Yingfeng dearly wanted to kill him. But he had to admit Wang Ling always brought him pleasant surprises. First the Foundation Establishment pill, then the Sword Soul Wood, and now all these spiritual fruits. With this thought, he slowly began to move towards that spot. At that moment, Wang Ling seemed to be in a foul mood. He roughly pulled one of his maidservants towards him, but before he could do anything, he sensed something, and a cold voice cut through the air. "Who goes there?" As his words fell, he sharply turned his gaze towards the entrance of the valley. His anger intensified. But when he saw who it was, a terrible premonition flooded his heart. The sight of that particularly striking black figure made him tremble involuntarily. "Wang Ling, it's been a while. How have you been?" Lü Yingfeng's voice echoed softly in the valley. Though not loud, it was like a nightmare, striking fear into Wang Ling's heart. The maidservant fell to the ground, and Wang Ling himself shot to his feet, staring fixedly at the approaching figure. It's you." Wang Ling's voice trembled. All the unpleasant memories came flooding back. The 2 beatings he had suffered in his life, both at the hands of this man, and they were vicious beatings. Lü Yingfeng smiled. "It's me. What do you want?" Lü Yingfeng paused in his steps. "Can't you guess?" "Don't come any closer. My people from the Wang family are here. It's fine, I waited until I saw them leave before I came in." Lü Yingfeng's tone was calm, but laced with excitement. Wang Ling, however, was completely panicked, all his earlier arrogance and haughtiness gone. He had been beaten once outside Qinghua City, and then again back at the Qinghua sect. Who would have thought that even here in the Zhongyun mountain range this man would come after him? He wondered just how deep the grudge was, and if it would ever end. But for Lü Yingfeng, this was merely a convenient task. After all, they were fellow disciples, it was perfectly reasonable for them to appear in the same place. The sound gradually faded in the valley, only to erupt again into a piercing noise. Lü Yingfeng stepped into the valley, and Wang Ling's pupils trembled violently. The memories of the previous 2 beatings were still vivid. He had never been struck once in his entire life, yet now he had to endure it 3 times in a single month. "Don't come near me," Wang Ling roared, shoving the 2 maids forward. Lü Yingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He was not the type to accept just anyone. With a wave of his hand, the 2 landed far away, and he continued walking forward. "Wait a moment." Wang Ling hurriedly stopped him. Lü Yingfeng asked, "Anything else to say?" "If you leave now, I'll give you the items." Fear lingered in Wang Ling's eyes as he made a concession. Yet Lü Yingfeng replied, "No need, I'll take them myself." "Stop right there. My Wang family's elites are in the mountain range. If you harm me, you will pay a price." "I don't care about that. After all, they are in the mountains, not in this valley." "You?" Bang. As the words fell, Lü Yingfeng was already before him. With a backhanded slap, he sent the man flying. The sound was both muffled and crisp, yet they did not interfere with each other, and Wang Ling's body hurtled sideways. Wails and screams instantly echoed. Watching helplessly as the other approached again, that sense of despair surged once more within him. It was not until a long while later that Wang Ling collapsed to the ground, once again drained of all strength. Still, he refrained from killing him, at least not until he left the mountain range. After all, though Wang Ling was a scoundrel, the Wang family treated him well. As long as he lived, these family members would tirelessly bring him spirit fruits, effectively allowing him to be supported by the entire clan. With this thought, Lü Yingfeng felt a pang of reluctance, then proceeded to rob him again. Shut up. What's a grown man wailing about? Wang Ling was in agony, yet Lü Yingfeng scolded him. Was it not just another beating and a thorough looting? Did it warrant such howling? Of course Wang Ling knew better. He could tell that the other was after wealth, otherwise he would have been killed the first time. Thus he refrained from issuing threats, merely lying limp on the ground, enduring in silence, daring not to cry out anymore. Lü Yingfeng, satisfied, left the valley and vanished from sight. Originally his arrival here was pure coincidence, yet it brought him unexpected fortune. Though Wang Ling was useless, he carried a full 13 spirit fruits on him, which was far more convenient than searching for them one by one. Lü Yingfeng acted casually, plucking a spirit fruit and stuffing it into his mouth, then taking a sip of spirit spring. In that instant, pure spiritual energy surged into his body, nearly solidifying as an endless stream of Dharma power converged into his dantian. The entire process was filled with an indescribable delight. It was only after he had devoured all 13 fruits that he rose again. The only regret was that the 13 fruits failed to advance him to the golden core stage. However, he noticed that after reaching the 9th layer of foundation establishment, as his Dharma power accumulated, the liquefied energy seemed to be gradually solidifying. Yet the process was slow, and he still lacked sufficient Dharma power. Lü Yingfeng was not discouraged. What would happen if others knew he could casually break through to golden core? After all, those people were already jealous of his handsome appearance. If they were also envious of his talent, how could that be endured? For a moment, he wandered through the forest, his thoughts drifting aimlessly, until suddenly his mind was inexplicably stirred. He looked up in a certain direction, as if something was guiding him. Lü Yingfeng hesitated, then pondered for a moment before following that sensation. As he approached the foot of a peak, the feeling grew stronger. An aura enveloped the surroundings, identical to what he had encountered before. This was another spirit peak. The sensation was surprising. Seeing no one around, he immediately stepped forward toward the mountain. However, this time it was different. The oppressive pressure remained, but did not affect him. Walking up the path, countless thoughts surged in his mind, just as before. He quietly advanced, nearing the summit. But as he drew close, a commotion came from above. "Chenmu, be sensible and go down on your own. Don't force me to throw you off. It won't look good for anyone." Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng followed the sound and saw 5 or 6 figures in black surrounding Chenmu. Beside him was another youth, Lin Zhe. The two were trapped, their gazes fixed sharply ahead. Chenmu said, "Do you dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid of my Chen family and the royal court? Haha, we know you have powerful backing. But throwing you off is a minor matter. They won't make a big fuss. Besides, do you know who I am?" The man in black sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. Chenmu frowned. He was at the 1st layer of foundation establishment, and though he had a companion at the 6th or 7th layer, they were outnumbered. Silence fell. The man in black continued, "If you want to keep meditating, how about we cooperate?" "Cooperate? Yes, they'll let you continue your contemplation and even give you 3 spirit fruits. Just tell me where Lü Yingfeng is, or help me lure him out. How about it?" The man in black looked ahead, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Lin Zhe frowned beside him. Chenmu coldly retorted, "You want me to betray my fellow disciple? What kind of person do you take me for?" Just a fellow disciple. Besides, you have a grudge against him. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of him? Do you think I'm a base villain like you? Since you refuse the toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit." Whoosh. As he spoke, the men's Dharma power surged violently, and lethal techniques manifested, pressing down toward the front. "Damn it." Chenmu gritted his teeth. But just as they struck, a wave of Dharma power rose, instantly transforming into a divine rainbow that swept across, scattering all the lethal attacks into countless specks of light that fell like rain. "Who goes there?" The crowd looked around and saw a figure who had somehow arrived at the summit. He stood still, cloaked in black, his face hidden. The newcomer was Lü Yingfeng. He had not expected Chenmu to speak such words, and he was almost moved. Since the other had said so, he felt obliged to respond. The man in black said, "I advise you not to meddle." "That won't do." Lü Yingfeng refused outright. As a spirited and passionate youth, how could he stand by and watch these people commit atrocities? "You're asking for death." With that, they wasted no more words. All of them struck at once, unleashing a barrage of techniques and lethal moves clearly intent on killing. Seeing this, Chun Mu's heart trembled. Be careful. Fall back quickly. Lin Zhe also shouted. Yet in the next moment, Dharma power surged around Lü Yingfeng. A divine rainbow danced as if to pierce the heavens. Where it passed, all techniques dissolved. At the same time, countless sword chi flew out, and in an instant, every figure was pierced through, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This? Chun Mu's pupils dilated violently, and Lin Zhe was equally incredulous. Before their eyes, several attackers were defeated in a single blow. Looking at Lü Yingfeng, Chun Mu's breathing grew rapid. Just how powerful must this person be to act so effortlessly? As his adversary fell, Lü Yingfeng slowly approached. With his current cultivation, this battle was hardly suspenseful. After all, the strongest among these foes were merely at the 6th or 7th layer of foundation establishment. Since things had come this far, he decided to clean up after them as well. The rings and such all found their way into his hands, though it was a pity these people were as destitute as himself. Their combined wealth couldn't match a single finger of Wang Ling. Just a few hundred spirit stones and 2 spiritual fruits. Good thing you didn't cooperate with them. Lü Yingfeng's voice rang out again. Chun Mu was taken aback and quickly said, It's my nature. I have noble character. How could I betray my fellow disciples? Besides, I wasn't questioning your integrity. Lü Yingfeng hastily interrupted him. Chun Mu asked in confusion, Then what did you mean? They said they'd cooperate with you and give you 3 spiritual fruits, but they only had 2 on them. Clearly they were deceiving you. If you had agreed, you'd have been tricked. Off. For a moment, Chun Mu was speechless. He had expected something impassioned, but this was it. Lü Yingfeng finished tidying up and casually bade farewell. I'm off. Fate willing, we'll meet again. With those words, he turned to leave. He had come here to see if any of the 6 seals remained, but after sensing nothing of the sort, there was no reason to stay. Time here was precious. Chun Mu quickly called out, Fellow Taoist, wait. Something else. Lü Yingfeng glanced sideways. Chun Mu continued, I haven't thanked you for your help yet. Tisk, is that all? It was nothing. If you feel bad about it, just give me some spirit stones as thanks. Lü Yingfeng said casually, having acted only because Chun Mu hadn't betrayed him. Chun Mu looked troubled. Well, I didn't bring many spirit stones on this trip. Forget it then. I know where a spiritual fruit is. To show my gratitude, I can take you there. A spiritual fruit. Indeed. All right then. Lü Yingfeng turned to face Chun Mu. Chun Mu looked at Lin Zhe. Senior brother Lin, I'll take this fellow Taoist there. You stay here and meditate. Fine. Lin Zhe said nothing more. Then the two set off, traveling in relative silence. Chun Mu was curious about the origins of this righteous fellow Taoist. Surely he wasn't one of those rogue cultivators. After all, he had never seen such a powerful rogue cultivator. Fellow Taoist, you. Lü Yingfeng, don't ask what you shouldn't. You'll get beaten. That one sentence silenced Chun Mu. Since the man didn't want to talk, he wouldn't press. However, as they traveled across the land, they slowed their pace as they neared a mountain range. Before they even drew close, a clamor reached them from afar. Patches of spiritual light surged into the void, soared, chi pierced the skies, rainbows spanned the sun, and layers of radiance intertwined amid the roars of demonic beasts shaking the surroundings. It's right there, but it seems others have found it and are already fighting. Chun Mu looked toward the scene. Countless figures had gathered there. At the foot of the mountain ahead, a small sapling a few feet tall had taken root, but the path was blocked by demonic beasts, all ferocious, looking at least at the 7th or 8th layer of foundation establishment. So many. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but speak, his gaze sweeping as he counted. Chun Mu nodded. Indeed, quite a lot. There must be. There are 14 of them. Them. His words left the other bewildered. Chun Mu turned to look at Lü Yingfeng. He had been talking about the people, but the man was counting spiritual fruits. Scanning the scene, Lü Yingfeng noticed that most were disciples of the Joyous Union sect. Zhao Yan was hiding behind the crowd, and Yang Weiyue, the sect leader's disciple, was also there. The battle was fierce, with everyone charging forward relentlessly for the spiritual fruits. Chun Mu said, It looks like it'll be hard to get our hands on them. Why, oi? That Yang Weiyue is formidable at the 9th layer of foundation establishment with many experts by his side. Add the demonic beasts blocking the way, and even seizing the fruits won't be easy. Chun Mu stared intently ahead, a helpless sight before him. In such a scenario, unless a golden core cultivator stepped in, no one could safely take those spiritual fruits from here. Lü Yingfeng chuckled, Then we wait. Wait until they've fought enough, then he'll go. Hearing this, Chun Mu looked at the man beside him in surprise. He was planning to play the opportunistic bird. Before him, Yang Weiyue struck out, his spiritual power surging. The might of the 9th layer of foundation establishment manifested slaughter, swirling continuously as various techniques erupted in unending thunder. Wielding a long spear, he launched attacks, even forcing back a 9th layer foundation establishment gray wolf, sending it crashing down. Zhao Yan also fought from the side as several joined forces to trap some of the weaker demonic beasts. The two sides clashed fiercely, layers of light overlapping. Yang Huayu's movements were agile, dodging while slashing in all directions. Even so, he sustained injuries, blood staining his robes as beast after beast was repelled. Despite their numbers, the demonic beasts seemed to be retreating. This kid's pretty strong, Lü Yingfeng observed, having underestimated him earlier. He struck decisively and ruthlessly, wounding several ninth-layer Foundation establishment beasts. But in that instant, Yang Wuyue produced a handful of talismans. Fall back. His voice rang out, warning the others. Boom. Then talismans filled the air, thunder roared, and sheets of silver light transformed into lightning that crashed down. Thunder talismans. Lü Yingfeng's eyes widened in surprise. These thunder talismans were far superior to the ones he could draw. With the beasts densely packed, several were struck and left gasping for breath. Yang Wuyue then said, "They'll hold them off, you go pick the spiritual fruits." Understood. Zhao Yan and the others nodded. The thunder talismans enraged the beasts, which fixed their gaze on the group and surrounded them. Shenmu clicked his tongue in awe. I didn't expect him to be this strong. He marveled. In such a situation, it seemed nearly impossible to snatch the fruits. Yet Lü Yingfeng said, "Now's the time." Huh. Shenmu started and turned back, only to find the man had already slipped away, appearing near the spiritual fruit tree in an instant. Zhao Yan and the others approached, but before they could get close, they saw a dark figure appear before the tree. Bastard, get lost. Zhao Yan roared in fury, never expecting anyone to dare target them. The group struck out their attacks, converging on one spot. Lü Yingfeng raised his hand, his spiritual power surging. With a single blow, all their technique shattered, and the group was sent staggering back. Yet in that moment, his palm glowed with power again, pulling back the already flung Zhao Yan. What are you doing? Zhao Yan's pupils dilated in shock, but Lü Yingfeng didn't even spare him a glance. With a twist of his hand, he snapped Zhao Yan's neck, took the ring from his finger, and tossed him into the pack of demonic beasts. Yang Wuyue noticed the commotion and looked at him, his eyes filled with shock, not at his skill, but at the audacity of someone daring to scheme against them. Who are you? A furious roar erupted, his gaze blazing with murderous intent. He had fought tooth and nail only to have someone snatch the prize from under his nose. Lü Yingfeng said nothing, picked the fruits, turned, and left without the slightest intention of acknowledging him. Lü Yingfeng turned and prepared to leave, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalant grace. Yet this scene enraged Yang Wuyue. His group had fought tooth and nail, finally seizing an opportunity only to have their prize snatched away, with Zhao Yan lying dead on the spot. Where do you think you're going? A furious roar echoed, drawing everyone's gaze forward. Lü Yingfeng had initially intended to ignore it. This place was far too perilous, and his sole objective was the spirit fruit. Everything else could wait. However, as Yang Huayu's voice faded, several talismans materialized in his hand once more. The moment flames erupted, a barrage of techniques surged forth, hurtling toward the horde of demonic beasts. Seizing the opening, he leaped into the air, clearing the region in a single bound. His spear pierced the heavens, descending with devastating force. Every ounce of his power seemed pushed to its limit, his gaze savage and killing intent boiling over. Hidden in the shadows, Chun Mu's heart jolted. This strike was perilously fierce, a full-force assault. Lü Yingfeng had already been on the verge of leaving, never expecting Yang Wuyue to refuse to let go. Watching him charge, Lü Yingfeng frowned beneath his black robe. Unbeknownst to others, a black staff had appeared in his hand. It was a gift from Ningxian. He had used a longsword earlier, but it couldn't withstand his sword intent. The only remaining weapon was this staff, a spirit-grade artifact. Without hesitation, he drew it out and leaped upward, swinging it downward. Die! Yang Wuyue roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. Lü Yingfeng remained silent, channeling his spiritual power and sword intent into the black staff as he struck forward. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud rang out as spear met staff. Everyone's eyes fixed on the clash. Chun Mu's heart tightened. This was a battle far beyond his ability to intervene. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the instant they collided, Yang Huayu's expression shifted. His spear was shattered and a terrifying force surged through his arm, shaking his organs. His chi blood churned, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurled backward into the midst of the demonic beasts. What? This? How is this possible? The onlookers stared ahead, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Yang Wuyue was sent reeling by a single blow, blood spattering the ground. As for Lü Yingfeng, he had already landed gracefully back on the earth. Hearing the commotion nearby, his voice slowly rose. Is that all? He had thought this fellow would be formidable, but that was it. With the thought, he refrained from further action. After all, a massive horde of demonic beasts lingered there. Caution dictated he should leave. He turned and departed, passing the spot where he had previously hidden, pulling Chun Mu along as they vanished. The mountain range remained tumultuous, but Lü Yingfeng paid it no heed. Yet Chen Mu, gazing at the man beside him, was filled with astonishment. This valiant hero. Lü Yingfeng glanced sideways. Chen Mu continued, "Are you this ferocious? Even Yang Wuyue couldn't withstand a single blow from you." His heart was shaken. This was a ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator, a prodigy of the younger generation from the Joyous Union sect, yet he had been sent flying and spitting blood with a single staff strike. Lü Yingfeng paused in thought before replying, "I don't know why he was so weak." Earlier the man had strutted about as if he were someone extraordinary, only to fall to a single blow. Chen Mu swallowed hard, falling silent. The way Lü Yingfeng spoke with such an innocent tone made him wonder what Yang Wuyue would think if he heard it. But to his surprise, Lü Yingfeng suddenly reached out and produced 2 fruits, offering them. "What's this?" Lü Yingfeng said, "You guided me. Here are 2 for you." This. Chen Mu had never expected to be given 2 spirit fruits. However, Lü Yingfeng had already turned to bid farewell. "I'm off. Let's cooperate again if the chance arises." With that, he turned and vanished, leaving Chen Mu standing there lost in thought for a long time. Lü Yingfeng paid no further attention to anything else. After leaving, he retraced his steps to the initial mountain peak, intending to check on his senior sister. It didn't take long for him to cross the mountain range and return to the foot of the peak. Seeing no one in the central area, he shed his black robe before ascending to the summit. The 3 were still seated there, showing no signs of awakening. What are they comprehending that takes so long? Lü Yingfeng had not anticipated this. He sat down as well. Though he had given 2 fruits to Chen Mu, he still had 14 left. He ate and refined them simultaneously. Spiritual radiance swirled around his body. The energy attempting to escape was forcibly contained. His spiritual power accumulated the liquefied energy, gradually coalescing into a single mass. As spiritual energy continued to pour in, it grew denser. This was the process of breaking through to the golden core stage. When it fully solidified, it would signify his entry into the golden core realm. But unfortunately, even after refining all 14 fruits, there was still no sign of breakthrough. Still a bit short. Lü Yingfeng murmured, gazing into the distance. It seemed breaking through to golden core here would not be easy. Yet as his eyes swept the horizon, he descended the peak once more. There should be 4 or 5 similar peaks. He decided to explore them, searching for techniques like the earth-covering seal. Even if he couldn't break through to golden core, it would still be a gain. As he journeyed, roars occasionally echoed from the forest. The demonic beasts here were numerous, and with people intruding into this region, chaos had never ceased. Walking along, Lü Yingfeng's heart was stirred once more, just as before. A certain presence beckoned him. Following this sensation, he approached again. Before him stood a towering mountain much like those he had seen earlier. Not all spiritual peaks had been discovered, just like the spirit fruits. However, this peak was dotted with figures from base to summit. And to his surprise, he spotted a familiar silhouette. It was Yu Xingyao standing at the foot of the mountain, without setting foot on it. Not far away, Wang Yuanshu was also there, his gaze fixed on the summit. Above the clouds, sword energy seemed to dance wildly, as if something had been stirred. Could there be some extraordinary inheritance here? Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself, donning his black robe as he began to ascend. But with so many people around, he kept a low profile. Stepping onto the mountain, he climbed steadily, 1 step at a time, neither hurried nor slow. After all, if he were to dash upward as he had before, it would draw too much attention. Yet as he advanced, many below noticed him. A man in black robes, his face hidden, was indeed somewhat conspicuous. However, Yu Xingyao fixed her gaze on Lü Yingfeng, her voice soft. "Who is that?" The others were startled, seemingly not expecting the princess to ask suddenly. But with nothing visible, the rest had no clue. One person said, "Is there anything special about him?" Yu Xingyao nodded. "His steps are steady, and his pace climbing the mountain is constant. It seems the suppression here has little effect on him." The others were surprised, they hadn't noticed this. But Yu Xingyao stared intently, a sharp glint in her eyes. "This person is extremely powerful, likely no weaker than Qingqing." "What?" At her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to calm themselves for a long time. Yu Xingyao's words were truly impossible to take lightly. Qingqing's talent was a rarity unseen in a century. According to various assessments, he would surely reach the golden core stage before 30, and he had already condensed his sword intent, stepping into the first layer of sword intent. In the path of swordsmanship, as one's realm elevated, one's power would continuously grow more formidable. At the same cultivation level, having manifested sword intent meant that no one in the entire Yu Kingdom dared claim they could absolutely defeat him. Moreover, once he stepped into the golden core realm, his battle prowess would inevitably become even stronger. Previously, Yu Xingyao had witnessed Qingqing ascend the spirit peak with the same ease as Lü Yingfeng now. Though not entirely without resistance, it was far from difficult. Even without sensing his aura or realm, one could tell he was a master. Lü Yingfeng, however, paid no heed to this. After all, he had his face covered, and stood nearly at the apex of the mountain range's food chain. These people were at most at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Even if he truly couldn't defeat them, fleeing would leave them unable to catch up. In the end, he crossed the mountainside and reached the summit. Here someone was already seated in meditation, and during his ascent, Lü Yingfeng had sensed many techniques emerging. Yet until he reached the top, he hadn't encountered anything he particularly desired. Things like the heaven-overturning seal or the human emperor's seal. He wasn't greedy, just one more would suffice. However, though he found no techniques, he discovered that Qingsheng was also here. Seated at the center, sword chi surged and enveloped him from his body, sharp auras interweaving and moving. The others who had reached the summit dared not approach. Lü Yingfeng stared, sensing the changes within, surprise flickering in his heart. Qingsheng was comprehending a sword art and making substantial progress, faintly beginning to generate a second sword intent. This is the Azure Cloud sword art. Lü Yingfeng sensed and murmured to himself. He had already felt it during his approach. Some noticed his arrival, but merely glanced at him. Those who came here sought cultivation and enlightenment, and generally no one disturbed anyone else. Yet as they looked at Lü Yingfeng, astonishment appeared on their faces. He had just arrived, took a single glance, and then turned around to leave. He's leaving? Why? Having finally reached the summit, he's leaving as soon as he comes. Those people couldn't understand. However, as Lü Yingfeng descended the peak, he also drew the attention of those below. He's coming down. How did he come down so quickly? Has he already finished his enlightenment? Is it that fast? The people below were also astonished. Not everyone could reach that place, and those who did would seize every moment. Yet he just casually descended. Yu Xingyo's eyes also held confusion, a peculiar emotion flickering in her gaze as her feet involuntarily moved forward. Princess, are you? Her attendant noticed her movement and couldn't help but ask. Yu Xingyao said, I want to see his true strength. As she spoke, her gaze fixed ahead, a sharp light gleaming in her eyes. The attendant was puzzled why. Upon this, Yu Xingyo's eyes showed contemplation, and after a long silence she spoke. According to intelligence my father received, the Tianxian Academy will soon come to Yu Kingdom for selection. I need assistance to pass the assessment. Others were astonished. The Xiantian Academy was ancient, having been passed down in this world for tens of thousands of years. Its profound heritage had nurtured countless powerhouses, and even the Yu Kingdom fell under its protection. Naturally, it was a sacred land yearned for by all cultivators. Yet those few still didn't understand. With the prince's talent, you will surely pass the selection. Why seek external help? During the trip to the Qinghua sect with Ning Xian's assistance, she had successfully condensed her sword intent, stepping into the first layer, and her cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. With such talent, there was no doubt she would enter the Tianxian Academy. Yu Xingyao said, nothing is absolute. Who knows what might happen then? So I need some assistance to be prepared. That's why I want to test his strength, to see if he can help me. I see. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Meanwhile, as Lü Yingfeng continued descending, everyone speculated, their gazes fixed on him, their curiosity growing. He didn't mind since no one knew who he was. If there was nothing to gain, he would simply move on. He couldn't waste time here. He had to either obtain one of the 6 seals or break through to the golden core stage. He had to achieve at least one of these, or else his trip would be in vain. With this thought, he lifted his foot to leave. But just then Yu Xingyao suddenly appeared before him. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Lü Yingfeng turned to look, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. This seemed a bit sudden. Still he replied, something on your mind. As he looked at her, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that his peerless charm, which even the black robe couldn't conceal, had been discovered? Yu Xingyo's radiant face broke into a smile. May I ask where you come from? From beyond the mountains. Lü Yingfeng answered honestly despite his confusion. Yu Xingyo's smile froze for a moment. She was momentarily at a loss for words. It was as if everyone hadn't come from beyond the mountains. But after a brief pause, she continued, and your master's lineage? I won't tell you. This? The others were stunned, utterly taken aback. Could it be that he didn't know Yu Xingyo's identity? To refuse so bluntly. Yu Xingyao frowned slightly. Then may I ask for a sparring session with you? No. Lü Yingfeng's reply was equally decisive. Everyone was astonished. This man truly showed no courtesy at all. Yu Xingyao said, I mean you no harm, I only wish to exchange a few moves. I'm busy. Busy? Yu Xingyao frowned. Do you have something to do? Yes. What is it? Looking for spirit fruits. Lü Yingfeng answered directly, speaking his true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingyao smiled. Sparring with me won't take up too much of your time. You've already wasted a good while of my time. If you hadn't, I might have found 70 or 80 fruits by now. At this, the crowd burst into uproar. Though they didn't understand, their eyes were full of disbelief. How could he say 70 or 80 so casually? This wasn't like picking up roadside stones. You couldn't just find them every few steps. Yu Xingyao also couldn't believe it. She was of noble status and unparalleled beauty, yet she had been rejected repeatedly. After a brief moment of thought, Yu Xingyao continued, "How about this? If you spar with me and can defeat me, I'll gift you 10 spirit fruits. What do you say?" In an instant, Lü Yingfeng, who had already lifted his foot to leave, halted mid-step. "Are you serious?" He sought confirmation. Yu Xingyao nodded with a smile. "I am the princess of Yu Kingdom. My word is my bond." "Then it's a deal." Lü Yingfeng nodded. Winning meant 10 spirit fruits, a very good deal. And if he lost, it didn't matter since no one knew who he was. He had nothing to lose. As the thought crossed his mind, a black rod appeared in his hand. Where else could he find such a wonderful opportunity? To miss it would be to betray his master's teachings. Besides, this was the Yu Kingdom's princess, clearly a worthy opponent deserving of respect. With that, he couldn't help but roll up his sleeves, ready for the battle ahead. At this moment, Lü Yingfeng's aura surged as his profound energy stirred silently. Yu Xingyao's eyes flickered with sharp light, and a long sword materialized in her hand, its cold gleam piercing. Sword intent already wreathed around her. The two sides were on the verge of conflict, and the onlookers instinctively stepped back. Just then a figure rushed over from behind, caught sight of Yu Xingyao and Lü Yingfeng, and seemed to grasp the situation, his face instantly tightening with anxiety. "Wait." Everyone turned to see a plump young man hurrying over. Lü Yingfeng was surprised that he had come here too. Yu Xingyao merely glanced at him, her power still in motion. Seeing she ignored him, Chun Mu shouted, "Cousin, don't. Forgive my impertinence." Yu Xingyao's voice rang out, paying no heed to her cousin behind her. She leaped into the air, and countless sword projections erupted, shimmering with radiance. As she swung her blade, a slaughterous momentum surged forth. In an instant, the sword energy swept forward like a dazzling ribbon, charging straight ahead. Lü Yingfeng gripped the black staff in his hand. As he channeled his mana, sword intent unconsciously intertwined and stirred. The moment he struck, his foot stamped down, shaking the ground. A deep footprint appeared as his body soared upward to meet the sword energy. Everyone's hearts trembled as they stared at Yu Xingyao in disbelief. Sword intent. The princess of Yu has awakened sword intent. Isn't that just like Qingcheng? I've heard Yu Xingyao is a prodigy, but I never expected her to be this stunning. It looks like this fellow is in for trouble. Exclamations erupted from the crowd, their eyes filled with anticipation to witness this battle. Only Chun Mu watched, slapping his thigh. "It's over." Boom. The moment the black staff clashed with the sword energy, a thunderous roar shook the void. Ripples spread in all directions, and all the sword projections dissipated instantly. Gasps. Everyone sucked in cold air. They hadn't expected this man to actually have some skill. Even Yu Xingyao was surprised that this attack had been effortlessly deflected. It seemed her intuition was right. He was indeed extraordinary. But before she could collect her thoughts, horror once again dawned in her eyes. The sword energy disintegrated upon contact, yet his movements didn't cease. It seemed the earlier assault posed no hindrance as he continued advancing toward Yu Xingyao. "What?" Yu Xingyao murmured as Lü Yingfeng closed in. She had no choice but to raise her sword again to block the strike. But the moment the long sword met the black staff, her pupils contracted sharply, and an incredulous expression spread across her face. A tremendous force surged from the black staff, like a mountain crashing down. Her mana scattered with a bang, and the sword in her hand was knocked away. Yet the staff didn't stop, or it swung down and slammed into Yu Xingyao's chest. Thud! A dull sound rang out. Yu Xingyao's face drained of color as the blow sent her flying backward. Before anyone could react, she crashed to the ground, snapping trees and raising dust. Silence fell over everything. Everyone watched the scene, their faces etched with shock. The eagerly anticipated battle had ended as soon as it began. They stared at the rising dust, their thoughts frozen, until a cry jolted them back. "Cousin!" Chun Mu shouted, rushing forward. The haze of dust slowly cleared. He reached Yu Xingyao to find her pale, her expression twisted with struggle, her hair disheveled, and her body trembling uncontrollably. "Cousin, are you all right?" Chun Mu asked hastily. Before he could check her injuries, Yu Xingyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining her clothes and spreading. A searing pain racked her body. There was a clear dent in her chest. The staff had broken her bones. This? The onlookers frowned. One move. Yu Xingyao lost in one move. How is that possible? Who is this man? Amid the exclamations, Lü Yingfeng landed and looked ahead, stunned himself. Wasn't this princess supposed to be strong? Who spread that rumor? Had nearly killed her with one strike. With that thought, he approached, still holding his staff. Yu Xingyao tried to speak, but couldn't catch her breath. She struggled to pull out a bottle of pills and swallowed them. Chun Mu, however, panicked. "Good sir, wait. Could there be a misunderstanding between you?" Lü Yingfeng, "No misunderstanding. Could you let it go for the sake of the Yu royal family?" "Why, I. Chen Mu was at a loss. Why? He had no idea, but he still said, she may be eccentric, sharp-tongued, and harsh, but she doesn't deserve death. You don't have to kill her, do you? After all, she was his cousin, and he did his best to plead for her. Hearing this assessment, Yu Xingyao nearly choked. Was that any way to describe one's own cousin? Lü Yingfeng was also baffled. When did I say I was going to kill her? You're not. Lü Yingfeng, did you misunderstand? We were just sparring. I just didn't expect her to be so fragile. He searched for a word, finally settling on that one. He couldn't call her helpless, could he? That would seem impolite. Hearing this, Yu Xingyao rolled her eyes and nearly collapsed. Hey, don't faint yet. You still owe me the spirit fruits. Spirit fruits? Chen Mu frowned. Lü Yingfeng, she said if she lost, she'd give me 10 spirit fruits. This? Chen Mu glanced sidelong at Yu Xingyao. Yu Xingyao struggled. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng hesitated. Of course, if she doesn't concede and wants to keep fighting, that's fine too. How can she still fight? Looking at the barely conscious Yu Xingyao, Chen Mu was at a loss for words. Lü Yingfeng, I agree it's unnecessary. Since your cousin is so fragile, it's better to just hand over the spirit fruits. Fine, no more fighting. Well, pay. Chen Mu immediately reached for Yu Xingyou's ring. Others might not know, but he was well aware of who this scourge was, the one who had nearly killed Yang Wuyue with a single staff strike. Soon he retrieved 10 spirit fruits from Yu Xingyao and handed them over. Receiving them, Lü Yingfeng nodded and looked at Chen Mu. People these days are really something. Paying to get beaten. Is this how the rich have fun? With that, he turned to leave. Yu Xingyao finally struggled to speak. Wait. Don't tell me you want to fight again. Lü Yingfeng's tone was incredulous. Could she even persist like this? Chen Mu directly covered Yu Xingyou's mouth and waved hurriedly. You misheard. No more fighting, no more. In this state, not even suicide would be this reckless. MMPH. Yu Xingyao tried to speak, but he was already gone. Chen Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his hand from her mouth. He looked at his cousin with a serious expression. Cousin, stop fighting. You can't beat him. If you get killed, my father will skin me alive. Besides, uncle gave you so many treasures. If you die, I won't get a share. Chen Mu sighed as he spoke. His cousin was old enough, so why couldn't she stop causing him worry? Even if she truly didn't want to live, she should at least write a will first and let him inherit her property before dying. Lü Yingfeng had departed, his whereabouts unknown. Yu Xingyao struggled to rise, finally finding the chance to speak. Stop him. Don't let him leave. Her voice was weak, her complexion still pale. Chen Mu frowned involuntarily. Cousin Yang Wuyue was struck by his staff and now lies in uncertainty. Listen to me, you cannot defeat him. What? Yang Wuyue? Yu Xingyou's gaze froze, her expression dazed, as if she hadn't anticipated this. Alas! Chen Mu sighed softly. Yet Yu Xingyao said, I don't intend to fight him to the death. I wish to ask for his aid. At this, Chen Mu finally understood. She wasn't being stubborn, it was for the assessment of the Profound Heaven Academy. But the man had already left, and they had no idea where to find him. More troubling still, they knew nothing of his identity. After a brief period of healing, Yu Xingyao finally caught her breath, color returning to her cheeks. Recalling the clash moments ago, her heart remained shaken. She could sense he was not old, yet his battle prowess was terrifying beyond measure. How can his combat strength be so formidable? Yu Xingyao couldn't comprehend it. Her own cultivation had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, and she had even mastered the sword intent. Yet she couldn't withstand a single blow from him. A sense of defeat weighed on her heart. Chen Mu, however, said, what if he has already reached the golden core stage? Oh. Yu Xingyou's eyes lit up. If that were the case, she wouldn't feel so defeated. A golden core cultivator would naturally overwhelm someone at foundation establishment. Even losing didn't seem so terrible. Yet her curiosity about his origins grew. Even shrouded in a black robe, his youthful vitality was unmistakable. He couldn't be very old. Spread the word. Search for this man with all our might. Yu Xingyao had no other choice. Someone this powerful. With his help, perhaps, she could secure victory. The onlookers watched with varied expressions. They all seemed to share the same thought: this man was most likely a golden core powerhouse. Wang Yuanshu gazed at the departing figure, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Even at that moment atop the mountain peak, Qingsheng looked down and witnessed the battle. Everyone wanted to know who he really was. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng had traveled far. Along the way, he sensed and located a spiritual peak, but it held nothing he desired. No spirit fruits, much to his regret. Fortunately, he had obtained 10 spirit fruits from Yu Xingyao, a blessing in disguise. As he examined the fruits in his hand, he muttered, next time he'll hold back even more. After all, he hadn't realized these people were so fragile. A single strike left them bruised and battered. If he had struck any harder, they might have been torn apart. Alas! A soft sigh echoed. Lü Yingfeng found a quiet spot and sat cross-legged. As he began to refine the spirit fruits, his aura grew increasingly formidable. In his dantian, the Dharma power condensed steadily, now only the size of half a fist. He was nearing the true formation of the golden core. By now he had refined over 30 spirit fruits. As the vast spiritual essence surged into his body, it began to undergo transformation. The orb of condensed Dharma power grew smaller. His thoughts were clear while outside his body Dharma power swirled and intertwined, its energy flooding every limb and bone. A resonant hum echoed within him. His dantian blazed with golden light as the Dharma power fully condensed into a golden core the size of a thumb suspended within. It's done. Lü Yingfeng's heart surged, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The golden core was naturally formed, a single Tao pattern engraved upon it, as if an innate inscription held myriad principles. This marked his entry into the first layer of golden core. After nearly 2 months of effort, he had finally stepped into the golden core realm. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, at least in this Yu kingdom, he was no longer an insignificant ant. As he circulated the solar ancient scripture to stabilize his cultivation base, feeling the surging Dharma power, within he sensed that a single stomp could shake Yu Xingyao to death. When all was calm, Lü Yingfeng rose, a sharp gleam never leaving his eyes. With over 30 spirit fruits, I reached golden core. If I found another 100 or so, I could advance several layers. At this thought, his excitement grew. Compared to spirit stone, spirit fruits offered far better value, especially since the fruits here grew wild, while spirit stones belonged to others. And with his breakthrough to golden core, the range of his divine sense expanded. His fervor for seeking spirit fruits intensified. Let's see if senior sister has finished her meditation. They'll take her with me. Lü Yingfeng thought, heading toward the spiritual peak. Now that he had reached the golden core stage, he had enough strength to protect himself here, unlikely to be bullied. He also wanted to check on the 2 senior sisters. But just as this thought crossed his mind, his heart inexplicably trembled. An oppressive pressure arose from nowhere. Looking up, he saw countless streaks of light descending from the heavens, wreathed in flames, and dust hurtling toward the earth in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The streaks of light crashed into the ground. In an instant, countless explosions thundered across the land. The entire mountain range trembled, many peaks were shattered and leveled. Shockwaves surged from every direction, flattening vast stretches of forest in an instant. Even Lü Yingfeng was caught in the blast, barely avoiding being swept away. What the hell? Lü Yingfeng exclaimed, frowning as he looked around. The scene before him was disheartening. As far as the eye could see, rubble filled his vision. Giant boulders had gouged deep craters into the ground, and even the nearby mountain ridges had been snapped apart. It was as if a colossal mountain had exploded in the sky and tumbled down. The sight was terrifying. Lü Yingfeng had just felt confident in his golden core strength, only to be confronted with this spectacle. He had no idea what had happened, but when he looked up, he saw countless figures beyond the mountain range. They hovered in the sky, dense as black specks, all gazing toward this mountain range. At first, he thought he had violated the heavenly laws by breaking through to golden core. But this scene seemed off. Could it be a battle between great figures? Lü Yingfeng pondered. That must be it. From what he had read, mighty beings could casually boil seas and burn skies, or grab a few mountains and smash them for sport. It wasn't unusual. Still, this time he had nearly been caught in it. Far too terrifying. With that thought, he wasted no time turning to flee the area. This wasn't a place to linger. It was both conspicuous and dangerous. But as he swiftly retreated, racing into the distance, he felt something trailing behind him. Lü Yingfeng frowned and quickened his pace, yet the thing behind him drew closer. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, never daring to slow down. As the presence grew ever nearer, he finally couldn't resist glancing back, desperate to know what had set its sights on him. But the moment he turned, a streak of light shot across the sky. Without giving him a chance to react, it slammed directly into his face. His entire body was sent flying backward, smashing through rock, flattening a stretch of forest, spittle flying, before he finally managed to stop. As far as his gaze could reach, Lü Yingfeng was embedded in the stone wall, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, mucus flowing from his nose, and tears welling up in his eyes. This strike was fierce and jarring, catching him completely off guard. It was only because he had just broken through to the golden core realm and grown slightly stronger that he wasn't scattered into pieces. Which despicable coward ambushed me? Lü Yingfeng spoke, lowering his head to see a palm-sized stone lying before him, resembling both a token and a tiny stele. Besides that, there was a pitch-black object at his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was a small tripod, square and four-legged, with 2 handles covered in mottled green patina, its original form barely discernible. Damn it, which bastard struck me twice in one go? Lü Yingfeng rose, casting a wary gaze around. Yet as his divine sense swept through, he found no trace of any living being. Even the nearby demonic beasts had all fled when the giant boulders crashed down. Only then did he hesitantly turn his attention to the stone. But just as he picked it up, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Put it down. Huh. Lü Yingfeng gripped the stone again, scanning his surroundings vigilantly, yet still saw no sign of any creature. Who is it? Show yourself. As his words fell, the small tripod at his feet emitted a faint hum. That is mine, put it down. Has the tripod become sentient? Lü Yingfeng's pupils constricted. He immediately picked up the tripod, and as his divine sense touched it, he discovered a vast space within the modeled artifact, boundless and empty, as if it could hold an entire starry sky. Inside the tripod, an unknown mass floated and bobbed, jumping up and down while producing sounds. Boy, I advise you to be sensible and put it down, or don't blame me for being rude. As the voice came again, his gaze beneath the black robe turned peculiar. Sensing its aura, it seemed excessively weak, and it struggled within as if bound by something. You seem to be in trouble. Lü Yingfeng spoke, his tone remarkably calm. The mass, none of your business. You nearly crushed me to death, and now you say it's none of my business. Don't you have any sense of reason? Lü Yingfeng stared at the tripod in his hand. The mass fell silent for a moment, then said, It wasn't I who struck you, but I advise you to put it down and leave quickly. You didn't hit me, yet you tell me to put it down. Lü Yingfeng gazed again at the tripod, saying leisurely, But I feel this thing is quite fated with me. With that, his mana surged as he attempted to touch it. In an instant, the tripod hummed, a radiant glow manifesting and enveloping it, chirping as if with joyful emotion. Lü Yingfeng was startled, and the mass inside the tripod froze for a moment. The next instant, before he could react, the tripod transformed into a speck of light and drilled directly into his palm. What the hell? Lü Yingfeng's heart jolted, and he immediately sensed it. Then he discovered the tripod had entered his dantian, floating and sinking within. What? The being inside the tripod exclaimed in shock. Lü Yingfeng's pupils trembled. The situation was too sudden, and he immediately tried to expel the thing. The process was unobstructed. With a mere thought, the tripod reappeared in his palm. After a brief moment of astonishment, an unusual gleam flashed in his eyes. Hey, it truly is fated with me. He hadn't refined it at all, yet the tripod could manifest with his thoughts. What else could this be but destiny? The mass inside the tripod also exclaimed, It just tore through the void on its own, coming straight for you. What did you say? Lü Yingfeng inquired. Nothing. The voice cut off abruptly. Oh. Lü Yingfeng grunted, then turned his gaze to the stone in his other hand. And what is this? Stop. The being in the tripod cried out, trying to prevent him. But Lü Yingfeng's mana had already touched it. The myriad patterns inscribed on the stone vanished in an instant. In his astonishment, he found that a scripture had appeared in his mind. Echoes resounded in his ears, countless images flashed in his thoughts, and his expression shifted continuously. His pupils contracted sharply, and words slipped out. The human sovereign seal. His eyes were full of surprise. Everything came so suddenly and unexpectedly. The stone actually recorded the human sovereign seal. He had been wondering where to find more, and now it had practically fallen on his face. The being in the tripod seemed equally stunned. What's going on? Could it be? It thought of something and quickly asked, Who are you? None of your business. Lü Yingfeng replied. Though his expression was hidden beneath the black robe, his tone was unmistakably clear. But the mass was not angered. Instead, it said calmly, This thing is not to be taken lightly. Once you take it, you'll invite great trouble. Hand it over now, and you might still save your life. I don't believe it. Lü Yingfeng refused decisively. He felt great holding it. This was the human sovereign seal, one of the 6 seals. Moreover, the tripod seemed naturally attuned to him, responding to his thoughts. He immediately tried to infuse it with mana, and the tripod emitted a sound. What are you doing? Oh, I tested it, and it seems to obey me. We have a special bond. It looks like you're suppressed by it too. Lü Yingfeng stated the facts. Just now, by activating the tripod, he had suppressed the other party with remarkable effect, though it had consumed a considerable amount of his mana. With that thought, he turned to leave, deciding to set aside other matters and find a place to study it. But before he could go far, the sound of tearing air came from afar, and several figures rushed toward him, cutting off his path in an instant. Lü Yingfeng looked up to see a woman flying on a sword, accompanied by 4 young men, all their gazes fixed on him. One of the young men looked him up and down, his disdain undisguised, and addressed Lü Yingfeng directly. Hey, down there, have you seen anyone? The youth was cold, his tone condescending. Beneath his black robe, Lü Yingfeng frowned. Why was there trouble again? Meanwhile, the tripod returned to his dantian, and the mass inside grew tense. It seemed these people were after it. Lü Yingfeng swept his gaze over them, sensing their auras, all at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Though intimidating, it was manageable. But their tone was truly grating. Still, their lack of manners was their problem. He was the most tolerant person, so he simply shook his head. No, of course he was telling the truth. He hadn't seen anyone, only a tripod and a stone. Since the question was wrong, the answer would naturally follow suit. He wanted to avoid entanglement and turned to leave, but the youth's gaze darkened. A wave of pressure instantly bore down on him, a chilling aura enveloping him as the voice rang out again, laced with threat. Are you sure? Lü Yingfeng's brow furrowed. The youth, boy, you'd better tell the truth. If I find out you're hiding something, your fate won't be pleasant. The threat was now unmistakable. Lü Yingfeng stood still, feeling the pressure around him, and a low voice emerged. Are you threatening me? As his words fell, the group was taken aback. Before them stood Lü Yingfeng, his aura that of the qi refining stage, yet he dared to question them. The youth was visibly startled, apparently not expecting the other to speak to him in such a manner. Brett, are you tired of living? I ask and you answer. Wang Feng, what do you think you're doing? The woman cried out in rebuke. The youth named Wang Feng retorted, Senior Sister Zhou Yun, this fellow is being dishonest. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't tell the truth. Stop, the woman exclaimed. But Wang Feng had already moved. With a flick of his sleeve, a burst of radiance erupted, transforming into a streak of light that hurtled downward. Lü Yingfeng frowned deeply, utterly taken aback. Zhou Yun tried to stop it, but it was too late. Yet in that instant, as the streak passed, the black-clad figure who stood on the ground had vanished. As they hesitated, they saw Lü Yingfeng had somehow appeared midair, standing behind Wang Feng. What? Wang Feng sensed it and whirled around, but before he could speak, a hand clamped around his throat. With a swing of the arm, he was slammed directly into the ground. A thunderous crash echoed, leaving the group stunned. He's not at Qi Refining Foundation Establishment 9th layer. The others cried out in shock. Lü Yingfeng didn't bother to suppress his golden core aura. On the ground, Wang Feng lay there, his face twisted in agony. Meanwhile, the others' expressions drastically changed. Without hesitation, the remaining three youths surged into action, attacking Lü Yingfeng. How dare you act so ferociously? Surrender now. Voices rang out one after another, accompanied by intertwining manifestations of lethal force. Lü Yingfeng ignored them, leaping up again to charge straight at one of them. Despite the opponent's array of techniques and spells, he merely produced the black rod in his hand. As it descended, it shattered everything in its path, striking the man square in the face. Teeth flew as the man was sent hurtling through the air. The remaining two were left in sheer astonishment. Lü Yingfeng locked his gaze ahead, his body moving again with terrifying speed, leaving no time for reaction. As the black rod fell, a long sword was sent flying. The two men collapsed to the ground, one after another, groaning in pain while their bodies convulsed. They're not dead. Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Although he had suppressed his power to the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, he hadn't held back as he did against Yu Xingyao. He never expected they could withstand it. Turning his thoughts, he looked at Zhou Yun. She hadn't attacked and was still standing there. Forget it. Since you didn't make a move, I won't hit you. Get lost. Earlier, Zhou Yun had clearly tried to stop them and disagreed with their actions. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be so ruthless as to harm a flower. Then he landed on the ground and walked over to the group. Since things had come to this, why not just finish them off with a single blow? Seeing this, Zhou Yun hurriedly intervened. Wait. Lü Yingfeng turned his head. Are you going to fight? No. Zhou Yun shook her head firmly. I just asked that you show mercy. They attacked first, and you want me to show mercy? Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yun continued. We are from the Xiantian Academy. What happened earlier was their fault, but I implore you for the sake of the Academy to spare their lives. Xiantian Academy. Lü Yingfeng's tone carried a hint of hesitation. Zhou Yun nodded. Yes. Never heard of it. This. With that, he raised his hand to strike. Zhou Yun spoke again. If you stop, we are willing to offer compensation or agree to one of your conditions. Oh. At this, Lü Yingfeng's movement paused. If that was the case, it wasn't absolutely necessary to kill them. It seemed a turn of events had occurred, and Zhou Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lü Yingfeng said, in the most reasonable person. If you put it that way, I can give them a chance. Please speak, fellow Taoist. All right, I won't make it hard for you. There are spirit fruits here. Within 3 days, each of them must bring me 20 spirit fruits. But before that, you all must swear an oath on your Tao heart. If you break it, may your cultivation be scattered, sores erupt on your head, pus flow from your feet, and your mouth and eyes become crooked. Agreed. Zhou Yun consented, and the remaining few nodded as well. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to agree. They had initially thought he was just a qi refining cultivator perfect to bully, but it turned out he was a hidden master. Not only did he conceal his aura, but his combat prowess was also extraordinarily exaggerated. They were all at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, yet he defeated each with a single strike of his rod. After speaking, Lü Yingfeng looked at the group and casually searched their belongings. In the process, he unexpectedly discovered that these people were actually at the Golden Core stage. Their powers seemed to be suppressed, allowing them only to exert Foundation Establishment cultivation. That was also why they had survived his blow without being killed. But why wasn't I suppressed? Lü Yingfeng was curious. He could use his Golden Core cultivation, but they could not. Soon after they swore their oaths and agreed on a meeting place, he let them go. But just before they left, fear was evident in their eyes. Logically, even if suppressed, a Golden Core cultivator shouldn't be crushed by a Foundation Establishment one. Who exactly is this person? One of them spoke, still shaken. I don't know, but it's clear he's a cultivator from the Yu Kingdom. To be here, he can only have foundation establishment cultivation. Then why is his combat strength so formidable? When did the Yu Kingdom ever produce such a cultivator? Zhou Yun said his strength at the same cultivation level is so overwhelming, he must possess extraordinary means. Damn it, did he truly not know the prestige of our Xiantian Academy, or did he do it on purpose? Regardless, you were in the wrong first. The oath has been sworn. Now go find the spirit fruits immediately. Though resentful, the others had no choice. Swearing by their Tao heart bound them to the power of the rules, violating it would lead to unpredictable consequences. Watching them leave, Lü Yingfeng examined his spoils, and a look of disdain spread across his face. What Xiantian Academy? The name sounds intimidating, but these four only had a measly 10,000 spirit stones and a pile of junk. Lü Yingfeng shook his head repeatedly. If he sold it all, it would be worth at most a little over 20,000. That's not even as good as that Wang Ling from next door. But if they could bring the spirit fruits 20 each for 4 people, would be 80. His own cultivation would likely take another leap forward. Pulling his thoughts back, he fixed his gaze on the thing inside the cauldron. Just as he was contemplating whether to kill it, its voice suddenly rang out. Thank you. Huh? Lü Yingfeng was stunned. The blob said, thank you for not handing me over. I owe you a favor. Lü Yingfeng was speechless, momentarily unsure how to respond. This gratitude came so unexpectedly. But being a straightforward person, he said, is it possible that I was simply greedy for this cauldron and seal, and they were too arrogant, so I didn't sell you out? At this, the blob's emotions clearly stirred. It seemed about to say something, but Lü Yingfeng continued, but since you insist on thanking me, I won't stop you. Consider this cauldron and this seal as your thank you gift to me. The blob. The words echoed, plunging it into a long silence. For some reason, a complex emotion welled up inside it, hard to articulate. How could there be such a person? At this moment, everything seemed to fall into silence. The lump in the cauldron had been quiet for a long time, as if it yearned for these treasures, but had also discerned something. The cauldron had come here for the man before it. If that were the case, it would likely be unable to claim them. After much hesitation, it finally spoke. Since this cauldron is fated to be yours, take it. But you must give me the contents of the stone tablet. You want the stone tablet? Lü Yingfeng inquired. Indeed. Very well, take it. Hearing this, the lump felt a surge of joy, but before it could revel for long, Lü Yingfeng simply stuffed the stone into the cauldron. The lump was stunned. Lü Yingfeng continued, there, the tablet is yours. You may leave now. The being in the cauldron fell silent. Why aren't you leaving? After a moment, Lü Yingfeng grew puzzled. The lump could no longer contain itself. I wanted the human sovereign seal recorded on the tablet, not the tablet itself. You've taken the seal, and now this is just a worthless rock. What am I supposed to do with it? Who knows? Perhaps you have a fondness for rocks. Lü Yingfeng shrugged nonchalantly, for people's tastes were indeed bizarre and unpredictable. The lump retorted, I don't care who you are, but if I hadn't brought this here, you wouldn't have gotten it. He'll let the cauldron go, but you must give me a copy of the seal. So persistent. What else can I do? Lü Yingfeng pondered, fine, but this isn't like a scripture. I need to fully comprehend it before I can imprint it for you. However, you must first swear that you won't harbor any ill intentions toward me, or else. Agreed. On this point, the lump did not object. Lü Yingfeng continued, how about this? Leave me an address, and when I'm able to imprint it, I'll deliver it to you. For now, you may go. Hearing this, the lump fell silent once more. Why aren't you leaving? Well, I'm in no hurry. I'll stay here until you finish the imprint. The lump spoke euphemistically. Lü Yingfeng scrutinized it and said, don't tell me you've offended that Xiantian Academy and are too afraid to go out, so you want to lie low here. If you want my protection, just say so. But then we'll have to renegotiate the price. Lü Yingfeng's mind was clear. He couldn't work for free. The cauldron was one thing, the seal another, and payment yet another. They had to be kept separate. The lump seemed surprised by the young man's shrewdness, and after a moment asked, what do you want? Do you have spirit stones? Spirit stones? Yes. You just want spirit stones. This time it was the lump's turn to be astonished. Lü Yingfeng replied, of course, or anything that can be exchanged for them, preferably something easy to liquidate. Having only recently begun his cultivation, he considered spirit stones the most universal currency. How many do you want? The lump's tone was casual, as if such a matter was trivial. Lü Yingfeng caught that attitude. His gaze wandered for a moment as countless thoughts surged through his mind. Given the situation, he had to fleece it thoroughly. He decided to name an exorbitant price. 1 million. How much? At that instant, the lump was astounded, its voice filled with disbelief. Lü Yingfeng faltered, his confidence waning. Is that too much? Actually, I'm not in a position to. It's a deal. Huh. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, then quickly realized he had asked for too little. The lump too was surprised. It had expected a sky-high demand, perhaps hundreds of millions, but this was all. With no other choice, Lü Yingfeng gritted his teeth and made it swear another oath to ensure his safety before the transaction was finalized. After calming his mind, he said, "Since we've reached an agreement, you might as well tell me what happened. If this thing has dubious origins, I need to be prepared. It's simple. I found a secret realm and discovered a stele on a peak. But members of the Xiantian Academy also located it. I had no time to take it, so I moved the entire mountain here. The mountain collapsed, and I fell here with the items meeting you." It spoke succinctly. Lü Yingfeng mused, "I see. Where do you come from, and what's your name?" "My name is Bai Yuan. They call me Lord Yuan, and you may too. As for where I come from, you'll know in time." Bai Yuan replied. Lü Yingfeng said, "Quite proud, aren't you? Fine, I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on." "It's Lord Yuan." "Sure, Xiao Bai. But I see many people outside the mountain range, so stay put and keep quiet inside." With that, Lü Yingfeng paid no further heed. He found a spot to sit cross-legged first, sensing the human sovereign seal, his heart brimming with joy. He had indeed obtained one of the 6 seals. Moreover, the seal seemed to resonate perfectly with him, as if it were a destined match. Could it be that I am a born human sovereign, which is why the seal is so compatible with me? The cauldron too felt as though it shared a telepathic bond with him, though his strength was insufficient to unleash its full power. It was likely a nascent soul, or even a king-level artifact. Lü Yingfeng basked in this blissful immersion. As for Bai Yuan, it settled into the cauldron, ceasing its struggle, and instead began to observe this sudden human with keen interest. In fact, its easy concession of the cauldron might have been due to some deeper perception or ulterior motive. After an unknown time, Lü Yingfeng's spiritual sense stirred, sensing something, and he rose to his feet. Has senior sister finished her meditation? He detected Lü Rian's presence just 100 li away. After a moment's thought, he shed his black robe and walked toward her. Bai Yuan felt a tremor in his heart, shocked by Lü Yingfeng's appearance. Even more astonishing was his youth, barely 18 or 19, full of vitality, yet capable of striking down those Xiantian Academy disciples with a single blow. "Who are you?" Bai Yuan couldn't help asking. Lü Yingfeng replied, "My name is Lü Yingfeng. You can call me Brother Feng." Lü Yingfeng. "Yes. How have I never heard of someone like you before?" Bai Yuan marveled. Given his extraordinary performance, even as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he should have been renowned and courted by various powers. How could he be in a backwater place like you country? Lü Yingfeng said, "I keep a low profile. It's normal that you haven't heard of me." Low profile? Bai Yuan was taken aback, but then thought of the black robe. What could be more low-key than that? However, Lü Yingfeng added, "Besides, I've only been cultivating for less than 2 months. It's natural that my fame hasn't spread." "What? What's wrong? You've been cultivating for less than 2 months. "That's right. But you're at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. So what?" "This?" Bai Yuan was utterly astounded. A 9th level Foundation establishment cultivator in less than 2 months, capable of defeating peers with ease. If true, what kind of prodigy was this? Could such a freak truly exist in the world? Even if his words weren't entirely true, his age alone, 18 or 19 at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, was enough to shock all factions. For a time, Bai Yuan fell silent, his thoughts churning endlessly. Bai Yuan fell silent. Soon Lü Yingfeng appeared within Lü Rian's line of sight. "Junior brother," Lü Rian called out, hastening forward. Su Yao and Mu Ling were by her side, and upon seeing him safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior sisters, why are you here?" Lü Yingfeng blinked as he looked at the 3 of them. Su Yao said, "When we woke up and didn't see you, we were terribly worried." "Good thing you're all right," Mu Ling chimed in. Lü Yingfeng, "I saw you were in contemplation, so I took a stroll. Are you done now?" "No." The 3 shook their heads in unison. Lü Rian said, "For some reason the mountain range trembled, and we were jolted awake." "Then just resume your contemplation." Su Yao shook her head. "After the interruption, we lost that feeling." Speaking of this, all 3 showed regret. "I see." Lü Yingfeng fell into thought, then waved his hand. "No worries, there will be another chance." They simply took Lü Yingfeng's words as comfort. Yet everything they had contemplated he had already witnessed along the way. He could find an opportunity to slip them some medicine and make up for it one by one. These were his good senior sisters, he had to help. Just as they were conversing, Lü Yingfeng sensed another figure approaching from the distance. Seeing who it was, he was surprised. It was none other than Zhou Yun, whom he had met before. "What is she doing here?" Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself. Lü Rian then said, "Junior brother, let me introduce you. This is senior sister Zhou Yun from the Profound Heaven Academy." "Oh." Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. Before he could react, Zhou Yun stepped forward. Gone was her earlier tension. Instead, her face was full of admiration. How can there be such a handsome young man in this world? Zhou Yun's voice was tinged with excitement, as she had never seen such a beautiful man. Lü Yingfeng, however, felt a bit awkward. Lü Rian continued, As it happens, senior sister Zhou Yun and we are from the same lineage. Oh, you haven't been training long, so you don't know. Back then our master came from the profound Heaven Academy. In a way, we are fellow disciples. I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded. He hadn't expected such a connection. Zhou Yun stepped closer, her gaze fixed on him, unable to look away, her tone carrying a hint of regret. It's a pity. If not for those events back, then Senior Ning Xian would not have insisted on leaving the academy. Perhaps we truly would have been fellow disciples. As her words fell, Lü Yingfeng was surprised. It seemed there was a story behind this. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, who had been silent for a while, suddenly exclaimed, "Your master is Ning Xian?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Lü Yingfeng's emotions stirred. Bai Yuan said, "If that's the case, it explains why you are such a prodigy. Is my master famous?" Lü Yingfeng only knew his master was formidable in the state of Yue, but did he have a reputation beyond it? Bai Yuan said, "Absolutely. A century ago, Ning Xian was the foremost genius of the profound Heaven Academy, unrivaled in fame. His mastery of the sword alone had reached the mystical realm. His talent was so astonishing that few in the world could match him." That exaggerated. Lü Yingfeng was astonished. He hadn't realized his chief master had such depth. Bai Yuan, but he vanished without a trace later on. Who would have thought he ended up in a barren place like the state of Yu? Wait, vanished. Did something unknown happen? You don't know? No one told me. How would I know? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Bai Yuan mused for a moment before saying, "It is truly regrettable. Ning Xian's talent was rare, but his physical body was inherently flawed. After he cultivated to the nascent soul stage, his body could no longer bear the power of higher realms, forcing him to abandon further cultivation and remain forever at the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, with his talent, it's hard to imagine what realm he might have reached 100 years later." Lü Yingfeng was stunned. His master had such a story. No one in the sect had ever mentioned it. After a moment's thought, he continued, "If the body can't handle it, why not temper it? Do you know what inherently flawed means? A congenital deficiency is hard to remedy later. It's like talent, something you're born with. Trying to improve talent is incredibly difficult. No wonder he said there's nothing wrong with being a body cultivator." Lü Yingfeng recalled his earlier words. Looking at it this way, his master was truly remarkable. As Bai Yuan said, if his master's body had been fine, wouldn't he be able to walk the world unchallenged now? Bai Yuan fell silent. He felt that the master was a freak, but even more terrifying was the disciple who possessed that same absurdly exaggerated talent, and his physical body was flawless. After all, given the way he fought just now, no one would dare such a thing without a solid physique. At that moment, Zhou Yun turned to Lü Ruyan. "Junior sister Ruyan, I'll take my leave now. I still have a task to complete." "All right, senior sister, go ahead." Lü Ruyan nodded. Zhou Yun waved at Lü Yingfeng, her face less troubled. "Junior brother, well, meet again." "Goodbye, senior sister." Lü Yingfeng nodded. As she left, Su Yao said, "If what she said is true, just how strong is that person? Even a disciple of the profound Heaven Academy is no match." Lü Yingfeng glanced at her, knowing what she was referring to. Mu Ling said, "I've never heard of such a figure before. And I heard that Yang Weiyue of the Joyful Union sect was struck unconscious by that same person with a single blow. Yu Xingyao is still recovering from her injuries. Do you think it's the same person who beat Wang Ling at the sect last time?" As she spoke, the three began to discuss. Lü Yingfeng didn't interject, but Lü Ruyan cast him a glance, her expression unreadable. Seeing this, he scratched his head, feeling the matter was getting more and more exaggerated. Then he said, "How about we go back and continue our contemplation and cultivation? The mountain range is no longer safe." "That's a good idea. With the profound Heaven Academy people here and that black-robed figure, anything could happen. It's best we keep our distance." In the end, the four returned to the Spirit Peak. Even if they couldn't continue their contemplation, it was still good to cultivate. Compared to the outside world, training here was twice as effective. Watching the three begin their cultivation, Lü Yingfeng sat down beside them and continued to study the small cauldron. The more he looked at it, the more he felt it was meant for him, as if it were tailor-made. He also refined over 10,000 spirit stones, but he could sense a significant gap still remained before reaching the second layer of the golden core stage. It wasn't until 3 days had passed that Lü Yingfeng slowly opened his eyes. It was about time to collect the spirit fruits. He then quietly slipped away, changed into his black robe, and arrived at the agreed-upon location. However, Lü Yingfeng found only Zhou Yun present. Though the others hadn't come, Zhou Yun had brought 80 spirit fruits. Seeing the fruits, Lü Yingfeng's voice carried a note of delight. "You're really efficient. You managed to gather this many in 3 days." Zhou Yun's expression shifted. "The spirit fruits have been delivered. We're even now." With that, she turned and left without any delay. Lü Yingfeng didn't make things difficult for her. He collected the spirit fruits and departed as well. After all, they were acquaintances, and she admired him so much he had to give her that much face. The mountain range returned to its usual silence. Lü Yingfeng, having shed his black robe, walked along the path. With 80 spirit fruits in hand, his cultivation realm was sure to ascend another step. He then set out to find a place to refine them, for a higher realm was always preferable. To his surprise, more and more people seemed to be entering the mountains from outside. According to Bai Yuan, these were likely members of the Xiantian Academy searching for something, which as it happened was already in his possession. However, Bai Yuan had mentioned that they probably only knew about the steel. The cauldron was something he had stumbled upon by chance. Lü Yingfeng paid it no mind. The treasures were safely stored in his dantian. Besides, even if these people were golden core cultivators, they would be suppressed upon entering this place, their strength at most at the foundation establishment level. Nothing to worry about. Moreover, his master was still outside. Eventually, he found a suitable location and prepared to refine the spirit fruits to elevate his cultivation. Yet a disturbance suddenly erupted in the distance. A thunderous boom shook the earth. Looking up, he saw countless sword chi surging into the sky. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. The crisscrossing sword chi exuded an indescribable might, carrying a familiar aura. It's Qingcheng. He remembered that presence and, driven by curiosity, edged closer to that area. Soon he saw Qingcheng soaring through the air, his long sword flashing with cold light as streaks of sword chi manifested into various forms of slaughter. Opposite him stood a youth of similar age, handsome and with a strikingly sharp aura. He wielded a long sword, cleaving through Qingcheng's attacks with ease. Even though Qingcheng was formidable, the youth handled him with composure, a sharp glint constantly flickering in his eyes. Clang! The ringing of swords echoed, stirring up myriad radiances. Below, a crowd had gathered, disciples of the Qingyue sect and the Hahuan sect alike, all pausing to witness this duel. Qingcheng was being suppressed, yet he fought back fiercely. Though both were at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, his opponent was clearly stronger. Who was that? So powerful? Lü Yingfeng approached the crowd and asked. They were Qingyue sect disciples. Hearing his voice, several female disciples turned and smiled warmly upon recognizing him. That's Zhou Ming from the Xiantian Academy. They say he's a master of several layers of sword intent. Exactly, and he's already broken through to the golden core realm. A truly remarkable prodigy. Senior brother Qingcheng is in luck this time. Luck? Hey. Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. How could a fight bring luck? A female disciple explained. You wouldn't know junior brother. Zhou Ming heard of senior brother Qingcheng's reputation and came specifically to spar with him. It seems he has taken a liking to him. Oh. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. If all goes well, he'll likely be recommended to enter the Xiantian Academy. This is a great opportunity. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Lü Yingfeng understood now. But Bai Yuan's voice suddenly cut in. Joining that shabby academy is hardly a great opportunity. Doesn't it sound impressive? Lü Yingfeng replied. Bai Yuan sneered. It's a place full of murky dealings. What's so good about it? Pretty bad. Yes. I was thinking of joining myself sometime. Lü Yingfeng, having listened, gathered that it was a place only for geniuses from various regions, a prestigious academy nonetheless. Besides, his own master had come from there. Bai Yuan then said, the Xiantian Academy is merely average. Why not come with me? He'll take you to a place 100,000 times better. Where? You'll know when we get there. If you go, I guarantee you'll have more resources than you can use. 1,000,000 spirit stones. A mere pittance. Even 10 million is possible. Bai Yuan suddenly brought this up. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. What's that look for? I think you're bragging. Why, oi? If it's as great as you say, how come you were hounded and forced to seek my protection? Bai Yuan was at a loss for words. That was an accident. As they spoke, the two figures in the sky landed on separate peaks, bringing the conflict to a halt. Sword chi lingered, its residual energy not yet dissipated. Qingcheng looked ahead, his usually indifferent eyes carrying a hint of respect as he cupped his hands in salute to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, hands clasped behind his back, nodded. You are quite good. You flatter me, Taoist brother. In a few days, the Xiantian Academy will be selecting disciples. I look forward to your performance. If you enter the academy, I will recommend you to the Sword Hall. What? Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Sword Hall of the Xiantian Academy was a gathering place for countless experts, a dream for any sword cultivator, and the most difficult to enter. Zhou Ming had undoubtedly given Qingcheng a tremendous opportunity. Thank you, Qingcheng replied. The crowd below buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with unabashed envy. Lü Yingfeng listened, unsure what the Sword Hall was, but he wasn't interested. To him, such things were intangible and ethereal, nothing compared to the solid reality of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming's voice rang out again. Everyone, we are here in search of a steel. Whoever finds it will be handsomely rewarded by the Xiantian Academy. We will grant one request. At these words, the crowd grew excited once more. Rumors had circulated earlier, and this promise came not just from Zhou Ming, but from the academy itself. Finding the steel could potentially secure one entry into the Xiantian Academy. Lü Yingfeng's eyes sparkled. Xiaobai, did you hear that? The academy promises one request. What's that got to do with you? Bai Yuan hesitated. How is it nothing? If I hand over that stone, do you think I could get a few million spirit stones? They want the human emperor seal recorded on it, not that worthless rock. Oh, then what if I hand you over? Bai Yuan was taken aback. Lü Yingfeng, would you break your oath? I was just joking, but I think you're capable of it. Nonsense. Lü Yingfeng rolled his eyes. This was a blatant slander of his character. Was he that kind of person? After a moment, he turned and left. Having seen the excitement, it was time for him to cultivate and break through. But as he departed, someone in the crowd fixed their gaze on him, Wang Ling. Though there had never been an open conflict between them, he harbored a murderous intent. It's him. Wang Ling pointed. The youth beside him glanced over with contempt. Just a chi-refining cultivator. Even if he's Ning Xian's disciple, I could crush him with a single hand. The youth spoke mockingly. It was Wang Feng whom Lü Yingfeng had encountered not long ago. Now Lü Yingfeng walked through the mountains, his expression calm. Bai Yuan suddenly said, someone's following you. He sensed movement behind them. Lü Yingfeng replied calmly, I know. You know, and you're not reacting. What else can I do? I can't just turn around and fight them. They'll have to wait until the moon is high and the wind is dark, and pick them a nice burial spot. What if I act now and someone sees? Lü Yingfeng reasoned. Causing trouble was one thing, but if word got out about how talented he was, that would be a disaster. He was already envied at the chi refining stage. If they discovered he had a golden core, the sky would fall. How could he then quietly cultivate in this world? So the location was crucial. He had to choose carefully. Lü Yingfeng led the way, deliberately heading into desolate areas. Wang Ling and Wang Feng followed stealthily. When he reached a mountain ridge with no one in sight, a voice finally rang out from behind. You sure know how to pick a spot. This place is perfect for your grave. As the voice sounded, Lü Yingfeng slowly turned around. Wang Ling strolled over with Wang Feng following by his side. The two looked at him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of their mouths. I was looking for a secluded place, but who would have thought he'd find his own grave? Lü Yingfeng looked back, a similar smile spreading across his face. What a coincidence. Facing death and you still laugh. Wang Ling sneered, his gaze filled with chill, his expression betraying undisguised mockery. Lü Yingfeng said, what grudge or grievance do I hold against you that you want me dead? His tone was calm as he spoke, showing no sign of panic. Wang Ling replied, since you're about to die, I'll let you die with clarity. Lü Rian is my woman. How dare you compete with me? A toad lusting for a swan's flesh. Does my senior sister even fancy you? You seek death. Wang Ling's anger surged. To tell you the truth, outside the Sword Valley, it was I who made the move. You. I know. What? Wang Ling was stunned. Lü Yingfeng let out a soft sigh. I was actually reluctant to kill you, but now I have no choice. You. Wang Ling couldn't help but laugh. A man who had only cultivated for 2 months was uttering such arrogant words. Wang Feng interjected. Why waste words with him? He's merely at the chi refinement stage. Just kill him. As he spoke, his aura surged. Lü Yingfeng frowned at Wang Feng. You look down on the chi refinement stage again. Again. Wang Feng paused, seemingly not understanding what he meant, but he didn't bother with idle talk. He stepped forward, his hand seals forming instantly. In a flash, various techniques manifested, and spiritual light shot from his palm with sharp, unmatched force. A rushing sound filled the air as the radiance struck. Lü Yingfeng shook his head slightly, raised his hand, and a staff appeared. With a resounding crash, the manifested spiritual light shattered, instantly scattering into countless specks of light. Wang Ling frowned. Wang Feng, staring at the object before him, felt a tremor in his heart, and an oppressive, tense atmosphere began to emerge. Lü Yingfeng brandished the staff in his hand. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Wang Feng's eyes locked onto the black rod, and his expression changed drastically as he let out a cry of shock. It's you. Bingo. Lü Yingfeng responded. Wang Feng's body trembled uncontrollably. His thoughts flashed back to not long ago. The figure in the black robe was still vivid, gradually merging with the youth before him. Wang Ling asked, Senior brother Wang Feng, what's wrong? He didn't understand. But Wang Feng said, run. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Wang Ling and turned to flee, unwilling to experience that feeling again. At least in this mountain range, he was no match for Lü Yingfeng. However, Lü Yingfeng watched them and spoke again. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Hum. In an instant, the void hummed, and a wave of mana surged out, enveloping everything around. The two who had already dashed some distance were instantly immobilized. The mana materialized like a massive net, cutting off their escape. Not good. Wang Ling's brows furrowed with gravity. But Wang Feng's face turned ashen, staring incredulously at the youth behind him. Mana materialization. You're at the golden core stage. What? Wang Ling was shocked. Lü Yingfeng was a golden core cultivator. Hadn't he only entered the sect 2 months ago? 2 months to form a golden core. Even Bai Yuan in the cauldron exclaimed in surprise. You're not at Foundation Establishment, but actually at Golden Core. Not to mention anything else a 17 or 18-year-old Golden Core was unheard of before. Making a fuss over nothing. Lü Yingfeng rolled his eyes, then took a step forward, heading straight for the two. As his staff descended, a long spear materialized in Wang Feng's hand and clashed against it with a boom. But at the moment of impact, the spear trembled violently. A terrifying force surged through, splitting the skin at his tiger's mouth. He was sent flying, countless bones in his body broken. Your turn. Wang Ling was still in shock when Lü Yingfeng's voice rang in his ears. His gaze fell on the man lying nearby, his eyes filled only with terror. He instinctively stepped back, only to find there was no way out. No, Lü Yingfeng, you can't kill me. Why, oi? My entire Wang clan stands behind me. And there are powerful experts from my Wang clan stationed at the Mystic Heaven Academy. If you dare kill me, they will surely hunt you down. Oh. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this guy to have such connections. No wonder he was so arrogant. Even Wang Yuanshu, who was far stronger, had to yield to him. Wang Feng had also been deferential, so that was why. But Lü Yingfeng chuckled. Sounds terrifying. But have you considered one thing? If they don't know who killed you, they can't come after me. You? Wang Ling was stunned, overwhelmed by fear. He had never imagined that the Qi refinement cultivator he always looked down upon was actually a Golden Core powerhouse. Lü Yingfeng reached out and grabbed his neck, speaking again. If you hadn't come today, I really wouldn't have wanted to kill you. After all, there aren't many as wealthy as you. His voice was soft, his tone terrifyingly calm. But Wang Ling grew more terrified, recalling his earlier words. It seemed he finally understood. The attacks outside Qinghua City, on the Sword Peak, and earlier in the valley, all of them had been Lü Yingfeng. But before he could struggle, Lü Yingfeng snapped his neck and cleaned off everything on him. With Wang Ling's corpse rolling to the side, he turned to Wang Feng. Without a word, he struck him dead with a single blow of his staff. Having done this, fire blazed in his hand, consuming everything. He turned and left without lingering. But Bai Yuan, watching this unfold, could not calm his heart. A youth of 18 or 19 was actually a Golden Core master. It was simply unbelievable. Finally, Lü Yingfeng left the area and returned to the spiritual peak. Lu Ruyan and the others were still cultivating. He sat down beside them, feeling that matters were mostly settled. Just as he was about to begin his own cultivation, Bai Yuan's voice sounded again. Lü Yingfeng. Moi. Come with me. Why, I can give you countless spirit stones. Though they had only known each other for a few days, Bai Yuan had gathered that he liked spirit stones. But Lü Yingfeng sneered. You still owe me 1,000,000, and now you're boasting. Don't feed me empty promises. I don't like them. Promises? Bai Yuan was puzzled. Lü Yingfeng said, I need to cultivate. Stay quiet. With that, he focused his mind, and the small cauldron hummed softly, cutting off all of Bai Yuan's senses. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng began to refine the spiritual fruits. Unfortunately, Wang Ling only had 5 on him, and with him gone, there would be no steady supply of resources. The thought was rather regrettable. Bai Yuan remained quietly inside, unable to fully calm down. Time drifted by in a daisy. Lü Yingfeng had been sitting in meditation for an unknown duration. As the spirit fruits were continuously refined, the cultivation that had remained stagnant for days finally began to stir. Within his dantian, the Golden Core sat firm, and a single vein slowly emerged, etched as if by nature itself. Having consumed over 50 spirit fruits, his cultivation had finally reached the second layer of the Golden Core. Beside him, Lu Ruyan called out softly, Junior brother, wake up. Moi. Lü Yingfeng opened his eyes to find Lu Ruyan sitting across from him, gazing at him quietly. Seeing her beautiful face, he immediately broke into a grin. Senior sister, what's wrong? Time to go. All right. Without hesitation, Lü Yingfeng nodded in agreement. Su Yao and the others also stood by, then set off toward the mountain range. During this time, the members of Qinghua sect gradually gathered together, discussing their gains. Lü Yingfeng was chatting animatedly with a few senior sisters when suddenly Mu Ling said, Did you know? Wang Ling is dead. What? Hearing this, those nearby turned their heads in surprise. Lu Ruyan also glanced over. Mu Ling continued, I just heard the news. The Wang family found that Wang Ling's soul lamp had gone out. How did he die? No idea. Mu Ling shook her head. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Lu Ruyan frowned. This is going to be a huge problem. Why? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. Lu Ruyan explained, Wang Ling held a high position in the Wang family. Moreover, the family has an ancestor named Wang Zhentian, an elder of the Profound Heaven Academy, with immense influence. It's said he doted on this descendant. Now that he's dead, that man will certainly not let it go. Wang Zhentian. Lü Yingfeng had heard the name before. Wang Ling had mentioned it earlier, and it seemed Wang Feng was a disciple of Wang Zhentian. Just then, Bai Yuan's voice rang out, So it's him. You know him? Yes. That Wang Zhentian is quite a figure with formidable cultivation at the half-step void refining realm. Years ago, I heard a rumor that he had an illegitimate son. From the looks of it now the one you killed must be that son. What? Is that true? Wasn't Wang Ling the son of the Wang family head? Lü Yingfeng didn't know all these inside details, but he had heard bits from Chen Mu. Bai Yuan said, this matter is quite peculiar. I heard that Wang Xintian had some blood relation to the Wang family, though it was distant. To curry favor with him the family invited him over. But that old lecher set his eyes on the wife of the family head, and you can guess the rest. Gasps escaped Lü Yingfeng as he listened shocked by such a story. No wonder Wang Ling was so arrogant. His so-called backer was his real father. Then a thought struck him, and he asked, and the Wang family head just tolerated that. What choice did he have? That was a half-step void refining expert. The strongest this small family could muster was at most a nascent soul at the second or third layer. He had to swallow it. Tisk tisk tsk. Lü Yingfeng clicked his tongue, his eyes gleaming with fascination. This story was truly captivating. But Bai Yuan continued, as far as I know Wang Xintian had more than one illegitimate son. Besides the one you killed there's another he took back to Profound Heaven sect and accepted as a disciple. These successive revelations were utterly unexpected. By now Lü Yingfeng understood everything. No wonder Wang Yuanshu could only suffer in silence. The man truly had a formidable background. At this thought he couldn't help but want to meet this Wang family head. Not only had he been cuckolded, but he had also watched his wife bear 2 sons for another man. Worse still, he had to acknowledge them and raise them for years. Such endurance made him a remarkable figure in his own right. The crowd's murmurs continued, mentioning Yang Weiyue of the Joyous Union sect, who hadn't woken up after being knocked flying by that staff strike. Finally, everyone emerged from the mountain range, only to see countless figures standing ahead. Besides those from Qingyue sect, Joyous Union sect, and the Wang family, many others hovered in the void, members of the Profound Heaven Academy. As the group appeared, scrutinizing gazes fell upon them, as if searching for something. Curious Lü Yingfeng looked upward, but a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and Lü Ruyan instantly transporting them back to the warship. On the warship stood Ning Xian, accompanied by a middle-aged woman in her 40s who was still quite charming. Without waiting for a reaction, Ning Xian addressed the woman directly. These are my 2 disciples, Lü Ruyan and Lü Yingfeng. The woman glanced at them, showing little reaction to Lü Ruyan, but upon seeing Lü Yingfeng, an involuntary look of admiration flickered in her eyes. Ning Xian continued, she is your martial aunt Su Qingwu. Greetings, martial aunt. The 2 bowed in salute. Su Qingwu smiled warmly, reaching out to help them up. We're all family, no need for formalities. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. Tell me what you like, and I'll prepare them when I return. Lü Ruyan was about to politely decline as courtesy demanded, but Lü Yingfeng blinked at Su Qingwu and asked anything at all. This? Lü Ruyan was taken aback. Ning Xian also froze, turning to look at his disciple with a complex expression. Couldn't he show even a hint of restraint? Su Qingwu seemed surprised too, but she laughed and said, naturally within my ability. Then I want spirit stones. Another straightforward request left the 3 of them stunned. Lü Ruyan was shocked by her junior brother's bluntness. Su Qingwu nodded with a smile. All right. Ning Xian's mouth twitched. Can't you be a little more reserved? Huh. Am supposed to be reserved? You never told me that, master. Ning Xian was speechless. How was he supposed to explain that? Besides, since Su Qingwu had called them family, Lü Yingfeng saw no reason to hold back. Even if his behavior was a bit abrupt, it didn't dampen Su Qingwu's admiring gaze. After a moment, she said, Senior brother, I've seen them now. I'll take my leave. Ning Xian nodded without further words. As she departed, Lü Yingfeng watched her go with wide eyes. What are you staring at? Ning Xian asked. Lü Yingfeng replied. I was wondering when martial aunt will give me the spirit stones and how many shall give. Ning Xian was at a loss for words. He wanted to ask if Lü Yingfeng was that desperate for spirit stones. But then he thought, maybe he was. Fortunately, he didn't ask, or head Lu's face entirely. Let's go. Ning Xian turned away. Master. Ning Xian looked back at him, puzzled. To his astonishment, Lü Yingfeng walked over, reached out, and patted him on the shoulder, then spoke in a solemn, earnest tone. You need to work twice as hard. Ning Xian was bewildered, not understanding his meaning. But Lü Yingfeng strode into the cabin, without looking back, leaving Lü Ruyan and Ning Xian exchanging bewildered glances. Ning Xian turned to Lü Ruyan. Has your junior brother been possessed? Lü Ruyan shook her head. I have no idea. The warship set sail back to the Qingyue sect. Within the sect, all remained as usual. Lü Yingfeng returned to Qianling Peak. The small courtyard was unchanged since his departure. Ning Xian said nothing, merely heading toward Qingyue Peak. Lü Ruyan also intended to return to her cultivation practice, but Lü Yingfeng called out to her senior sister, wait. What is it? Lü Ruyan turned back, her eyes clouded with quiet curiosity. Lü Yingfeng replied. Earlier you mentioned your insight was abruptly severed before completion. That's right. Then what exactly were you cultivating? Let me take a look. Lü Yingfeng blinked, perplexed, but said nothing and immediately demonstrated it for him. With just one glance, Lü Yingfeng murmured thoughtfully, "Ah, it's the Qianling art. How did you know?" Surprise flickered across Lü Yingfeng's eyes. Lü Yingfeng offered no explanation. He simply entered his chamber, spread out paper and brush, and moments later handed her several scrolls. "This. Senior sister, could you ask the other two senior sisters what cultivation techniques they've been deciphering?" "All right." Lü Yingfeng stood momentarily stunned, then watched as Lü Yingfeng withdrew 20 spirit fruits and placed them into her hands. "Senior sister, please deliver these to the other two seniors, and also this spirit spring water." These were spirit fruits gathered from the Cangyan Mountains. After breaking through to the second layer of the Golden Core realm, he still had over 30 remaining. He gave 10 to Lü Yingfeng, distributing the rest between Su Yao and Mu Ling. Gazing upon the offerings before her, Lü Yingfeng's heart trembled with quiet awe. Then, without pause, Lü Yingfeng inscribed additional cultivation techniques, carefully selecting those most suited to her. Compared to the orthodox transmissions of the Qingyue sect, these were truly exceptional arts. Even the evasive art Ningxian had bestowed upon him was now passed on to Lü Yingfeng. Though regrettably only the introductory scroll remained, the subsequent volumes were lost. Staring at the treasures in her hands, her beautiful eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Lü Yingfeng uttered no further word. Having completed his task, he simply turned and departed. Back in his quarters, he sealed Bai Yuan's perception once more, then re-engaged his awareness with the small cauldron. Each time he probed its essence, new insights unfolded. Both the earth-subduing seal and the human sovereign seal proved exquisitely intricate and profoundly potent, especially the human sovereign seal, which felt as though forged expressly for him. Time flowed onward. More than half a month slipped by. Lü Yingfeng immersed himself deeply in cultivation, scarcely leaving his abode. All his spirit fruits had long since been refined. Even the seized spirit stones were entirely consumed, yet the path to the third layer of the Golden Core still stretched far ahead. 100,000 spirit stones. From this, he deduced a grim truth: advancing a single realm required at least 100,000 spirit stones. Once 10,000 had nearly cost him his life. Now 100,000 seemed utterly unimaginable. Yet during this period, his familiarity with the solar ancient scripture deepened significantly, and both the earth-subduing seal and human sovereign seal began manifesting genuine power. His physical body, however, lagged far behind, still rooted in foundation establishment, barely edging toward Golden Core refinement. Just then a voice echoed from afar: "Yingfeng, come here." The transmission came from Ningxian. Lü Yingfeng arrived promptly. "Master, you've finally returned. I have always been here. You were simply too absorbed in cultivation to notice." "Oh, I see. So what did you need me for?" Lü Yingfeng blinked up at his master, eyes wide and guileless. Ningxian gazed at him, his expression strangely complex, his demeanor oddly reserved, as if unconsciously scrutinizing him for an unervingly long moment. Lü Yingfeng grew uneasy under that gaze and ventured softly, "Master." "Moi." Ningxian stirred from his reverie and withdrew his gaze. Lü Yingfeng, "Master, what is it?" Ningxian said nothing, merely raised his hand, and a ring settled onto the table before him. "Inside are 20,000 spirit stones." "You? Only 20,000? Only?" Ningxian froze, lifting his eyes to meet Lü Yingfeng's, his expression shifting subtly. What did only 20,000 spirit stones even mean? Lü Yingfeng paid no heed, replying bluntly, "Master, you'll need to try harder." Ningxian frowned, his gaze sweeping over him anew, as if something had suddenly clicked into place. "You require even more spirit stones?" "Yes." Lü Yingfeng nodded without hesitation. Ningxian appeared dazed for a moment, then silently nodded, as though some internal calculation had settled within him. He abandoned the subject and instead withdrew a jade vial. "What is this?" "A disguise pill." "A what?" Lü Yingfeng tilted his head, genuinely baffled. Ningxian explained, "This pill is rare and extraordinary, requiring multiple rare ingredients to refine. Once ingested, it reshapes one's appearance and form so perfectly that even cultivators 2 major realms above may fail to perceive the illusion." "There's actually such a thing," Lü Yingfeng exclaimed, elated. This was nothing short of miraculous. Ningxian continued, "It is not a one-time effect. It endures indefinitely. Activate it with spiritual energy to alter your visage. Withdraw the energy to revert instantly. Only those possessing heaven eye or similar innate divine abilities can pierce the veil." "Ha ha ha." For reasons unknown, Lü Yingfeng burst into soft laughter the moment those words left his master's lips. Cradling the jade vial gently, he stared raptly at the pill inside, his grin stretching ear to ear. Now he need no longer hide beneath black robes. He could openly display his true cultivation level with confidence. Watching him, Ningxian furrowed his brow, suddenly gripped by a faint, inexplicable pang of regret. Still, after reminding Lü Yingfeng to focus diligently on his cultivation, he departed. Now alone, he held the pill with reverent fascination. Yet when his gaze fell upon the spirit stones, a quiet melancholy settled over him. 20,000 was immense wealth, but now it seemed almost laughably insufficient. If only I'd pretended not to notice Wang Ling following me back then. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of remorse. Had he feigned ignorance while Wang Ling trailed him secretly, then fled outright, he could still occasionally extract spirit stones from him, even now. That had been his critical oversight. After all, within the vast Qinghua sect, Wang Ling was truly the wealthiest. Chunmu's family background was solid, yet familiarity made exploitation impossible. Just then something occurred to Lü Yingfeng. With a subtle shift of his palm, the small cauldron reappeared, its seal dissolving as Bai Yuan's voice resonated once more. What shameful secret requires suppressing my perception? Bai Yuan asked. Lü Yingfeng replied, Xiao Bai, when will you repay me the 1,000,000 spirit stones you owe me? Bai Yuan paused, clearly unprepared for this line of inquiry. After a brief silence, he responded, as agreed. You grant me the human sovereign seal imprint, and I deliver the spirit stones. Then might you offer some earnest money first? Earnest money? Bai Yuan faltered, genuinely startled. Lü Yingfeng pressed. I've already completed the foundational imprint. You needn't surrender the full technique, but surely a token gesture of goodwill is warranted. You wouldn't wish to forfeit the human sovereign seal entirely, would you? This what? I carry no spirit stones on me. You appear quite formidable, yet you travel without even a modest reserve. Sigh. Very well then. Wait. Bai Yuan interrupted sharply. Lü Yingfeng asked coolly. You've changed your mind. No. Then why bother waiting at all? Bai Yuan retorted. Leave the Qinghua sect. Find a secluded place. I'll arrange a delivery somehow. Lü Yingfeng's eyes shimmered faintly. No words escaped his lips, only a slow, deliberate nod. Lü Yingfeng quietly left the sect, traversing the land. He did not stop until he had crossed nearly 500 li. Is this place acceptable? Lü Yingfeng inquired. Bai Yuan responded yes. Now form the hand seals I taught you along the way. Oh. Lü Yingfeng replied, his fingers dancing as strands of seals emerged one after another. Then a peculiar ripple seemed to emanate from the void, slowly spreading into the distance, its principle unfathomable. It felt as if some channel or bridge was being constructed. What next? Lü Yingfeng asked again after finishing. Bai Yuan said, now we wait. Someone will come, and you can ask them for spirit stones. Is it that miraculous? Lü Yingfeng said, then let me prepare a bit. Prepare what? Bai Yuan was puzzled. What was there to prepare? But at that moment a pill appeared in Lü Yingfeng's hand. As it entered his mouth, a faint glow suffused his body, his features began to shift, and even his entire face contorted. In an instant his appearance was utterly transformed, leaving no trace of his former self. He remained handsome, but even his stature had changed. A disguised pill. Bai Yuan exclaimed, recognizing the pill's origin. Lü Yingfeng was surprised. You're so knowledgeable. Without acknowledging him, Bai Yuan continued, you managed to acquire something like this. Is it really that rare? Rare. The materials required are extremely precious, and only a master of alchemy can refine it. Even with such skill and materials gathered, no one would waste them on such a useless item. Bai Yuan was baffled. Those materials could produce pills infinitely more valuable. Who would be so extravagant? Lü Yingfeng gazed at the now empty jade bottle and murmured, who says it's useless? I find it quite handy. This was an indispensable tool for mischief on the road. How could it be called useless? Yet thinking it over, Ning Xian had refined this pill for him, likely sensing something. The thoughtfulness touched him. This master is truly worth having, he said to himself, a smile curling at his lips. Bai Yuan said no more, waiting silently in place. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but chat with him. Xiao Bai, where are you from? Qingzhou. What's your cultivation level to be able to clash so fiercely with the academy? Golden core. Just golden core. What do you mean just, eh? Lü Yingfeng said. I thought you were at least void refining or something. If I were at void refining, would I still be fleeing from them? True. So have you taken a wife? Bai Yuan. Lü Yingfeng, a man should marry. You must be of age. Has your family arranged one? They did, but must I marry her? You don't have to. Then that's settled. Lü Yingfeng said. If you're not marrying her, could you introduce her to me? What? By the way, is your wife beautiful? If she's beautiful, just introduce her to me, and I'll marry her for you. Then given our bond, my son can call you his godfather, help you manage your estate, and inherit your legacy. I wouldn't mind at all. Lü Yingfeng rambled on. But Bai Yuan within the cauldron fell silent for a long time. What did he mean by introduce his wife to him, and marry her for him? And on top of that, he wanted Bai Yuan to raise his son. In all his years, he had never seen such audacity. As he spoke, a vast shadow suddenly loomed from afar, blotting out the sky and swallowing the entire forest. Lü Yingfeng looked up sharply. They're here. Bai Yuan also sensed it. Moments later, Lü Yingfeng froze when he saw the banner on the warship bearing two large characters, Xiantian. Does Xiantian mean the Xiantian Academy? Lü Yingfeng asked. Bai Yuan nodded yes. I never knew you had such connections. You even summoned the Xiantian Academy. What? Bai Yuan was stunned, but Lü Yingfeng was already leaping toward the warship. He quickly stopped him. Wait, what are you doing? Lü Yingfeng halted mid-motion, getting the spirit stones. Getting spirit stones from a Xiantian Academy warship. Have you lost your mind? Lü Yingfeng said. What do you mean? Didn't you say someone would come, and I just asked them for spirit stones? What's wrong? Bai Yuan said. I'm being hunted by the Xiantian Academy. Do you think I could summon them? And even if I could, do you think they'd come to kill me, or to give you spirit stones? Well, 50-50. Though he said that Lü Yingfeng wasn't very confident. After a moment's thought, he asked, what should we do then? Bai Yuan said, it seems they're heading for the Qinghua sect. Let's go back and see. What about the spirit stones? With the Xiantian Academy here, they won't come. We'll deal with it later. Bai Yuan's voice rippled with unease. Lü Yingfeng let out an unsatisfied with the situation. He had taken the pill for nothing, and this was the result. With a glance, he turned back toward the Qinghua sect. Bai Yuan wondered, why would the Xiantian Academy come to such a remote place? Compared to the academy, the state of Yu was a small state, and its sects were naturally secluded. Lü Yingfeng shrugged indifferently. Who cares? Aren't you worried at all? What's there to worry about? Worst case, they're here for you. They'll just hand you over. The light around Bai Yuan twisted violently before calming down. Aren't you afraid they're here for you? For me, eh? Why? Don't forget you killed those two Wangs. There's no evidence. Lü Yingfeng was unconcerned. No one had seen him do it, so what was there to fear? Bai Yuan fell silent again. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the sect. Lü Yingfeng resumed his original appearance, seeing the warship parked outside the Qinghua sect. He looked up. The warship was massive, far more imposing than the Qinghua sects. Tisk, how much would this thing sell for? Lü Yingfeng couldn't imagine. If he had that many spirit stones, could he ever spend them all? But it was just a thought. As he stepped toward the sect, a thunderous roar shook heaven and earth before he even touched the stone steps. Begone! The roar erupted from within the sect, the sound materializing as the forest trembled. Even the warship above was forced back. In an instant, the entire sect fell into dead silence, an oppressive aura lingering long after. Lü Yingfeng's raised foot froze midair as he stared at the mountain gate, his eyes filled with shock. Master! The roar had come from Ning Xian. He looked ahead, instinctively furrowing his brow. Snapping back to reality, he hurried into the sect. As he entered, he saw Ning Xian standing on Qianling Peak, while numerous figures in the void struggled to descend, frozen in place. Everyone within the Qinghua sect gazed at that scene, unable to conceal their astonishment. Lü Yingfeng gazed at the scene before him, as if his thoughts had come to a standstill. He felt a series of powerful auras enveloping the entire Qinghua sect, emanating from the masters of Xiantian Academy. They attempted to enter the sect, but were sternly reprimanded by a voice halting them in their tracks. Ning Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold. There was no anger in his eyes, but rather an indescribable majesty that seemed to intimidate all before him. The members of Qinghua sect were also stunned. After a long pause, a middle-aged man spoke up. Senior Ning, Xian, we mean no harm. We simply encountered an unexpected situation and came to investigate with no other intentions. The man bowed respectfully, not daring to be negligent. Yet Ning Xian said, if you wish to die, come down. The surroundings fell into silence, with everyone inhaling sharply. That overwhelming aura lingered, making all feel a sense of dread, especially the oppressive feeling, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Senior Yu, get lost. Ning Xian's words were sharp and resonated powerfully, forcefully pushing people back, even causing those behind to shudder. The people behind exchanged glances, and a woman said, Senior, we are acting under orders. Could you please show mercy? Their tone was humble, and they had already lowered their stance. Ning Xian replied, you are not worthy. Bring Wang Zhentian here. Silence fell around them. Lü Yingfeng stood in place, shocked. His master was indeed so imposing. Though he did not know what had happened, and it involved Wang Zhentian, the scene before him truly unsettled him. Unexpectedly, everyone really retreated back to their battleship, not daring to act recklessly again. As he watched them leave, all was quiet within Qinghua sect. Tisk. Lü Yingfeng clicked his tongue, only to see Ning Xian looking over at him from a distance. Though it was just a glance, it made him feel inexplicably uneasy. I shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? He muttered to himself, deciding to find his senior sister to understand the situation. However, Ning Xian's words echoed in his ears. Yingfeng, come here. This? Lü Yingfeng hesitated. Bai Yuan said, You just mentioned Wang Jintian. It's very likely he has come looking for you. Can they really discover that? Lü Yingfeng was shocked. He had still underestimated the terrifying capabilities of these masters. Ultimately, he headed towards Qianling Peak and found Ning Xian already seated there. However, when Ning Xian looked at Lü Yingfeng, there was an added scrutiny in his eyes. Master, what's wrong? Lü Yingfeng spoke up. Ning Xian remained seated, saying lightly, Wang Ling is dead, but there is still Wang Feng. Xiantian Academy wants to enter Qinghua sect to investigate, but I repelled them. Is it that master does not allow it? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. Ning Xian continued, they want to probe the sea of consciousness memories of everyone who entered the mountains. This? Lü Yingfeng hesitated again. It seemed they had suspicions about him. Ning Xian, however, paid no mind, merely glancing at him before saying, I called you here for another matter. What is it? About half a month from now, Xiantian Academy will reopen its gates, and they will select new disciples to join. The location will be in the capital of the Yu Kingdom. You should go to the academy then. Off. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. Ning Xian said, what are you ahhing about? I don't really want to go. Is it okay if I don't? Xiantian Academy has been entrenched in Lingzhou for many years with countless scriptures and resources for cultivation. It is a place every cultivator dreams of. Why wouldn't you want to go? Ning Xian was puzzled. Lü Yingfeng stammered, He hesitated, unsure of how to express himself. Ning Xian reassured him, you need not worry about your safety. As long as you enter the academy, no one can harm you. Is that so? Lü Yingfeng was surprised, but after pondering for a moment he said, but you only need to go, there's no need to worry about the assessments. Then, there will naturally be those in the academy to look after you, no need to worry about Wang Jintian. As these words flowed forth, Lü Yingfeng was once again taken aback. His master seemed to see through everything. However, he still wasn't very eager to go. Ning Xian continued, Yingfeng, your talent is extraordinary, destined to amaze the world. Though Qinghua sect is good, this place is too small for you. Thus the academy is your best option. Lü Yingfeng was a bit confused. He had only been here for 2 months. Why was there such an urgency to send him away? Did the outside world have new disciples, and were they trying to make room for him? At this moment, Bai Yuan also spoke up. What he said is not wrong if this place is too barren. The academy is indeed a better choice. If you do not wish to go there, come with me. I guarantee it will be better than Xiantian Academy. Is senior sister going too? Lü Yingfeng looked up and asked. Ning Xian shook his head, saying, your senior sister will not be going for the time being, but you need not worry, as she will not have any issues being by my side. Oh, is that so? Lü Yingfeng frowned. Was he going to part ways with his beautiful senior sister? Ning Xian reassured him, do not worry, in a few days I will send her to the academy. You can focus on your cultivation with peace of mind. All right then. Lü Yingfeng sighed lightly. However, he did not doubt his master's intentions. After all, though the time was short, he had seen everything clearly. Upon thinking of this, he fell into deep contemplation when suddenly a brilliance erupted at that moment. Lü Yingfeng looked up to see Ning Xian forming a seal with one hand, a dazzling golden light erupting before him, radiating an unknown brilliance, followed by the golden light wrapping around him. As strands of golden light entered his brow, Lü Yingfeng felt as if a vast and overwhelming power was accumulating within his body. Master, what is this? The golden light spell. Ning Xian replied, this is an ancient technique. When cultivated to a high level, the golden light protects the body, impervious to all methods. I have imprinted it within you. If you encounter danger, it will protect you even against the likes of the refining void stage for a short time. Lü Yingfeng listened dumbfounded. Bai Yuan exclaimed, I didn't expect your master to be so good to you. What do you mean? The golden light spell is a protective divine technique. Practitioners accumulate golden light through constant training to protect their physical bodies, but he has infused a century's worth of effort into your body. This is to prevent any mishaps. Bai Yuan elaborated, clicking his tongue in amazement. Lü Yingfeng said, are you saying that he gave me his own power? Pretty much. He can still perform the golden light spell for protection, but without this accumulation, he needs to continuously draw on his own energy. If he loses consciousness, he will lose the passive protection of the golden light, effectively giving you his life-saving trump card. This, Lü Yingfeng's heart trembled, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Xian, however, was unconcerned and said to himself, go to the academy and cultivate well. I will take care of everything for you. Yes. Lü Yingfeng no longer refused. Ning Xian continued, also take a letter to the academy for me. To whom? You only need to take it there. Someone will come to find you then. By the way, as he spoke, Ning Xian seemed to recall something. Lü Yingfeng asked, what is it? If you feel something is off, remember to run. As the last words fell, Lü Yingfeng suddenly fell silent. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lü Yingfeng looked at Ning Xian. Ning Xian told him not to worry about Wang Zhentian clearly having guessed something yet. He said nothing and didn't even bother to ask. Moreover, as Bai Yuan had said, the golden light incantation was virtually a life-saving skill, and he had given it without hesitation. Lü Yingfeng opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Ning Xian said, "All right, go prepare. Master What? I'm curious about something and want to ask you." "Speak." Ning Xian's tone was calm. Lü Yingfeng asked directly, "I heard your body isn't up to par." At this, Ning Xian's eyes widened. "Who told you that?" "I just overheard it. They said you're stuck at nascent soul because your body isn't strong enough, which is why you left Xiantian Academy. Is that true?" Lü Yingfeng asked with earnest sincerity. Ning Xian, who had been perfectly composed, now felt his eyelid twitch uncontrollably and immediately explained, "It's the physical body that's insufficient, not that I'm physically weak. It's the same thing more or less." "How is it the same?" Ning Xian furrowed his brow deeply. This needed clarification. Being physically weak and having an insufficient physical body were entirely different matters. If word got out, people might think there was something wrong with him. Lü Yingfeng waved his hand. Fine, insufficient physical body. You? Is it true?" Ning Xian took a deep breath, a trace of sorrow involuntarily crossing his face as he nodded yes. "Haven't you considered other methods like some training? It's a congenital deficiency hard to remedy. The cost required is too great." Ning Xian sighed. Lü Yingfeng said, "If the cost is great, doesn't that mean there's still a way? Haven't you tried? Such things weren't absolute. There should be exceptions or methods." Ning Xian looked at him, a complex expression on his face, his thoughts drifting far away. Only after a long silence did he finally speak. "That's too difficult. Let's not talk about it." Lü Yingfeng, what if? At this mention, Ning Xian's emotions shifted visibly. He fell silent, lost in thought. Only after a long while did he speak again. "A kid like you, so many questions. I'm just concerned about you." "Concerned about me, eh?" Ning Xian raised an eyebrow. Lü Yingfeng, of course. "In that case, let me show you some concern too." "Huh?" Lü Yingfeng frowned. Ning Xian said, "We still have some time. I've heard you have quite a talent for the sword. Let me help you cultivate and comprehend it thoroughly." "Who told you that?" Master, why are you grabbing my leg just because you heard something?" Lü Yingfeng tried to say more, but Ning Xian dragged him by the foot and pulled him outside. Over the next 10 days, boundless sword qi surrounded him. Ning Xian claimed he was helping him comprehend and cultivate, but he didn't say a word. Only let the sword qi and sword intent relentlessly bombard his body. Wails of agony echoed everywhere day and night, heard distinctly throughout the entire sect. Yet even so, Lü Yingfeng remained stubborn, looking at Ning Xian and speaking through gritted teeth. "Master, you're not putting any strength into this. Of course I won't hold it against you, but you should try harder. While I'm still here, give me more spirit stones so I can raise my cultivation level. Otherwise, with so many girls out there and me being as weak as a kitten, it's dangerous for me to step outside. You don't want to become a grandmaster at such a young age, do you?" "Not enough strength." A smile curled at the corner of Ning Xian's mouth. Lü Yingfeng waved his hand, figuring it was about over. He limped back, still running his mouth as he went. "What else? I haven't even achieved sword heart clarity yet." Lü Yingfeng had already walked some distance. Ning Xian was utterly stunned. In just over half a month, he wanted sword heart clarity. That was beyond heaven-defying. But since Lü Yingfeng had made the request, he couldn't refuse. He went over and dragged him back, and the screams echoed once more. Though Lü Yingfeng was stubborn, he was also serious, and Ning Xian was deeply astonished by the process. Even without showing it, Ning Xian could sense that Lü Yingfeng's sword path had already reached the realm of sword intent. If he hadn't personally brought the boy back from outside, he would have suspected him of being a spy sent from somewhere. Time passed swiftly. In the process, Lü Yingfeng's sword path advanced another level, reaching the 5th layer of sword intent, with faint signs of breaking through to the 6th. It was then that Lü Yingfeng arrived. Seeing Lü Yingfeng's miserable state, she frowned slightly, but said nothing, instead turning to Ning Xian. "Master, senior sister Zhou Yun is here." Lü Yingfeng looked up at the words. Ning Xian asked, "What is she here for?" Lü Yingfeng glanced at Lü Yingfeng, a hint of something in her eyes. "She's delivering spirit stones to junior brother." "Oh." At this, Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet. Ning Xian recalled the earlier matter and waved his hand. "Bring her over." "Yes." Lü Yingfeng grinned. He had only mentioned it casually back, then never expecting that Uncle Master would actually follow through and thoughtfully have someone deliver them. After a moment, a woman followed Lü Yingfeng to the front. It was Zhou Yun, whom they had met before. Zhou Yun stepped forward and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Uncle Master Ning." Rise." Ning Xian nodded. Zhou Yun then produced a ring and offered it before him. "Uncle Master, I have been sent by Uncle Master Su to deliver spirit stones to junior brother Yingfeng." Ning Xian sighed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Just as he was about to speak, Lü Yingfeng had already stepped forward and taken the ring. Many thanks to Uncle Master Su, and to you as well, senior sister Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun smiled softly. You're too kind, junior brother. Not at all. As Lü Yingfeng spoke, his spiritual sense probed the ring, and his smile froze instantly, followed by a startled cry. 200,000. The three of them looked at him simultaneously. Lü Yingfeng looked up in disbelief. The other two said nothing, but Ning Xian's face flushed red. 200,000 was just 200,000. Why shout it out? Anyone would think he had never seen the world. If he had known he would encounter such a disciple, he shouldn't have been so detached in previous years. Without some savings, he couldn't afford to support a disciple, and now it was causing him to lose face, dragging him down with it. Ahem, is there anything else? Ning Xian asked. Zhou Yun said, in a few days the Academy's selection in Yu Country will take place. I will accompany junior brother to the royal city of Yu Country. Ning Xian nodded and Zhou Yun departed. In the end, only the master and disciple remained. Looking at his disciple, Ning Xian said, just follow Zhou Yun's arrangements then. All right, master. Any other instructions? Lü Yingfeng stood by. Ning Xian hesitated for a moment. You can now reveal your cultivation as foundation establishment. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Master, didn't you say to keep a low profile? Foundation establishment is the threshold for the selection, and the grand examination is imminent. It's not as if I, Ning Xian, lack the ability to help you reach foundation establishment in a short time. Oh, I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded and said no more. After all, he was his master. Whatever he said was final. As a respectful disciple, it wasn't good to argue. He had to save face for him. He even wanted to ask if he had the ability to help him reach nascent soul in a short time, but considering certain reasons, he held back. Before long, the appointed time drew near. Within the Qin Yun sect, numerous figures stood ahead as Zhou Yun watched in silence. Among them, Qin Chengmu, Ling Su Yao, and others were already waiting, and even Chen Mu was set to attend the selection. Though they were disciples of the Qin Yun sect, the sect did not forbid them from joining the academy, for the academy was merely an institution of learning, not a conventional faction. Its purpose lay in education, and they could return once their studies bore fruit. Moreover, entering the academy meant access to superior resources and instruction, a feat that could bring honor to one's ancestors. Even if they chose not to return after achieving success, the bond would remain. Thus all were filled with hope. Only off to the side, Lü Yingfeng embraced his senior sister, burying his head in her chest as he wailed loudly. Senior sister, I'm leaving. I can't bear to part with you. How will I survive without you? His cries shook the heavens, drawing the gazes of all present. Lü Rian gently stroked his head and whispered soothingly, go to the academy obediently. Your senior sister will come in a few days. Really? You'll come? I will. Lü Rian nodded. Lü Yingfeng tightened his grip. Just thinking about not seeing you for so long tears my heart apart. As he spoke, he kept his head low, too lazy to lift it. Even Ning Xian, standing nearby, couldn't help but take a deep breath. That's enough. It's not a farewell forever. With that, he reached out and grabbed Lü Yingfeng, then sent him over to Zhou Yun. Under his reluctant gaze, he was taken away from the Qin Yun sect. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was gone. Ning Xian seemed unfazed, but his eyes grew complex as he looked at Lü Rian. Let's go. Yes. Lü Rian nodded and followed him away. Over a dozen members of the Qin Yun sect were heading to the selection, and their gazes toward Lü Yingfeng were tinged with complexity. Though his cultivation had reached the second layer of foundation establishment, everyone knew it was due to Ning Xian's intervention, so they paid it little mind. Chen Mu, however, kept glancing in that direction, his expression hesitant. Time passed, and before long they arrived outside a massive city. From a distance, the sprawling city seemed boundless, its streets bustling with endless streams of people alive with clamor and excitement. Lü Yingfeng gazed around curiously, having never seen such a vast city before. The buildings at its heart were especially magnificent and imposing. That was the center of the Yu Kingdom's royal city, the seat of the royal family. According to prior knowledge, besides the royal house, the city housed 4 great clans, such as Chun Yu's Chun family, the Wang family, and the Lu family. Soon they arrived at a courtyard. Lü Yingfeng surveyed his surroundings as Zhou Yun stood by. Su Yao and the others couldn't help but ask, Senior Sister Zhou Yun, when does the selection begin and how is it conducted? Hearing this, Zhou Yun pondered for a while before replying. It starts in about 3 days. But I'm not in charge of the selection in Yu Kingdom, so I don't know the details. Still, don't worry. Just do your best. Thank you, Senior Sister. Though they hadn't gleaned much useful information, they expressed their gratitude. Lü Yingfeng, however, remained unconcerned. Shortly after their arrival, someone entered. It was a man with an upright bearing and handsome features. Upon seeing him, everyone offered greetings. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhou Ming. The newcomer was Zhou Ming, whom they had met before in the Tsungyun mountain range. Zhou Ming swept his gaze over the crowd with a mere nod, showing little emotion. However, when his eyes fell upon Lü Yingfeng, his brow furrowed visibly, and his gaze carried an indescribable meaning. Lü Yingfeng caught that look, but the man only glanced briefly before turning to Qing Cheng, a smile immediately spreading across his face. Junior brother Qing Cheng, it's good to see you well. Brother Zhou Ming. Qing Cheng responded. Zhou Ming said, no need for formalities, brother. I've already consulted the elders of the Sword Hall. After the selection, we'll be classmates. At these words, ripples stirred in the hearts of all, and envy flickered in their eyes. The implication was clear. Qing Cheng's entry into the academy was a foregone conclusion, and Zhou Ming had even recommended him to the Sword Hall. Qing Cheng remained humble, saying little. Zhou Ming patted his shoulder. I'll take my leave now. Come find me if you need anything. With that, he turned and departed, but before leaving, he cast another glance at Lü Yingfeng. Lü Yingfeng frowned. Why does he keep staring at me? Is he jealous? After all, he was so handsome that countless maidens swooned over him. Being envied was only natural, like with Wang Ling before. Zhou Yun, however, looked helpless. Junior brother, it's not quite like that. Why? Because he's my elder brother. Lü Yingfeng fell silent, having never expected this. But Zhou Yun didn't mind, and continued. And the reason he looks at you like that isn't jealousy. He simply disapproves of you. Disapproves? Why? Lü Yingfeng was baffled. As far as he knew, they had only met once. If not jealousy, then what? Zhou Yun sighed, and switched to a whisper. Because you might take Qing Cheng's spot. What do you mean? My brother greatly admires Qing Cheng, and wants to bring him into the Sword Hall. But the Sword Hall has limited slots. In theory, Qing Cheng should have no problem getting in. Except you showed up. Lü Yingfeng frowned. I still don't get it. Zhou Yun said, let me put it another way. Because your master is Uncle Ning Xian, no one will object to you entering the academy. And you'll likely join the Sword Hall too. That's why my brother disapproves of you. Oh, I see. He thinks I'm cutting in line, so he dislikes me. Exactly. Zhou Yun felt helpless too, knowing her brother's stubborn nature. But what could be done? His master was Ning Xian. Others wondered what they were whispering about, but Zhou Yun had no answer. Compared to Qing Cheng, she leaned toward Lü Yingfeng, given she barely knew Qing Cheng. After a moment, she spoke again. The selection begins in 3 days. Rest here for now. Yes. Everyone acknowledged. Zhou Yun then turned to Lü Yingfeng. Junior brother, the process may take a few days. Stay in this courtyard until the selection ends. Hearing this, he looked puzzled. Isn't there a selection? Don't I need to go? Zhou Yun was surprised. You don't know junior brother? No, what? You don't need to take the selection. Just wait until it's over, and you'll enter the academy directly. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Is my master really that influential? Not even a formality. Of course not. Zhou Yun smiled wryly. Lü Yingfeng had assumed Ning Xian had paved the way and had just go through the motions, but now they weren't even pretending. No wonder Zhou Ming disliked him. If it were anyone else, he'd probably feel the same way. It truly was a case of one generation plants the trees, and the next enjoys the shade. Just as he was basking in this pleasant thought, Bai Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Don't just wait here. Go to the selection. As Zhou Yun departed, the courtyard gradually quieted down. Lü Yingfeng returned to his room, and with a thought he reconnected with Bai Yuan. Why must I go through the selection? Do you also disapprove of my taking the back door? He was genuinely curious about this sudden development. Bai Yuan replied, what do I care if you take the back door? Why would I disapprove? Then why? Since it was none of its business, what was the reasoning behind this? It couldn't be just for him to get some exercise. Bai Yuan pondered, for you it might be a stroke of fortune. Oh, fortune. Elaborate. Lü Yingfeng plopped down, thoroughly intrigued by the prospect of fortune. Bai Yuan continued, as far as I know, during the Xiantian Academy selection, most people only need to pass a trial and reach a designated location. That's the most common way to succeed. What about the uncommon way? The uncommon way is to comprehend the thunder art. Thunder art. Yes, thunder art. Bai Yuan affirmed, the Xiantian Academy possesses a primal thunder sealed away until now. They use methods to set up areas of thunder. If you can comprehend the thunder art, you can enter the Academy's Thunder Pavilion. What exactly is the Thunder Pavilion? Lü Yingfeng frowned. First there was the Sword Hall, now the Thunder Pavilion. The system was quite complex. Bai Yuan said, the Thunder Pavilion studies the thunder art, and the Sword Hall cultivates the way of the sword. These are two ultimate paths, the most formidable for attack. Cultivating the thunder art is no less difficult than the sword. If you miss this chance, it won't be so easy to learn it later. Is there something special about it? That place is formed from primal thunder. If you have talent, you might touch its essence. Bai Yuan explained. Simply put, primal thunder was extremely rare, and the Academy conducted the selection this way each time to identify talent in one go. Thinking this over, Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully. I see. Bai Yuan added, moreover, the thunder art is exquisite. Not only is its attack fierce, but the speed it brings is the ultimate in the world. He had overheard some of what Zhou Yun said earlier. He didn't know about Lü Yingfeng's swordsmanship, but the thunder art was indeed excellent. Unless one had a natural talent or a special race, it was quite difficult for ordinary beings to cultivate. After all the talk, Lü Yingfeng more or less understood. But he hesitated, looking troubled. This is a bit awkward. Why is it awkward? They said I don't need to participate in the selection. If I insist on going, it would seem deliberate. What if I accidentally comprehend the Thunder Dao and people find out? What if they do find out? Bai Yuan was puzzled. Lü Yingfeng said, you might not know this, but I'm a low-key person. I don't like to stand out. If people get jealous again, then. Bai Yuan. He understood now. This guy was a schemer. Just like before, they thought he was only at the chi refining stage and dismissed him, but then he suddenly unleashed golden core power, catching them off guard. Somehow, despite their short time together, this person always left him speechless. He said no more, and Lü Yingfeng sat down cross-legged. He would think about the thunder art later. For now, the priority was his cultivation. The 200,000 spirit stones he had received were still unused. Moreover, he was out in the world alone, without a master's protection, merely a humble golden core second layer. Just thinking about it felt dangerous, so he deemed it necessary to improve his cultivation. After all, Zhou Yun was at the golden core third layer, and Zhou Ming was even at the golden core fifth layer. Compared to them, he felt insecure. In the following days, Lü Yingfeng immersed himself in cultivation. As the spirit stones were consumed, his cultivation steadily rose. Having previously refined some spirit fruits and stones this time, he only used 50,000 spirit stones to break through to the golden core third layer. However, compared to before, breakthroughs in the golden core stage now required much more time. Of the remaining 150,000 spirit stones, he had only refined over 90,000 before the outside world became noisy, cutting his progress short. The selection had begun. Zhou Yun arrived in the courtyard, and the Qingyue sect members set off one after another. After they left, Lü Yingfeng also rose. He stepped out and went to a secluded spot. As his spiritual power surged, his appearance transformed. Seeing this, Bai Yuan asked, puzzled, what are you doing? Going to the selection? Can't you tell? Aren't you not going? When did I say I wasn't? I just said I'm low-key. Low-key? Bai Yuan sensed for a moment and said, so you're going in disguise? Exactly. Isn't that low-key? Bai Yuan. This scene left him speechless. This was indeed alarmingly low-key. Meanwhile, in the royal city, a vast crowd had gathered before an open square. Countless beings from across the Yu Kingdom had come for this election. According to the rules, anyone under 30 with at least the foundation establishment stage could participate. Thus, disciples from various sects, as well as talented rogue cultivators, had all arrived. Lü Yingfeng mingled in the crowd, curiously observing his surroundings. A graceful figure caught his eye. It was Yu Xingyao, still radiantly beautiful. It seemed she had mostly recovered from her injuries, standing there dazzlingly. He also spotted Wang Yuanshu. Though they had little interaction, he was surprised to see that Wang had broken through to the golden core stage. However, he appeared quite exhausted. In addition, Yang Wuyue was also present. He's still alive. Lü Yingfeng was astonished. After taking a blow from his staff before everyone had said he couldn't be saved. Yet here he was lively and well, and his cultivation had reached the golden core first layer. It seemed they were all well prepared. He didn't pay much attention and simply waited for the selection to begin. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in the center of the square, and Lü Yingfeng's brow furrowed sharply. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Ling, about 70 or 80% similar. Is he Wang Zinshan's other illegitimate son? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but ask. Bai Yuan replied, he's not some prodigy, how would I know? Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng said nothing more, focusing on the scene before him. He was surprised. This young man seemed to be only a few years older or younger than Wang Ling, yet his cultivation was above the golden core stage. At that moment, the young man looked around and spoke with a smile. Everyone, I am Wang Yun, a disciple of the Xiantian Academy and the person in charge of this selection in Yu Kingdom. Greetings, brother Wang Yun. The crowd paid their respects. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. This guy was the person in charge. It was a good thing he didn't have to participate in the selection, or this would have been bad news. Even if they had no evidence, who knew if Wang Ling had ever mentioned his hostility toward him? Wang Yun smiled slightly and nodded, continuing. In this selection, anyone who passes the trial can enter our academy. However, there are limited spots. I wish you all success. As his words faded, a commotion arose from all sides, everyone gazing forward with hope. At that moment, a beam of light pierced the sky and cascaded down. Instantly, the void seemed to twist, and a mysterious sensation emerged. It was an entrance to another space. Beyond this place lay the trial. All before him was shrouded in nothingness. As figures began to move, the entire city erupted in uproar. At that moment, everyone had already set off. Lü Yingfeng also soared into the sky. The moment he touched the distorted space, he felt as if something was pulling him, traversing through the void. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a completely different scene. The The surroundings were no different from the outside world, filled with spiritual energy and an ancient charm flowing through the air. This was one of the small worlds created by the sages of Xiantian Academy. Sensing this, Lü Yingfeng looked around with curiosity. There was no one nearby, but as soon as he took his first step, the environment suddenly changed. The once tranquil space roared with thunder. Dark clouds swept in from the horizon layer upon layer, as if they would crush the heavens. Lightning flashed through the thick clouds, illuminating only a corner for a brief moment. Then silver lightning bolts fell, and a fierce wind arose, as if a heavy rain was imminent. One after another thunderbolts crashed down from the sky. Lü Yingfeng almost retreated with a single stride. Is this trial so perilous? Lü Yingfeng's eyes widened. If he got struck a few times, it would be disastrous. Bai Yuan said, "This is the land of thunder. You can comprehend the art of thunder here. If you have talent, you might be able to glimpse the mysteries of its origin." How am I supposed to comprehend it? Lü Yingfeng frowned. He couldn't possibly let himself be struck by lightning. Bai Yuan replied, "Perceive it with your heart." Lü Yingfeng was speechless. The sight was truly terrifying, but just as he hesitated, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. In an instant, he felt as if something was drawing him in. It was an involuntary sensation so mysterious that he couldn't put it into words. He stood still, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his heart. Involuntarily, he reached out to touch something, and at that moment he felt as if he had fallen into endless clouds. A hint of wildness adorned his fingertips, and as he quietly felt it, something seemed to brush past and wrap around them. Time seemed to stand still, while the surroundings grew more turbulent. Unconsciously, a speck of light settled in his heart, like a seed taking root, gradually sprouting and growing. At a certain moment, Lü Yingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. Bai Yuan said, "Normally, if one has talent, lightning will strike them. Since you've remained unharmed for so long, it seems you have no talent in this path. Is that how it works?" Lü Yingfeng was surprised. He had never heard of this before. Bai Yuan continued, "Heaven is fair. Since your cultivation talent is so extraordinary, it's normal that you lack talent in thunder techniques." "I see. I thought I had some talent in thunder techniques." "You thought?" Bai Yuan's voice carried a hint of confusion. Lü Yingfeng nodded. "I didn't know. I thought being able to summon thunder meant I had talent, but it turns out you have to be struck by lightning to be considered talented. Thunder techniques like the sword path are often innate talents." Wait, what did you say you summoned?" "Thunder." As Lü Yingfeng spoke, he opened his palm, and a bolt of lightning appeared in his hand, crackling with a loud bang as he willed it. This? Bai Yuan was momentarily speechless, its emotions unreadable. "What's wrong? Have you studied thunder techniques?" "No." "Then where did this lightning come from?" Lü Yingfeng replied, "I don't know. It just suddenly appeared, and then it came. Just like that." Bai Yuan paused, having never heard of such a thing. There should have been a process, at least some kind of enlightenment. Suddenly appearing was incomprehensible. It was puzzled, as if its own understanding had been overturned. Just as it was pondering, Lü Yingfeng spoke again. "And I feel like my lightning is a bit strange. It can change color." "Change color? What's that supposed to be?" "Look." Bai Yuan grew even more confused. Lü Yingfeng raised his hand, and lightning manifested in his palm. A metallic luster appeared, then slowly turned into green, then blue, red, and brown. The 5 colors cycled endlessly, and when they all appeared together, the power surged dramatically. "See that?" After demonstrating, he spoke. Bai Yuan, however, fell completely silent, the entire light orb trembling uncontrollably, as if greatly agitated. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Lü Yingfeng asked. Bai Yuan said, "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 thunders of righteousness. You have comprehended the 5 thunders of righteousness." It was incredulous. How could someone comprehend the 5 thunders of righteousness upon their first contact with thunder techniques? This corresponded to the 5 elements arts. Ordinary people would need to cultivate each element individually and then integrate them all. Yet this guy had grasped the 5 thunders of righteousness right from the start. The shock was indescribable. Lü Yingfeng nodded with a vague understanding. "Oh, so this is called the 5 thunders of righteousness. It seems quite powerful. Far more than just quite. It's incredibly powerful." Bai Yuan grew even more excited. It had only reminded him not to miss the opportunity, but now it almost regretted it. Following Bai Yuan's advice, Lü Yingfeng delved deeper into his perception and indeed found that it contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with a power far greater than ordinary lightning. After a brief study, he spoke again. "Xiao Bai, can you take a look at this too?" Hearing this, Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Then it saw a bolt of lightning appear in Lü Yingfeng's palm. A silver light flashed, instantly turning into a golden radiance, accompanied by a scorching heat that spread like a blazing sun. "Young thunder." A cry of astonishment rang out, and Bai Yuan almost leaped out of the small cauldron. Lü Yingfeng asked, "What is young thunder?" Thunder can transform into the 5 elements, and it can also be divided into yin and yang. Yang thunder is one of them. Oh, I see. Is it very powerful? Lü Yingfeng nodded. Although he didn't know how he had acquired the 5 thunders of righteousness, he guessed that the yang thunder was due to the sun ancient scripture. And by that logic, there should be yin thunder as well. Bai Yuan, sensing all this, couldn't help but say, Lü Yingfeng, how exactly did you manage this? I don't know. It just came to me. It felt like what? Like it was as easy as raising a hand. Bai Yuan was speechless. A long silence followed, and no matter how much Lü Yingfeng spoke, it did not respond again. It couldn't understand how one person could be such a genius. What kind of prodigy was this? Cultivating for 2 or 3 months to reach the golden core stage, then mastering the 5 thunders of righteousness through the mutual generation of the 5 elements upon first encountering thunder techniques, and even grasping yang thunder. Any one of these feats was astonishing. Seeing that it wasn't responding, Lü Yingfeng stopped asking and began to explore on his own. However, during this process, the thick clouds and thunder gradually ceased their fury, and a beam of heavenly light pierced through the sky. Looking up, he saw a ray of light falling before him, from which a golden token slowly descended and hovered in front of Lü Yingfeng. An ancient Tao resonance flowed, lingering for a long time without dissipating. What is this? The golden token floated and sank, and Lü Yingfeng was momentarily lost in thought. A thunder token, and it's gold. How many years has it been since Xiantian Academy issued a pure gold thunder token? Finally, Bai Yuan's voice rang out again, unable to remain calm. What is it? Lü Yingfeng frowned. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, and it was a long while before he calmed down. When Xiantian Academy selects disciples, those who pass the trials receive a token. The thunder token is one such token. Possessing it means not only have you passed the trial, but you are also qualified to enter the Thunder Pavilion. What do you mean, Bai Yuan was baffled. Lü Yingfeng said, I thought it was something good, but it's just this. Is it really that rare? What do you mean just this? The most dazzling one this time was a fellow named Xia Feng, who got a half-gold thunder token. That was already the most astonishing lightning talent Xiantian Academy has seen in centuries. Bai Yuan was shocked. Where was this coming from? Lü Yingfeng, however, was completely unconcerned. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I've already pulled some strings, so I clearly don't need this. It'd be better if they just gave me some spirit stones directly. You? Others dreamed of it, but he scoffed at it. His mind was full of spirit stones. How poor must a person be to harbor such a strong conviction? Moreover, thunder tokens came in 3 types, ranked from low to high: black, cyan, silver, and gold. He had obtained a gold thunder token, yet claimed it was useless. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Bai Yuan didn't want to talk anymore. Yet a moment later, Lü Yingfeng suddenly said, Xiaobai, do you think anyone would want this if I sold it? Bai Yuan. As the words fell, it fell completely silent, wondering how this guy dared to even think of selling the Academy's token. The thunder also dissipated. Lü Yingfeng stood in place, looking at the token in his hand, with a face full of worry. Meanwhile, above Lingzhou, within an ancient academy, thunder roared violently. An old man shot into the sky, watching the heavens and earth churn. His hair and beard flew wildly, and his eyes were filled with fervor. This scene startled everyone. Second elder, what's wrong? The old man's face showed no restraint in his joy. His voice rang out like thunder. A gold token. Someone has obtained a gold token. What? Hearing this, the others were also shocked. Everyone in the academy knew what a gold thunder token meant. It represented the highest recognition of lightning talent from the academy. In the past, those who obtained silver tokens were all supreme experts who had mastered lightning techniques. The old man stood in the air, feeling the thunder rampaging, and his smile grew even brighter. After so many years, the time has finally come. Now prepare all the resources for cultivating lightning techniques. I will take this person as my personal disciple. His voice echoed as if making a proclamation to the entire academy. Lü Yingfeng, meanwhile, watched the thunder dissipate and assessed his own 5 thunder true art and yang thunder. According to him, although his mastery was still shallow, their power was truly astonishing. He was now a man who had walked amidst thunder. Bai Yuan observed quietly, unable to help but say, Lü Yingfeng, have you really not considered coming with me? Xiantian Academy is a bit beneath your talents. Coming with you wouldn't be beneath me yet. I'm thinking of your best interests. Let me think about it. Lü Yingfeng said casually, then slowly sat down. Bai Yuan, aren't you going to continue? No rush, there's still time. They'll cultivate a bit first. Cultivate. Bai Yuan was puzzled. Did he need to be this diligent? Lü Yingfeng didn't answer. He sat cross-legged, silently refining spirit stones. Last time he had been so close. After all, improving his cultivation was always beneficial. Who would ever complain about having too much of it? It didn't take long. His cultivation broke through again, reaching the 4th layer of the golden core. Feeling the surging mana within his body, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He still had 50,000 spirit stones left, meaning he needed another 50,000 for his next breakthrough. Where can I find more spirit stones? Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself, a hint of complaint creeping into his voice. His own master was also to blame. His precious disciple was traveling so far alone, and yet he hadn't even given him a few million spirit stones to keep him safe. Didn't he know that one should prepare well for a long journey? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but lament. He was poor in his past life, and he was still poor in this one. All his hard work had been in vain. And asking an innocent young man like him to go find spirit stones, wasn't that just making things difficult? With no other choice, he slowly stood up and looked into the distance. After a moment's thought, he set off walking forward. Since he was already here, he might as well wander around and take a stroll. Who knew, maybe he would run into a kindred spirit who insisted on spending hundreds of thousands to buy his token. Not much time had passed, only half a day since he entered this place. As Lü Yingfeng walked, he felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down on him from above. This was presumably part of the trial, and a classic one at that. It required not only cultivation base, but also immense willpower to endure. There were even special cases. If one's talent was exceptionally remarkable, it might still be possible, as the assessment was a comprehensive evaluation, not a single criterion. At ease, Lü Yingfeng strolled leisurely, occasionally engaging in friendly conversation with Bai Yuan. However, in the midst of this, his footsteps suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Bai Yuan asked. "Lü Yingfeng, someone is coming this way." Having reached the fourth layer of the golden core, he could perceive the slightest movement within 100 miles with a single thought. Bai Yuan, on the other hand, confined within the cauldron, could only sense things nearby. Initially, Lü Yingfeng didn't think much of it, assuming it had nothing to do with him. But as those people drew closer, something unexpected happened. Two figures in black robes appeared. Is this kind of outfit popular now? Lü Yingfeng wondered. But from a distance, he saw one of them lower his head to look at something, then raise it, as if speaking to the other. As the words fell, the other person turned to look directly at him. Lü Yingfeng also noticed their movements. The two of them just stared at him, and he felt something was off. But the next moment, one of them suddenly made a move, a spell hurtling straight toward him. The scene before him was unexpected. He stepped back to evade, watching as the spell blasted a deep crater into the ground. His brow slowly furrowed. Before he could say anything, the other figure had already arrived before him, raising a hand as mana surged, pressing down to suppress him. "What are you doing?" Lü Yingfeng was baffled. They had no grievances, so why were they attacking? Could it be that his flawless disguise had been seen through? His opponent, however, paid him no heed. His hand descended, unleashing a pressure that enveloped the area, his attack fierce and sharp. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng retreated no further. As the opponent's palm came down, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's neck. His speed was so fast that no one could react. Almost instantly, the man's mana ceased to circulate. He was caught there, unable to move. Golden core. The man was incredulous. Hearing this, the man behind was shocked and turned to flee without a second thought. But Lü Yingfeng took a single step. Perhaps it was due to his enlightenment of the thunder arts, but his speed had increased considerably. In the next instant, he was already in front of the other man, and he backhandedly slapped him. The black-robed man's pupils contracted. He instinctively raised his hand to block, but with the sound of bones breaking, his entire body plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. Seeing that both were now powerless, Lü Yingfeng landed on the ground, looking at the two men with eyes full of confusion. "You attack without a word, and then try to leave without a word. What are you up to? Bullying an honest man." Lü Yingfeng stood there watching the two people on the ground, wailing and struggling, lost in confusion. Their strange behavior was utterly baffling. "Speak, what do you want?" The other party showed no intention of speaking, only gazing intently into the distance with a look of determination and seriousness. In the next moment, Lü Yingfeng realized that their lives had ended abruptly without any warning. So decisive. "I never said I wanted to kill them." Bai Yuan said, "They are most likely death warriors." Death warriors. Given the situation, only such warriors would act with such resolve. The question was, what did they want? Could it be that they wanted to kill him just for casting a glance at them? That shouldn't be the case. Dressed in black, were they afraid of being seen? What he found even harder to accept was that when he searched the two, he discovered that they didn't even have a single spirit stone on them, just a piece of a dark broken rock. Damn it. Lü Yingfeng looked at the stone in his hand, unsure of its use, yet he pocketed it. However, he found himself lost in thought as he glanced into the distance. Just as he was puzzled, a strange feeling arose in his heart as someone else approached from this direction. It wasn't long before he felt surprised when those people drew near. Senior sister and Qingcheng. At this moment, he sensed Qingcheng's aura, and beside her the presence of Su Yao and Mu Ling. Looking up, he could see their figures. Su Yao and Mu Ling appeared hurried, and when his gaze fell on Su Yao, he noticed her pale face, her shoulders stained with blood, while Mu Ling and the others looked extremely disheveled. Qingsheng followed behind, holding a long sword with several figures in black appearing alongside her. Among them, too, even emanated the aura of the Golden Core realm. What happened? Lü Yingfeng frowned, but to his surprise as they arrived, the stone he had kept suddenly reacted without any warning, leaving him bewildered. The black-clad individuals had already caught up. 2 Golden Core realm members surrounded Qingsheng. With sword energy surging, the battle was about to erupt. As both sides clashed, a series of piercing sounds filled the air. One of the black-clad figures then spoke up. "The token is on her. We'll hold off Qingsheng. You go seize the token." Understood. As the words fell, the remaining black-clad individuals immediately closed in. He sensed that all of them were at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, never expecting such a sight. When had there been so many at the 9th level of Foundation establishment? And for some reason, he felt a strange familiarity with one of the black-clad figures. Just then, everyone had already begun to engage in battle, with sword energy erupting and striking forward. The black-clad individuals showed no regard for anything else, attacking with astonishing ferocity, unleashing various lethal techniques. "Su Yao, you go first, we'll hold them off," Mu Ling urged urgently. Su Yao gritted her teeth. "They are here for the token on me. You all go first." The scene before them was chilling. One of the black-clad figures watched them, the expression on his face unclear, but his voice dripped with mockery. "Haha, don't worry, no one can escape." Lü Yingfeng glanced at the stone in his hand and murmured, "Could it be that this stone can sense the token?" As he pondered, the battle erupted, with everyone launching their attacks, brilliance and techniques surging forth, filling the air. Lü Yingfeng hesitated for a moment, then suddenly donned a black robe and stepped forth toward the sky. Seeing the black-clad individuals reaching Su Yao, it seemed their target was her as well. Just as one of their hands was about to smash down on Su Yao's head, a hand appeared and grasped the wrist of the assailant. A surge of power struck, and the black-clad individual felt pain, his body trembling involuntarily. He looked at the figure in black, gritting his teeth and asking, "What are you doing?" Su Yao and the others were equally puzzled. Oh, weren't they on the same side? Lü Yingfeng didn't respond, using his strength to throw the individual down to the ground, a dull thud accompanied by a cloud of dust. The remaining individuals were shocked and immediately attacked him, but in an instant they were all knocked back, blood spraying everywhere. There was no doubt about the outcome. Golden Core. They had fallen to the ground, staring intently upward. Even the 2 surrounding Qingsheng showed signs of emotion. "Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you." Both spoke simultaneously, clearly indicating he was not one of their own. Qingsheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, Lü Yingfeng remained silent, stepping forward to stand behind the 2. Both sides clasped hands to block, but at the moment of contact, they were both struck by a shock. The opposing force was nearly irresistible. Their own spiritual power erupted and was violently torn apart, as if 2 invisible mountains were crashing down upon them. At that moment, both individuals spat blood, completely suppressed. To their astonishment, they were just like the previous 2, sensing their defeat, their life force abruptly severed, instilling a deep fear. Another one dead. Lü Yingfeng frowned. Even those at Foundation establishment shared the same fate. However, while he did not find anything valuable among them, he did come across a token. The members of Qinghua sect were taken aback, and when they regained their senses, they cupped their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Qingsheng also cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. We at Qinghua sect are deeply grateful. It was just a casual act, no need to be so formal. May I ask your name?" "Not telling you." Lü Yingfeng replied directly. Qingsheng was momentarily taken aback, then cupped his hands again. "I am Qingsheng from Qinghua sect. If you ever need anything, feel free to find me. I will do my utmost." "No need for such courtesy." Lü Yingfeng waved his hand nonchalantly, then glanced at Su Yao and took out a pill, handing it to her. "Take this to heal." This. Everything was sudden. Oh, everyone was surprised. Not only did the person help, but he also offered medicine for healing. Was he really this kind-hearted? Su Yao, pale-faced, expressed her gratitude. Lü Yingfeng then looked at Qingsheng, asking, "What grudge do you have?" Qingsheng frowned, saying, "To be honest, my junior sister obtained a token, and as a result was pursued by them. They came for the token." "Oh." After a brief exchange, Lü Yingfeng learned that these black-clad individuals seemed to be fighting over the token, and he curiously looked at Su Yao. Logically speaking, though Su Yao had decent talent, there were many with higher cultivation than her. How could she have obtained a token? At this moment, Bai Yuan added, "It seems your senior sister must have some special constitution or bloodline that attracted the token to her." "Is there such a thing?" "Yes, the selection of disciples at Xiantian Academy often follows certain rules." Lü Yingfeng said, "Then why did I have to comprehend the lightning technique to obtain a token? Don't I have some sort of rule?" "You have a chicken feather." Lü Yingfeng stood there in bewilderment. He had never imagined someone would come to snatch the tokens, nor did he expect to be left without a say, forced to rely on his own efforts. And after hearing King Cheng's words, that these people were after the tokens, and if they killed everyone no one would know and they could enter Xiantian Academy with the tokens, he was taken aback. Is it worth being this ruthless for a few tokens, eh? Lü Yingfeng couldn't understand. The two leaders had already reached the golden core stage, entering the academy on their own strength shouldn't be difficult. After all, there were only 2 or 3 golden core cultivators under 30 in the entire Yu Kingdom. If they couldn't overpower them, couldn't they at least overpower those at the foundation establishment stage? Bai Yuan remarked, having golden core death soldiers means the mastermind is no ordinary figure. With such high-level death soldiers, getting a couple of tokens should be easy, right? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. Bai Yuan pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out either. For someone like that, obtaining tokens was effortless. Why go to such lengths to hunt these people? Moreover, such actions would likely draw the academy's attention, leading to more loss than gain. Just then Bai Yuan suddenly said, could it be that they're searching for something? Didn't they say they were looking for tokens, eh? Lü Yingfeng was confused. Bai Yuan replied, a thunder token is still a token. Could it be they're after you? What does that have to do with me? Lü Yingfeng was shocked that this could be linked to him. In an instant, Su Yao recovered some color returning to her face and immediately rose to express her gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, fellow cultivator. Su Yao was about to kneel in thanks. After all, he had not only driven away the black-clad assailants, but also generously used a pill to heal her. She had to express her gratitude. Lü Yingfeng used his spiritual energy to lift Su Yao. No need for such formalities, miss. He didn't know what else to say. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered, but Su Yao was different. After all, she had helped him a lot since his arrival. When Wang Ling had schemed to trigger the sword chi, Su Yao had come to his rescue without hesitation. What more could he ask for? Just as they were speaking, another commotion arose in the distance. A burst of radiance illuminated the surroundings as a technique surged with killing intent into the sky. As far as the eye could see, a man and a woman were racing forward, pursued by several figures. A situation much like before. The newcomers turned out to be Yu Xingyao and Chen Mu. Both were covered in wounds, especially Yu Xingyao, whose radiant face was etched with tension. Her body bore numerous injuries, her hair was disheveled, and blood continuously dripped from the corner of her mouth onto her long dress. She seemed to be deliberately heading their way, hope flickering in her eyes as she looked down. Without waiting for anyone to react, Yu Xingyao hurled Chen Mu toward the group, her voice ringing out. Fellow cultivator Qingqing, please save my younger cousin. This. Everyone stared at the scene before them as Qingqing raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to catch Chen Mu. Having done this, Yu Xingyao turned without hesitation and fled in the opposite direction, as if unwilling to lead the pursuers to them. Cousin, Chen Mu cried out, wanting to chase after her, but was restrained by Qingqing. Qingqing frowned, understanding the situation. You can't help her, you'd only be a burden. Chen Mu snapped back to reality and turned to Qingqing. Senior brother Qingqing, please save my cousin. The Chen family and the royal court will be eternally grateful and will pay any price. Alas! Qingqing sighed, his gaze drifting to his own chest. Only then did the others notice a bloody hole there, and his left arm was drenched in blood. Though not fatal, the injuries were severe. Seeing this, Chen Mu's heart trembled as realization dawned. Pain filled his face and despair crept into his eyes. The earlier scene was vivid in his mind. If not for Yu Xingyou's desperate efforts, he would have died there. Just then Lü Yingfeng suddenly approached, his voice cutting through the air. You mean it? Chen Mu spun around, his body stiffening at the sight of the black-clad figure, instinctively stepping back. Qingqing said, no need to be nervous. This fellow cultivator just saved us. Hearing this, hope lit up Chen Mu's face. Brother, can you save my cousin? Yes. Lü Yingfeng replied without hesitation. Really? Chen Mu was overjoyed. Lü Yingfeng continued, but as you said, it comes at a price. As long as you're willing to act well, pay any price. Really? I asked for a lot. This time it was Lü Yingfeng who was delighted. Chen Mu nodded earnestly, as if prepared to give away his entire fortune. Whatever you want, 50,000 spirit stones. Huh. Chen Mu froze, a look of astonishment on his face. How much did you say? His reaction caught Lü Yingfeng off guard. Hadn't he just said any price was fine? Nevertheless, he ventured cautiously, is it too much? As his words fell, Chen Mu immediately pulled out a ring and thrust it into his hand. Take all the spirit stones I have on me, just save my cousin. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. His spiritual sense swept over the ring. It contained over 60,000 spirit stones along with other items. Chen Mu had handed over everything he had. No problem. Pulling himself together, he agreed decisively and shot into the sky without a moment's hesitation. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, utterly baffled, unsure of what to say. Only Chen Mu prayed fervently. Bai Yuan was taken aback. I can understand you saving a fellow disciple, but meddling in others' affairs. Life is hard. Lü Yingfeng sighed helplessly. Are you that short of spirit stones? Obviously. Otherwise, why would I have taken you in? Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. If not for those few spirit stones, why would he have bothered to harbor a mysterious object of unknown origin? Bai Yuan fell silent. That did seem to be the case. Soon Lü Yingfeng caught up with Yu Xingyao. She was surrounded with endless mountains beneath her feet. Her injuries were even worse. One shoulder was shattered, blood seeped from her earlobe, and a vicious gash marred her radiant face. She seemed to be at her breaking point. Moreover, the force surrounding her was formidable, 4 golden core cultivators along with several foundation establishment ones. Is this level of ruthlessness necessary? Lü Yingfeng watched, clearly not expecting this. At the same time, a black-clad figure spoke, his voice cutting through the air. Hand over the token, and we might spare your life. Standing on the mountain peak, Yu Xingyao staggered, fury blazing in her eyes. Get lost. She carried a fierce defiance. Even in her current state, she refused to bow her head. Or perhaps she knew that even if she did, they wouldn't let her go. How I gave you a chance, and you threw it away. What a pity for such a beauty. The black-clad figure sneered, raising his hand as spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Yu Xingyao could feel it clearly, but she was too exhausted to fight back. Just as the killing blow was about to land, a hand suddenly fell on the assailant's shoulder. In an instant, the momentum dissipated, accompanied by a voice whispering in his ear. Always resorting to violence. Where's your civility? Lü Yingfeng's words came abruptly, leaving everyone stunned. The black-clad figure turned around to see a shadow standing behind him. You? Crack. In an instant, the black-clad figure felt a heavy weight pressing down on his shoulder. Bones began to shatter from that point, and even the spiritual energy gathered within his body was instantly dispersed. He plummeted downward, crashing into the mountainside. Everyone was shaken. Yu Xingyao looked toward that direction, a glimmer of hope emerging in her previously lifeless eyes. Someone had come to her rescue. Though she knew not from whence they came or why they acted, the situation could not be worse than before. Scoundrel! The other 3 shouted in unison. They had been besieging Yu Xingyao, and now this person had suddenly appeared. Without wasting words, Lü Yingfeng raised his hand and unleashed a cascade of spells in all directions. He paid no heed to their elemental affinities, only the radiance blooming from his body was evident. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed around them. The assailants' eyes flickered with strange light as they raised their hands to defend themselves. In that moment, the 3 struck, and the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators hastily retreated. The attacks of golden core cultivators were not something they could withstand. Seeing the 3 forced back, their fury only intensified. You seek death. As one of them shouted, they formed hand seals and launched another assault. Lü Yingfeng's gaze swept over them, noting the remarkable precision of their techniques. Spiritual light surged from their bodies, transforming into flowing ribbons that danced through the air. Instead of striking, they coiled toward him. Seal! A sharp cry rang out as the ribbons fluttered like battle flags, weaving around to seal the space and bind him. Whoosh! Not stopping there, they unleashed a barrage of flames, sword, chi, and magical artifacts, all raining down in a relentless assault. Be careful! Yu Xingyao called out, her eyes filled with concern. Though one had been taken down by a sneak attack, 3 golden core cultivators remained, joining forces. Lü Yingfeng, however, remained unfazed. He raised his hand and tore apart the incoming ribbons. Countless specks of light scattered like a rain of radiance, and the attacking spells and techniques dissipated along with them. Not only that, but light blossomed around him as a torrent of spells surged in all directions, blanketing the entire area. How can this be? Damn it! The 3 were shaken to the core, dodging frantically, but the spells were too numerous to resist. A series of explosions rang out as they were repeatedly driven back. The battle had barely begun, yet they were already at a disadvantage. Lü Yingfeng frowned, however. Is my killing power this weak? I haven't even taken them down. To him, those spells were merely a thought away, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Bai Yuan remarked. Using such basic techniques, it's a wonder you managed to push them back at all. That's just brute force. Is that the reason? Lü Yingfeng asked, bewildered. What else could it be? Sighed. Lü Yingfeng let out a soft sigh. If that were the case, there was nothing to be done. Bai Yuan continued. Didn't you comprehend many advanced techniques? Those aren't basic. Or perhaps you could try not suppressing your cultivation to the first layer of golden core. He was referring to the techniques and spells Lü Yingfeng had comprehended on the Spirit Mountain in the Zhongyan mountain range. But Lü Yingfeng replied, no rush. I have opponents now. Oh, I want to see if the lightning techniques are as formidable as you claimed. Bai Yuan fell silent. He could have ended the fight with a single move, yet he insisted on holding back. Dressed in black as he was he afraid of being seen? In that moment, the 3 struck again. But as Lü Yingfeng raised his hand, silver light burst forth and the heavens seemed to darken. A bolt of thunder roared from his palm, coiling like a silver serpent as it shot toward his foes. Boom! The thunder rolled mightily. The black-clad figure's body trembled violently. The techniques he had conjured shattered in an instant as the lightning struck him. Uft! Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body crashed into a mountain, the impact causing a large portion of the peak to collapse. Lightning techniques. Exclamations of shock rang out as the remaining two turned pale. They began to retreat, abandoning any thought of continued battle. As the lightning flashed once more, they turned to flee. Crackle. The thunder raged again, striking down the two fleeing figures. Screams echoed as their flesh burst open, black smoke rising. The world fell into silence. Some Foundation establishment cultivators caught in the blast simply exploded. Lü Yingfeng stood still, staring at his palm in disbelief. He murmured to himself, "Is lightning technique this ferocious? It's terrifying." Though Xiaobai had told him it was powerful, he had never imagined it to be this formidable. At the same golden core first layer, his opponents didn't even have a chance to resist. Bai Yuan said, "Your 5 Thunder Orthodox method and Yang Thunder are even more powerful. Then won't I be invincible? They'll be able to swagger around from now on." Bai Yuan was at a loss for words. One shouldn't casually speak of invincibility, but at similar cultivation levels he could indeed dominate. Of course, after these exchanges, Lü Yingfeng had also noticed something odd. He was still affected by the environment here, carrying a constant pressure, yet these opponents seemed completely unconstrained. Bai Yuan said, "Stop thinking. Your target has fallen." Huh. Lü Yingfeng looked up to see Yu Xingyao, unable to hold on any longer, collapsed on the ground. "Hey, don't die on me." He rushed over and stuffed a pill into her mouth. He had vouched for her, and if she died, what would he do if someone demanded a refund? As the pill dissolved, Yu Xingyao's aura stabilized slightly. But her injuries were severe. She could only sit up slowly to recover. With nothing else to do, he waited by her side, taking the opportunity to search the fallen enemies. To his great disappointment, the entire group had only a few hundred spirit stones on them. Why don't people carry spirit stones when they go out these days? Lü Yingfeng was astonished. Bai Yuan chuckled, but said nothing. Why would they carry spirit stones? Just to let him rob them? Sigh. Lü Yingfeng let out a soft sigh and finally sat down beside Yu Xingyao. Seeing that her recovery would take a while, he idly began to refine spirit stones. He had originally had 50,000, and now, with an additional 60,000, it was enough for a breakthrough. As Yu Xingyao's injuries gradually stabilized and color returned to her cheeks, Lü Yingfeng had already refined all his spirit stones. His cultivation broke through, once more reaching the 5th layer of golden core. Xiaobai sensed the change in his aura, and shock welled up within him beyond words. Others cultivated by accumulating spiritual energy, comprehending the current realm, and slowly building up before breaking through. Even geniuses who comprehended quickly were rare, but such a freak had never been seen. Never comprehending, only breaking through, and the last breakthrough was only a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, deep within the space, a figure stood there. Upon learning of the recent events, his emotions erupted. "You say someone who wields lightning techniques has appeared?" "Yes." "What cultivation?" "He seems to be at the 1st layer of golden core, yet he single-handedly fought 4 golden core cultivators and one with lightning techniques." Listening to the report, the man's expression was unreadable. "Lightning techniques. Finally found." His voice was soft. Without another word, he took a step and vanished from the spot. The mountain before him was tranquil. After breaking through, Lü Yingfeng stood guard as Yu Xingyao quietly stabilized her cultivation realm. Her wounds gradually healed, and after an unknown stretch of time, a voice reached Lü Yingfeng's ears. "Many thanks for your assistance, Taoist. I shall forever remember this life-saving grace." Yu Xingyao awoke, her gaze falling upon Lü Yingfeng as she spoke. Though still weak, she was not about to collapse into slumber. Lü Yingfeng replied, "You need not be so courteous. I was invited here by your cousin, Chunmu." Yu Xingyao was taken aback. "Yes. He spent 60,000 spirit stones to have me rescue you, so there is no life-saving debt to speak of." This? Yu Xingyao was stunned into momentary speechlessness. Lü Yingfeng was a straightforward man. A direct rescue would constitute a life-saving grace, but since he had accepted payment, it became a transaction. He had to make this clear. He could not have it both ways. That would be utterly shameless. After a long pause, Yu Xingyao finally spoke. "Regardless, I still thank you, Taoist. You're welcome. But this place is not safe. We should leave first." Yu Xingyao cautioned him. The journey here had been perilous, and those who sought the token would likely not give up so easily. Lü Yingfeng nodded, but just as he was about to respond, a sudden sound from afar interrupted him. "Leave? Where would you be going?" As he looked up, a dark figure appeared before him. The moment he set his eyes upon it, an inexplicable, imposing aura surged forth. "Who are you?" Yu Xingyao asked, her expression grave. The newcomer's demeanor signaled ill intent. Behind the black-clad man stood 5 more figures, their auras undetectable, yet they instilled an inexplicable dread. Ignoring Yu Xingyao, the man produced a pitch-black stone. As the stone appeared, a subtle intertwining change seemed to occur. 2 tokens. Could it truly be him? The black-clad man murmured to himself. "What do you want?" Lü Yingfeng asked. The other man, after a moment of silence, put away the stone and spoke again. "Show me your token." His tone was indifferent, carrying an unyielding arrogance that was instantly grating. Lü Yingfeng refused outright. "And why should I?" The black-clad man did not argue. With a slight raise of his hand, the 5 figures behind him immediately encircled them. "I gave you a chance. You failed to appreciate it." In an instant, the 5 black-clad men had surrounded the peak. Without a moment's hesitation, they closed in, pressing down upon him. Lü Yingfeng's techniques flared into being, yet the assailants were undaunted. They raised their hands and struck, bearing down directly from above. Lü Yingfeng was surprised. This fighting style was rare. Typically, battles were waged from a distance. It was unusual for them to engage in such close-quarters combat so readily. Moreover, the moment his attack made contact with theirs, he felt something amiss. The power the black-clad men displayed was at the golden core level, yet there was almost no fluctuation of spiritual energy. Their bodies were unnaturally hard, and striking them produced a dull, solid thud. "What the hell?" Lü Yingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Yuan said, "These seem to be puppets." "Puppets?" Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Bai Yuan offered a brief explanation. In simple terms, they were creations forged by artificers capable of acting according to the controller's will. "Pretty advanced," Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself. But now was not the time for commentary. Raising his hand, thunder and lightning erupted in that instant, booming across the sky. He had to admit this lightning technique was quite effective. In the blink of an eye, one of the puppets was blasted away, vanishing into the forest without a trace. The remaining puppets could not withstand the might of the thunder either. One of them even exploded outright. "It is you," the black-clad man murmured, his entire aura seeming to undergo a transformation. In a flash, he took a step forward. His own spiritual energy surged, accompanied by several beams of spiritual light that cascaded forth. All manner of techniques unfolded from this point. All that lay before them was a dominion of slaughter. Lü Yingfeng reacted, unleashing the thunder once more. The moment they clashed, the lightning was repelled. The descending technique was overwhelmingly fierce, seemingly impossible to resist. Boom! In an instant, rock shattered as Lü Yingfeng was sent crashing down. The shockwave surged, churning the mountain forest. Yu Xingyo's heart grew heavy as she drew her sword, ready to intervene. The black-clad man, however, was unconcerned. He looked at Lü Yingfeng with a hint of mockery. "So this is the lightning technique you just comprehended? You can really tell, eh?" Lü Yingfeng was surprised. The black-clad man continued, as if to himself, "To have such power from a newly comprehended lightning technique. I cannot let you live." Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng was stunned. It was just as Bai Yuan had said. These people were indeed after him. But why? Why target him? Was it simply because he had comprehended the lightning technique? Wasn't this a trial set by the academy? Why would passing it lead to being hunted? Especially these people. They were utterly deranged. Not knowing who had comprehended the lightning technique, they just carried around that stone, chasing after anyone who obtained a token without even asking a single question. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng turned to Yu Xingyao. "You go. This has nothing to do with you." Yu Xingyo's brows knitted tightly. But the black-clad man said, "Han, no one is leaving. You will all stay here. You think you can decide who leaves and who stays?" Lü Yingfeng took a deep breath as lightning gathered around him. He refused to believe he was beaten. At that moment, the black-clad man's aura also manifested, surging and coalescing, refusing to dissipate, adding an inexplicable pressure to the heavens and earth. "Fourth layer of the golden core." Yu Xingyao cried out in disbelief. The opponent was actually at the 4th layer of the golden core realm. "Hep." The black-clad man let out a light laugh tinged with both disdain and contempt. "Go. Don't be a burden to me." Lü Yingfeng was blunt. Hearing this, Yu Xingyao said no more and turned to leave. The black-clad man did not stop her. He was brimming with absolute confidence, unconcerned with such a trivial delay. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng's voice echoed within the small cauldron. "Little Bai looks like we'll have to go all out." "What the hell?" Lü Yingfeng said. "When the time comes, don't just sit there. You'll engage him, Hedon, and you strike from behind." Bai Yuan was shocked. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "You're at the 5th layer fighting a 4th layer cultivator, and you still want me to sneak attack? This is what we call securing a certain victory. What about your 5 Thunder orthodox method? Your young Thunder? Your swordsmanship? Where is your face?" Bai Yuan asked incredulously. Even though the opponent was at the golden core 4th layer, it was clear Lü Yingfeng was no match. And yet he still thought of a sneak attack. Lü Yingfeng replied with utter seriousness, "What if he's hiding his true strength?" "Huh. How many people do you think are as boring as you?" "Hard to say." Bai Yuan. With that, Bai Yuan fell completely silent, at a loss for words. The black-clad man wasted no more words. With a step forward, his aura surged once more. A blaze of fire erupted behind him, transforming in an instant into a sea of roaring flames that swept across the land. Above the mountains, a conflagration blazed against the sky, as if to engulf all things. At his feet the flames coalesced into a massive serpent. The black-clad man stood atop the great serpent, slowly rising into the air. He seemed to merge with the flames suspended beneath the firmament, gazing down upon all before him. At this moment, he was like a sovereign. The sea of fire spread without bound. A massive serpent coiled within while the black-robed figure stood against the heavens, surveying all as if he were the sovereign of everything. Gazing downward, his voice was filled only with icy disdain. Sealbind kill. Startling sounds erupted from all around as the flames raged violently. The oppressive aura of the golden core fourth layer swept forth. He raised his hand, and blazing flames descended with crushing force. With a crash, Lü Yingfeng shifted his steps, his gaze sweeping across the scene. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the assault, but curiosity stirred within him. This technique, after all, possessed a certain flair. Leaving aside its formidable power, the spectacle alone was dazzling. Huh? The black-robed man sneered, raising his hand once more. Flames coalesced into a serpent's tail that swept across the sky. Brilliant light illuminated the clouds as it pressed forward with overwhelming force, as if to sweep away 1,000 armies. A thunderous boom resounded, stirring the very sea of fire. The blazing waves surged like a tidal wave, their power undiminished. Mana surged before Lü Yingfeng, blocking the strike. The two seemed locked in a stalemate as the flames slowly pressed down. The black-robed man's laughter grew more unbridled. You are indeed skilled, but your cultivation level is insufficient. Even with your lightning art, it is futile. He surveyed all from above, pressing his palm downward once more. The surrounding flames surged into the strike, its power intensifying. Yet to his surprise, Lü Yingfeng suddenly let out a sigh. The black-robed man was puzzled. The next moment, Lü Yingfeng spoke. Since that is the case, I shall have to go all out. Go all out. The black-robed man was about to laugh, but then he saw the figure below swing his arm. In an instant the heavens fell silent, clouds churned, and an overwhelming might swept forth, vast and consuming, as if to devour the world. A thunderous crash echoed in their ears. A kaleidoscope of five-colored radiance shimmered, interwoven with electric light. It was lightning unleashing the power of the five elements. In but a moment the pressing flames burst apart, and the serpent's tail was shattered, torn asunder. As the radiance surged, five-colored lightning descended upon the enemy. The once raging sea of fire was pierced through, and even he was shaken, stumbling backward repeatedly. Gazing ahead, the black-robed man's pupils dilated violently as a cry escaped him. Five thunder true art. How is this possible? He could not believe it. The five-colored lightning interwove its descending might, trembling his very heart, instinctively evoking a primal fear. At that moment the sea of fire exploded. The massive serpent that had coiled beneath him also dissipated. The lightning's might was overbearing and irresistible, instilling terror. Not only that, but the black-robed man also realized that Lü Yingfeng's aura had surged. His own oppressive presence had completely dissipated. Gazing forward, he trembled inexplicably. Golden Core fourth layer. He could not believe it. The person before him was actually a master at the Golden Core fourth layer, and one who commanded the five thunder true art. This was a trial ground accessible only to those under 30, the standard for selection by the profound Heaven Academy. Yet he had encountered such a terrifying individual. The black-robed man's heart quaked as Lü Yingfeng's voice rang out. Come fight. At this moment, his fighting spirit blazed. This was the first time he had met such a powerful opponent, nearly forcing him to reveal his full strength. With a step forward, lightning surged around him and blasted toward the enemy. A startling sound reached his ears. The black-robed man jolted awake, raising his hand as mana interwove into techniques and spells to counter the assault. Yet as they clashed, the lightning shattered everything. The so-called attack dissipated in an instant. Even the black-robed man was sent staggering, his footing lost as he crashed into a mountain peak. Blood trickled down his dark robes, the extent of his injuries unknown. The power of lightning art was the most domineering. How many could withstand it at the same cultivation level? The black-robed man coughed up blood, raising his head to glare ahead, but Lü Yingfeng had already closed in. Lightning coiled around his arm, five-colored arcs dancing with each strike. Every blow shook the surroundings, shattering and leveling the entire mountain. The black-robed man fought desperately, a protective artifact before him. Yet cracks appeared in his mana shield, and it shattered. His mana scattered, and his body was sent flying, once more crashing into the earth. A dull thud echoed, dust billowed, and countless trees below were snapped. Damn it! How could this be? Fury and shock filled him. He had never imagined such an outcome. Upon learning that someone had obtained the Golden Thunder token, he could only investigate one by one. All had been peaceful until now. Who would have thought it would be a monster? A Golden Core fourth layer under 30 wielding the five Thunder True Art. How could anyone believe it? Lü Yingfeng, however, paid no heed. Since this man wanted him dead over such an unwarranted grievance, he would naturally fight to the death. Die. With a furious roar, several bolts of lightning poured down. The earth trembled, and his assault grew even more ferocious. Yet just as the black-robed man was on the verge of defeat, an invisible force surged from below. The approaching lightning dissipated abruptly, and the man lying on the ground vanished. What happened? Lü Yingfeng frowned. How could his opponent just disappear in the middle of a fight? Bai Yuan was also puzzled. The scene was too sudden. What kind of technique is that? It didn't understand either. Lü Yingfeng said, so we just let him escape. What else? Bai Yuan couldn't help but retort. And you said you'd go all out. Wasn't I trying hard enough? Trying hard. What about your golden core 5th layer Yang Thunder Sword art and the human emperor seal? The barrage of questions left him speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, I was just thinking of leaving some leeway. Giving myself a chance, and others a chance too. Can you afford to hold back at such a critical moment? Bai Yuan's tone was one of utter disappointment, leaving Lü Yingfeng at a loss for words. How was I supposed to know this would happen? I'll forget it. Even if you had gone all out, you probably couldn't have kept him. His life-preserving methods are truly bizarre. What are you homing about? If I couldn't keep him, why did you go on and on? Bai Yuan retorted, can't I just be dissatisfied? Fine, then I'm dissatisfied with you too. When we get out, I'll hand you over to the Profound Heaven Academy in exchange for spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng turned and walked away. Bai Yuan also grew angry. Dare to hand me over, and I'll sell you out in a heartbeat. Do as you please. My master is Ningxian. Who's afraid of whom? Lü Yingfeng was just as stubborn. The two of them bickered back and forth for a while, but in the end he left the area. At some point an exit had appeared. He shed his black robe and walked out. In Qingqing, Yu Xingyao and the others were already waiting within the royal city. The events that had transpired had become known to all, and the academy's personnel had begun their investigation. Lü Yingfeng disappeared into the crowd, leaving the rest behind. He only went to a secluded spot, where his appearance returned to normal. He gazed quietly at the scene, curiosity in his eyes. Speaking of which, who was that man? I obtained the thunder token. How did I offend him? Was it out of jealousy? Lü Yingfeng sighed helplessly. In the end, he didn't linger. He returned to his small courtyard and sat down in quiet meditation. Overall, this selection had been quite fruitful. His cultivation had broken through to the golden core 5th layer, he had gained some insight into lightning art, and his sword intent had unconsciously reached the 6th layer. Moreover, he was gradually coming to understand why Ningxian had told him to keep a low profile. If just a bit of lightning art insight could cause such a stir, what would happen if more were revealed? The thought sent a chill down his spine. It seems I need to be even more low-key. Lü Yingfeng sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, quietly sensing his own being. Though cultivation involved comprehending realms, each breakthrough made him feel the entire realm was already clear, lacking only that sliver of spiritual energy. Alas, where am I to find so many spirit stones? My master doesn't strive, and am rather impoverished, Lü Yingfeng lamented. He had once thought cultivation was merely finding a place to sit, and then breaking through. Yet it required spirit stones comprehension and hiding everywhere, especially having to hold back his own realm, lest all eyes fall upon him. Fortunately, he had worn black robes this time, otherwise that appearance-altering pill would have been wasted. Before long, the courtyard buzzed with noise as Qingqing and the others returned. Lü Yingfeng rose to check on them. Su Yao was recovering well, and the rest were fine, though speaking of the events in the space still sent chills down their spines. No one had expected such a thing to happen there. Even Zhou Ming arrived looking at Qingqing. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you for your concern, senior brother. Qingqing replied, a rare smile gracing his face. Zhou Ming nodded. Good. But this incident was too sudden. Even junior brother Wang Yun was gravely wounded by the villains and nearly perished. The sect has begun an investigation and will compensate you afterward. He glanced at the injured Su Yao and the others, a hint of ease on his face. Thank you, senior brother. Everyone bowed in unison. Lü Yingfeng stood aside, listening with hesitation in his eyes. He hadn't expected Wang Yun to be injured too. What kind of dark forces are these? I'm afraid I can't enter the Thunder Pavilion. Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself. Even before entering the academy, he had attracted such trouble. If he entered and was discovered, what then? Bai Yuan, however, said, entering the academy is safer. Those great figures' divine senses cover everything. No one dares act under their watch. What if? There aren't so many what ifs. Lü Yingfeng, I'll keep a low profile and find a place to wait for my master to send spirit stones. Bai Yuan sneered. Speaking of spirit stones, don't you think you should return the ones Chunmu gave you? Don't forget it's because of you that they suffered undeserved calamities. Can you keep them with a clear conscience? Lü Yingfeng was troubled. But I have no spirit stones. No spirit stones means you don't have to repay. How can I repay without spirit stones? They'll just owe them a favor. Lü Yingfeng frowned. He had no solution. He had thought all were equal, yet it was his fault. With that thought, he turned and walked out, just encountering Chun Mu returning from outside. But the moment he stepped in, his vision went dark and he was slapped to the ground. What are you doing? Bai Yuan was stunned. Lü Yingfeng returning a favor. You return a favor by knocking him down. Bai Yuan couldn't understand. Lü Yingfeng wasted no words. He pulled out a token and stuffed it into Chun Mu's chest, then dragged him into the room. Afterward, he leisurely returned to his own room. Bai Yuan was shocked. Such a method worked. But Chun Mu wanted to enter the academy, and now his wish was fulfilled. Though he took a hit, he'd surely be pleasantly surprised upon waking. Time passed. In the following days, the royal city was quiet. Due to the black-robed troublemakers, many had failed to obtain tokens, and even those who did couldn't keep them. But Zhou Ming and his group couldn't dwell on that. The rest was the academy's concern. They only needed to bring everyone safely back to the academy. Alternatively, token holders could travel to the academy on their own. Within 3 years, presenting the token at the academy would still grant entry as disciples. When a certain day arrived, Zhou Yun woke Lü Yingfeng and led him to the city center. There stood a teleportation array leading to Xiantian Academy. Surprisingly, aside from the academy's own disciples, only 5 people held tokens this time. Apart from Lü Yingfeng, who had bypassed the selection through connections, the other 4 were Qingqing, Su Yao, Yu Xingyao, and Chun Mu. Especially upon seeing Chun Mu, Yu Xingyao was shocked. How are you here? Chun Mu scratched his head, looking at the token in his hand. I don't know. You don't know? Chun Mu transmitted, cousin, you might not believe it, but a few days ago I was knocked out. When I woke up, I was lying in my room with this token in my arms. This? Yu Xingyao was stunned. What kind of luck was this? A pie falling from the sky. Knocked out by it. But since the academy said nothing, she let it go. After all, entering the academy was a great opportunity destined to change one's future. Onlookers gazed at them with envy and wonder. Entering the academy ensures greatness. No, I'm going to join Qingyue sect tomorrow. Why join Qingyue sect? Haven't you seen? 4 out of 5 are from Qingyue sect. And I heard Yu Xingyao recently went there for advanced training. Really? That's it. I have to go too. The crowd buzzed with chatter as Zhou Ming led the group away. Lü Yingfeng gazed at the unfamiliar royal city with a hint of melancholy. This departure meant leaving Yu country entirely. He wondered if his master would send spirit stones on time, how many, and whether he'd go find other disciples or flirt with his own senior sister. Alas, these thoughts left him wistful. Zhou Yun sensed it and smiled. Junior brother, are you reluctant? A little. The academy is nice, you'll get used to it soon. Once you enter, come find me if you need anything. Zhou Yun always wore a smile, fond of this junior brother. Lü Yingfeng, thank you, senior sister. Before long, as everything stabilized, they appeared outside a massive altar. In the distance, mountains stretched endlessly, dotted with countless pavilions and towers. Purple mist rose from the peaks, and dense spiritual energy lingered like a celestial paradise. Nearby, the grand mountain gate stood tall with the 4 characters, Xiantian Academy, gleaming before their eyes. Lü Yingfeng gazed at the scene, deeply moved. This place was truly remarkable. He had thought Qingyue sect was impressive, but now it seemed lacking. Unexpectedly, the area outside the gate was crowded, the noisy clamor clashing with this pure land. At the front, an old man with silver hair exuded an awe-inspiring dignity, yet he craned his neck, anxiously searching for something with a frantic expression. Is this such a grand welcome? Lü Yingfeng was baffled, especially by the old man's eagerness, as if he were a groom on his wedding day. But as they appeared, the old man moved first, his figure flickering like an illusion as he arrived before them in an instant. His eyes fixed on them, scanning each person intently, his hands rubbing together excitedly, a brilliant smile unstoppable on his face. His expression was utterly indescribable. The old man's actions stirred complex emotions, leaving an odd feeling in everyone's hearts. Zhou Ming and Zhou Yun were the first to react, bowing with respect. Greetings, second elder. The old man didn't even spare them a glance and said directly, enough talk. Where is my disciple? Your disciple, eh? Zhou Yun was taken aback. Confusion also flickered in Zhou Ming's eyes. When had the second elder taken on a disciple? Elder this. Hearing this, the old man seemed to realize his haste and spoke. During the selection in Yu Kingdom, someone obtained the Golden Thunder token. I have decided to take him as my disciple. So that's it. Zhou Ming understood. Lü Yingfeng's heart skipped a beat. This was aimed at him. Yu Xingyao and the others exchanged bewildered glances, completely unaware of any Golden Thunder token. It was the first they had heard of it. Yet after a moment passed, the old man still saw no one step forward. He couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Is he not here? Senior Yu. Yu Xingyao tried to speak, but the old man cut her off. Show me your tokens. His voice carried an undeniable authority, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as they instinctively produced their tokens. The old man's gaze swept over them, and an inexplicable tension gripped the crowd. However, as he finished his inspection, his brow furrowed even deeper. He immediately turned to Lü Yingfeng. And yours, eh? Lü Yingfeng curled his lip. I don't have a token. No token. Then how did you get here? Lü Yingfeng was at a loss for words. How could he explain? Though everyone knew he had entered through connections, saying it outright felt somehow wrong. Just then a divine rainbow descended from within the academy, landing swiftly before them. As the light materialized, it revealed a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, yet her features were remarkably elegant. With graceful steps and a captivating smile, she exuded an indescribable aura, as if transcending the mortal world. Lü Yingfeng was dazed at the sight of her. He had met her before outside the Zongyun Mountains. She was the same senior uncle Su Qingwu who had given him spirit stones. Su Qingwu said, "Elder brother Lei Yuan, he is senior brother Ningxuan's disciple, hence, he has no token." Ningxuan's disciple. Li Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise as if he hadn't expected this. However, he didn't dwell on it, nor pay further attention. Instead, he turned to Zhou Ming. "Zhou Ming, boy, is there no one else? Where is my disciple?" Zhou Ming bowed. "Second elder, an accident occurred during the Yu Kingdom selection. All who obtained tokens are here. Your disciple may have been delayed and did not come." "Delayed, oi?" Lei Yuan frowned. Zhou Ming nodded. "Perhaps he will arrive later. After all, obtaining a token didn't guarantee one would follow them, and some might not even wish to come." Lei Yuan said nothing more. It seemed that not finding the one he sought had dampened his spirits. He turned and left, directly ignoring everyone else. Su Qingwu meanwhile looked at Lü Yingfeng. With a gentle touch of her jade hand on his shoulder, she said, "Come, little Yingfeng. Let your uncle take you into the academy." "All right, uncle." Lü Yingfeng, not one to stand on ceremony, exchanged a brief farewell with the others. Then a divine rainbow formed beneath Su Qingwu's feet, and she vanished into the academy with him. But along the way, Lü Yingfeng couldn't help looking back, still puzzled by Li Yuan's behavior. Su Qingwu took the initiative to explain, "That was second elder Lei Yuan, who oversees the Thunder Hall. He has spent his life studying thunder arts, reaching profound mastery. His sole wish is to find a worthy successor." Hearing that someone in Yu Kingdom had comprehended thunder arts and obtained the Golden Thunder token, he became so eager. "I see." Lü Yingfeng nodded. That explained things. Su Qingwu continued, "Though elder brother Lei Yuan has a hot temper, he is upright and righteous. You need not fear him." "I don't," Lü Yingfeng said with a smile. He had only been curious before. As they spoke, the two arrived at a mountain peak. Before them lay an exquisite courtyard complete with pavilions, towers, forests, and springs. Dense spiritual energy lingered in the air, far richer than anything they had seen outside. "This place is truly wonderful." Lü Yingfeng sighed in admiration. Cultivating here would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Su Qingwu smiled. "You like it too? Then this shall be your cave dwelling from now on." Off. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Could he really possess a place like this? Seeing his reaction, Su Qingwu's smile never faded. "This is called Xian Peak, one of the best locations in the academy. It was once your master's cave dwelling. It has remained vacant since he left. Now that you are here, it is yours." "My master's cave dwelling." Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Ningxuan had told him not to worry, that everything was arranged, but he hadn't expected things to be arranged so well. Yet what surprised him more was that after all these years since his master left, this place remained empty. If it were an ordinary spot, it might be understandable, but for such a treasure to remain vacant for so long was quite intriguing. With this thought, he couldn't help looking around, though he could discern no secrets. Su Qingwu, noticing his expression, asked, "Is something amiss?" "No." Lü Yingfeng shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, he recalled something. "By the way, uncle, there's something I'd like to ask you. Is it convenient for you?" "What is it?" Su Qingwu looked at him with a light smile. Lü Yingfeng said, "I heard my master is not in good health." "What happened?" "This. Is it inconvenient to say, eh?" Seeing her expression shift, Lü Yingfeng grew hesitant. After a moment, Su Qingwu smiled. "It has been so many years. There's nothing inconvenient about it, especially since you are his disciple." Lü Yingfeng looked at her intently. Su Qingwu paused briefly before speaking slowly. "It's not complicated, but your phrasing was inaccurate. It's not that he is unwell, but that his physical body is flawed, lacking in strength." Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. "That sounds about the same to me." "It's different." "How so?" Su Qingwu said, "Your master's physical body was inherently deficient. Its strength cannot sustain his continued cultivation. If he insists on breaking through, his body will collapse, leading to his death and the end of his Tao." "Insufficient physical strength." Lü Yingfeng frowned, pondering. "Has he never tried to find a solution, like body tempering?" "It's useless. That's an innate deficiency nearly impossible to remedy after birth." Su Qingwu was surprised, as if she hadn't expected such a line of thought, but she could only dismiss it with a smile. Yet as she spoke of these matters, she fell into contemplation, as if pulled back years into the past, carrying a helplessness she could not articulate. Lü Yingfeng, however, looked at Su Qingwu with clear eyes unburdened by distress. In the silence, his voice slowly rose. Hard to remedy doesn't mean impossible to remedy. That means there's still a way, isn't there? Hearing this, Su Qingwu's eyes revealed surprise. As she gazed at this young man, a different emotion seemed to stir within her. Lü Yingfeng's tone was calm. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Qingwu couldn't help but smile. So there is still a way, isn't there? Lü Yingfeng gazed at her. Su Qingwu nodded. Yes, but the cost is immense. Back then, to solve this, he searched countless ancient texts and sought advice from many sages. Eventually, he found an ancient alchemy scroll in the Xiantian Academy. According to the scroll, if the pill could be refined, it would compensate for innate physical deficiencies. However, the required materials were far too precious. How precious? She recounted the events of that time, narrating one detail after another. The other materials were manageable, obtainable with time and effort. But the two most crucial ones were nearly impossible to find anywhere in the world. The first is the heavenly star grass, a legendary divine herb that only grows in places where endless stars have fallen, nurtured by boundless starlight. Such locations are exceedingly rare, and even if found, the grass might not be there. Lü Yingfeng asked, "Isn't there such a place in the entire spirit realm?" According to records, there are two places in the spirit realm where it might appear. One is the chaotic star sea, which hides within the void and drifts through various realms. It may not manifest in the spirit realm. Its last appearance was tens of thousands of years ago. Su Qingwu sighed. Ningxian had once searched for it, but found no trace. Lü Yingfeng pondered. And the other place? The other is called Star City, once the Tao field of an ancient great power who cultivated the path of the stars. After his passing, the city vanished, becoming impossible to find. Both are elusive places. Is there something more practical? Yes. Su Qingwu nodded. Lü Yingfeng asked, what? The star seal. One of the 6 seals, eh? Su Qingwu showed a flicker of surprise. You know of it? I came across it by chance. But what does the star seal have to do with the heavenly star grass? If one masters the star seal, they can channel endless starlight, accumulate it to a certain level, and through repeated refinement with the seal, forge a primordial starlight. Then the heavenly star grass would no longer be necessary. So where is the star seal? Lü Yingfeng's question was direct. Su Qingwu was momentarily lost in thought, then continued. The star seal has been lost for ages. Legend says it resides within the academy, but its exact location is unknown. Perhaps it will only reveal itself to a destined person or through a unique opportunity. I see. And the other item? Su Qingwu had only mentioned the heavenly star grass. Lü Yingfeng wanted to know what else there was. Su Qingwu said, the other is even rarer, the blood essence of a human king. What? A human king is a being with an exceptionally powerful bloodline, born bearing the fortune of the human race, originating from ancient times. Such bloodlines exist only in the upper realm imperial dynasties, and not every generation produces one. Even if one appears, they are beyond the reach of ordinary people. I see. Lü Yingfeng fell into deep thought. If that was the case, it truly was extremely difficult. As she spoke, a look of regret appeared on Su Qingwu's face. In the end, he found no solution. Unable to break through, he felt he had failed the academy, and so left. Her words faded. The two stood in the courtyard, gazing at the surroundings as if seeing the person who had once lived there. Lü Yingfeng fell silent. Ningxian had once been a prodigy of his generation, unmatched by any. Yet fate had been cruel. He could hardly imagine the state of mind his master had carried when leaving the academy, nor how he had endured all these years. Speaking of these matters, Su Qingwu was silent for a long time, her thoughts seemingly drifting back to those bygone days. Lü Yingfeng felt that this was nothing short of a deliberate ordeal. Moved by this thought, he couldn't help but call out to Bai Yuan Xiaobai. Moi, do you have any heavenly star grass? What? Heavenly star grass? Lü Yingfeng added, can you use the star seal? Are you overestimating me? Bai Yuan fell silent. Only this fellow would dare ask such things. Lü Yingfeng sighed softly. No wonder Ningxian had been at a loss. The mere requirement of the heavenly star grass was daunting enough, let alone the legendary human king bloodline. That bloodline existed only in the upper realm imperial dynasties and wasn't always present. With bad luck, a millennium might pass without a single one being born. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. After a long while, Su Qingwu spoke again. Having this intention is enough. Perhaps by some stroke of fate you might find them. For now, focus on your cultivation here at the academy. Though she said this, it was merely consolation, as she didn't want to dampen the young man's spirit. All right, master, sister. Lü Yingfeng nodded without argument. He would have to wait and see. After all, he possessed none of these things. But then another thought struck him. By the way, master's sister, before I came, my master gave me a letter. He didn't say who to give it to, only that I would know when I arrived. What should I? A letter. Su Qingwu pondered for a moment, then immediately understood and smiled. Give it to me. She extended her hand. Lü Yingfeng promptly pulled out the letter and placed it in her hand. Without even glancing at it, she put it away and said, all right, someone will come to arrange the rest. Rest for today. Yes, master, sister. Lü Yingfeng nodded obediently. Su Qingwu turned to leave, but then, as if remembering something, pointed to a pool at the edge of the courtyard. Oh, that's a spring your master went a great lengths to move here. You can soak in it when you have time. I heard you are a body cultivator. It is very beneficial for tempering the physique. A spirit spring. Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Su Qingwu said no more. In the next instant, she transformed into a rainbow of divine light and vanished, leaving him standing alone. As the courtyard fell silent once more, Lü Yingfeng stopped dwelling on things. He found a spot in the yard, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. After all, the spiritual energy here was remarkably dense, saving him a considerable number of spirit stones. Moreover, his sword intent was growing on its own, so he still needed to spend some time comprehending it. But as he immersed himself in cultivation, spiritual energy surged in from all around his cultivation base, growing steadily. Everything seemed ordinary at first. However, as he gradually merged with the environment, his heart suddenly trembled, as if he had sensed something. The vast academy resonated with an indescribable Tao rhythm. Sounds reached his ears indistinct, like the chanting of scriptures, drawing nearer. As time passed, the sensation grew stronger, as if something was approaching him from the unseen. What is this? Just as he was perplexed, the premonition intensified, as if he had already perceived something. He opened his eyes, but nothing seemed amiss. The surroundings had become eerily quiet, unnervingly still. But just as he was about to close his eyes again, a mass of light emerged from the void, appearing before him without warning. Then, without any sign, it slammed directly into his face. Bang! A dull sound came, without warning, leaving no time to react. Lü Yingfeng only felt a sharp pain on his face as tears and snot burst forth simultaneously. The impact sent him flying backward, tumbling down the mountain peak. Ah! A scream echoed from below, utterly unforeseen. The entire peak fell into an eerie silence. After an indeterminate span, he finally crawled back up the mountain. Which bastard ambushed me? Forget the sneak attack, why hit my face? Don't you know I rely on this face for a living? Come out, and let me land a punch on you. You jerk. Lü Yingfeng stood there cursing loudly, never expecting to be ambushed on his very first day at the academy. Even Bai Yuan was startled awake. Who ambushed you? No idea. I sensed no fluctuations, yet you were sent flying like that. What kind of miraculous technique is this? It seems there really weren't any. Lü Yingfeng frowned. Thinking back, he truly hadn't detected any fluctuations, just a flash of light streaking by, followed by something smashing into his face. By the time he came to his senses, he was already lying at the foot of the mountain. Damn it! He glanced around, but everything remained normal. No one made another move, which only deepened the strangeness. Yet just as his confusion mounted, he suddenly sensed something new in his sea of consciousness. Hesitant, Lü Yingfeng probed it, and in the next instant his pupils contracted sharply, his eyes brimming with disbelief. This? His words trailed off. There within his sea of consciousness he saw that cluster of light, a cerulean glow swirling above, coalescing into a seal. Countless runes and symbols manifested, continuously chanting scriptures. The star seal. Lü Yingfeng murmured, his heart jolting violently. In an instant he recognized the object that had suddenly appeared in his mind. That fleeting flash of light had struck his face, and now something was inside his head, and that something was the star seal. Isn't this a bit too over the top? Lü Yingfeng still couldn't believe it. Not long ago he had discussed the star seal with his uncle, and now the very thing had inexplicably appeared and smashed into his face. His mind churned with confusion, utterly baffled by what had transpired. Bai Yuan also sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Nothing. Lü Yingfeng replied, his heart pounding wildly as nervousness set in. A hint of suspicion crept into Bai Yuan's voice. Lü Yingfeng, you're not yourself. No, don't talk nonsense. Lü Yingfeng waved his hand, immediately sealing the small cauldron to prevent it from sensing further. Yet his emotions surged uncontrollably. Su Qingwu had indeed not deceived him. One of the 6 seals, the star seal, was truly in the academy, and it had struck his face without any warning, even embedding itself into his mind. He recalled that the last time he was struck he had obtained the human emperor seal. Am I really this destined? Su Qingwu had mentioned that perhaps a fated one was needed. It turned out he was that very person. For a moment, all was quiet. Lü Yingfeng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and after confirming no anomalies, slipped into his room. As the small seal rotated, it seemed as if the myriad stars converged into a single grand seal, radiating countless wonders that lingered with an indescribable essence. He felt an otherworldly marvel. After an indeterminate time, as if grasping some insight, specks of blue light scattered before him. Is this starlight? Lü Yingfeng gazed at the phenomenon before him. According to Su Qingwu, by gathering boundless starlight and refining it relentlessly, one could obtain a strand of primal starlight to replace the celestial star grass. But then again, how much starlight would be needed to condense a single strand of primal starlight? Maybe I should pass the star seal to my master and let him refine it himself. Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself, feeling the process too slow. Wouldn't working together speed things up? In the days that followed, he immersed himself in the star seal. As starlight gradually gathered, he found it all surreal. His master had once been a prodigy of his era, yet even he had failed to find it. On his very first day, Lü Yingfeng had been struck so hard he drooled. It seemed this artifact was desperate to be found, betraying no hint of difficulty. Moreover, after the star seal appeared, he felt as though something extra had attached itself to him, as if it had come along with the seal, yet he couldn't quite identify what it was. It was a strange sensation, as if he had forged some mysterious bond with the academy, profound and inexplicable. Meanwhile, Su Qingwu left Xian Peak and ventured deep into the academy. A majestic hall rose before her, shrouded in purple mist. She approached and knelt respectfully before it. Headmaster Lü Yingfeng has been delivered to Xian Peak. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes held reverence. She waited in silence. After a long pause, a voice drifted leisurely from within the hall. Rise. I understand. There's no need to kneel before me in the future. The tone was unhurried, betraying little emotion, leaving one to wonder what kind of being resided within. Su Qingwu stood, but maintained her deference. A letter materialized in her hand as she spoke again. This was brought by Senior Brother Ning Xian for you. This time the hall remained silent. A wisp of power emerged, enveloping the letter and drawing it inside. Fingers gently traced the envelope before it was slowly opened. After scanning its contents, the figure fell into a contemplative silence, only to let out a faint, derisive chuckle. Puzzled by this reaction, Su Qingwu couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong with the letter? See for yourself." In a blink, the letter reappeared before Su Qingwu. The words were few, yet they left her speechless. "He is my disciple." 6 simple words lay before her, and Su Qingwu was momentarily lost in thought. This? He left without a word back then, and now he sends a disciple without warning. I'm curious what kind of disciple could make that stubborn mule turn back. Listening to the voice from the hall, Su Qingwu could detect no emotion, yet she dared not say more. She quietly took her leave. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Instead, he familiarized himself with his surroundings, especially the pool Su Qingwu had specifically mentioned before leaving. Since his master had arranged it, he figured it must hold some value. But after soaking in it overnight, Lü Yingfeng was astonished. His body underwent a transformation, his physical form reaching the golden core stage. In a sense, he was now indistinguishable from a cultivator at the 3rd layer of golden core, and the trend showed signs of continuing upward. Is this for real, eh? Lü Yingfeng stared at the pool water beneath him. The very obstacle that had plagued him had been overcome after just one night of soaking. Even his cultivation realm seemed to have advanced slightly. Not enough for a breakthrough, but still unexpectedly gratifying. Just as he marveled, a light, melodious voice called from outside the courtyard. "Junior Brother Yingfeng, are you awake?" Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng rose, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out to find a graceful figure standing quietly at the gate. "Senior Sister Zhou Yun." He hurried forward. Zhou Yun smiled warmly, her gaze fixed on him with undisguised admiration. Zhou Yun said, "Junior Brother, I'm here on orders from Uncle Su to take you somewhere today." "Where?" "The Sword Hall." With that, Zhou Yun reached out, took Lü Yingfeng's hand, and led him away. Lü Yingfeng followed, Zhou Yun holding her hand at a loss for words. Zhou Yun was eager. Su Qingwu had given her the task, and she had arrived before dawn, waiting until daybreak to call out. They had come in a flurry, but departed with unusual leisure. Lü Yingfeng asked, "Senior Sister, what are we going to the Sword Hall for?" Zhou Yun replied, "Today is the Sword Hall's initiation day. Senior Uncle Su asked me to take you there." "I see. When does it start?" Zhou Yun said, "At noon." "Off. What's with the ah?" "But it's just dawn now. Is the Sword Hall that far?" Lü Yingfeng was astonished. Could the Mystic Heaven Academy be so vast that one had to set out at dawn? Zhou Yun smiled softly. "Not really. But since you're new here, I'll show you around and help you handle the admission procedures." "All right, Senior Sister." Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. They wandered leisurely all morning, and Zhou Yun shared much about the academy. As noon approached, they strolled into a forest. The clearing was spacious with rustling trees, and an ancient pagoda stood at its center. Before it lay a cobblestone plaza scarred with sword marks weathered by countless years. As he drew near, Lü Yingfeng felt a jolt in his heart. An oppressive aura seemed to permeate the air, as if the profound principles of the Tao were etched into the void with countless sword intents hidden in every inch of space. His steps slowed. With each footfall, a sword intent flashed through his mind. The intents lingered ceaselessly, each unique, leaving him awestruck. Were these left by ancient sages? Lü Yingfeng was uncertain. Unconsciously, his mind sank into the experience, as if grasping something. His own sword intent grew incrementally, until abruptly his steps halted. The sword intent that had stagnated for days surged forward, reaching the 7th layer. Junior brother, what's wrong? Zhou Yun approached with concern. Lü Yingfeng snapped back to reality, shaking his head. Nothing. It's just, this place feels special. Of course. Ahead lies the sword hall with the sword pagoda forged by countless sword Tao masters. It's a sacred ground for all sword cultivators. I see. He understood now. Meanwhile, many figures had gathered before the pagoda. For a long time, selections across the academy had concluded and many had enrolled. Today's sword hall initiation was crucial for sword cultivators. After all, as Zhou Yun said, it was a sacred ground for countless sword cultivators. Lü Yingfeng curiously looked around, even spotting a few familiar faces. At the forefront stood a young man in his late 20s, Zhou Ming, a sword hall disciple. When he saw Lü Yingfeng, his eyes still held disdain and contempt. He also saw Qingqing silent among the crowd, and Yu Xingyao waiting quietly aside. Unexpectedly, Lü Yingfeng's arrival stirred a commotion. Who was that? How is he so handsome? A woman exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration. Others turned to look, and the women couldn't tear their gaze away. Even Zhou Yun couldn't help glancing. This junior brother was quite the catch. Lü Yingfeng was used to such scenes, but among the crowd he spotted another familiar figure. It was Wang Yun, whose gaze fell on him, expression unreadable. But the young man beside him glared coldly, full of hostility. Do I have a grudge with him? Why is he looking at me like that? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. Could it be because he was more handsome? If so, that was the other's problem. Zhou Yun glanced over and said, actually, you do have a bit of a grudge. When did that happen? Lü Yingfeng was shocked. He had never even met him. How could there be a grudge? Unless it was because he was a bit more handsome. If so, that was truly narrow-minded. Zhou Yun continued. His name is Mu Feng, a sword genius. Under 30 already at the Golden Core first layer, with sword intent at the first layer. Such talent should have allowed him to enter the sword hall directly. And then, oi. Lü Yingfeng frowned. Zhou Yun said, then you came and took his spot. When did I take his spot? The sword hall only has 3 spots every 3 years. 3 years ago, a genius was admitted. In the following 2 years, no prodigies appeared, so the spots were shelved. Now, besides Qingqing, there's Mu Feng. Those 2 spots were essentially theirs, but you came and took one. Zhou Yun spoke with resignation, having learned this from Zhou Ming yesterday. Lü Yingfeng frowned. Isn't there still 1 spot left? Yes, but Qingqing recently broke through to Golden Core 2nd layer and Sword Intent 2nd layer. Mu Feng can't compete, so he can only resent you. This? Lü Yingfeng was at a loss for words. What did he mean by can't compete, so he resents me? It wasn't his fault his master was Ning Xian. Zhou Yun sighed helplessly. In the distance, Zhou Ming glanced over, but just snorted, unwilling to engage with Lü Yingfeng. Can't the sword hall just add another spot? Lü Yingfeng sighed. Or give him a separate spot. And he didn't even have to join the sword hall. Alas, he had no choice but to move forward, thinking he might find the person in charge and say he wouldn't join the sword hall. But as he stepped into the area, a sword qi slashed before him, shattering rocks and felling trees. The sudden event startled everyone, and Zhou Yun shielded him. Lü Yingfeng looked up to see Mu Feng standing ahead, hands behind his back, expressionless, but with undisguised resentment in his eyes. Are you Lü Yingfeng? Mu Feng spoke with disdain. Lü Yingfeng frowned. He knew Mu Feng was resentful, but he hadn't expected such direct hostility. Drawing a sword and slashing at him in plain sight was blatant intimidation. Mu Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Yun shouted angrily. Mu Feng said nothing much, just seeing what kind of person can claim a sword hall spot before even arriving. The crowd was stunned, as was Lü Yingfeng. Zhou Yun's anger flared, but Lü Yingfeng stepped past her and stood before Mu Feng. They locked eyes. Lü Yingfeng calmly said, now you've seen me. As the words fell, the tone was calm. Everyone turned their heads again. Zhou Yun turned to look at Lü Yingfeng with an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Mu Feng seemed equally unprepared, yet a smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with mockery. I see, just a useless person relying on the protection of their seniors. Is the provocation so direct? Lü Yingfeng couldn't believe it. This guy wasn't even pretending. Mu Feng replied, so what? Although I know you have grievances, your words about my master are one thing, but now you're threatening me. That's where you went wrong. Lü Yingfeng was expressing his dissatisfaction. Everyone was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Mu Feng seemed taken aback as well, sneering, so what? So, I want to challenge you to a duel. Lü Yingfeng's voice rang out clear and loud. Everyone looked over, their eyes filled with astonishment, never expecting him to say such a thing. Even Mu Feng was momentarily stunned, unable to help but speak up. A duel with me, eh? Lü Yingfeng looked up, his gaze calm. If you are afraid, just apologize quickly. Ha ha ha. The wild laughter erupted, and the mockery in Mu Feng's eyes intensified. Zhou Yun immediately turned around. Junior brother, don't be impulsive. Sister, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't kill him. Lü Yingfeng waved his hand, signaling Zhou Yun not to worry. At that moment, everyone was stunned, standing still, fixated on him. It took a lot of confidence to utter such words. His opponent was a first-layer golden core, a genius who had condensed sword intent, and among all the newly admitted disciples, he was also a standout. Mu Feng's smile abruptly ceased, as if provoked. He gazed at Lü Yingfeng, his mockery now infused with a hint of coldness. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. As Mu Feng spoke, he looked into the distance. Senior brother Zhou Ming, is this all right? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned in that direction. Beside him, Qing Cheng frowned, showing a nervous expression, seemingly wanting to stop it. Zhou Ming merely glanced at Lü Yingfeng, his eyes filled with complexity. According to the Academy's rules, fighting is not permitted, but if both parties agree, a match can occur provided no one gets killed, and if one side concedes, all must stop immediately. Brother Yu. Zhou Yun wanted to stop it, but Zhou Ming withdrew his gaze and no longer looked. Though he didn't like Lü Yingfeng believing he relied on Ning Xin's connections, he also didn't want him to die unnecessarily. His last words were deliberately aimed at Mu Feng. However, before Lü Yingfeng could speak, Mu Feng laughed. Senior brother, rest assured, I will hold back. Moreover, to avoid rumors that I am overpowering him, I can use only one hand and let him have 3 moves. Ha! Some couldn't help but laugh. Such words were undoubtedly humiliating. The impetuousness of youth led everyone to believe that Lü Yingfeng would be furious. Yet Lü Yingfeng blinked, saying, really? What? Really only using one hand and letting me have 3 moves? This? As the words fell, everyone was once again stunned. His actions were beyond everyone's expectations. While others were clearly provoking him, he seriously asked if it was true. Mu Feng stood there momentarily at a loss, but since the words had been spoken, he couldn't help but nod. Naturally. Great. Then you must keep your word, or you'll be the subject of ridicule. Why are you so verbose? Mu Feng frowned. Lü Yingfeng replied, then shall we start now? Mu Feng impatiently said start. By this point, though the other party was irritating, it had also achieved his goal. Even if he couldn't secure a spot in the end, letting off some steam and humiliating someone was still worthwhile. Lü Yingfeng grinned, walking unhurriedly in front of Mu Feng. His opponent had agreed to let him have 3 moves and allowed him to strike first. Everyone watched casually, and the outcome seemed evident. This fight really lacks interest. A first-layer golden core with sword intent against a foundation establishment first or second layer. There's no suspense at all. What suspense is needed? It's just for fun to watch, isn't it? True. Everyone chattered, all smiling. Given the situation, even if Mu Feng let him have 3 moves, it would soon come to an end. However, as Lü Yingfeng approached, Mu Feng slowly tucked one hand behind his back, his eyes carrying provocation. Come on, strike. Bang. At the moment the words fell, Lü Yingfeng's fist slammed into Mu Feng's face. Upon impact, Mu Feng's pupils abruptly constricted, his face filled with horror. As the force of the punch fully landed, his body uncontrollably flew sideways, crashing into a nearby rock. Boom. The boulder shattered, dust rising, and all sounds abruptly ceased. Their faces displayed shock as they all looked at Lü Yingfeng, disbelief written all over them. What? What just happened? Mu Feng was knocked away by a single punch. He let the move, but it can't be this obvious. Are you sure he was letting it? As the murmurs began, Zhou Yun couldn't help but glance at the young man beside her. Lü Yingfeng, however, was eager to try again, filled with excitement, and without waiting for others, he leaped and charged at Mu Feng once more. But just as he got close, several sword chi suddenly emerged from the swirling dust, shining with a chilling light accompanied by murderous intent. As the sword chi struck, Lü Yingfeng sidestepped to evade, landing back on solid ground. Damn it! The furious voice resonated, the sword chi dissipating the dust. Mu Feng rose, his face already swollen. He looked at Lü Yingfeng with fierce eyes. Lü Yingfeng frowned. You said you'd let me have 3 moves, can you not play games with me? Shut up. Mu Feng shouted, forming seals with both hands, and in an instant hundreds of sword chi crisscrossed the air. He seemed provoked, his eyes cold to a terrifying degree. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The course of the entire event was beyond anyone's expectations. At this moment, with sword chi filling the sky wrapped in intense murderous intent, Zhou Ming frowned, stepping forward, his own aura already emerging. He would immediately intervene if anything went awry. However, unexpectedly, when the hundreds of sword chi targeted one spot, they found that Lü Yingfeng had already left his original position. Looking over searching, he had no idea when he had already arrived behind Mu Feng, accompanied by a calm voice that echoed, "Didn't you say you'd only use one hand?" My. In an instant, Mu Feng's heart jolted, and he immediately turned to look back. But just as he turned, Lü Yingfeng's fist came heat in, striking his face. Bang! Another dull sound echoed. Mu Feng showed no struggle, his entire being like a kite, with a broken string, flying sideways once again. Crash! His body crashed into the forest, breaking trees and accompanying a muffled groan. Everything happened too quickly to react. Even Zhou Ming's movements froze in place. Yet everything did not stop. Lü Yingfeng charged into the forest, and soon after Mu Feng flew back from there, his face scraping against the ground, flying swiftly, kicking up clouds of dust that intertwined with the dirt. Everyone looked on as Mu Feng lay on the ground, a remarkably clear footprint behind him, standing out starkly against the swirling yellow earth. The dust and smoke billowed, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Beneath their gaze, Mu Feng lay prostrate, his shoulders trembling faintly as he pressed his hands against the ground, struggling desperately to rise. Zhou Yun stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief toward the direction of the mountain forest. Zhou Ming, too, had never anticipated that Lü Yingfeng, whom he had always looked down upon, could be so formidable. Even though Qingsheng and he hailed from the same sect, this outcome was entirely beyond expectation. Even if Mu Feng were slightly weaker than Qingsheng, a real confrontation between them would still require a certain amount of time to determine the victor. Yet the moment Lü Yingfeng made his move, the disparity was instantly clear. How did he manage that? Has Mu Feng actually been defeated? This Foundation establishment youth is far too terrifying. The crowd murmured, their voices trembling as they spoke. However, just as Mu Feng laboriously propped himself up from the ground, another figure charged forth once more. Wherever Lü Yingfeng passed, the grass and trees trembled. Upon sighting him, he delivered a midair kick straight onto Mu Feng's back. Bang! Mu Feng lost all control, his entire body flying forward and embedding into the stone wall. Hiss! Someone drew in a sharp breath, feeling the pain just from watching. Lü Yingfeng strode over, grabbed the battered and bruised Mu Feng by the collar, his bones nearly shattered, and asked, "Do you submit?" His tone was calm and measured. Mu Feng struggled to open his eyes, a mix of shock and fury flickering within them, yet he seemed at a loss. When he finally spoke, his voice quivered. "Lü Yingfeng, I..." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Lü Yingfeng shoved something into Mu Feng's mouth with a backhanded motion, then delivered a resounding slap across his face. "How dare you threaten me? Take this." Bang. With those words, he drove a fist into the other's chest. A dull thud mingled with muffled sobs as Mu Feng writhed on the ground, blood occasionally trickling from the corner of his mouth, a scene of stubborn defiance. This spectacle utterly stunned everyone. What did he shove into Mu Feng's mouth? It looked like a stone. A stone. The onlookers were bewildered. Mu Feng kept making guttural sounds, his words unintelligible. Lü Yingfeng, however, was decisive. He stepped forward, seized the man by the collar, and delivered 2 more slaps. The crisp sound echoed through the air as he stared directly at his opponent. "Your mouth is pretty tough, still refusing to admit defeat. Oh, even like this you dare to provoke me." Lü Yingfeng furrowed his brow and began kicking him fiercely in the kidneys. His attacks were unadorned, yet sent a chill down everyone's spine. Who could withstand such a relentless assault? Dull thuds rang out in succession as he held the man tight, refusing to let go. His fists descended like a storm, striking so fast that his opponent had no chance to react. "Will you admit defeat or not?" "Still not giving up. You're quite stubborn." Lü Yingfeng spoke repeatedly, though it was a monologue, as he continued to mercilessly kick the other's kidneys. Someone couldn't help but remark, "This Mu Feng is a true tough guy. Beaten like this and still refusing to surrender. Indeed, he's barely able to fight back, yet he's still holding on. Truly admirable. What exactly are you admiring? Is it possible that he wants to surrender, but can't? Huh." Only then did the crowd recall that a stone was stuffed into Mu Feng's mouth and his jaw had already been knocked askew. Zhou Ming also sensed something amiss and immediately moved to intervene. If this continued, Mu Feng would be beaten to death. "Stop!" Zhou Ming bellowed, raising his hand as a surge of spiritual energy transformed into a ribbon of light, forcibly separating the two. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. "The match isn't over yet." Zhou Ming was speechless. Wasn't it obvious enough? How much clearer did it need to be? Nevertheless, Zhou Ming declared in a deep voice he lost. He didn't admit it. Lü Yingfeng looked reluctant. The rule was that one had to verbally concede, yet Mu Feng hadn't uttered a word, and Zhou Ming had unilaterally decided the outcome. This was utterly unfair to Mu Feng. The thought alone made him want to champion the man's cause. Zhou Ming's mouth twitched at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Yun approached Mu Feng, examined his injuries, and fed him a pill. Afterward, however, his gaze involuntarily fell upon Lü Yingfeng, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if scrutinizing something. Yet Lü Yingfeng, watching the man being taken away, couldn't resist making one last plea for him. I think he still has a chance. Maybe we could hold on a little longer. Mu Feng remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Yun turned and walked away without a word. Zhou Ming had no desire to engage with him at all. Instead, a hoarse voice rang out from beyond the crowd. If you keep hitting him, he'll die. Everyone turned to see an elder standing there clad in silver robes with silver hair, exuding an imposing aura without anger. His gaze was fixed intently on him, his expression complex. Second elder. The others bowed in greeting. Lü Yingfeng also offered a perfunctory salute. The newcomer was none other than second elder Lei Yuan. Lei Yuan stepped closer, sizing him up. Kid, you've got a vicious streak. Completely different from your master's stubborn temperament. Oh, it's just a spar. Oomph. Lei Yuan let out a light chuckle, then continued. But you're no ordinary fellow. Achieving a golden core physique at such a young age, and with remarkable speed. No wonder Ningxian thinks so highly of you. Hearing this, many finally understood Lü Yingfeng was a body cultivator who had reached the golden core stage. No wonder he dared to challenge Mu Feng. It seemed he had caught his opponent completely off guard. Lü Yingfeng grinned, speaking without hesitation. Of course, I am my master's pride. At these words, the usually stern Lei Yuan actually cracked a rare smile. Body cultivation is no easy path. If you ever have time, come find me. Lightning can help temper your physique. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Lei Yuan was known for his solemn demeanor, often dismissive even of prodigies, yet here, he was showing such warmth to a junior. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, never expecting this. However, behind Lei Yuan stood a young man with a lean build and a face that, while not exceptionally handsome, carried a sharp edge. His demeanor was haughty, showing disdain for everyone present. Zhou Ming approached. Second elder, what brings you here? Should I summon the grand elder? No need. I just came to see if my precious disciple is here. Precious disciple? The crowd was baffled. Zhou Ming, however, smiled wryly. He knew what Lei Yuan was referring to, but he truly had no idea who it was. Elder, that person hasn't shown up yet. Lei Yuan waved his hand. I know. I can sense the thunder token, and there's no such fluctuation here. Then why did you come? Zhou Ming muttered under his breath, worried about what the elder might do. Lei Yuan snorted. What if that old bastard Zhou Xian used some despicable trick to conceal the thunder token and lock up my precious disciple? Zhou Ming fell silent. The young man behind Lei Yuan, however, flashed a hint of dark malevolence in his eyes at the mention of this matter. Lü Yingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Was this man really so persistent? Just then a voice rang out from outside the sword tower, shattering the stillness. Lei Yuan, if you have no disciple of your own, don't come making a scene on my turf. In an instant, a slender figure appeared before the crowd, suspended in midair, walking through the void with a restrained aura that nonetheless made everyone tremble uncontrollably. Grand Elder. As the elder appeared, the crowd turned and bowed in greeting. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder of the Academy, Zhou Xian, the master of the Sword Hall. Unlike Lei Yuan's imposing and stern demeanor, he exuded a sense of tranquility. Yet meeting his gaze felt like staring into an abyss, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Lü Yingfeng looked at him and couldn't help muttering. This man's mastery of the sword path must be several levels profound. He sensed an aura reminiscent of his own master. As their eyes met, Lei Yuan snorted coldly. Do you truly think I'm eager to visit your shabby place? Were it not for this lad being here, I wouldn't spare it a glance. It would dirty my sight. Lü Yingfeng was puzzled, but comprehension dawned in an instant. Lei Yuan snorted lightly. Boy, remember to seek me out at the Thunder Pavilion. What for? To be struck by lightning. Lü Yingfeng was left speechless. Lei Yuan, unwilling to linger, turned and departed directly. Zhou Yun was somewhat excited. Junior brother, you've hit the jackpot. Few earn a second glance from the second elder. You're only the third. The third? Then who were the first two? Lü Yingfeng didn't quite understand. Zhou Yun lowered his voice. The first is the man who followed him just now. His name is Xiafeng, blessed with extraordinary thunder talent and formidable thunder arts. He's said to have reached the 9th layer of the Golden Core and is one of the Academy's 4 prodigies. That impressive. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. The mere mention of the 4 prodigies sounded formidable. Zhou Yun continued, the other you've heard of too, the one who obtained the Golden Thunder Token. It's said that upon learning of it, the second elder immediately declared he would take him as a disciple, amassing who knows how many resources. Resources? Exactly. Hearing this, Lü Yingfeng hesitated. No one had informed him of this before. The third is you. Though it might be due to Uncle Master Ningxian, if the elder decides to nurture you, your physical body will surely advance greatly. Perhaps you'll even have a chance to rival that formidable one. As Zhou Yun spoke, Lü Yingfeng's mind wandered, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Above, Grand Elder Zhou Xian also turned his gaze there, his voice resounding once more. Are you Lü Yingfeng? At this, everyone looked toward him. Lü Yingfeng snapped back to attention and nodded. It is I? Greetings, Grand Elder. Zhou Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over him as he said calmly, since you've come to the academy, cultivate diligently in the sword hall. It will also aid your physical refinement. What kind of aid, oi? Lü Yingfeng was curious, a hint of anticipation stirring. Zhou Xian replied, you shall be struck by countless sword energies. In that instant, Lü Yingfeng fell silent. The onlookers murmured in awe whether it was Zhou Xian or Lei Yuan. Their treatment of Lü Yingfeng was indeed generous. Just then a discordant voice shattered the atmosphere. Mu Feng, who had been barely clinging to life, struggled to rise, his eyes blazing with indignation. Grand Elder, I object. The crowd was taken aback, turning to look. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but glance over as well. Zhou Xian said calmly, what is your objection? Mu Feng said, the sword hall has only one quota each year meant to nurture sword path geniuses. How can a mere body cultivator claim that spot? Silence fell over the assembly. Though many felt it was unjust, none dared to question openly. Lü Yingfeng hadn't expected such audacity. Despite his defeat, he still stepped forward. Zhou Xian remained unperturbed, barely deigning to glance at him as he spoke slowly. Because his master is Ning Xian. What? Zhou Xian continued back. When the sword tower was on the verge of collapse, his master risked everything to turn the tide and restore it. Without his master, there would be no sword hall today. Is that sufficient? This? As his words fell, everyone fell silent. Lü Yingfeng never knew his master had such a legacy. If that was the case, then taking a spot through connection was entirely justified. If Ning Xian planted the tree, why shouldn't his disciple be allowed to harvest a few fruits? Mu Feng stood frozen, unsure how to respond. Zhou Xian's voice rang out again. If you find it unfair, have your master Wang Jintian make a similar contribution, and I will grant you an exception as well. With that, no sound remained. Only Lü Yingfeng was stunned. He's actually Wang Xintian's disciple. Recently taken on. Zhou Yan nodded. The scene before them was truly unexpected. As everyone fell silent, no further objections arose. With words like these, what more could be said? Initially, Lü Yingfeng felt a pang of guilt for taking a spot undeservedly, but with this reasoning, he would no longer hold back. Silence prevailed. Nothing more was uttered. Then 2 tokens descended from Zhou Xian's hand, landing before Lü Yingfeng and Qing Cheng. Zhou Xian said, do not be disheartened, everyone. The sword tower holds its own inheritance. Communicate with it through your intent, and if fate wills it, you shall obtain your opportunity. Thank you, Elder. The crowd bowed respectfully. Zhou Xian said no more and turned to leave. Zhou Ming stepped forward. Everyone, I will now teach you the method to commune with the sword tower. Afterwards, you may enter to cultivate and leave your imprint. In the future, you can also enter the tower through your sword intent. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, the others sat down cross-legged. Lü Yingfeng, however, looked at the token in his hand with curiosity. Senior sister, if everyone can enter the sword tower to seek opportunities and inheritances, what is the purpose of this token? Zhou Yun pondered briefly before replying. To put it simply, without the token you might obtain an inheritance. With it you are certain to receive one. So each token represents a sword path inheritance. Exactly. Zhou Yun explained the marvel of the sword tower after communing with it. As long as one remained within the academy grounds, they could project their will into the tower space through sword intent to hone their sword path. Cultivation immortality is becoming ever more wondrous. Lü Yingfeng clicked his tongue in amazement, finding it truly extraordinary. Zhou Yun looked at him, a peculiar glint in her eyes. She had only thought him handsome before with mediocre cultivation, but never imagined he was a body cultivator who had already reached the golden core stage. Truly unexpected. After all, this path of cultivation demanded not only talent, but also the ability to endure hardship. From this perspective, this junior brother was practically perfect. Before long, Zhou Ming finished his instructions and pointed toward the sword tower behind him. The sword tower will soon open. You may enter freely to comprehend the Tao, cultivate, or refine your sword intent. However, a word of caution, the tower often harbors dangers, and once inside, all external aids are stripped away. You must rely solely on your own sword path, so be careful. Understood. The crowd nodded, yet their eyes burned with fervor as they eagerly approached. Lü Yingfeng followed suit, though he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sword tower stood ancient and weathered, its age lost to the annals of time. As they began to move and step through its entrance, a complex sensation surged within their hearts. Within lay countless sword intents and myriad legacies, yet acquiring them depended solely on one's destiny. Those with fate needed no token to receive inheritance. It was the final sword Tao of countless predecessors condensed into Tao fruits and left here in search of an heir. Lü Yingfeng entered the tower, greeted by a forest of towering stone steels shrouded in light mist. Broken longswords lay scattered there, sword chi hidden in the void, harboring unknown sword intents. He walked step by step, absorbing the essence of this place. His mind was stirred as sword intents evolved before his eyes, their origins, all traced back to the stone steels. Many sword Dao masters unable to condense Dao fruits before death could only leave behind their most primal sword intents. Yet, even achieving this required at least several layers of sword intent. Each steel represented a former master. These sword intents seemed drawn to him, trembling silently, as if in jubilation, drawing near involuntarily. Countless transformations occurred within his mind, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. To his surprise, as he perceived the sword intents, he seemed to comprehend something, his own sword intent growing incrementally. In an instant, Lü Yingfeng's mind cleared, and his personal sword Dao took another step forward, reaching the 8th layer of sword intent. So sudden, Lü Yingfeng fell to daze. He had done nothing but observe the evolution of sword intents, and this had elevated him another layer. Clearly this sword tower was a fine place. He must claim it. He continued onward. When they entered the tower, everyone had been separated, yet all paths converged ahead where the entrance to the 2nd floor lay. He wondered if these sword intents were already so formidable, how terrifying must those Dao fruits be. Lü Yingfeng promptly advanced toward the 2nd floor. However, at its entrance, 2 figures stood beneath a stone stele with the entryway just ahead. The 2 were Wang Yun and Mu Feng, their gazes fixed into the distance as if awaiting something. Mu Feng spoke at that moment. How despicable! That Lü Yingfeng concealed his true strength, making me lose face before everyone. I had heard before that he was indeed a body cultivator, but at that time he was only at the foundation establishment stage. Wang Yun replied, though a shadow flickered across his expression. Mu Feng seemed to notice and asked, "Senior brother, what troubles you?" Wang Yun looked up, his voice turning icy. "I suspect my younger brother died by his hand." "Your younger brother?" "My brother was his fellow disciple, yet he died a mysterious death. Before that he had never made enemies. Only a conflict with Lü Yingfeng over a betrothed. This, I had my suspicions before, but lacked evidence. Now, given Lü Yingfeng's golden core level physique, my brother's death is likely connected to him." Wang Yun's voice grew colder with each word. Previously, Wang Ling had sent him a message asking him to find a way to eliminate Lü Yingfeng. He had dismissed it, merely instructing the Wang family to cooperate, never expecting the next news would be of Wang Ling's death. Even his junior brother Wang Feng had perished there. At this thought, his murderous intent surfaced. Mu Feng asked, "What does senior brother intend to do?" "Within the sword tower, perception is blocked. I plan to suppress him here and search his sea of consciousness." Though he could not kill Lü Yingfeng outright, he wanted to confirm the matter. If he struck by surprise, Lü Yingfeng would not notice and the outside world would assume he encountered some danger. After all, Zhou Ming had mentioned that hazards existed here. It would be only reasonable for Lü Yingfeng to meet misfortune, would it not? With that, his mind was made up, and Mu Feng said no more. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng had neared the entrance. From afar, his mind stirred as he sensed something. It's Wang Yun and Mu Feng. Lü Yingfeng paused. What are they doing here? Though his spiritual power was restricted, his sword intent remained sharp, and he felt those two were up to no good. With that thought, a surge of sword intent erupted from him, rushing toward them. The two, still in conversation, sensed the anomaly. As they looked up, a sword intent came straight at them. Not particularly sharp, but overwhelmingly domineering. Mu Feng frowned and mobilized his own sword intent, but the moment they clashed, his intent shattered. The incoming sword intent struck him, sending him flying into a distant stele, instantly losing consciousness. What's happening? Wang Yun frowned, his eyes filled with gravity. He too had felt the impact, but was not at the epicenter. He moved to check on Mu Feng. Yet the next moment, sword intent rose again, carrying an indescribable force as it crashed down upon him. Wang Yun's sword Dao was mediocre. He had not even cultivated sword intent, and his eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng stepped out slowly, frowning at the two on the ground. "I knew you were up to no good." He muttered to himself, unaware of their exact plans, but as a man of justice, his intervention was only natural. However, he did nothing more. Since this was the sword tower, he simply took a few items from them that he deemed they no longer needed, then turned and headed directly for the second floor. It was best not to linger here, as people might come and go. Being seen would be troublesome. Though everyone knew he was a body cultivator at the golden core stage, which was somewhat impressive, many still dismissed him. If a golden core level body cultivator also possessed golden core level cultivation, that would be extraordinary. But as a mere body cultivator, in their eyes, he was just so-so. Moreover, he was only 18. Who would suspect he had already reached several layers of the golden core stage? Afterward, he encountered few others. Passing through the second floor, he saw more stone steels, each far more powerful than the last. Unknowingly, he had reached the 7th floor. Compared to the previous floors, the 7th was far more expansive. Instead of a forest of steels, the ground was dotted with burial mounds. Unlike before, this place was not shrouded in sword intent. Instead, it exuded a sense of tranquility, not eerie but filled with a righteous aura. These must be the legendary Dao fruits of the predecessors. Lü Yingfeng murmured, recalling what Zhou Yun had briefly mentioned. These were former sword cultivators of the academy, who even in death left their legacies for future generations. Truly admirable. He bowed respectfully before them. Forgive my intrusion, esteemed predecessors. Boom. The moment his words fell, the entire space seemed stirred. The calm was shattered as countless sword intents erupted from the burial mounds, surging into the sky. In the blink of an eye, an indescribable transformation occurred. The sword intents coalesced into clusters of light shimmering with myriad colors. Boundless sharpness bloomed as if all was consumed by a radiant coldness. This, Lü Yingfeng stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Before he could react, the clusters of light rushed toward him, simultaneously swirling around him, pressing closer and closer. At that moment, it felt like a crowd of lost maidens stood before him with blazing passion, utterly irresistible. Orbs of light swirled around, brimming with fervent anticipation. They were the Dao fruits belonging to the revered predecessors of ages past. Yet Lü Yingfeng stood there lost in a daze. He hadn't even pulled out his token, so how had they arrived, and in such numbers? With so many of them, could his body even withstand it? He had no idea what was happening, only a growing sense of panic. But after a brief moment of sensing, he realized that all these Dao fruits had come for him alone. Could I be the fated one they speak of? It? Lü Yingfeng mused, tentatively reaching out to guide one of them. The orb, as if possessing a mind of its own, offered no resistance and simply settled before him. It was enveloped in a dense layer of spiritual energy. As he touched it, the contents within revealed themselves to his sight. Just as he had suspected, it was the legacy of a certain predecessor, sealed within which was a sword intent unique to that master. Yet he did not rush to accept the inheritance. He merely probed it, and before long he had formed a general understanding in his mind. This predecessor's swordsmanship is truly domineering, but perhaps a touch too overbearing. If it could be tempered with a hint of tranquility. Before he could finish his thought, Lü Yingfeng's pupils contracted sharply. As he sorted through the records within that Dao fruit, a change began to stir within his own body. The cultivation at the 5th layer of the golden core realm began to advance, slowly inching towards the 6th. How could observing the sword path cause his cultivation to increase? This unexpected turn of events left him bewildered. But in an instant he noticed that the spiritual energy surrounding the orb had dimmed considerably. This, he finally understood. While he had been probing, his body had unconsciously absorbed that spiritual energy. He tried to guide another Dao fruit, and the same thing happened. Not only that, Lü Yingfeng also gleaned some information. As long as one didn't merge with the inheritance, the Dao fruit would autonomously absorb spiritual energy to sustain itself. Furthermore, the academy would periodically infuse a large amount of spiritual energy to replenish the consumption. In other words, it was a renewable resource. You scared me. Lü Yingfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He had been worried that touching them would mean taking responsibility. But this discovery also excited him. Since touching didn't require commitment, if he only skimmed the surface without delving deep, wouldn't he have an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy? At this thought, the corners of his mouth involuntarily stretched all the way to his ears. My apologies, esteemed predecessors. If he ever achieved great success in the sword path, he would likely leave his own Dao fruit here as well. If that were the case, they would all be comrades. And since they were comrades, borrowing a bit of their spiritual energy surely wouldn't be refused. After all, none of them had spoken a word of objection. Silence meant tacit consent, and since they had agreed, there was nothing more to be said. The next moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously guiding the Dao fruits to him. He studied the sword intent, while conveniently borrowing a portion of the spiritual energy, immersing himself completely in the process. With the blessing of these predecessors, Lü Yingfeng's cultivation surged rapidly. Soon he broke through, establishing himself at the 6th layer of the golden core realm. This has been a truly exhilarating enlightenment. Lü Yingfeng spoke, gazing at the slightly dimmed orbs. Though a flicker of guilt crossed his mind, he resolved to find a way to have the academy replenish them once he got out. Furthermore, he hadn't fully merged with any of the inheritances, partly because he felt he had grasped the essence just by observing, and partly to leave some opportunities for others. If he took them all for himself, what would be left for those who came later? So he adhered to the principle of merely skimming the surface, never overstepping his bounds. Moreover, there were quite a few Dao fruits here, nearly 100. He didn't know how long had passed. Lü Yingfeng remained seated in meditation, his cultivation advancing steadily. But just as he was about to push through in a single mighty surge, hoping to break through 3 or 5 more realms, an invisible force surged forth and enveloped his entire being. What's happening? Lü Yingfeng's eyes flew open, and he instinctively tried to break free. But the force was irresistible. He couldn't move, yet he watched helplessly as the Tao fruits receded before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the tomb vanished, replaced by the stone tablets. Then in the span of a single breath, even the stone forest disappeared. The next moment, a vaguely familiar environment came into view. He was standing outside the sword tower. Not just him, but everyone was there. What happened? Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhou Ming stood there speaking calmly. Entering the sword tower has a time limit. Once the time is up, you are sent out. There's a time limit. How can this be? The crowd murmured, all wearing expressions of regret. Zhou Ming continued, everyone do not be disheartened. Having entered the sword tower, you have already left an imprint. From now on, you can enter the tower with your will once every half a month. I see. The surrounding noise subsided considerably, and everyone began discussing their own gains. Zhou Ming, however, walked over to Qingqing, a hint of a smile breaking through his usually stern face. Junior brother Qingqing, did you manage to find an inheritance Dao fruit? Qingsheng looked up, frowning instinctively as he shook his head. I didn't see any Dao fruits. None. Zhou Ming pressed on. Did you not activate your token? Once activated, the Dao fruit will sense it and follow the trail to you. I did activate it, but I waited for a long time and no Dao fruit appeared. Qingqing's expression was grim and he was beginning to doubt himself. That shouldn't be. Zhou Ming fell into deep thought. According to logic, activating the token should summon the corresponding Dao fruit. This had never happened before. Lü Yingfeng, who was standing not far away, overheard their conversation and stepped forward. I saw the Dao fruits. Both of them turned to look at him. Qingsheng showed no particular reaction, but Zhou Ming frowned as he watched. Lü Yingfeng ignored their reactions and continued matter-of-factly, but the Dao fruits seemed a bit dim. Dim? Zhou Ming was taken aback. Yeah, dim. In an instant, Zhou Ming seemed to understand. It must be that the spiritual energy around the Dao fruits is insufficient. I will go and inform the Grand Elder immediately. Junior brother Qingqing, try again in half a month. All right. Qingqing nodded. With that, Zhou Ming turned and left. Lü Yingfeng glanced around and was about to leave as well when Qingqing suddenly called out to him. Lü Yingfeng. Lü Yingfeng turned back, surprise in his eyes. This was by his reckoning the first real conversation he had ever had with Qingqing, and it was Qingsheng who had initiated it. Senior brother, is there something you need? Qingqing gave a light smile. Nothing much. But we are fellow disciples, and now we are studying at the same academy. In the future, we can look out for each other. Sure. Lü Yingfeng was stunned, completely unprepared for Qingqing to say such a thing. After a few simple exchanges, Lü Yingfeng turned and left, and the others also began to move. But he hadn't gone far when he heard a surprised exclamation from behind. Hey, why are they sleeping? The crowd turned to look. At the back of the group, two figures lay motionless on the ground. The two were Wang Yun and Mu Feng. A youth has such good sleep. They've been asleep for so long and still haven't woken up. Lü Yingfeng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He calculated that he had been cultivating for over 3 months now without a single night's sleep. Comparing himself to others was truly infuriating, especially when he thought about how after all that cultivation he was only at the 6th layer of the golden core realm. It made him even more frustrated. Accompanied by Zhou Yun, Lü Yingfeng returned to the small courtyard. Now alone, despite the day's exhaustion, he immediately plunged into the pool to soak. As the essence within the pool water surged into him, a wave of warmth enveloped his entire being. Having soaked all night yesterday, his physical body had broken through to the early golden core stage. Though the sensation was less intense today, the effects persisted. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the pool was remarkably dense, seeping into his body drop by drop, transforming into mana. It tempered his flesh while simultaneously refining his cultivation. He could scarcely fathom the depth of his bliss. Seizing this time, he began to introspect the changes within himself. He had intended to thoroughly organize his sword intent, yet hesitation crept in. Yesterday, he had unexpectedly acquired the star seal. Since then, it felt as though an intangible presence had lodged within his body. Invisible and untouchable, perceptible only in moments of deep stillness. Today, however, that sensation had grown even more pronounced. It remained profoundly mysterious. His connection to the academy seemed to deepen. What is this? Am I truly this destined? This feeling was ineffable beyond clear explanation, yet it brought a sense of reassurance. As long as he remained within the academy, all would be well. Ultimately, he ceased his pondering. Time slipped away and a night passed. Lü Yingfeng rose once more. After a night of cultivation, he sensed he was closer to the 7th layer of golden core. His physical body had grown stronger and a breakthrough to the mid-stage seemed imminent. Yet he did not continue. Instead, he left Xian Peak and headed toward the academy. Zhou Yun had previously informed him that disciples admitted to the academy could peruse the Sutra Pavilion and newcomers were even permitted to select a cultivation technique. Having inquired about the route in advance, Lü Yingfeng made his way to the Sutra Pavilion. There he obtained a technique called the Starfall Scripture. Perhaps due to Ning Xian's influence, no one obstructed him throughout the process. Not even a single question was asked. The elder overseeing the pavilion, however, looked puzzled and turned to another. Isn't he Ning Xian's disciple? Yes. Then why has he come to choose a nascent soul-grade technique? I don't know. Let him take what he wants. Record it and report in due time. They said no more. Lü Yingfeng returned to Xian Peak with the Starfall scripture. It wasn't that he couldn't choose a better, more valuable technique. Rather, he needed to gather starlight, and this was the only text related to the path of the stars. Once the starlight was sufficiently condensed, he would need to continuously temper it with the power of the stars to finally obtain that primal celestial radiance. For the sake of his master, he had gone to great lengths. Soon, however, he turned back and entered the Sutra Pavilion again, borrowing countless technique manuals and records. For several days, the academy remained tranquil. Yet in a certain cave dwelling, Wang Yun stood before a burly white-haired elder with a spirited gaze. This man was Wang Zhentian, his eyes gleaming sharply as he regarded the youth before him. They faced each other in a moment of silence. Finally, Wang Zhentian spoke. So you believe Lü Yingfeng killed Linger? Yes. Younger brother only had a conflict with him, and it was precisely after he moved against Lü Yingfeng that he died suddenly. Now Lü Yingfeng has revealed a golden core-level physical body. Wang Yun recounted his suspicions. Wang Zhentian asked, have you not yet identified the black-clad figure who attacked Linger previously? Wang Yun shook his head. No. That person's origins are a mystery. He left no traces. The only certainty is his considerable cultivation level, and he never showed any intent to kill younger brother. Merely sought wealth. Wang Yun had a clear picture of Wang Ling's affairs. If the black-clad figure had wanted to kill him, he would have died outside Qinghua City. Instead, each time he merely seized some resources, beat him, and let him go. Heh. Suddenly Wang Zhentian let out a cold laugh. Wang Yun asked, Father, what should we do? Wang Zhentian's gaze darkened, and a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. In that case, find an opportunity and kill him directly. Better to kill the wrong person than let the guilty escape. But he is Ning Xian's disciple. There's no chance within the academy. Wang Yun frowned. This was a difficult task. Wang Zhentian's face turned grim. Precisely because he is Ning Xian's disciple, there will naturally be those who wish to kill him. Then what should I do? Wang Zhentian mused. You don't need to do much. Just send word to Xiaofeng that the academy intends to give the Thunderwood to Lü Yingfeng. Thunderwood? Yes. Just yesterday, Lei Yuan submitted a request to the academy to grant the Thunderwood to Lü Yingfeng. Xiaofeng has cultivated the 5 Thunders true art, but his wood element thunder methods are lacking. The Thunderwood is something he has sought in vain. What will happen if it goes to someone who doesn't practice thunder arts? As he spoke, a shadow of malevolence crept into Wang Zhentian's eyes. This? Wang Yun was taken aback. Then recalling something, he continued, but haven't we already allied with Xiaofeng? You even told me to spare no expense to eliminate the one who obtained the Golden Thunder token. Now, it was merely a transaction, not an alliance. Besides, even if we were allies, isn't it only right to inform him of this news? Understood. Wang Yun nodded. What more was there to say? It was a simple matter. If Xiaofeng acted, it was his affair. If he didn't, there was no loss. In the end, they said no more. Lü Yingfeng, meanwhile, followed his routine. By day, he entered the Sutra Pavilion, leafing through technique manuals and various records indiscriminately. As he put it didn't take much time, and reading could do no harm. At night, he soaked in the pool to cultivate day after day, waiting only for the appointed time to enter the Sword Tower and engage in another pleasant exchange with the Tao fruits of the predecessors. The only problem now was that his physical body had reached the early golden core stage, and there was still a considerable distance to the mid-stage, a rather vexing matter. Lü Yingfeng was not flustered, however. He had just arrived. He would study first, let his physical body improve gradually, and as for his cultivation realm, he would first converse with the Tao fruits, then wait for his master to finish work and deliver spirit stones. The problem should not be insurmountable. The next day, he returned to the Sutra Pavilion. Yesterday, he had read about the dangers of the 10,000 soul banner. He wondered if he could find instructions for its creation today. After all, he harbored a certain obsession with the 10,000 soul banner. In theory, it was a magical artifact with no upper limit. Its strength depended solely on how many good friends resided within it. Just as he was lost in thought, his left foot crossed the threshold of the Sutra Pavilion. Before him stood a stern face, eyes sharp and piercing, staring at him with an oppressive intensity. Lü Yingfeng was momentarily startled, but he quickly grinned and stepped forward to greet the man. Second elder, what a coincidence. You're here to read too. The newcomer was Lei Yuan. He stood blocking the path, looking at Lü Yingfeng with a light snort. Read? Like hell, I'm here to read. Then why are you here? To see you. Lü Yingfeng stood rooted to the spot, staring at Lei Yuan, his mind momentarily blank. At his age, he still came to see me. That doesn't seem right. Lü Yingfeng muttered under his breath, a sense of unease creeping over him. Lei Yuan frowned. What did you say? Nothing. Lü Yingfeng's gaze suddenly hardened. Is there something you need from me, second elder? Obviously, why else would I seek you out? Though he had heard of the second elder's fiery temper, he hadn't expected it to be this explosive. His words were laced with gunpowder. Before Liu could ask further, Lei Yuan continued. I told you to come to the Thunder Pavilion days ago. Why haven't you shown up? Now that you've joined the Sword Hall, do you look down on the Thunder Pavilion? No, not at all. Lü Yingfeng quickly waved his hands. This was a man with a volatile temper. Then tell me why. Lei Yuan's gaze was like a torch fixed on him with a terrifyingly stern expression. Lü Yingfeng said, well, I don't know where the Thunder Pavilion is. You don't know? Yes. Though the excuse was flimsy, he truly didn't know its location. He couldn't very well admit he had simply forgotten. Yet speaking of forgetting, he felt there was something else he had overlooked, though he couldn't quite recall what it was. Lei Yuan snorted coldly, reaching out a large hand to grip Liu's shoulder. Since that's the case, he'll personally take you to see the way. With that, he didn't give Liu a chance to speak, taking a single step and vanishing in an instant. So fast, Lü Yingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. The speed was indeed alarming, a benefit of cultivating the thunder art. If he himself could move this quickly, what wonders couldn't he achieve? In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a mountain range. Though they were still before the academy, the area was shrouded in gloom, with clouds obscuring the sky and ceaseless rumbles echoing from the heavens, as if birthing endless thunder. Even the mountain range itself carried an indescribable oppression. This is the Thunder Pavilion. Remember it. Lei Yuan pointed ahead and spoke. I remember. Lü Yingfeng nodded. In a valley not far off stood a cluster of majestic and solemn halls with bolts of lightning occasionally flickering through the void. Since you remember, follow me. Where are we going? Lü Yingfeng followed, curiosity in his eyes. Lei Yuan turned back, a smile curling on his stern face. To be struck by lightning. At those words, Lü Yingfeng's steps faltered for a moment. Though he had used lightning talismans on himself before, something now felt terribly wrong. In a short while, Lei Yuan led him to a mountain peak. The summit was barren of grass, with only a single towering tree reaching into the sky. This is Thunder Peak, and this tree is called the Thunderwood. A spiritual wood born from thunder, said to inherently contain the wood attribute of lightning. Lei Yuan looked surprised. It seems your reading wasn't in vain. That's exactly what it is. Lü Yingfeng looked up. The tree was immense, seemingly touching the heavens. Though it radiated vitality, it bore no leaves, only flickering bolts of lightning and a harsh crackling sound. He was puzzled as to why Lei Yuan had brought him here. Second elder, you're not planning to gift me this Thunderwood, are you? It was a treasure, and if given to him, he wouldn't complain. Lei Yuan said, you guessed right. Really? Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up. Lei Yuan continued, but you have to chop it down yourself. With that, he tossed an axe at Lü Yingfeng's feet. Looking at the rusted blade, Liu didn't show disdain, but asked earnestly, you're really giving it to me? Chop it down, and it's yours. Lü Yingfeng grinned, wasting no time in grabbing the axe and swinging it at the tree. This was a treasure, selling it would make him rich. Yet the moment the axe struck the trunk, a metallic clang rang out, accompanied by a tremendous force that jolted his arm, with searing pain, numbed his body, and nearly rattled his brains. Not only that, but as his body convulsed, a bolt of lightning surged from the trunk, coursing through every inch of his flesh. Lü Yingfeng screamed in agony, tumbling backward until he landed on the ground with a thud. In that instant, he felt as if his soul had been electrocuted, wisps of black smoke rising from his head, obscuring his once handsome face. After an unknown time, Lü Yingfeng looked up blankly. Lei Yuan stood there, a meaningful smile on his face. How does it feel? Lei Yuan asked. Aye. Lü Yingfeng opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words, a chill running through his heart. Lei Yuan said, it's like this at first. You'll get used to it gradually. Get used to it. Yes. Lü Yingfeng's mouth twitched as he stared at the tree, recalling his ordeal. How could he ever get used to this? Lei Yuan was unfazed. You should know many seek this Thunderwood, but can't obtain it. Consider yourself lucky. Well, second elder, I suddenly feel this thing, and I aren't meant to be so. Too late. You'll take it whether you want it or not. Starting today, you must chop for at least 4 hours daily. Only when it falls will this end. Feel free to try not coming. With that, Lei Yuan turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Now only Lü Yingfeng and the tree remained on the vast peak. After an age, he finally mustered the courage to approach the tree. But seeing the shallow mark on the trunk, tears streamed down his face. When will this ever end? Ning Xian hadn't warned him of such suffering. With no other choice, he wept, picked up the axe, and struck the trunk again. The clang of metal and his screams echoed repeatedly through the mountains. After 4 hours, he was finally released, dragging his charred body back to his mystic peak, one step at a time. Yet as he stepped into the pool, replaying the day's ordeal, tears of frustration streamed down his face once more. The pain was unbearable. It was then that he remembered what he had forgotten. Damn it, Xiaobai. He immediately dispelled the earlier barrier, and almost instantly a resentful voice reached him. Oh, so you finally remembered me. What happened? Did you finally get your comeuppance? Bai Yuan had intended to be sarcastic, but found Liu covered in soot smoke rising from his head with cracked skin being the least of his injuries. I was struck by lightning. Karma indeed. Bai Yuan nodded thoughtfully. After Lü Yingfeng recounted his tragic tale, with tears in his voice, Bai Yuan fell silent. Lü Yingfeng waited a long time before asking, why aren't you saying anything? Bai Yuan replied, wait a moment, I'm thinking. About what? I'm thinking how you should thank him. Thank him. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. Bai Yuan said, why don't you go kowtow to him? Shen Peak was quiet. Lü Yingfeng sat there lost in thought for a long time. How did the conversation turn to him having to kowtow to someone? After pondering for a while, he finally said, is this right? It's mainly because you have nothing else to offer, so asking you to kowtow is the only option, Bai Yuan said with a helpless tone. Lü Yingfeng rolled his eyes. You are being rather euphemistic. Why not just say I'm poor? Aren't you poor? I am. He couldn't refute that. After all, Lü Yingfeng had a profound understanding of his own poverty. The few spirit stones he had left were from robbing Wang Yun and Mu Feng earlier, totaling only 30,000. As for the remaining pills and artifacts, he had no idea when they could be liquidated. Sigh. Lü Yingfeng let out a sigh. Bai Yuan said, stop sighing. Go give him a kowtow already. At least tell me why. Why? Isn't it obvious? Thunderwood is incredibly rare. For it to grow this large must have taken an immeasurable amount of time. It's immensely beneficial for both tempering your physique and cultivating lightning techniques. What more reason do you need? Is that so? Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. Bai Yuan continued, as things stand, he doesn't know you're a prodigy in lightning techniques. Yet he still gave you the thunderwood just to help you temper your body. Even though the effect is good, using it this way is still a waste of a heavenly treasure. So don't you think you should kowtow to him? Bai Yuan's words were thought-provoking. Lü Yingfeng immediately calmed his mind and sensed the changes in his body. He found that his physique had indeed grown stronger, visibly so. Moreover, besides the sword intent, the origin of lightning within him had become more condensed than before. It's true. Upon discovering this, he suddenly felt that the pain on his body wasn't so unbearable. Afterward, he took a couple of pills to recover, then cultivated while gathering starlight. He didn't rise until dawn, heading straight for the Thunder Hall. Seeing him arrive so early, Lei Yuan said nothing, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Lü Yingfeng, however, had a determined look, though he still shouted with every strike. Bang-a bang-a. The sound seemed to form a certain rhythm, lingering in the air without dissipating. Meanwhile, on a peak within the Thunder Hall's domain, Xiaofeng stood there, his gaze fixed on the direction of Thunder Peak. A cold, grim expression crept onto his stern face. So it's true. He'd rather give the thunderwood to a body cultivator than to me. Xiaofeng's voice was soft, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Just as Bai Yuan had said, thunderwood was of immense benefit to those who cultivated lightning techniques. Although body cultivators could also use it to refine their bodies effectively, anyone with discernment knew how it should be used. He stood there watching for who knows how long. Lü Yingfeng, on the other hand, hacked away for a full half-day before stopping. His voice was hoarse from shouting, his entire body charred black, his skin split open, yet he kept grinning foolishly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Setting aside the pain, the day had brought nothing but benefits. His lightning techniques improved, his physique grew stronger. The changes were so obvious that his entire perspective had shifted. Even without pay, he'd be willing to do this. Even as he left Thunder Peak and walked along the path, he was contemplating whether he should kowtow to Lei Yuan. For several days in a row, Lü Yingfeng's routine was simple: wake up to get struck by lightning, spend the first half of the night reading in the scripture depository, and the latter half soaking in the pool to cultivate and gather starlight. Occasionally, when he had free time, he would calculate how many days remained until he could enter the Sword Tower. His life was plain and unadorned. However, as he left the Thunder Hall as usual and arrived at the foot of Xian Peak, a figure appeared before him. It was Zhou Yun. Junior brother Yu. Zhou Yun sensed his presence and began to speak, her voice filled with joy and excitement. But when she turned and saw him, her words abruptly stopped. Junior brother, what happened to you? Zhou Yun stared at Lü Yingfeng, who was covered in black soot and emitting wisps of green smoke. There was no trace of his previous handsome appearance. Lü Yingfeng grinned, revealing his white teeth. It's nothing. I just got struck by lightning a few times. You went to the Thunder Hall? Yes. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Though the pain made him screech and howl, his heart was still filled with sweetness. Zhou Yun watched him for a long while before saying, You body cultivators really have it tough. The second elder is too harsh. Why did he strike you like this? Couldn't he have held back? She complained, her voice full of concern. Lü Yingfeng, however, thought of something and asked, Senior sister, I have a question for you. What is it? Does the second elder have a good relationship with my master? After all, the man had helped him so much. Though it might be because he was handsome, Lü Yingfeng felt it was more likely due to his master. Just like Grand Elder Zhou Xian, who had overruled all objections to give him the slot, all because of his master. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and said, their relationship is complicated. Oh, hearing this, Lü Yingfeng became intrigued. He loved hearing such untold stories. Zhou Yun said, I'm not sure of the specifics, but Uncle Ning once saved the second elder's life. And then. Lü Yingfeng was still eager, all pain forgotten. Zhou Yun replied, there's no and then. That's it. Yes. Just that. Lü Yingfeng's face clearly showed disappointment. He had expected some earth-shattering, taboo-defying secret. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow. What else did you think there was? Lü Yingfeng was speechless. How was he supposed to answer that? Zhou Yun looked at him curiously. Don't you know about Uncle Ning's affairs? No. That's strange. Aren't you Uncle Ning's most beloved disciple? Zhou Yun was puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Lü Yingfeng thought for a moment and said, he probably didn't have time to tell me. After all, I've only been his disciple for a short time, and we haven't communicated much. It had only been about 3 months since he was brought to Qinghua's sect. As soon as he entered the sect, Ning Xian had left. Their interactions were indeed pitifully few. After all, Lü Yingfeng just closed his eyes to cultivate with no guidance whatsoever. I see. Zhou Yun nodded. It was understandable. As a body cultivator, he must endure hardship and work harder than ordinary cultivators, leaving no time for such matters. After a moment, she withdrew her thoughts and turned to Lü Yingfeng. By the way, junior brother, I came to see you about something important. What is it? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. Something important concerning him. Could senior sister be planning to do something to him? If so, that would indeed be important. Zhou Yun said, a divine liquid has been produced beneath the academy. It's incredibly beneficial for body cultivators. I've come to take you to claim it. Divine liquid? Yes. You could say it's a heavenly treasure tailor-made for body cultivators. Lü Yingfeng's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing. Master was absolutely right. This academy is indeed perfect for me. Lü Yingfeng could no longer contain his excitement as he followed Zhou Yun through the darkness. This matter could not be delayed. Although he had initially been forced into cultivation, he now found it not so bad. After all, in just over 3 months of training, he had already reached the 6th layer of golden core, gaining a full 500 years of lifespan. If he were to become a nascent soul elder, that would mean 1,000 years. 1,000 years. He dared not imagine how much joy that would bring. Zhou Yun, smiling, led him away. Before long, they arrived before a mountain peak. Though not tall, it was densely covered with various halls and pavilions. According to Zhou Yun, this was the academy's spirit pavilion, where various resources were stored and where disciples usually came to collect their allotments. Lü Yingfeng looked around, wondering how many spirit stones he could get if he emptied the place. But he merely observed, quietly following behind as they passed through the halls, and soon arrived at a side chamber. The chamber was neither grand nor imposing, but it was filled with all kinds of sweet fragrances. Inside, an elderly man with a hunched back sat at a desk. His cultivation was not high, only around the 3rd or 4th layer of golden core, but he was clearly advanced in years. Zhou Yun approached and spoke. Senior brother, we have come to collect the divine liquid. Lü Yingfeng was startled. Such an old man, yet he was still addressed as senior brother. The old man slowly raised his head, scanning them up and down. When his eyes fell on Lü Yingfeng, he instinctively frowned, a look of doubt appearing in his gaze. Who is he? Lü Yingfeng. Oh, so it's him. The old man nodded without further comment. Turning around, he lightly pointed his finger, and a crystalline jade bottle emerged from the void, landing before Lü Yingfeng in an instant. Is this the divine liquid? Lü Yingfeng took the jade bottle, scanning it with his spiritual sense. Zhou Yun shook his head. I've never seen it either. Hearing this, the old man's aged voice rang out. This substance is rare, barely a drop appears in many years. Countless in the academy seek it, but never obtain it. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Is it that precious? Naturally. But take it back and use it quickly. Once word gets out, many will set their sights on it. The old man seemed to be offering a warning. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Lü Yingfeng said nothing more, offered his thanks, and turned to depart. The entire process went smoothly without any obstruction, and he was even thoughtfully reminded to collect his monthly cultivation resources. Thinking of this, he felt more and more that Ning Xian was right. This place suited him perfectly. If only they could give him an extra 100,000 or so spirit stones each month, that would be even better. Along the way, Lü Yingfeng was filled with delight. Zhou Yun escorted him to Mystic Peak and then left. After all, dusk was approaching. If word got out that a man and woman were alone on the peak together, how would Lü Yingfeng maintain his reputation? What if people thought he was a frivolous person? But just as he neared his courtyard, a commotion arose from ahead. Lü Yingfeng, come out. That's right, come out. Come out now. Voices rose and fell. Lü Yingfeng approached, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't recognize a single one of them. Why were they all gathered at his doorstep looking so aggressive and clamoring for a fight? One might think their wives had run off with Lü Yingfeng. Could they all be suitors of senior sister Zhou Yun? Lü Yingfeng hesitated, but something felt off. Puzzled, he walked to the edge of the crowd and couldn't help asking, "What are you all doing?" "We're here to denounce Lü Yingfeng." "Denounce?" "Yes." The one who answered was a young man with a decent appearance. After speaking, he turned around, but before he could say anything, he saw a pitch-black, disheveled figure standing there and couldn't help frowning. Lü Yingfeng asked, "Why denounce him?" "You don't know?" "Know what?" Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. What had he missed? Could it be that some untold story about himself had unfolded, yet he remained unaware? The young man said, "That Lü Yingfeng is utterly outrageous." No sooner had he entered the academy than he snatched a precious spot in the sword hall, leaving a sword genius with nowhere to go. Huh. What's more, he's a body cultivator. A body cultivator taking a sword cultivator's place. Isn't that insane? But wasn't it because of Ning Xian's influence? Lü Yingfeng hadn't expected that days later these people would suddenly appear and besiege his home to denounce him. The young man fumed. And do you know? As a body cultivator, he also took the great opportunity of Thunder Pavilion. The Thunderwood so precious to lightning cultivators. What right does a body cultivator have to claim it? Isn't that an outrage to gods and men alike? Didn't the Academy approve this? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback again. "Humph," the young man snorted. "That's exactly what's unjust." Lü Yingfeng wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. He stood there in silence for a long moment. The young man continued, "Most hateful of all, he's now taken the Academy's precious divine liquid. Though he's a body cultivator, and it's useful to him, it's meant only for body cultivators with outstanding contributions to the sect. What right does he have to just take it? Divine liquid?" "Yes." The young man's words were forceful, his anger growing. Lü Yingfeng stood frozen, muttering to himself. Word spread so fast. He hadn't even used it yet, hadn't even reached home, and the news had already spread, drawing such a crowd. It felt as if they had set out the moment he received the news, arriving even faster than he did. Only then did he realize how wise the old senior brother's advice to use it quickly had been. Given this scene, even if he drank it down, they'd probably try to dig it out of him. Lü Yingfeng stood there silent for a long time. The young man grew even more vehement. Rumor has it that Lü Yingfeng is a complete pretty boy, relying on his looks and some unknown tricks to snatch so many opportunities. How despicable. Tricks? I don't think so. Lü Yingfeng found it increasingly absurd. It sounded as if he had done something shameful. The young man snorted, "What do you know?" Lü Yingfeng fell silent on the spot. He truly didn't know, having only heard of it now. He had to admit, hearing rumors about himself from others was thrilling in a strange way. Bai Yuan, listening to all this, was nearly convulsing with laughter, the entire orb of light tumbling about. "Lü Yingfeng, you. Ha ha ha, utterly outrageous, and outrage to gods and men, and relying on your looks and tricks, ha. Lü Yingfeng." At this point, he was at a complete loss for words. But the young man continued, though as he spoke something seemed to occur to him. "You don't know anything. What are you doing here?" By the way, you look unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. What's your name?" "Lü Yingfeng." As his voice trailed off, the young man's expression shifted abruptly, and he instinctively stepped back several paces. Disbelief flickered in his eyes, soon mingled with a surge of fury. "You dare toy with me?" Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. "When did I ever toy with you?" The young man paid him no heed, his voice ringing in everyone's ears. "Lü Yingfeng is here." In an instant, the clamor of accusations ceased abruptly. All turned their gazes, converging upon him. Though somewhat surprised by his darkened visage, their anger remained irrepressible. "Are you Lü Yingfeng? You despicable cur, I can't believe you dare show your face. Are you here to provoke us?" Such arrogance. Voices rose and fell in a cacophony. Lü Yingfeng stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. How was he despicable? This was his home. Why wouldn't he dare come back? Returning home being labeled as arrogance and provocation was utterly unreasonable. The crowd seethed with indignation, their voices overlapping. Lü Yingfeng said, "One must be reasonable. Have I offended you?" As an honest man, he was diligent and hardworking. Though newly arrived, he trained relentlessly each day and never bullied the weak. If there had been an old lady crossing the street, he would have helped her without a second thought. Someone retorted, "What right does a body cultivator have to occupy a sword hall slot? Just because your master is Ning Xian?" And if so? Lü Yingfeng sighed helplessly. He had already stated his master was Ning Xian. What more was there to say? "What makes you think you deserve the Thunderwood from the Thunder Pavilion?" Another voice rose in protest, brimming with indignation. They had toiled for years in the academy, yet this newcomer received everything with ease. It was deeply unsettling. Lü Yingfeng countered, the academy offered, so why wouldn't I accept? It's not like I asked for it. If the academy gives you take, shh. Their brows furrowed deeply as they stared ahead. Seeing this, a shift occurred in Lü Yingfeng's expression. A complex look flickered in his eyes as if lost in thought or hesitation. After a long pause, he spoke again. Actually, I refused at first. And then, oi. Then they insisted, wouldn't take no for an answer. So you took it just because they insisted, eh? His words left them stunned for a moment, but their agitation only grew. This was even more infuriating. Lü Yingfeng, you go too far. Lü Yingfeng was bewildered. How had he gone too far? Wasn't this the truth? Thunder Yuan had offered it, he refused, but they insisted he take it. How was that his fault? The crowd buzzed with accusations growing fiercer. Yet their ire was directed solely at Lü Yingfeng. They dared not challenge the academy itself. Finally, someone recalled. And what about the divine liquid? Explain that. Explain? What's there to explain? The academy notified me to collect it, so I went. Ah, how infuriating. What schemes did you use? Such despicable means. Lü Yingfeng said, I think you're just being unreasonable. Wasn't it obvious? If the academy hadn't given them, he wouldn't have even laid eyes on those items, let alone taken them. Yet they didn't protest to the academy. They all ganged up on him. Wasn't this just bullying an honest man? Bai Yuan spoke up at this moment. Seems like someone has a grudge against you. As if there aren't enough already. Lü Yingfeng looked at the throng before him. If not for the academy's rules forbidding private conflicts, they would have torn him apart. Bai Yuan said, let me put it another way, the divine liquid just arrived, and they're already surrounding your home. Who do you think tipped them off? That's a tough one. He shook his head helplessly. Someone was clearly stirring trouble, spreading word deliberately. But how could he know who? The only one with an open grudge against him was Mu Feng. And did Mu Feng even have that kind of influence? Behind Mu Feng stood Wang Zhentian. Though he had killed Wang's son, no one had seen it, and there was no evidence. Gazing around, Bai Yuan asked, so what will you do? Lü Yingfeng's eyes swept over the crowd again, as if pondering something. Since we're all here. Since we're all here. Bai Yuan was puzzled. The accusations continued. Lü Yingfeng turned to the crowd and said, all right, isn't it just because you think I'm an easy target? Tell me, what do you want? The crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected such a response. Silence fell as they exchanged glances as if consulting one another. After a moment, a young man said, we seek fairness. Be specific. Hand over the Thunderwood, the divine liquid, and give up the sword hall slot. Someone's voice rang out loud and resolute. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. I give them up so you can have them. That's your idea of fairness. This? The crowd fell silent, some looking uneasy. Another person spoke up. If you want fairness, let's settle it in a fair fight. The winner takes all. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. All of you against me. Have you no shame? Of course, one-on-one. A duel, eh? Exactly. The man nodded. Lü Yingfeng continued. And if you win, you take everything. Yes. And if you lose, this? Lü Yingfeng said. If you win, you get the treasures. If you lose, you walk away with nothing lost. Your scheme is practically slapped right in my face. The crowd's expressions shifted. Some showed a hint of shame. It did seem somewhat unfair. But Bai Yuan sensed something and couldn't help asking, what are you planning? According to Xiantian Academy's rules, you could ignore them entirely. Why agree to a duel? Lü Yingfeng ignored him, silently watching the crowd. After a long pause, one of them asked, then what do you propose? Looking somewhat troubled, as if deep in thought, his gaze swept over the crowd. Finally, he slowly raised 3 fingers, paused briefly, then withdrew 2. Since you want fairness, anyone who challenges me must put up 10,000 spirit stones. If I win, I take the stones. If I lose, you may choose one of the 3 items. Everyone's expressions shifted slightly. Almost without hesitation, they all nodded. Bai Yuan, however, was astonished, only now realizing what was happening. What a move, he exclaimed. The crowd rubbed their hands eagerly. Lü Yingfeng continued, of course, since you brought up fairness, I should be fair too. What else do you want? As everyone knows, I am a body cultivator at the early golden core stage. Therefore, I will only accept challengers up to the 3rd layer of golden core. Lü Yingfeng spoke with utmost sincerity. The crowd deliberated only briefly before nodding in approval. Only Bai Yuan within the cauldron kept exclaiming, what a move, over and over. As night deepened, Lü Yingfeng stood there facing everyone directly. Everyone felt it was unfair, so he proposed something that seemed fair for those at the 3rd layer of golden core and below, 10,000 spirit stones per challenge. Bai Yuan listened and exclaimed that it was truly fair. Almost instantly, someone stepped forward, a ring appearing in their hand, filled with spirit stones. I will fight you. The speaker was a young man at the 3rd layer of golden core. Although Lü Yingfeng had defeated Mu Feng in the sword hall, Mu Feng was only at the 1st layer of golden core and had underestimated him, leading to his defeat. Now that they were thoroughly familiar with their opponent, such issues would not arise. Unexpectedly, Lü Yingfeng directly refused with a wave of his hand. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lü Yingfeng said, instinctively glancing at himself. His skin was torn and his appearance truly disheveled. The other frowned. Then when do you intend to fight? Tomorrow night under the full moon at the Academy's martial arena. Fine. Those people did not waste words, they could afford to wait a day. Then they departed, using the day to prepare. However, no sooner had they left than several figures rushed over urgently. Zhou Yun, who had turned back, arrived with an anxious expression. Junior brother, are you alright? She had only learned of the matter after returning and had hurried over. Su Yao came with her, rushing over upon hearing the news, without considering that she was only at the foundation establishment stage. Junior brother, did they do anything to you? Su Yao asked with concern, looking him over. Learning that his injuries were from cultivation, she finally relaxed. Qingqing also arrived along with Yu Xingyao. These were almost all those who had come together from Yu State. Lü Yingfeng said, "It's fine, everyone, don't worry." Zhou Yun interjected, "The Academy's rules forbid fighting unless both parties agree. Junior brother, you don't need to heed them." Zhou Yun suggested, asking the elders to suppress them. But Lü Yingfeng said, "It's fine, I've already agreed with them. A duel tomorrow night." "What?" Several exclaimed, their expressions grave. Lü Yingfeng said a few simple words, and they said no more, though they left with lingering worry. Meanwhile, he returned to his courtyard, took 2 pills, and soaked in a pool, nearly moaning with pleasure. Bai Yuan couldn't help but remark, "Good heavens, Lü Yingfeng, I've only just discovered how dark you are today. Being struck by lightning turns you dark. A wash will make me fair again." Lü Yingfeng said, watching his wounds heal gradually. Bai Yuan said, "I'm talking about your heart." "Heart? Yes. It's quite pure." "Huh." Bai Yuan chuckled. "I even warned you not to mind them, but instead you've set your sights on their spirit stones." Lü Yingfeng said, "A fair fight. They want my opportunity, so isn't it reasonable for me to make a request? Am no fool. A fair fight indeed. Where is the fairness? My physical body is now at the initial golden core stage, equivalent to a cultivator at the 3rd layer of golden core. 3 layers against 3 layers. Where is the unfairness?" Bai Yuan said, "You don't mention your sword intent at the 8th layer, which matches the 6th layer of golden core. Moreover, he possessed lightning techniques. Although it appeared to be 3 layers against 3, as long as he retained these advantages, they could never win. In other words, he was entirely bullying the weak. They wielded small sticks while he wielded a dragon-slaying blade. There was no need for a fight." Lü Yingfeng paid no heed to such details, instead saying, "This is what they asked for, in merely fulfilling their request to prevent their Tao heart from faltering. You could say I'm helping others." "Helping others? How noble of you. Should I award you a medal?" "No need." Lü Yingfeng waved his hand and sat quietly. After a moment, Bai Yuan said, "But I have a question." "Speak. Your injuries don't prevent you from sweeping them aside. Why wait until tomorrow?" Against those only at the 3rd layer of golden core, Lü Yingfeng was utterly dominant, yet he insisted on waiting until tomorrow. This was puzzling given his intense craving for spirit stones. Lü Yingfeng closed his eyes, feeling his body recover, then slowly took out a jade bottle containing the divine liquid. "Don't I need some time to refine this divine liquid?" "This?" Bai Yuan was shocked. He was planning to enhance himself further. Lü Yingfeng continued, "Besides, I can enter the sword tower at midnight tonight, so there's no hurry." "Good heavens." Bai Yuan was at a loss for words. Those who called him ruthless were not wrong. Lü Yingfeng ignored these biases and opened the jade bottle to consume the divine liquid. After his physical body had broken through to golden core, enduring several days of lightning strikes had already strengthened it considerably. Taking the divine liquid would further enhance him, giving him greater confidence for tomorrow's duel. But as the divine liquid entered his body, it instantly transformed into a violent energy, surging through his limbs and bones, spreading a pain that threatened to tear his flesh apart. Yet it was bearable after the lightning strikes of the past few days. This was nothing. Time passed slowly. Lü Yingfeng sat there, feeling his physical body change, gradually strengthening. His bones, his flesh, and especially his blood energy surging like rivers in flood and dragons ascending. At one moment, he even felt so inflated that he dared to throw a punch at Lei Yuan. Bai Yuan marveled at why such a monster existed in this world. Gifted in cultivation, swordsmanship, lightning techniques, and physical strength, and infuriatingly, he was only 18, having cultivated for just over 3 months. Who would believe it? Sigh. Whether from envy or lament, it let out a soft sigh. The next instant, Lü Yingfeng's body emitted a hum, and he suddenly opened his eyes, a wild joy spreading across his face. "It's done." "What's done?" Bai Yuan asked. Lü Yingfeng said, "My physical body has reached the middle stage of golden core. As expected of you." At that moment, Bai Yuan felt even more conflicted. He had only been in the academy a few days, and already his physical body had reached the middle stage of golden core. "Lü Yingfeng." Bai Yuan suddenly called out. "Lü Yingfeng, are you even human?" "Nonsense." Lü Yingfeng rolled his eyes. If he weren't human, how many maidens would be heartbroken? Bai Yuan continued. So tomorrow those at the third layer of golden core will face your mid-listage golden core physical body. Alas, perhaps not only that. Not only that. What else? Bai Yuan was stunned, his expression shifting. Lü Yingfeng looked up at the sky. The night was deep moonlight spilling everywhere, imbuing the surroundings with its unique beauty. The sword tower has opened. His voice rang out as he gazed into the distance, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. After waiting so many days, it had finally arrived. The bright moon hung high, casting a serene glow over the academy. Lü Yingfeng sat in deep concentration, his mind immersed as a peculiar resonance emanated from him, harmonizing with the distant sword tower. This was an exceptionally rare phenomenon. By imprinting his mark, he could fuse his will with the Tao of the sword, thereby entering the sword tower's space from afar. I wonder if I can bring back some spiritual energy, he mused. Lü Yingfeng had pondered this question before, but never confirmed it. Yet even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. He was content to go there and comprehend the sword's path. It was said that after reaching the 9th layer of sword intent, the next realm was called sword heart illumination, a state where heart and blade became one, capable of manifesting countless techniques. The thought stirred excitement within him. After all, any improvement was welcome, and he was not one to be selective or partial. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to detach from his body. When he next appeared, he was already within the sword tower. Everything was as before. The sight of countless stone steels standing in array filled him once more with exhilaration. Now Lü Yingfeng moved toward the 7th floor of the sword tower. As he advanced, the interweaving sword intent spontaneously conjured a black robe around him. He soon arrived before a cluster of graves. As before, clusters of light emerged from the tombs, swirling around him with fervent enthusiasm. Esteemed predecessors, I have come to visit you again. Lü Yingfeng spoke with a smile as he sat cross-legged. Reaching out, he effortlessly drew a Tao fruit to him. To his delight, the spiritual energy within it merged with him without dissipating. At the same time, he began to contemplate the predecessor's sword intent. Soon he set down the now slightly dimmed Tao fruit. As if depleted of spiritual energy, it retreated. Lü Yingfeng then summoned another, and another Tao fruit appeared before him. As the contents of the Tao fruits unfolded, spiritual energy surged into him relentlessly. Unbeknownst to him, the fruits around him grew fewer and fewer. The entire process was seamless without any obstruction. In the end, only one Tao fruit remained. Lü Yingfeng continued his contemplation. He hadn't fully comprehended all the fruits, only grasped their essence. He planned to continue the detailed study next time. Moreover, each session of observation brought new insights. In this process, his sword intent grew imperceptibly, reaching the 9th layer. Compared to cultivation that required spirit stones or the lightning strikes needed for his thunderous physique, he much preferred this painless breakthrough. A casual glance led to enlightenment, his sword intent surging upward, and one more step would bring him to sword heart illumination. Yet as the last Tao fruit was released, he rose and looked around. The scene before him now seemed somewhat empty. However, in the depths of his soul, he sensed the presence of other Tao fruits accompanied by a clear guiding pull. He set off toward the source. The deeper he went, the clearer the sensation became. When he reached a certain spot, he instinctively looked down at his feet, as if something was about to surge from below, though it still needed a little more time. Strange, what is this? Lü Yingfeng muttered, scanning his surroundings. He felt that whatever this was, it might be something extraordinary. Just as he hesitated, a voice came from not far away. Are you also drawn by that sensation? Lü Yingfeng turned his head to look. Not far off on a large rock, a figure lay still. Now he turned his head toward Lü Yingfeng, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. The figure was a young man, handsome in appearance with a somewhat languid demeanor. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp, gleaming with a cold light like a drawn sword. The young man sat up slowly, sizing him up. Coming to the sword tower in a conjured black robe, skulking about. But the fact that you made it here means you're no ordinary person. So then let me test your mettle. Clang. As his words fell, a resonant sound echoed in all directions. The young man moved, and thousands of sword energies emerged beneath his feet. Countless cold lights manifested before him, intertwining with a myriad of radiances, creating an indescribable pressure. Lü Yingfeng frowned, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at the youth. Why did this person attack without a word, without even asking for his opinion? Moreover, with a single glance, he could tell the young man was indeed extraordinary. He was young, likely just over 20. Compared to the older cultivators he had met before, this one carried a vibrant spirit, truly matching his youthful appearance. His sword intent had already reached the 7th layer. Clearly, this was a remarkable figure. However, as the attack came, Lü Yingfeng had no time to dwell on it. Seeing the sword energies surging toward him, he raised his hand. A thread of sword intent coiled around it without displaying any flashy killing technique. With a simple motion of his palm, all the sword energies shattered instantly. The young man's sharp eyes flickered with surprise. He jumped down from the rock and looked ahead. I am Lü Yingfeng, known as the Xiantian Sword Immortal. May I ask which senior brother or elder you are? Lü Yingfeng remained silent, standing still. He had initially thought of leaving, but then considered that he had not yet truly tested his sword skills in battle. The thought made him hesitate, wondering if he should use this person as a sparring partner. But as he hesitated, Lü Xiaoyu spoke again. Since you won't speak, then let's fight. With that, Lü Xiaoyu struck again. His hands opened and closed, his sword moving with his will. In an instant, countless sword energies filled the entire void. Beams of cold light shone, dispelling even the darkness of this place. Slash! A sharp cry rang out. Sword energies converged from all directions, their sharpness overwhelming, as chilling as his gaze. Strands of sword intent emerged, their edge beyond description. Truly astonishing in terms of sword intent alone. Boom! Lü Yingfeng raised his hand. Sword intent coiled around his fingertips without shooting forth, yet wherever it passed it seemed formless. The descending sword energies shattered once more, unable to approach him by even a hair's breadth. With that single strike, he realized this man was indeed skilled. If he hadn't just broken through to the 9th layer, he might have had to stand up and fight seriously. He also recalled Zhou Ming, who, though a master of the 5th or 6th layer, lacked the sharp edge of this youth. Lü Xiaoyu's eyes showed astonishment. As his sword energies dissipated, he took a step forward. His hand grasped empty air, and a long sword materialized, a solid manifestation of sword intent. As he held the sword, his entire aura seemed to transform. Clang! The sword's cry rose again. Lü Yingfeng raised his hand and brought it down. A sword energy shot from his heart. The move was not ornate, but it carried an overwhelming, unstoppable force. Lü Xiaoyu swung his longsword. The moment they clashed, a burst of cold light erupted. Sword intent surged as both forces collided. The longsword shattered the sword energy, but Lü Xiaoyu himself was forced back several steps. How can your sword intent be so powerful? Are you Su Xuanin? Su Xuanin? Lü Yingfeng murmured. The name came so abruptly, and it sounded like a woman's. But before he could refute, Lü Xiaoyu shook his head. No, Su Zunyan's sword intent isn't this domineering. Who are you really? Lü Yingfeng remained silent. The sword intent coiled around his fingertips, extended, forming a long sword. As the sword settled in his hand, and he swung it down, the already gloomy void darkened further. Countless sword energies filled the sky, endless and vast, born of sword intent. They seemed as if they could split the heavens, carrying an innate suffocating pressure. Lü Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, his pupils dilating. His heart trembled uncontrollably. He saw no sword technique in the attack before him, yet he knew with absolute certainty that he could not withstand it. The sword intent pressed down with an overwhelming force as Lü Yingfeng's footsteps fell, setting everything into motion. The heavens roared, the void trembled, and in that instant endless slaughter descended, leaving only the piercing sound of air being rent asunder. Damn it! Lü Xiaoyu opened his mouth, but his words were drowned out and became unintelligible. Only the cold gleam of light pierced through the dust, and smoke as brilliance blossomed. Lü Yingfeng stood there, unconsciously glancing at the long sword in his hand before he couldn't help but speak. Is my sword intent really this domineering? He had never unleashed it like this before, and the result not only startled others, but also shocked himself. However, he had held back, refraining from going all out. After all, although Lü Xiaoyu seemed lackadaisical, his attacks carried no killing intent. He merely sought to spar. Of course, since he hadn't asked for permission, getting a beating was only fair. It had been a long time since he had last struck someone, and perhaps it had become a habit. Going a few days without finding someone to punch left him feeling restless. With a crash, as everything settled, Lü Xiaoyu lay on the ground, looking up ahead with terror in his eyes. The sword intent of the man before him surpassed his own, yet he couldn't discern its exact level. But he was keenly aware that his opponent had shown mercy and refrained from a killing blow. Realizing this, Lü Xiaoyu let the long sword in his hand dissipate and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for showing restraint. Before he could finish, Lü Yingfeng had already closed in and kicked him directly in the face. A dull thud rang out as Lü Xiaoyu was sent flying. You? He steadied himself, about to speak, but Lü Yingfeng was already upon him again, grabbing him by the collar and flinging him away. Although this was not his physical body, his consciousness came with his sword intent, allowing him to feel pain. A pain that struck straight to the soul, with a sensation and depth entirely different from the ordinary. A series of thuds sounded as Lü Xiaoyu couldn't utter a single word, tossed about like a rag doll, kicked from left and right with just the right force, dazed but not injured. Wails rose and fell in succession. Lü Xiaoyu couldn't fathom what kind of person he had run into. The earlier commotion and his current screams drew the attention of others. They followed the sound to the vicinity. Yet when they saw the scene before them, their expressions shifted. Zhou Ming, Qingqing, and several other figures appeared there. One of them couldn't help but ask, "What are they doing?" "Fighting, I guess." "Is that fighting? Isn't it?" "That's called a slaughter." "This? And does that person being ground into the dirt look like Lu Xiaoyu to you?" "What do you mean look like?" "That is Lu Xiaoyu. Heavens, Lu Xiaoyu is being brutalized in the sword tower." Exclamations of shock rang out as the group stared in disbelief. Zhou Ming's eyes held astonishment as well. In terms of talent, Lu Xiaoyu was hailed as the Academy's unseen century prodigy of the sword path, with his sword intent reaching the 7th layer. Yet now he was being ruthlessly ground into the ground here. How is this possible? Even senior sister Sun Ying couldn't beat Lu Xiaoyu like this here. Who is that person? Zhou Ming stared ahead transfixed. Such a situation had never occurred before. Their only consolation was that everyone could sense Lü Yingfeng was merely playing around. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyu offended some elder again, and they came here to beat some sense into him? That must be it. After all, he's the Grand Elder's closed-door disciple. Other elders can't openly punish him. With this reasoning, everything suddenly seemed to make perfect sense. Only Lu Xiaoyu continued to wail until ripples spread through the space, signaling that their time was up. Lü Yingfeng sensed it, and before he could hurl Lu Xiaoyu away, both their figures began to fade, their consciousness withdrawing from this space. In the blink of an eye, he awoke back in his small courtyard. Almost simultaneously, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the academy, a series of wails reverberating endlessly, stirring half the grounds. What happened? Bai Yuan couldn't help but ask. The cries were too harrowing. Lü Yingfeng replied, "Probably got beaten up." "Beaten up at Xiantian Academy in the dead of night? Are you joking? What if it's true?" Lü Yingfeng grinned. Bai Yuan was about to say more, but in that instant it sensed something amiss, accompanied by a gasp. "You've broken through to the 7th layer of golden core." The moment Lü Yingfeng's consciousness returned, the spiritual energy automatically transformed into mana, incredibly pure and refined. Lü Yingfeng grinned. "Pure luck, just luck." "What exactly did you do?" Bai Yuan couldn't believe it. When it first met him, he was only at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, and now he was at the 7th layer of golden core, and he had only been cultivating for a little over 3 months. This was truly defying heaven. Lü Yingfeng said no more, instead focusing on consolidating his realm and refining his sword intent. After all, he was set to duel those people tomorrow, and the pressure was immense. He just didn't know how many would show up. Bai Yuan marveled, then thought of those who had agreed to duel him, and a wave of sympathy welled up. It rarely felt sympathy for anyone, but today it simply couldn't help it. A man with a physical cultivation at the mid-golden core stage, sword intent at the 8th or 9th layer, a cultivation base at the 7th layer of golden core, and mastery of lightning arts, was going to duel people whose cultivation was at most the 3rd layer of golden core. Each duel cost 10,000 spirit stones. It was unimaginable how much he would earn. This heart is truly black. Bai Yuan sighed. It had originally thought his concealment of strength was just caution, but now it felt like it was all premeditated. Too bad those people were in for a rough time. But they had only themselves to blame for provoking this fellow in their spare time. Meanwhile, at the sword hall, Lu Xiaoyu was sobbing in agony. His cries stirred Grand Elder Zhou Xian. Looking at his disciple, he couldn't help but ask, what happened to him? Zhou Ming stepped forward. Lu Xiaoyu was beaten in the sword tower. Beaten? Who could beat him? Su Xuanin. Zhou Xian glanced over. Aside from Su Xuanin, he couldn't think of anyone else with such skill. Zhou Ming shook his head. Probably not. Then who was it? All we know is that he was wearing a black robe. By the time we saw them, Lu Xiaoyu had already been getting beaten for a while. What? Zhou Xian was stunned. He knew Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation well. There were only a handful in the entire academy who could beat him like this. Zhou Ming said, I couldn't discern that person's realm, but it should be far above Lu Xiaoyu's. Who could it be? Zhou Xian mused, unable to come up with an answer. But Zhou Ming continued, by the way, Elder, there's another matter. The spiritual energy surrounding the Tao fruits of those predecessors has dimmed again. Wasn't it just replenished a few days ago? How has it dimmed again? Hearing one bizarre incident after another, he couldn't help but frown. Zhou Ming was helpless. Though the matter was somewhat suspicious, how could he possibly know what was really going on? Yet Zhou Xian didn't press him, merely waving his hand. Forget it. You all go back and cultivate. I will personally enter the sword tower to investigate. Yes. The group cupped their hands and withdrew. Zhou Xian picked up the still sobbing Lu Xiaoyu to question him, but after hearing the story, he had no substantial clues. This only deepened his confusion. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost in the dead of night? Time slipped by, and now it was daybreak. Lü Yingfeng rose as usual and headed straight for the Thunder Pavilion. Gazing at the towering thunderwood tree and the shallow marks on its trunk, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. He then picked up the axe and continued chopping. Having adapted over these past few days and made a slight breakthrough, the task no longer seemed as arduous as before. Though the pain persisted, it brought him immense joy. Since the evening duels were still hours away, he couldn't afford to waste his precious time chopping wood. Of course, his thunder art had grown more formidable as well, though he had no chance to test it. Only when the sky dimmed did Lü Yingfeng stop and leisurely return to Mystic Peak. "You're quite composed, setting off only when it's nearly dark," Bai Yuan remarked. Lü Yingfeng replied, "Actually, I do feel some pressure." "You've got no damn pressure." Bai Yuan was speechless. From every angle, Lü Yingfeng could crush those opponents, yet he still claimed to feel pressure. Lü Yingfeng paid him no heed. Returning to his courtyard, he bathed and changed clothes. Only when the night deepened and a full moon hung high did he unhurriedly step out. He found Zhou Yun waiting anxiously. "Junior brother, how prepared are you? If you're not confident, just don't go. With your status, no one can force you." She worried for Lü Yingfeng's safety. As a mere body cultivator, he would surely be at a disadvantage against cultivators of the same realm. Mu Feng's defeat had been an anomaly. Lü Yingfeng smiled. "Senior sister, don't worry. I might not lose." "Humph," Bai Yuan sneered from within the cauldron. Was that even a question? There was no way he would lose. What Golden Core Tier 3 good-natured fellow could defeat him? Zhou Yun remained hesitant. Lü Yingfeng asked, "By the way, senior sister, I heard there's someone named Lu Xiaoyu at the academy called the Xiantian Sword Immortal. Who is he?" "Lu Xiaoyu." Zhou Yun paused, then said thoughtfully, "He's a sword prodigy and the Grand Elder's closed-door disciple. He arrived at the academy 2 years ago, having never touched the sword before, yet in 2 years he reached the 7th level of sword intent. Truly astonishing." "That remarkable." Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Reaching the 7th level of sword intent in 2 years was no small feat. Zhou Yun nodded. "Indeed. According to the Grand Elder, Lu Xiaoyu's sword talent rivals that of Su Xuanin, one of the 4 prodigies." Su Xuanin. He recalled Lu Xiaoyu mentioning that name yesterday. Zhou Yun continued, "Su Zunyan's sword talent is equally impressive. She's only in her 20s, but a year ago I heard she had already reached the 9th level of sword intent. I wonder if she has now broken through to the legendary realm of sword heart clarity. Tisk, this academy truly hides dragons and crouching tigers." "Indeed." Zhou Yun sighed. Outside, she was a celebrated genius, but here she felt utterly ordinary. Lü Yingfeng pondered as they walked and chatted. A thought struck him. "Senior sister, what about the 4 prodigies you mentioned earlier?" "They are the 4 with the highest recognized talent in the academy, the cream of our generation." "Oh." Lü Yingfeng's interest was piqued. Zhou Yun said, "You met Xia Feng at the sword hall that day. His mastery of the thunder art is unparalleled among the younger generation. I've already mentioned Su Xuanin. The other 2 are Gulei, a body cultivator like you, but a fierce one. He has never lost to anyone of the same realm, and his physique is said to have reached the nascent soul stage." A fellow practitioner. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. A nascent soul-level physique must be terrifyingly powerful. A single punch could shatter a mountain. "The last one is Wang Tsong. His insight is astonishing, his spellcraft unmatched, and he wields countless techniques with unfathomable skill. In battle, he never repeats his attacks, making him an extremely troublesome opponent." Listening, Lü Yingfeng hadn't expected such things. Zhou Yun added that these individuals were at least at the 9th level of Golden Core, possibly even having broken through to Nascent Soul. They were unmatched among their peers. Along the way, he gained a rough understanding, and soon they arrived outside the training grounds. A crowd of unknown size had gathered. Besides yesterday's troublemakers, there were also spectators. Yu Xingyao and the Qingqing group had come along with several elders. Lei Yuan stood silently on a high platform, while the Grand Elder and Su Qingwu were also present. He didn't recognize the others. "Quite a commotion. It seems many are curious about you," Bai Yuan remarked. A few Golden Core Tier 2 or Tier 3 cultivators clashing had drawn such a crowd. Most were undoubtedly here for Lü Yingfeng. Lü Yingfeng took a deep breath. Thanks to days of practice, he had grown adept at concealing his aura and magical power, even learning several techniques. Otherwise, under so many watchful eyes, he might have been exposed. Still, as Bai Yuan said, once he stepped forward, defeat was impossible. "Senior sister, I'm off." Lü Yingfeng called out to Zhou Yun, then leaped gracefully into the air. Under everyone's gaze, his white robes were stunning. Apart from the matter at hand, he was truly captivating, drawing gasps from countless maidens. "Who dares to fight me?" He wasted no words, challenging them outright. Since this was a duel, he saw no need for lengthy talk. All eyes were fixed on him. Some snorted in disdain, others stared intently, while the elders remained silent, merely watching. From the crowd below, a figure emerged, the one he had chatted with at length yesterday. "He'll fight you." "Good." Lü Yingfeng responded. The young man named Zhao Fu was exactly at the Golden Core Tier 3. He looked at Lü Yingfeng and produced a ring. "Here are 10,000 spirit stones. If I win, you'll give me the sword hall slot." "Deal." Lü Yingfeng agreed. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, agreeing to give up the slot for 10,000 spirit stones. he's truly generous. Su Qingwu said, perhaps this is a display of confidence. After all, he's senior brother Ningxian's disciple. He might have some tricks up his sleeve. Let's hope so. The Grand Elder replied softly. If he actually lost, he didn't know what to do. Though this could have been prevented, the Academy Master had personally ordered no interference just yesterday, leaving him helpless. Yet he couldn't ignore it entirely. If something went wrong, trouble would follow. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu's sword gleamed with a cold light. Without a word, as the blade descended, several sword auras shot forward. Facing this momentum, Lü Yingfeng's expression grew solemn. He swung his arms, surging with blood energy, and unleashed his speed, dodging the sword light while attacking his opponent. The clash had begun with countless eyes watching. As Lü Yingfeng put it, the duel had started. A faint ringing echoed in his ears, and sword aura swirled before his eyes. Lü Yingfeng dodged the lethal strikes, moving closer to Zhao Fu. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The advantage of a body cultivator lay in their formidable physical strength. Generally, their flesh alone could withstand attacks from those of the same cultivation level, though not indefinitely, or else they would still be battered. His speed was remarkable, as many had already witnessed before the sword hall. As he evaded, Zhao Fu was not surprised. Instead, a sharp light gleamed in his eyes as if he had anticipated it. His long sword swept gracefully, manifesting over a dozen sword auras, once more this time, sealing off Lü Yingfeng's path. Seeing this, Lü Yingfeng crossed his arms before him, seemingly with no way to retreat. He used his physical body to clash against the sword auras. Bang! A dull thud resonated, drawing everyone's gaze. Though Lü Yingfeng stumbled slightly, he barely managed to block the assault, and with another step, charged straight toward Zhao Fu. When facing a body cultivator, one must never let them close in, or the consequences would be dire. Zhao Fu frowned slightly, his long sword already flying out, while his hands formed seals, conjuring lethal techniques that accompanied the sword aura. Radiant light bloomed before him. Lü Yingfeng raised his hand and struck, and the battle seemed to fall into a stalemate. Relying on his speed, Lü Yingfeng evaded many of the attacks. Just as Zhao Fu pondered how to strike, the technique before him was suddenly torn apart, and a figure charged out from the light, arriving right before him. Boom! The arena rumbled and stone slabs shattered as Lü Yingfeng closed in. With a fist seal formed in his hand, he drove it straight into Zhao Fu's face. At that moment, there was no more suspense. Zhao Fu was sent flying, landing outside the arena. He won! Su Yao exclaimed in delight, and Zhou Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Lü Yingfeng stood there gazing at the people below. A flicker of fatigue seemed to cross his expression. Without a word, he silently walked to the side, picked up a ring, swallowed a pill, and sat cross-legged to recover. The whole process was brief, yet it surprised some. However, Bai Yuan couldn't help but remark, Lü Yingfeng, you are utterly shameless. How am I shameless? Even without using magical techniques, the guy was just one punch away for you, yet you made it look like a back-and-forth fight. If I didn't know your situation, I would have believed your act. Bai Yuan grew more exasperated. What kind of nonsense was this? Meeting Lü Yingfeng was probably the deepest sin from their past lives. He ignored it, and after a moment silently gazed downward. Next, as the words fell, a figure leaped onto the arena. It was a burly man with a fierce expression, vibrant blood, chi, and muscles so exaggerated they made people frown. It's Feng Zhong. He's going up too. 2 body cultivators. This will be interesting. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Lü Yingfeng gathered the gist. The man before him was also a body cultivator with a physical body at the early golden core stage. He said nothing, for it was a fair fight, and he wouldn't bother with such details. Then Feng Zhong placed a ring on his hand and looked at Lü Yingfeng. I want the divine liquid. His words were direct, and his goal was clear. He was after the divine liquid. All right. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Almost simultaneously, Feng Zhong moved. His massive frame exuded a sense of oppression, and as he closed in, his fists hammered down like collapsing mountains, carrying an indescribable weight. As a fellow body cultivator, he was confident he was no weaker than others. Lü Yingfeng let out a fierce shout, dodging the descending arms, and threw a punch from the side. Huh. Feng Zhong sneered, blocking with one arm, unconcerned. But as their fists connected, a look of gravity spread across his face. A tremendous force surged through his arm, not impossible to withstand, but it shoved him back. His previously confident expression shifted constantly. He hadn't anticipated his opponent to be so formidable, not just in physical strength, but also in raw power. Lü Yingfeng also frowned slightly. Damn, I used too much force. After all, his physical body was at the early golden core stage. Being stronger could be excused as natural talent, but if he showed too much power, it would raise suspicion. Thus, as Feng Zhong steadied himself, Lü Yingfeng formed a fist seal and struck forward. Their fists collided, producing another dull thud. Feng Zhong grunted, a low growl escaping his throat. This time, Lü Yingfeng held back a bit of his strength, stumbling back a few steps. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Body cultivator battles were rare and different from their usual magical duels. Then the two closed in again, fists raining down in a relentless flesh-to-flesh exchange. The gravity on Feng Zhong's face grew more pronounced. Lü Yingfeng also took a couple of hits, his expression shifting, and he let out a few symbolic groans, giving the impression of a well-matched duel. At that moment, Feng Zhong roared, his muscles bulging and blood-chi surging, as if he summoned all his strength. He swung a massive roundhouse punch forward. Feng Zhong is going all out, someone exclaimed, all eyes fixed on the arena. Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Was that what going all out meant? But he followed suit, letting his blood-chi surge as he charged forward. In that instant, their figures collided. The arena seemed unable to bear the impact. Countless bricks and stones shattered, swept up by the blast, and sent flying in all directions. Dust and smoke billowed like a thick fog. The crowd retreated, and just as they tried to look back at the battlefield, a figure flew backward from the spot and landed outside the arena. It's Feng Zhong. Someone recognized their voice ringing out. For a moment, silence fell. As the dust settled, Lü Yingfeng's figure slowly emerged. He stood in the center, slightly swaying, a few strands of hair falling loose, panting heavily, as if he had expended tremendous effort. Yet he still said nothing, silently walking to the side to pick up a ring, then took out a pill and put it in his mouth. No one urged him, they just watched him seemingly moved. The young maidens gazed at him with eyes full of sympathy. Junior brother Yingfeng, hang in there. You must hold on. Yes, don't be defeated. They shouted with genuine emotion, as if they wished they could take his place. Bai Yuan, the sole witness to the truth, watched it all and could barely contain himself. Lü Yingfeng, you really are an incredible actor. What do you mean? Lü Yingfeng retorted. Bai Yuan, it's one thing to bully the naive. They deserve it. But being shameless is your own fault. What have I done? Who hides so many tricks, and then on top of that gives himself a full upgrade the day before? Better safe than sorry. What if they're hiding even more? Lü Yingfeng said, though he was somewhat resigned. If it weren't for earning those few broken spirit stones, he wouldn't be here playing games with these people. Bai Yuan, do you think everyone is like you? You never know. Lü Yingfeng ignored him and continued pretending to recover. Of course, the main reason for this act was for their sake. If they realized they had been easily defeated, their Tao hearts might shatter. After all, doing a good deed a day would eventually bring its reward. Time passed, and it was not until Lü Yingfeng felt it was enough that he slowly rose to his feet. He stood there, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and his voice rang out, each word firm and resolute, as steady as his eyes. Next. At that moment, his momentum was magnificent. A single man shouted with the force of 1,000 troops, stirring the hearts of all. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, could not help but frown. This farce has gone on long enough. There is no need to continue. He truly feared Lü Yingfeng might bring about his own demise, which would be difficult to explain. The crowd exchanged glances below the stage. Some had already prepared to step forward, but that one sentence made them halt in their tracks. When the Grand Elder had spoken, who dared to defy him? Unless they wished to be expelled from the academy. Lei Yuan said nothing. However, as the Grand Elder gave his order, those others remained calm, but Lü Yingfeng grew anxious. No, he refused decisively. This was 10,000 spirit stones per match. To end it now would be to cut off his own source of wealth. If he missed this opportunity, when would the next one come? He had been hoping to gather enough spirit stones to break through to the 8th layer of golden core. He could not accept this. The Grand Elder's expression hardened. What did you say? Lü Yingfeng replied. Grand Elder, we cannot end it like this. This? The crowd was stunned, their eyes fixed on the young man in utter surprise. Bai Yuan fell silent as well. Under such circumstances, it would be a wonder if he let the matter rest. Lü Yingfeng, after a brief moment of thought, raised his head and looked at the Grand Elder with sincere eyes. This battle today is unavoidable. I must fight on. Why? The Grand Elder was perplexed. Was it not obvious who would benefit if he called a halt now? Lü Yingfeng continued, the world knows me as Ning Xian's disciple, but they also believe I have merely basked in my master's glory to gain these opportunities. I must prove that I have earned this not only because of my master, but also because I am worthy in my own right. In an instant, silence fell, and the looks some cast upon him began to change. From initial indignation to surprise, and now a touch of admiration. You wish to prove yourself? The Grand Elder was equally taken aback. Lü Yingfeng nodded earnestly. Yes, to prove myself. Bai Yuan said, that is simple. Just display your cultivation, swordsmanship, lightning arts, or physical body, and that would be proof enough. There is no need to go through all these battles. Why are you so talkative? Oomph. Bai Yuan sneered, seeing through his intentions. The Grand Elder stared at him, intently lost in thought, never expecting such stubbornness. The last time he had seen such stubbornness was with Ning Xian, and now his disciple had turned out to be just as mulehead. In the end, the Grand Elder said no more, standing in silence, making no further move to stop him. It seemed he was moved by Lü Yingfeng's persistence. Lü Yingfeng withdrew his gaze, secretly relieved that his good fortune had nearly been ruined. If this overwhelming wealth were lost, he would have to wake up in the middle of the night just to slap by Yuan twice. Then he turned his attention back to the crowd below next. In a moment, the crowd snapped back to reality and a figure leaped onto the arena stage. "I will fight you." The speaker was a young man, also at the third layer of golden core, wielding a long spear with an imposing aura. "Fight." Lü Yingfeng uttered a single word, his blood surging once more. Without further words, the two clashed in battle. As the spear danced like a silver dragon, waves of magical power intertwined, as if evolving into something grand. Even Lü Yingfeng was taken aback by the sheer fighting spirit. Was it really necessary to be so fervent over a mere spar? Yet as they exchanged blows, Lü Yingfeng put on a vigorous performance, the two fighting back and forth. He showed a slight edge without overwhelming his opponent, ultimately using his formidable physical body and swift footwork to barely knock his adversary down. He won again. The crowd below exclaimed. This Lü Yingfeng has some skill. And his physical body seems even stronger than Feng Zhong's, who is also at the early golden core stage. It seems he does not rely solely on Ning Xian's legacy. He has some real ability of his own. Have you noticed? He seems to grow stronger with each battle. That's true. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation was gradually shifting. As the next person stepped onto the stage, arcs of lightning crackled in their palms. That was a member of the Thunder Hall who attacked with the blessing of lightning, moving at incredible speed. However, as everyone knew, Lü Yingfeng had the fortune of the Thunderwood, enduring daily baptism by lightning, so it was only natural he had some resistance to it. Thus this battle ended quickly. Lei Yuan, stroking his beard, looked on with a hint of approval. Body cultivators are often looked down upon because they rely solely on their physical form without many techniques to aid them. Yet he has managed to defeat several opponents of the same realm with just his body. Truly impressive. If he had suitable artifacts, his combat power would be even greater. Su Qingwu, standing nearby, smiled. To earn the praise of the second elder, it seems Yingfeng has caught your eye. Lei Yuan replied indifferently. What a pity he cultivates the body, not the lightning arts. Otherwise, since I have found no worthy disciple, I would not mind passing on all my skills to him. What a shame indeed. Su Qingwu shook her head, knowing Lei Yuan's temperament. For him to say such a thing was no small feat. By now, Lü Yingfeng had barely won 7 consecutive matches. Everyone was astonished by his performance. As Lei Yuan said, body cultivators were at a disadvantage in battle, yet he had won 7 in a row. That said everything. Moreover, he was still very young. If he could raise his cultivation in the future, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Of course, Lü Yingfeng was overjoyed. In just one day, he had earned 70,000 spirit stones. Combined with the over 30,000 he already had, it was nearly enough to break through to the 8th layer of golden core. If he pushed a little harder, he might reach the 9th layer. And if he gritted his teeth, perhaps he could even break through to nascent soul. How perfect would that be? At the thought, a smile unconsciously curled at the corner of his mouth, and he looked down to speak again. Next, he was already envisioning 100 consecutive victories and breaking through to nascent soul. But just then a voice echoed across the square. Hold! Everyone turned toward the voice. A divine rainbow shot out from the depths of the academy, arriving in an instant. It was an old man with a childlike face and white hair, bearing an immortal air. Third Elder. The people were startled and bowed in greeting. The newcomer was none other than the academy's third elder, Yinyu. At his appearance, all eyes turned to him. Yinyu scanned the surroundings, then a flash of anger crossed his face. This is utter nonsense. Third Elder, this. Yinyu waved his hand. I know the cause. The academy has its reasons for its actions. How can you allow such chaos? His voice carried authority as he looked around, his gaze intimidating. The crowd bowed their heads, not daring to argue. Lü Yingfeng, however, frowned at the old man who had appeared before him. Another one here to ruin his business. Elder Yinyu stood upon the arena, facing the assembled crowd. His gaze was utterly impassive regarding the scene before him, as if it were nothing more than a farce. Lü Yingfeng's brow remained tightly furrowed. What was the matter with this man? Yet the third elder paid him no heed, instead addressing the 4 directions. As everyone knows, had it not been for Ning Xian back, then the sword tower would have long since collapsed. It is only right and proper that his disciple occupies a spot in the sword tower. There is nothing more to be said. You must cease this disturbance. These were words once spoken by the Grand Elder, and they sounded just as reasonable now as they did then. Lü Yingfeng stood rooted to the spot. Was saying it again not a warning to those people? The crowd below fell silent. Yinyu continued. As for the Thunderwood, that was something the second elder personally moved from the Thunder Sea at great risk. Although it is an asset of the academy, he has already informed the academy of this matter. The Academy's resources are allocated by me under the Dean's approval. In other words, this is a gift from the Academy to him, and it is not for you to defy. With these words, the implications were perfectly clear. Lü Yingfeng, observing the demeanor of the crowd below, grew even more anxious. His business was at stake. Yet in the midst of this silence, a figure suddenly stepped forward and asked, "May I ask the elder what of the divine liquid then? Is it simply because he is a body cultivator?" But he is not the only body cultivator in the Academy. According to the Academy's rules, one must make contributions. He has never contributed. Why should he be granted this opportunity? In an instant, countless gazes turned. It was an unremarkable disciple who had dared to voice the only question to confront the elder's authority. Even Lü Yingfeng was surprised. Yin, however, remained composed. He glanced back at Lü Yingfeng, his expression indifferent and devoid of emotion, before turning to the crowd once more and speaking again. He has indeed made no contributions. However, a region within the Academy's territory is showing signs of disturbance requiring the full efforts of body cultivators. Apart from Gulay, the Academy has too few body cultivators, and their cultivation levels are insufficient. Lü Yingfeng possesses extraordinary talent in body cultivation. Therefore, granting him the divine liquid in advance to strengthen his physique will allow him to better address the coming crisis. As these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in commotion. Some had heard of this matter, a sealed entity within the lands of the Xiantian Academy that required periodic reinforcement of its seal. To reach the seal, one must traverse a special region fraught with danger where one's spiritual power is sealed. Thus, a body cultivator was needed to lead the way and protect the others. If that were the case, then it seemed perfectly reasonable for him to have a share of the divine liquid. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. I have to work for it. He had initially thought this was a freebie, but it turned out he had to earn it. And from the sound of it, the task was quite complicated. Having said this, Yin appeared perfectly at ease. Everything was logical and proper with nothing amiss. Yet the disciple persisted. What if he receives the divine liquid but refuses to make the contribution? He will not. Yin shook his head, his tone resolute. The disciple pressed on. How can the elder be so certain? Everything is based on the principle of fairness. If he is unwilling to contribute, he need only return the divine liquid. The Academy will not force anyone. Is that so? The disciple spoke calmly, his gaze fixed upon the elder. Yin nodded, then turned to look behind him. Lü Yingfeng, are you willing to make a contribution to the Academy? Aye. If you are unwilling, simply return the divine liquid. Everything is up to you. The Academy will not interfere with your choice. As his words faded, everyone awaited the answer. If he agreed, then these people would have little ground to argue, for he would be doing the work. The Grand Elder, however, frowned slightly. He had not been informed of this matter. Su Qingwu also looked towards him with confusion. As all eyes fell upon him, Lü Yingfeng took a deep breath and silently nodded. I am willing. Ha ha ha. Bai Yuan could not help but burst into laughter, the ball of light trembling uncontrollably. Lü Yingfeng gritted his teeth, almost on the verge of tears. He had already refined the divine liquid. What choice did he have? Dig it out and give it back. Why hadn't they told him this sooner? He had already used it. Willing or not, he had to be. Since you are willing, then there is nothing more to be said. This competition ends here. Everyone disperse. Yin waved his sleeve, finally putting an end to this farce. Hearing this, the disciples had nothing to say. If that was the case, then he had earned it. Yin then looked at Lü Yingfeng. You will depart in 3 days. Complete the task well, and give no one cause for gossip. All right. Lü Yingfeng replied, his heart full of reluctance. He could only watch helplessly as everyone left. His spirit stones were gone. He had planned to fight 100 or more matches, but now it was all for nothing. Does this old man have a grudge against me? Lü Yingfeng muttered under his breath. Why would he jump out and ruin his opportunity? Bai Yuan, looks like you messed up. Shut up. When are you going to pay me back the 1 million spirit stones you owe me? If you don't watch out, I might just sell you off. How can I pay you back here in the Xiantian Academy? I don't care about that. Figure it out yourself. Lü Yingfeng snorted and stormed off in a huff. The Grand Elder stood above, silently observing the scene, his expression shifting. Why was I not notified? With this thought, he turned and left, apparently to verify the matter. Su Qingwu and Lei Yuan also departed. Yu Xingyao, Su Yao, and Zhou Yun came to Xian Peak. After confirming that Lü Yingfeng was unharmed, they turned and left. However, when Yin returned to his residence, an old man was already seated there, Wang Zhentian. Wang Zhentian looked at him with a smile. Third Elder back so soon? Yin replied, the matter is settled. Oh, what was Lü Yingfeng's reaction? Wang Zhentian's gaze sharpened. Yin, a body cultivator presented with divine liquid would naturally refine it quickly. How could he possibly refuse? Then I thank the Third Elder. I am only helping you this once. If any problems arise, it has nothing to do with me. Yin's expression was cold. Wang Zhentian said, Third Elder, what are you saying? You are not helping me, but the Supreme Elder. With that, Yin fell silent and Wang Jintian took his leave. Outside the door, Wang Yun was waiting. "Father, how did it go?" "It's done. In 3 days, Lü Yingfeng will enter that region." As he spoke, the murderous intent in Wang Zhenqian's eyes was undisguised. Wang Yun asked, "Father, how did you convince grandfather?" "Huh? What need is there for persuasion? Just the fact that he is Ning Xian's disciple is enough for that old bastard not to let him off." A flicker of malevolence flashed in Wang Zhenqian's eyes. Wang Yun asked, "Why?" "This is an old score from many years ago. I once had an elder brother renowned and exceptionally talented. He died at the hands of Ning Xian. At the time, your grandfather had issues with his cultivation, and for other reasons he could do nothing. Now that he has the chance, how could he possibly let go of Ning Xian's disciple?" "Is that so?" Wang Jintian looked into the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "My elder brother was so brilliant back then, and your grandfather valued him so highly. What a pity, huh?" He continued to smile, but said no more, leading Wang Yun away from the place directly. As night deepened, Lü Yingfeng sat in the small courtyard, gazing at the array of rings before him, a wave of melancholy washing over him. A sigh escaped his lips as his eyes wandered into the distance. Bai Yuan remarked, "Isn't that enough for you to break through to the 8th layer of the golden core? Why the heavy sighs?" Lü Yingfeng replied, "My original plan was to reach the nascent soul stage." Bai Yuan was left speechless. The thought of someone striving for the nascent soul stage after less than 4 months of cultivation was beyond audacious. It defied the heavens themselves. Lü Yingfeng felt a pang of distress, but had no choice. The 8th layer would have to suffice for now. He plunged into cultivation, and the spirit stones dissipated rapidly. What he had won today, combined with his remaining stock, was just enough for the breakthrough. The entire courtyard fell into silence. He sat motionless as spiritual energy converged, transforming into magical power that accumulated within him. In a single instant, his cultivation base surged to the 8th layer of the golden core. Bai Yuan was utterly astounded. Having only broken through to the 7th layer yesterday, reaching the 8th today was beyond comprehension. He dared not imagine what kind of monster this boy truly was. The night passed without a word. At dawn, Lü Yingfeng finally opened his eyes. The previous night had been spent consolidating his realm and condensing starlight. Today he would resume logging in the morning and visit the scripture library in the afternoon. His schedule was impossibly packed. Yet on his way to the Thunder Hall, a graceful figure blocked his path. It was Su Qingwu, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she regarded Lü Yingfeng. "Yingfeng heading off to cultivate so early?" "Yes, martial aunt." Lü Yingfeng nodded, genuinely fond of these elders. Su Qingwu wasted no time. With a flick of her wrist, a pair of armed guards materialized before her. "The place you're going is quite perilous. Take these armed guards. They will greatly enhance your combat prowess." As her words faded, Lü Yingfeng stared at the armed guards in disbelief. He looked up at Su Qingwu, a hint of gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, martial aunt." He did not refuse. In his current situation, this was a timely gift. Su Qingwu then produced several elixirs, all for healing wounds, before finally turning and leaving. Watching her retreating figure, Lü Yingfeng sighed. This martial aunt grows more captivating by the day. Bai Yuan remained silent, too weary to respond. This fool was clearly blinded by material gain. Soon Lü Yingfeng arrived at Thunder Peak. To his surprise, Lei Yuan stood there as if waiting for him. "I thought you wouldn't come. How could I ever disappoint the second elder's kindness?" Lü Yingfeng grinned. Lei Yuan snorted and produced a battle robe from his hand. Lü Yingfeng stared in astonishment. Lei Yuan said, "Take this. If anything goes wrong, it might shield you a few times. Don't die out there, or your master will come wailing before me." "Thank you, elder." The light sparkled on Lü Yingfeng's face. So early in the morning, gifts were pouring in. Armed guards, a battle robe. If only a few million spirit stones would follow, it would be perfect. Enough. Cultivate well. Lei Yuan waved his hand, his face still stern, and vanished in an instant. Lü Yingfeng silently stowed the gifts and began his logging tasks for the day. When the time was right, he departed, but instead of heading to the scripture library, he returned directly to his small courtyard. Bai Yuan asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to study today?" "Something's come up." "Not today," Lü Yingfeng replied, pulling a rolled map from his room. Bai Yuan pressed, "What business?" He had been with Lü Yingfeng the whole time and knew nothing of any plans. Lü Yingfeng spread the map before answering slowly, "In planning a trip." "For what?" "To sell magical artifacts." "You have magical artifacts?" Bai Yuan was shocked. Aside from that cauldron, Lü Yingfeng owned nothing of value. Lü Yingfeng chuckled and produced the armed guards and battle robe he had received today. Bai Yuan was taken aback. "Weren't these just gifted to you today? And you're going to sell them?" "Exactly. They gave you those artifacts to protect your life, and you're selling them. Don't you feel you're betraying their goodwill?" Bai Yuan couldn't comprehend. These artifacts were rare, requiring immense effort and precious materials to craft. Lü Yingfeng countered, "Think of it this way, they gave me the artifacts to keep me alive. But if I sell them, won't I get spirit stones in return? Yes. With those spirit stones I can raise my cultivation level. And with higher cultivation I become stronger, able to protect myself. Thus my life is saved, isn't it? Wait. That sounds logical, but something feels off. Bai Yuan was confused. The reasoning seemed sound, yet the act itself felt wrong. Lü Yingfeng pressed on. Your thinking is still limited. Let me put it another way, they gave me the artifacts for my use. How I use them is my own affair. These artifacts are highly effective for a golden core cultivator. But if I sell them and break through to the nascent soul stage, won't I be even more powerful? Lü Yingfeng explained patiently word by word. Bai Yuan listened and after a long silence finally responded, what you say isn't wrong. But why do you need the map? Checking where near the academy would be a good place to sell artifacts. At this, Lü Yingfeng rubbed his hands together in excitement. Though he hadn't yet left, he knew these two items were of exceptional quality. At the 8th layer of the golden core, what if he accidentally broke through to the nascent soul stage? After all, even his own master was only at the nascent soul stage. Having finalized his route, he melted into the night. Through his recent study of techniques, his skills in concealing his form and suppressing his cultivation had grown increasingly proficient. Although the academy was constantly guarded, as long as he made no noise, no one could monitor such a vast area. Eventually, he left the academy and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at Thunder Hall, Xiaofeng stood atop a peak, his gaze fixed on a distant mountain where the thunderwood grew. Unbeknownst to him, a figure approached from behind. Senior brother Xiaofeng. It was a young man, standing respectfully at a distance. Xiaofeng remained expressionless, his eyes still fixed on the peak above. After a long pause, he responded, have you confirmed who will lead the team into that space? The young man replied, confirmed. It's Gulei, as I suspected. Xiaofeng remained calm. Reaching the sealed land required crossing a special zone where magical power vanished and dangers lurked, making a body cultivator essential. As one of the Academy's 4 prodigies and the disciple with the strongest physical body, Gulei was the obvious choice. After a moment, Xiaofeng spoke again, arrange the men. Find an opportunity to ensure he never returns. I don't wish to see him again. With those words, he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. The night passed without incident, and just before dawn, Lü Yingfeng finally returned. He came back to the courtyard with a grim expression. Which deity drew this map? Couldn't they have marked the dead city? I sprinted 3,000 li all night and nearly lost my life in the process. After arriving at the place, he was stunned. The entire city was eerily silent. There wasn't a single soul, not even a ghost in sight. A pervasive aura of death hung over the entire city, and even Xiao Bai was so terrified it nearly wet its pants. He had originally planned to sell the artifact for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and break through to the nascent soul stage, but when he got there wasn't even a single chicken feather. His beautiful fantasy shattered in an instant, leaving Lü Yingfeng sitting there gnashing his teeth. Bai Yuan remained silent, merely watching him quietly. For a moment he was at a loss. With a sigh, he returned to the pool and sat down, but even the essence within the pool had greatly diminished, not enough for him to soak in it every day. Sigh. As he pondered, Lü Yingfeng let out another sigh. This life was simply unbearable. Moreover, he had been here for nearly half a month now. Why hadn't his master's spirit stones arrived yet? Could it be that his master had taken on a new disciple outside and forgotten about him? After a long silence, he spoke slowly. Xiao Bai, you need to hurry up. Hurry up with what? Bai Yuan was utterly confused. Why would he suddenly say something like that? Lü Yingfeng replied, pay back the 1 million spirit stones you owe me. No rush, no rush. I'm in a great rush. I've already condensed the imprint of the human emperor's seal. You decide what to do, or else one day, when I'm driven mad by poverty and sell you for spirit stones, don't blame me. You? Bai Yuan fell silent. After spending time with this fellow, it truly believed he was capable of such a deed. But why vent his anger on it just because he couldn't sell the artifact? Neither spoke again. Lü Yingfeng spent his time either cultivating or condensing starlight. At dawn, he continued to chop wood, and this routine continued for 2 consecutive days. He wanted to sell the artifact, but the other cities were too far away and he likely couldn't make it back in time. Until the 3rd day, a voice echoed through the air, accompanied by mana arriving before him, ready to guide Lü Yingfeng away. He didn't resist, and in an instant found himself outside a grand hall. At that moment, the hall was already filled with many people, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. After all, the academy had countless disciples. Though they were geniuses in their own lands, here they no longer seemed so dazzling. However, there were still some familiar faces. Zhou Ming, Zhou Yun, the siblings Qing Cheng, Yu Xingyao, Mu Feng, and Wang Yun were also present. What surprised him was that Su Yao was also here. Even more unexpected was that she had already broken through to the golden core stage in such a short time. Shocked, Lü Yingfeng walked in and stood by Su Yao's side. Senior sister Su Yao, you've reached the golden core stage. Lü Yingfeng spoke, his eyes filled with astonishment. Su Yao smiled and nodded. She was also very pleased. Congratulations, senior sister. But what fortuitous encounter did you have? It's so sudden. Lü Yingfeng gazed at her intently. Zhou Yun interjected. Junior brother, it seems you don't know yet. Your senior sister Su Yao is a naturally born spiritual body. She was held back at the Qinghua sect, but now that she's become a disciple of Uncle Master Su, her potential is extraordinary. So that's it. Congratulations, senior sister. Lü Yingfeng suddenly understood. It seemed the token Su Yao had received earlier was likely because of this constitution. A spiritual body by its nature was innately attuned to spiritual energy, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Barring accidents, one would inevitably reach the nascent soul stage, and with the right opportunities, even achieving the void transformation stage in this spirit realm was not impossible. Su Yao said, Then I thank you, junior brother. They'll be entering that space with you this time, so they'll have to trouble you to protect me. Of course. Lü Yingfeng patted his chest in assurance. He also noticed that Zhou Yun's cultivation had broken through to the 4th layer of golden core. Not only her, but Zhou Ming had reached the 6th layer of golden core, Yu Xingyao the 2nd layer, and Qing Cheng the 3rd layer with his sword intent even more formidable. Additionally, Lü Yingfeng spotted Lu Xiaoyu standing at the front of the crowd, still wearing that lazy expression, though his gaze occasionally swept around, as if searching for something. At the very front, several elders were explaining various precautions. Just then Zhou Yun suddenly sidled up to him. Junior brother, there's something I should tell you. What is it? Seeing Zhou Yun's furtive manner, his curiosity was piqued. Zhou Yun continued, There's another person going this time. Her name is Ning Xiaoxiao, and she's the dean's daughter. Oh, and then whatever you do, don't provoke her. I know you're not the type to cause trouble, but she might deliberately come after you. If you can just endure it. Why, oi? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. He had never met her, hadn't even heard her name until today. Why would she want to provoke him? Could it be some old grudge again? Zhou Yun said, Uncle Master Ning was the dean's disciple. Back then, because he defied advice and resolutely left the academy, he infuriated the dean. Before she could finish, Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. My master was the dean's disciple. You didn't know? No. This. Lü Yingfeng mused, so I have such strong connections. No wonder I didn't need to take the assessment, and was just shoved right in. Thinking of his profound background, he felt he had been too low-key before. If that were the case, maybe he had taken too little. He should have demanded a few million more spirit stones to match his status. Zhou Yun hadn't expected this reaction from him. She quickly added, but things might be a bit different for you. It said that back then the dean was so angry he coughed up blood. Recently Ning Xiaoxiao emerged from seclusion, and upon hearing you had come to the academy, she's already declared she'll teach you a lesson. She's a little demon, someone no one dares to mess with. Off. Lü Yingfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then a voice rang out from outside the hall. Who is Lü Yingfeng? Step forward for this young lady. At the sound, everyone turned to look. Lü Yingfeng also looked over and saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl standing there. Her long dress was bright and striking, her delicate face, still carrying a hint of childishness, and the arrogance in her expression was completely unrestrained. The show is about to begin. Some people watched with schadenfreude, their eyes full of amusement. They knew exactly what kind of unruly little devil she was. She was notoriously domineering in the academy, and even the dean couldn't control her. Lü Yingfeng sized her up, his expression unreadable. The Grand Elder scolded, Xiao, don't cause trouble. I'm not causing trouble. Then what are you doing? The Grand Elder frowned. Ning Xiaoxiao lifted her chin and snorted, I'm going to teach him a lesson. The crowd had varied expressions. Zhou Yun and the others grew worried, but Lü Yingfeng just looked at this little martial ant, thinking to himself how vigorous and robust his grandmaster must be. Ning Xiaoxiao stepped forward, her expression unwavering even before the elders. Xiaoxiao, we are discussing serious matters today. Do not cause trouble. Su Qingwu spoke at that moment, walking directly toward Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao said, Senior sister back. Then Ning Xian left without a word, causing my father to fall ill from grief. Now sending a disciple here without a sound. This matter cannot be let go so easily. That is a matter between senior brother Ning Xian and the dean. What does it have to do with Lü Yingfeng? Su Qingwu said patiently. But Ning Xiaoxiao would not listen. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. A father's debt shall be repaid by the son. Moreover, as his junior master, it is only right and proper for me to discipline him. What twisted logic is that? Senior sister, rest assured. He'll just teach him a small lesson. I won't really hurt him. Nonsense. Lei Yuan snorted coldly, raising his hand to suppress her. This one was different from the others. His temper was explosive. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoxiao shouted, Lü Yingfeng, if you have the guts, step forward. What's the point of hiding? As the farce unfolded, Mufeng Wang Yun and the others smiled even more. Zhou Yun said, Junior brother, stay quiet. Since the second elder has spoken, she won't be able to cause trouble. Yet Lü Yingfeng waved his hand. It's fine, senior sister. I'll reason with her. At worst, I'll apologize on behalf of my master. As an elder, she can't openly make things difficult for me. Junior brother, you. Zhou Yun tried to stop him, but Lü Yingfeng had already moved. I've stepped forward. His voice echoed through the hall, and surprise flickered in everyone's eyes. It seemed no one expected him to actually dare to step forward. Did he not know the terror of this unruly fiend? Even the elders were caught off guard. Oomph! Ning Xiaoxiao let out a soft snort and immediately began to stride toward him. Yet the moment she saw who it was, her lifted foot froze midair. This? She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Her eyes were fixed on Lü Yingfeng. Her gaze trembled, her small lips parted in speechless astonishment. In that moment, her eyes held only the youth before her, as if countless brilliant lights shone upon him, making it impossible to look away. In the silence after what seemed an eternity, Ning Xiaoxiao finally spoke. You are Lü Yingfeng. I am. Lü Yingfeng stood his ground, neither humble nor arrogant, meeting her gaze directly. Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to say something more, but the words caught in her throat. Lü Yingfeng said, although I don't know exactly what happened back then, if he was in the wrong, I am willing to apologize on behalf of my master. It's nothing of the sort. Ning Xiaoxiao waved her jade hand lightly, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. Everyone was stunned. Ning Xiaoxiao stepped closer. With senior brother Ning Xian's extraordinary talent, how could he be wrong? It's clear he must have had his reasons. The elders were all bewildered. Wasn't that not what she said just now? How had she changed her tune so quickly? Lü Yingfeng frowned. Junior master, weren't you just saying you'd teach me a lesson? Now this. Don't call me junior master. I'm only 16. Ning Xiaoxiao smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, her gaze clear and unguarded like a maiden's shyness that could not be concealed. Then junior master, earlier you sought me out. Lü Yingfeng ventured cautiously, sensing something amiss. The elders also found it strange. Ning Xiaoxiao was momentarily embarrassed, clearing her throat twice. Well, I just knew you were going there, so I came specifically to ask, do you have enough spirit stones? Spirit stones? Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. What did spirit stones have to do with anything? Ning Xiaoxiao said yes. There is no spiritual energy there for you to recover your mana, so you need to bring plenty of spirit stones. Otherwise, running out of mana would be dangerous. So I'm asking, do you have enough? I don't. Lü Yingfeng was helpless. No one had told him about this. He had only 7 or 8 on him. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoxiao grew anxious. Without enough, how can you go? It's too dangerous. Then what should I do? It's fine. I happen to have extra. Take these. With that, a ring appeared in Ning Xiaoxiao's hand, and she pressed it into Lü Yingfeng's palm. Lü Yingfeng swept his divine sense over it, and was stunned. Inside were over 50,000 spirit stones. Who would have expected such a gift right off the bat? And so many of them. They were truly beautiful to behold. Seeing this, the Grand Elder couldn't help but say, he is a body cultivator. He doesn't need that much mana. As a body cultivator, he should bring more pills, not so many spirit stones. Before Lü Yingfeng could react, Ning Xiaoxiao said, Humph. What's wrong with being a body cultivator? Can't body cultivators restore mana too? Senior brother, that's prejudice. The Grand Elder fell silent. He hadn't expected that the one who had come so fiercely to teach Lü Yingfeng a lesson would change her tune the moment she saw him completely without principle. Still, as long as she wasn't causing trouble, he would let it slide. Lü Yingfeng, however, was hesitant. Junior master, this isn't appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Didn't senior sister Su give you 200,000 spirit stones as a welcome gift earlier? Well, and don't call me junior master. Yes, junior master. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Since she was so enthusiastic and was his elder, it wasn't easy for him to refuse. After all, she was his master's junior sister. He couldn't disrespect his master's face. He prided himself on respecting his teachers and elders. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This isn't right, is it? What about the lesson she was going to teach him? Is this the lesson? I could take a lesson like this. Even Bai Yuan inside the cauldron couldn't help but speak up. So being handsome really can put food on the table. Lü Yingfeng looked at the ring on his hand, then noticed Ning Xiaoxiao standing naturally beside him, a smile never leaving her lips as she occasionally stole a glance at him. Su Yao, Zhou Yun, and the others looked on with complex expressions, their gazes laden with meaning. The elders had no way to deal with her either, and finally Lei Yuan spoke up. Although this trip is to reinforce the seal, it is also a trial for you all. Be careful. Yes. Everyone responded. The Grand Elder continued, the various details will be explained by those in charge later. Let's move out. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a radiance bloomed beneath his feet. Patterns manifested and interwove, distorting the space around them. At that moment, Ning Xiaoxiao looked at Lü Yingfeng. Brother Yingfeng, don't be afraid. It'll be over in a moment. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Brother. Several people turned back in surprise. Zhou Yun said, Junior Master, isn't that a generation gap? What does it matter? We're not related by blood. Blood relation. Even Lü Yingfeng was baffled. Where did that come from? Zhou Yun said, hasn't this completely messed things up? Not at all. We can just have our own way. He calls me uncle, I call him brother. If it really doesn't work, he'll have my father expel him from the sect. Then the generations will match. At those words, Lü Yingfeng whipped his head around. How had it come to him being expelled from the sect over a disagreement? A flash of light passed through the grand hall, and in an instant everyone vanished. Lü Yingfeng, filled with curiosity, opened his eyes to find himself on a desolate plain with nothing but yellow sand and gobi stretching as far as the eye could see. He looked around curiously and noticed that the Grand Elder had also followed him here. Just cross this wilderness and well be there, the Elder said, pointing ahead at the boundless expanse that seemed to have no end. Lü Yingfeng turned to Zhou Yun beside him. Weren't we supposed to go to some space? Why are we here? As Zhou Yun was about to explain, Ning Xiaoxiao spoke up. They call it a space, but it's actually something within a barrier. The world beyond the barrier requires crossing this desert. I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded, but then thought of something. I heard this matter is quite important. Why not bring a few nascent soul cultivators? Or is the Grand Elder enough? Ning Xiaoxiao shook her head. The world beyond the barrier is very special. Due to a leaking seal, things emerge and transform into spiritual entities called demon spirits. On the plane, magical power is suppressed, but beyond the barrier, the higher one's cultivation, the stronger the demon spirits become. So nascent soul cultivators cannot enter, or the consequences would be severe. These are lessons learned from the past. It's best to keep it below nascent soul. Lü Yingfeng glanced into the distance. What about the Grand Elder? Senior brother won't enter, he'll wait here. I see. Lü Yingfeng nodded, but couldn't help scanning the others present. All were at the golden core stage, and he grew puzzled. While the others were fine people like Yu Xingyao and Su Yao were only at the first or second layer of golden core. Wouldn't it be better to bring those at higher golden core layers? Ning Xiaoxiao interjected. I bet you're curious why they brought those with lower cultivation. Lü Yingfeng nodded. To be honest, while there's considerable risk here, there are also opportunities for training. For instance, beyond the barrier is a place for sword refinement, which greatly benefits sword cultivators in comprehending the sword's path. There are many similar places. Ning Xiaoxiao kept explaining, and Lü Yingfeng understood everything. He also learned that the barrier seemed to seal something terrifying, and since this area belonged to Lingzhou, the Mystic Heaven Academy was responsible for it. After a moment, the Grand Elder's voice finally rang out. Enough. According to the list, you'll split into 2 groups to reinforce the seal. As his words fell, a wave of magical power descended, enveloping everyone. Their bodies involuntarily moved, dividing into 2 parts. Lü Yingfeng scanned the group and found Zhou Ming, Zhou Yun, Wang Yun, and Mu Feng with him. There were dozens of people in his group, including several body cultivators, and even Feng Zhong, whom he had fought earlier. The other group, however, had much higher cultivation levels, with many at the 8th or 9th layer of golden core, especially their leader. Just a glance at him gave an intangible sense of pressure. His features were resolute, his physique robust, and his body was surrounded by a dense aura of blood energy. Standing there, he resembled a humanoid flood dragon. He's Gulei, one of the 4 prodigies of Mystic Heaven Academy. Bai Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with gravity. So that's him. Lü Yingfeng looked at him and murmured to himself, sensing the pressure. This man's physical cultivation had likely reached the nascent soul stage. As he pondered the changes, Ning Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Senior brother, I don't want to be here. I want to join the other team. With that, Ning Xiaoxiao dashed straight toward Lü Yingfeng. The Grand Elder frowned, but ultimately said nothing, tacitly allowing it. He was surprised that Lü Yingfeng had such charm enough to captivate the usually unruly girl. He resolved to discuss this matter with the dean upon their return, lest something happened before it was too late. However, before the words had faded, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward. Elder, their cultivation isn't high. They'll go with them too. If anything unexpected happens, I can lend a hand. Huh. Everyone turned to look. Ning Xiaoxiao's request was understandable given her obvious infatuation. But why was this grown man being so sudden? The Grand Elder glanced at him and pondered briefly. Very well, then you'll go with them. The Grand Elder didn't refuse. The man named Pei Su had been with the academy for many years, diligently cultivating, and was known as an honest person whom no one could fault. His purpose was also quite obvious. He walked straight to Lü Yingfeng, a smile spreading across his face. Junior brother Yingfeng, I'll be counting on you this time. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback. He hadn't expected this man to be coming for him. So sudden. He hadn't anticipated being approached so directly. Pei Su chuckled. It's not that sudden. I just never had the chance before. I wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to you, junior brother. I want beat around the bush. You obtained the Thunderwood, and I've been stuck at the Golden Core stage for years. I'd like to buy a small portion from you, just a little will do. Pei's tone was gentle, his expression calm, and his words were perfectly reasonable. Lü Yingfeng nodded thoughtfully. I see. You scared me. Ning Xiaoxiao let out an inexplicable sigh of relief. The Grand Elder said nothing. Once the teams were assigned, the group began to move. According to the plan, Goulet's path was more perilous, so more experts were assigned there. Lü Yingfeng set out with Zhou Ming. Yet the moment they stepped onto the plane, everyone could clearly feel their magical power being suppressed bit by bit. Before they had gone far, all their magical power was completely silenced, impossible to mobilize even a trace. So thorough. Lü Yingfeng was astonished. After just a few steps, not a shred of magical power remained. Now the group walked along the path. Besides Lü Yingfeng, there were several body cultivators standing at the perimeter. Pei Su stayed close by, frequently striking up conversations with Lü Yingfeng, trying hard to build a good relationship. Lü Yingfeng didn't mind, but Ning Xiaoxiao was displeased. However, as they walked, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. Looking over, several massive figures were approaching. The group saw they were enormous pitch-black water buffalo with 2 horns on their heads and fierce glints in their eyes, looking rather unintelligent. As if sensing the group's presence, the beasts let out a roar and charged straight at them. Careful, those are demon spirits, Ning Xiaoxiao warned. The ferocious buffalo bore down on them, and with their divine sense restricted, it was impossible to gauge their strength. Several body cultivators moved forward to meet the beasts. Lü Yingfeng also acted. He leaped lightly, grabbing the buffalo's horns. Though the creature was formed from spiritual essence, it felt no different from a physical one. With a surge of strength in his arms, he lifted the buffalo and slammed it to the ground. A dull thud echoed across the earth as dust rose. He snapped off the horns, and the spiritual body began to dissipate. But as he turned to leave, he noticed that as the spiritual body faded, a translucent crystal appeared before him, surrounded by swirls of light, brimming with an ineffable spirituality. What is this? Lü Yingfeng reached out and grabbed the crystal. Even without any magical power, he could still sense its pure spiritual energy. This is a spirit crystal formed from those spirit beasts. You can think of it as a higher-grade pure spirit stone, Ning Xiaoxiao explained. Upon hearing this, Lü Yingfeng immediately perked up. Can it be refined? Yes, and this single crystal is worth at least 400 or 500 spirit stones. So much. In an instant, Lü Yingfeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This news was like a timely gift in the snow, especially when he learned that some crystals from spirit beasts could be worth 1,000 spirit stones each. His entire demeanor changed. Gazing at the spirit beasts still circling in the distance, Lü Yingfeng let out a loud roar. Leave this to me. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward, and without a word, he punched the bull-headed beast squarely in the face. The person who had been struggling stood frozen, watching as Lü Yingfeng dragged the bull down and ground it into the dirt. Another crystal appeared in his hand, and he immediately charged toward the next target. In no time, the bull was gone, and Lü Yingfeng held 6 crystals in his hand, his grin impossible to contain. The others stared at him in astonishment. His smile was as if he had just married 18 wives. Zhou Yun was relatively calm, but Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help asking, is he usually this desperate for spirit stones? I don't know. Zhou Yun's brows furrowed slightly. She truly didn't know. She usually just looked at his face, never paying attention to such things. Even Zhou Ming couldn't help but look over, and Pei Su did the same, sizing him up with some surprise. Lü Yingfeng paid them no mind. He clutched the crystals, feeling strands of spiritual energy seep into his body. Though he couldn't use magical power, the energy slowly transformed into mana and settled into his dantian. In just a short while, he had nearly 3,000 spirit stones worth. How could he remain calm? Even Bai Yuan couldn't help saying, tone it down a bit. But Lü Yingfeng ignored him. Everyone knew he was a body cultivator, so a little oddity was normal. Couldn't he have just had another breakthrough? In the following hours, Lü Yingfeng was exceptionally active. Spirit beasts appeared from time to time to harass them, and he always charged ahead without hesitation. He didn't even need Feng Zhong and the others to step in. He single-handedly took care of all the spirit beasts. Watching one beast after another dissipate into spirit crystals, the others exchanged glances. They had never noticed this side of him before. Zhou Ming watched with a complicated expression. Some eyes held a hint of disdain. Ning Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was all smiles. Brother Yingfeng is so genuine, not at all pretentious. He never hides what he likes, just as straightforward as I am. Huh. Her words made everyone frown. Could greed really be described in such a refreshing way? And they had only just met today, or it felt like she was already eager to marry him. Zhou Yun kindly reminded her, little master, you're from different generations. No worries, I'll have my father expel him from the sect when I get back. Zhou Yun. Watching Lü Yingfeng's lively antics, the group had nothing to say. The journey was unexpectedly relaxed with no sense of danger at all. Because of Lü Yingfeng, it doesn't seem as dangerous as the academy, said someone remarked. Apart from stopping now and then to watch him fight spirit beasts, there was nothing else. Others nodded in agreement. Lü Yingfeng was enjoying himself immensely. In just a short time, he had collected 20 spirit crystals. At 500 spirit stones each, that was 10,000 already. If he could take down 100, that would be 50,000. Adding the 50,000 from Ning Xiaoxiao, he would already be at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. With a bit more effort, he would be equivalent to a nascent soul elder. The thought made him laugh out loud. Ning Xiaoxiao frowned. Is Brother Yingfeng usually that hard up? In her eyes, 10,000 spirit stones were nothing to be this happy about. The others remained silent, merely exchanging glances. Just as they were walking, a commotion arose in the distance. More work. Lü Yingfeng immediately rolled up his sleeves and charged toward it. The others turned to look as well. Since they had nothing better to do, they might as well watch. But as they turned, they saw dust flying everywhere, the ground rumbling and the gravel beneath their feet trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? Zhou Ming frowned. Pei Su also looked in that direction. Soon they understood the situation. Ahead of the dust, several figures were racing toward them. They looked like ordinary humans, but silver electric light flickered across their bodies. Behind them, more than 20 spirit beasts were in hot pursuit, all ferocious with glowing red eyes. The figures were leading the beasts straight toward them. Damn it! Zhou Ming cursed under his breath and immediately tried to lead the group away. But as they moved, the figures continued to head their way. Bastards, they're doing this on purpose. Their intent was too obvious. There was no doubt they were trying to divert the danger. What are you doing? Ning Xiaoxiao shouted, her brows furrowed with anger. The newcomers only glanced at her and said, running for our lives, can't you tell? You could run anywhere, why straight at us? Ning Xiao stood in front, her jade hands clenched, her anger growing. But the newcomer sneered. The Xiantian Academy is so arrogant. Is this wasteland your property? You can come, but we can't. You? Ning Xiaoxiao wanted to say more, but Pei Su, looking at the electric light surging around them, said, they're from the Thunder Sparrow clan. Thunder Sparrow? Why would they be here? Zhou Ming frowned, caught off guard by this unexpected turn. Yes, why are they here? Pei Su's gaze wavered as if this was unforeseen. His eyes briefly fell on Wang Yun in the crowd, but he said no more. Before they could think further, another disturbance arose in the distance. Two figures were racing toward them with dust and spirit beasts trailing behind. Damn it! Seeing this, the group's faces turned ashen. They weren't even pretending anymore. What grudge did they have against them? As the number of spirit beasts grew, the Thunder Sparrow clan members turned and fled without a word. With a new target in sight, the beast's negligible intelligence couldn't tell friend from foe. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and drew the long sword he had prepared. The others stared intently. With so many spirit beasts, disaster was inevitable. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, Lü Yingfeng's voice rang out. You go first. What? This? Everyone was stunned, not expecting him to say that. Junior brother, you. Go now. Lü Yingfeng's voice echoed without explanation. He took a step forward and charged to the front. He slammed into the first spirit beast, his arms bulging with power, and with an earth-shaking roar he hurled it into the midst of the pack. This move instantly drew the attention of all the spirit beasts. Countless red eyes fixed on him, and a suffocating aura of malice flooded the sky. Junior brother. Brother Yingfeng. Lü Yingfeng. In that moment, both Zhou Yun and Ning Xiaoxiao panicked. Even Zhou Ming's eyes showed emotion. But Lü Yingfeng was already engulfed, nowhere to be seen. The earth trembled, and the academy disciples could only gaze with admiration in their eyes. No one had expected that at this critical moment Lü Yingfeng would step forward without hesitation, single-handedly attracting all the spirit beasts to secure their escape route. Even Zhou Ming, who usually looked down on him, felt his sentiments shift entirely. Finally, he composed himself. Go. The crowd hesitated briefly, but in the end they did not linger. They knew this was the chance Lü Yingfeng had risked his life to create for them. If they continued to hesitate, they would only end up trapped here, rendering his sacrifice meaningless. Thunder Sparrows, just you wait. Ning Xiaoxiao turned, a glint of killing intent in her eyes. Wang Yun was stunned, and Pei Su felt the same. Lü Yingfeng had ultimately surpassed everyone's expectations. Soon all of them departed swiftly, leaving the area shrouded in yellow dust. Meanwhile, Lü Yingfeng was now surrounded by spirit beasts, yet his face bore no other emotion, only excitement. So many spirit beasts. This must be a fortune in crystals. Good heavens, you almost fooled me too. Anyone would think you were truly self-sacrificing. Bai Yuan couldn't help but speak up. That display just now would confuse anyone. Lü Yingfeng replied, facing all the danger alone. How is that not self-sacrifice? How you just didn't want anyone watching to see your true strength? Nonsense. Am I wrong? While there might be a slight ulterior motive, the starting point is a bit different. It doesn't overshadow my towering and glorious image. Bai Yuan. At this point it chose not to argue further. Having stayed with this fellow for so long, it had a fair idea of his true nature. At this moment, with everyone gone, he was the only one left in this area. The spirit beasts charged at him, but they burst apart with a bang the moment his fist swept through. Showers of light scattered in the air. Before the other spirit beasts could react, two more exploded as his fist struck again. With so many people around earlier, he had held back, going through the motions casually. But now he didn't even bother to pretend. One punch, one kill. He couldn't help but mutter that they were utterly fragile. The Thunder Sparrow clan had lured nearly 40 spirit beasts, and in the blink of an eye only half remained. Moreover, as the commotion spread, more spirit beasts began to converge on the area. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed continuously as Lü Yingfeng darted about with unrestrained glee. Watching crystal after crystal fall into his hands, his pouch soon became too full to hold more. A golden core mid-stage physical body wasn't exceptionally powerful on its own, but this was Lü Yingfeng's body, nourished by his golden core 8th-layer cultivation, honed by lightning techniques, and Sword Dao. Its might was beyond description. After an unknown span of time, the drifting dust gradually settled, and the earlier turmoil subsided. When the last spirit beast was slain, only Lü Yingfeng and a ground full of crystals remained. Lü Yingfeng grinned, his clothes and hair slightly disheveled, his face smudged with dirt. But after a rough estimate, he found the crystals numbered over 200, enough to break through to golden core 9th layer without even touching the 50,000 spirit stones. His pouch could no longer hold them all. To avoid drawing attention, he simply sat down and began to absorb them slowly. Otherwise, if people discovered he had so many crystals, they would realize how strong he was. If that led to a frenzy of adoring young maidens, the trouble wouldn't be worth it. After all, he was a man of low profile. One by one, the crystals turned to powder in his hands. Feeling the spiritual energy flow into his body and transform into Dharma power, Lü Yingfeng became utterly immersed. Nor was he worried about Zhou Yun and the others, since most of the spirit beasts in the vicinity were here. Even if a few stragglers remained, other body cultivators were still there. This exquisite sensation spread continuously as Dharma power gathered. Even without using it, he could feel himself growing stronger. Finally, a change occurred within Lü Yingfeng. The bottleneck that had held for days gave way, and he reached golden core 9th layer. Done. He grinned. Bai Yuan, you're truly monstrous. At this moment, it was left in sheer astonishment. How long had it been? He was already at golden core 9th layer. When they first met, he was only at foundation establishment 9th layer. A full realm crossed in just over a month. Lü Yingfeng chuckled. Seeing over a dozen crystals still around, and following the principle of it's a waste to leave them, and since we're here, he continued to refine them. Meanwhile, the several members of the Thunder Sparrow clan stood on the wasteland, gazing into the distance with indifferent expressions. It's been so long. Should be over by now, right? One of them spoke, as if calculating. Another said, it should have ended long ago. With so many spirit beasts, how could an early golden core body cultivator withstand them? But what if the spirit beasts tear him apart? If his body is destroyed and his origin dissipates, won't our efforts be in vain? Don't worry. Dharmic power can't be used here, so it won't dissipate so quickly. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Let's go check it out now. The 5 of them set off, retracing their steps. As they neared the area, they immediately spotted a figure in the desert. Lü Yingfeng sat motionless, covered in yellow sand, head bowed, and hair hanging loose. Ha ha ha, excellent. His body is intact. His origin must still be preserved. His physique is indeed formidable. After all, with no life force left, the spirit beasts would stop attacking. That means our mission is complete. Ha ha ha. Laughing, they approached, and one of them reached out to grab Lü Yingfeng. But just as his hand was about to descend, a voice suddenly rang out. What mission? Huh. The man's expression froze. The next moment, Lü Yingfeng turned his head to look at him, his calm eyes filled with curiosity. You're not dead. The 5's faces changed drastically, their eyes filled with terror. With so many spirit beasts and such a colossal commotion, he was not only alive, but also had a steady breath, showing no signs of injury. How is this possible? No one could believe it. One of them immediately shouted, go. Since he was alive, they were in trouble. Here they were no match for a golden core body cultivator. But the moment they moved, Lü Yingfeng took a single step and appeared before them, in an instant blocking their path. He simply gazed at them. The 5 didn't hesitate and scattered in all directions, their hearts still shaken. Why are you running? Not doing the mission anymore. But no matter how they dispersed, Lü Yingfeng moved like a ghost to intercept one, and without a word threw a punch. The man was sent flying and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Even though all 5 fled at once, they were still driven back. At this moment, Lü Yingfeng looked at them, a hint of confusion in his expression. He had wondered why they appeared so suddenly, so they were after him all along. Looking at them, Lü Yingfeng said, you haven't answered me yet. What mission? Lü Yingfeng gazed at the five before him, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. He had always been kind to others in his life, yet why did trouble always come for him? Was being Ning Xian's disciple truly this difficult? His gaze lowered again as he crouched there watching them silently. Will you speak directly, or should I kill two of you first before the rest decide to talk? His words struck like a thunderclap. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as fear spread, and they looked at the youth before them with utter terror. They had thought it astonishing for someone of 18 or 19 to have a physical cultivation at the golden core stage, but this was beyond expectation. Even so many spirit beasts could not stop him. Just how powerful was he? Seeing they remained silent, Lü Yingfeng grabbed one of them ready to act. The man panicked instantly. Wait. They'll talk. Oh. Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. We were ordered by our clan to ambush you here and bring you back. Bring me back for what? Lü Yingfeng was puzzled. Had they discovered his talent? But even if they had, their actions clearly aimed to kill him. What use was a corpse? The man said, I don't know. We were just to bring you back. Seems you're not telling the truth. Lü Yingfeng's eyes darkened as he pondered something. Getting the truth was usually difficult. But to his surprise, Bai Yuan spoke up. I have a way. Oh, first take them out of the wasteland. It'll teach you the soul search art, and you can extract whatever you want directly from their souls. Bai Yuan explained briefly. Lü Yingfeng was astonished. Such a sinister art existed, but he liked it. He was just surprised that the usually proud Bai Yuan had offered advice voluntarily today. Pulling his thoughts back, he broke the limbs of several men, then grabbed them by the hair and dragged them forward. The men were surprised as well. He hadn't pressed further, nor did he intend to kill them, and he was even taking them along. It seemed he believed them. How naive could one be? But the journey was harsh. Dragged by their hair, the speed was so fast that their backsides were nearly rubbed raw. Lü Yingfeng quickly caught up with Zhou Ming and the others. The edge of the wasteland was not far off, and he followed silently without revealing himself. Only when they had completely left the area, passing through an invisible barrier, did he stop. Zhou Ming turned to look back, his expression complex. Zhou Yun's eyes glistened with tears, unwilling to accept everything. Ning Xiaoxiao said, "I'll find Gulei now and ask him to save Lü Yingfeng." He seemed to be the only one who could help. The reactions of the others varied. Most were downcast, filled with admiration for Lü Yingfeng's self-sacrifice. Pei Su said, "Stay here. He'll go." With that, he transformed into a rainbow streak and vanished into the sky. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. We need to reinforce the seal." It seemed there was nothing more they could do. No one spoke. They silently turned away as if this outcome was inevitable. Only Zhou Yun and Ning Xiaoxiao kept looking back, their eyes dim with sorrow. But as Zhou Yun turned again, she suddenly spotted a figure slowly walking toward them from the wasteland. The figure was familiar, and she froze in shock. "Junior brother? It's Junior brother." "Huh." Exclamations rang out as everyone spun around to see Lü Yingfeng approaching step by step. Lü Yingfeng. Zhou Ming rushed forward excitedly, watching him draw near. "You're alive." Ning Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy, her earlier sorrow vanishing. Only Wang Yun and Mu Feng frowned deeply. How can he still be alive? As they watched, Lü Yingfeng stood before everyone, a smile spreading across his face. "Junior brother, you're all right. Thank goodness." Zhou Yun hugged him excitedly, her fragrant scent enveloping him. Lü Yingfeng's face flushed slightly as he returned the embrace, patting her back gently. "Senior sister, don't worry. I'm fine. I thought I'd never see you again." Zhou Yun's emotions were genuine, and she struggled to calm down. Ning Xiaoxiao said from the side, "My turn." "Huh." Everyone was stunned. Lü Yingfeng looked at his young master with confusion. "What? I mean, it's really great that you're okay." Ning Xiaoxiao's face turned red. Lü Yingfeng hesitated, wondering how to answer if she asked about what happened earlier. Zhou Ming stepped forward, a hint of guilt in his eyes. His expression softened as he reached out and patted her shoulder. "It's good that you're safe." "Yes, it's good you're safe." The others nodded in agreement, their admiration undisguised. It seemed they had come to see him in a new light. Lü Yingfeng was momentarily at a loss. Zhou Ming continued, "Let's go. Your mana has recovered now, so you can rest easy." He prepared to lead the group onward. But Lü Yingfeng said, "I won't go with you." "Why?" Everyone was puzzled. Lü Yingfeng explained, "I found the wasteland quite tempering, so I plan to go back." "This? Don't worry about me. I wouldn't be of much use there anyway." "All right." Zhou Ming nodded. Since he had returned from there, he must have some skill. Alone, he wouldn't be a burden. Ning Xiaoxiao initially wanted to stay, but Lü Yingfeng refused. Watching them leave, he immediately turned and headed back without a second glance. Bai Yuan remained silent. Soon Lü Yingfeng reached the spot and dragged the 5 men toward the barrier. During this time, Bai Yuan had already taught him the soul search art. The 5 men being dragged along felt a glimmer of hope. If they entered the barrier, their mana would recover, and no mere body cultivator could suppress them. At this thought, a faint, barely perceptible glee hid in their eyes. Things were looking up. They exchanged glances, already planning, amazed that such a naive person existed. Lü Yingfeng was also curious about why these people were targeting him. Finally, he dragged them through the barrier, let go, and turned around in one fluid motion. But just as he was about to speak, a burst of fierce lightning erupted from the 5 men, engulfing them instantly. Interwoven arcs of silver light flashed, accompanied by a malicious laugh. Lü Yingfeng was taken aback, seemingly unprepared. Within the lightning, their expressions shifted, and a surge of murderous intent emerged. Lü Yingfeng, you dare humiliate us? I. But before he could finish, Lü Yingfeng stepped into the lightning. His expression unchanged, he walked straight through the area, the electric sparks dancing over his body without affecting him. To him, it was as if nothing was there. He stood there looking at them, his voice carrying a hint of confusion as he spoke. You what? Thunder interwove, and lightning flashed incessantly. Lü Yingfeng stood there, his gaze unervingly calm. Only then did he sense that these individuals possessed the cultivation of the 6th or 7th layer of the golden core stage, a formidable strength indeed. The others stared at him in terror. He had single-handedly taken on a horde of spirit beasts earlier, and now he faced the thunder without even a flicker of expression. Their pupils trembled uncontrollably, as if they had been utterly stunned in that moment. Lü Yingfeng surveyed the surrounding thunder, then nodded with a hint of approval. Your lightning technique is not bad, quite fierce. He offered his assessment, snapping the others back to reality. You? Lü Yingfeng said, what were you about to say? The 5 of them paled, having thought that once they reached this place and recovered their spiritual energy, everything would change. According to their original plan, they would shield themselves with lightning, heal their wounds, and then strike. Yet he had simply walked right in, completely unaffected by the thunder. Seeing their silence, Lü Yingfeng waved a hand. Forget it. Since you won't tell the truth, I'll find out myself. Without waiting for a reaction, he raised his hand and brought it down. His divine sense, infused with spiritual energy, surged into their glabella. This was the soul search technique, using one's divine sense to enter another's sea of consciousness and observe their memories. The soul search technique. The others trembled inwardly. The man's face contorted in agony. After a brief moment, Lü Yingfeng withdrew his fingers, but his gaze toward the distance was filled with confusion. They really don't know. Nothing at all? Bai Yuan inquired. Lü Yingfeng nodded. Their orders were simply to bring me back dead or alive as long as my primordial essence remained intact. Have they discovered something? I don't know. Lü Yingfeng shook his head. They hadn't said anything. Their arrival had been too sudden, without any explanation. He then probed the sea of consciousness of another, and then another, until he had examined all 5. The results were utterly disappointing. Still nothing. Bai Yuan spoke again. Lü Yingfeng shook his head. No, but there were 30 of them in total. Their leader should know something. Why not have them lure the rest here? Isn't that too dangerous? Bai Yuan said. Dangerous? Yes. There might be cultivators at the 9th layer of the golden core stage. If a fight breaks out. So what if it does? You can't win. That's hard to say. We're at the same level. Who is stronger is still unknown. He was being cautious about this. Bai Yuan. His words silenced the air once more as Bai Yuan struggled to suppress the urge to curse. It couldn't fathom why someone at the 9th layer of the golden core stage, who had mastered the 9th layer of sword intent, the 5 thunders true method, a golden core level physical body, and a divine ability like the human emperor seal, would still be worrying about such things. If it were him, he would have even gone a few rounds with a nascent soul cultivator. But it said nothing and instead suggested, then ambush them. That's a good idea. Lü Yingfeng's heart leaped with joy. An ambush would greatly increase his chances. But then a thought struck him. If these guys don't cooperate, not only will I fail to capture anyone, but I'll also expose myself. Use a forbidden spell to control them. A forbidden spell? Yes. They'll teach you a curse. Plan it on them. If they defy your will, you can erase them. Your concerns will be gone. Bai Yuan narrated, reciting the curse. As Lü Yingfeng listened, his expression grew strange. Even after Bai Yuan finished, he stood there motionless. Bai Yuan said, why haven't you cast the curse? Is there something you don't understand? Lü Yingfeng replied, Xiaobai. Moi. You're acting very strange today. Am I? Very strange. The usual you wouldn't be so proactive and considerate. Bai Yuan was clearly taken aback. After a moment's thought, it said, I'm just moved by your spirit. You've finally understood my hardships. Lü Yingfeng was stunned. After all this time, it finally got it. Bai Yuan, however, fell silent for a long time before replying, yes. Yes. I'm glad you understand. I won't say more. Moved to tears, Lü Yingfeng walked over to the 5 and planted the forbidden spell on each of them. The curse would even trigger if they mentioned anything related to him through telepathy. After he was done, he looked at them. He'll give you a chance. Start luring your people here now, or he'll kill you and make soup out of you. The The 5 of them wore complex expressions, but had no choice. After all, living was better than anything. Lü Yingfeng also prepared himself. To be safe, he donned his battle robe, took out his large black staff, and hid to the side. While waiting, he pulled out a few rings to inspect which he had found on the thunder sparrows. To his utter surprise, setting aside all the miscellaneous items, there were a full 100,000 spirit stones, alone an average of 20,000 per person. Jackpot! Lü Yingfeng's grin stretched from ear to ear. This surprise was so sudden. Adding the ones his junior uncle had given him, he now had a total of 150,000 spirit stones. Xiaobite. Moi. Bai Yuan responded. Lü Yingfeng said, keep an eye out for me. I'm going to break through again. Again? Yes. Breaking through again would mean reaching the nascent soul stage. Is that right? Breaking through from the 9th layer of the golden core stage leads to the nascent soul stage. That's common knowledge. Don't you even know that? Lü Yingfeng was somewhat baffled. Someone who usually seemed so profound was ignorant of such basic knowledge, even less than someone like him who had come into this later. Bai Yuan said, is that what I meant? It's all just details. Not important. We're friends, so I won't laugh at you. With that, Lü Yingfeng ignored it and began to refine the spirit stones. The nascent soul realm, the one he had dreamed of. Once he broke through, he would be a nascent soul grandmaster. He could do whatever he wanted. And with a millennium of lifespan, he wouldn't know how to flaunt it. But as his thoughts settled, the spirit stones were exhausted. His brow furrowed involuntarily, and confusion crept back into his eyes. Why didn't I break through? He had consumed all 150,000 stones, yet there was no sign of a breakthrough. Bai Yuan was also surprised. By all logic, he should have broken through. Is it not enough? Lü Yingfeng recalled his breakthrough to the golden core stage, where the cost had suddenly jumped from 10 or 20,000 to 100,000. As he pondered this, Bai Yuan suddenly spoke. Birds incoming. In an instant, Lü Yingfeng looked up sharply. 2 massive birds were swooping down from the sky, their wings spanning a full zhang. Their bodies crackled with dancing lightning. They were members of the Thunder Sparrow clan. 6th layer of the golden core stage. He murmured, rising to his feet. His hand gripped the black staff, and with a single step, he soared into the sky. The thunderbird approached, its sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings as if a king surveying the land. There! One of the thunderbirds cried out, its wings spread wide as it prepared to descend to the ground. But before it could truly take off, a shadow appeared above. Suddenly turning its head, a figure descended from the sky, having arrived there unbeknownst to it, followed by a stick that came crashing down on one of the thunderbird's heads. Thud! With a single strike, there was no struggle. The thunderbird's head was smashed, feathers scattered, and blood splattered into the air. Another thunderbird's pupils constricted, a surge of terror washing over it. Lü Yingfeng paused, intending to be cautious, but ended up smashing its head completely. Be gentler. How can a golden core withstand your blow? Bai Yuan said as he intended to investigate the spiritual sea, but with it dead, there was nowhere to explore. Lü Yingfeng instinctively nodded, and then retracted his stick. Another thunderbird sensed something was wrong and flapped its wings to flee, but a large hand descended from the sky, grasping its neck, without allowing any struggle. The thunderbird, terrified, struggled desperately, but the large hand pressed down, slamming it to the ground. Bang! A dull sound echoed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The thunderbird lay on the ground, its muscles torn and bones broken. Lü Yingfeng approached, too lazy to say much, raised his hand to suppress it, and then began to investigate its spiritual sea. The entire process flowed smoothly, but unfortunately yielded nothing. The only benefit was that each of the 2 birds carried 20,000 spirit stones. 20,000 each, is this standard? Lü Yingfeng remarked with surprise, noting that there were indeed quite a few good birds in this era. Then, with 6 birds squatting there, he waited at a distance for more to arrive. Bai Yuan said, be gentler, they really can't withstand your blow. Even if they're ruined, I can still make soup. Soup? Thunderbirds are still birds, it doesn't matter. Lü Yingfeng casually replied, wondering how difficult this could be. Even if it was tough to eat, it couldn't be worse than what his senior sister used to make. Bai Yuan responded, the issue is if you smash it, what if that one happens to know the truth? All right. Lü Yingfeng finally reacted, promptly retracting the stick in his hand. Then 3 more large birds flew in. He leapt into the sky, first kicking one over, then clapping his hands on the remaining one's heads, the force just right, leaving them dazed, but unharmed, and they all fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. As he inspected them one by one, he found nothing but spirit stones. Until he flipped over a large bird at the 8th level of golden core, he finally received some information, but it was shocking. How did they know? Lü Yingfeng stood in place, frowning. Bai Yuan asked, knew what? That I'm a genius of thunder law. How could this be? Bai Yuan was astonished. Not only the thunderbird, but even Lü Yingfeng himself found it hard to believe. Aside from Xiao Bai, no one knew he was a genius of thunder law. Moreover, when he was selected, he had used a disguise pill and wore a black robe. Even his own master wouldn't recognize him. According to the bird's memory, they had learned that Lü Yingfeng was the genius who had obtained the Golden Thunder Decree from the Academy's selection, and that this clan had some past grievances with Ningxian coinciding with their own unknown objectives. Thus, these Thunderbirds had come. Furthermore, they not only knew that the Academy would come, but also that Lü Yingfeng was among them. After thinking it over, Lü Yingfeng said, "Am I being betrayed?" "Most likely. Who could it be?" Bai Yuan replied, "I don't know." "So you're saying my situation is quite dangerous?" "I think so. If not, you should run. I can take you to a different place to cultivate, and there are plenty of spirit stones." "Moi." Lü Yingfeng raised an eyebrow. Bai Yuan asked, "What? If you're saying that I must suspect you?" "I." Bai Yuan fell silent, thinking that following him all day should prove his innocence. Even if someone was wronged, it shouldn't be so casually. However, although he said that Lü Yingfeng felt this incident had something to do with someone surnamed Wang. After all, despite being beautiful, kind-hearted, and having a good reputation at the academy, the Wang family was of low quality and always targeted him, making it clear they were behind this. The only question now is, how did they know he was the one who obtained the Golden Thunder Decree? Lü Yingfeng said, "Damn it, my disguise was so flawless. How did they see through it?" "Stop thinking. Since it's so dangerous, why not just come with me? More birds are coming." As they spoke, Lü Yingfeng suddenly looked up. 2 more birds were flying over. These creatures were quite efficient, even selling out their closest loved ones. In the end, he subdued 2 more birds. So far, not counting the one that was smashed, he had caught 28, and the spirit stones he had received amounted to a terrifying 580,000. Including the 63,000 given by his master, it totaled 630,000. Although he hadn't obtained any information, the spirit stones were indeed plentiful. "Just one left," Bai Yuan said. Lü Yingfeng nodded. "That one seems to be the leader, gets already at the 9th level of Golden Core, and is currently in the sword refining area. Shall we go now?" "No rush. With so many spirit stones, I want to cultivate a bit first," Lü Yingfeng said as he sat cross-legged on the ground surrounded by 43,000 spirit stones, feeling wealthier than ever. However, as he continuously refined the spirit stones until they were exhausted, he remained in place. "Surprisingly, I haven't broken through yet." Lü Yingfeng looked at his hands, beginning to ponder, "This shouldn't be. Could it be that I need 1,000,000? Lü Yingfeng muttered to himself. If it truly required 1,000,000, that would be unfair to him. He raised his head to look at the group of Thunderbirds. "First catch that remaining one, and then you can think about it later." He wasn't sure why, but Bai Yuan had been unusually proactive these days. When asked why, it fell silent. Lü Yingfeng nodded. "That's true, but before that I need to deal with them first. Kill them all. Wouldn't that be a waste?" "Then how do you plan to handle it?" Bai Yuan asked, confused. Lü Yingfeng walked up to the 28 Thunderbirds and spoke earnestly. "Let me tell you something, but after I'm done, don't get too excited." Upon hearing this, the Thunderbirds looked up at him, their eyes filled with awe. Having just fought, they had all witnessed it. They were no match at all, not even the one at the 8th level of Golden Core, which he nearly pressed to the ground with one hand. They couldn't even imagine what kind of fierce person this was, who provided them with false information. He was just an ordinary early-stage Golden Core body cultivator. Lü Yingfeng ignored their reactions and continued, "I plan to have you hunt spirit creatures for me and bring back their spirit crystals. There's no specific time, just come to find me whenever you sense the fluctuations of the restriction in your bodies." This, Bai Yuan was stunned. It had never crossed his mind that this guy would actually send those Thunderbirds to find spirit crystals for him. Even more surprising were Lü Yingfeng's next words. "Of course, I don't require you to bring back a specific number, but the minimum should be 15 spirit crystals. I will kill and eat the meat. Moreover, after you come back, I will check your spiritual seas once again. If I discover any tricks up your sleeves, I will still kill you and eat the meat." As his words fell, a group of Thunderbirds looked on in terror mixed with disbelief. Bai Yuan was left in shock. "Are you a devil?"